In a world of blue star, ferocious beasts run rampant, and everyone has the potential to awaken extraordinary abilities, providing the opportunity to become a formidable force that commands respect. However, Su Jingming, who has traversed into this realm, possesses merely an E-level ability. Fortunately, the Deep Blue system has emerged, elevating his E-level weak electrical ability to an S-level, the Divine Thunder of Zixiao. Not only that, but each time he vanquishes a beast, he earns ability points. By consuming these ability points, he can enhance his rank and strengthen his skills. Deep Blue grant me points. Ability points, -1,000, rank elevated. He becomes a second-tier ability user. Ability points, -1,500,000. The Divine Thunder of Zixiao evolves. Now, it is the SSS level Chaos Thunder. Thus, a legend unique to Su Jingming is etched into the annals of Blue Star. A prodigy remarked, "In his presence, I am utterly unworthy of being called a prodigy." The Minter stated, "From concepts to domains, and then to laws, his rate of ability advancement is astonishingly monstrous." The goddess mused, "What does it matter if one is cold, proud, and breathtakingly beautiful? In the end, one must still kneel." Chapter 1. The Deep Blue System. The Newcomer's Gift Package. Yesterday, a roar erupted from the depths of the Pacific Ocean, suggesting that a ninth-tier Beast King has broken through. Coastal cities are advised to bolster their defenses. A month ago, a breach occurred in the protective net of Liang City, Sichuan Province, leading to an invasion of beasts and the tragic deaths of tens of thousands of citizens. Under the investigation of the 8th-tier powerhouse, Swift Blade Li Chong, results have emerged, and a press conference will commence promptly at 9 o'clock tonight. Liu Yang, an outstanding graduate from the University of Abilities in Magic City, broke through to the 5th tier yesterday and has officially decided to join the Ashes Guild. After a 4-year hiatus, an S-level ability awakener has emerged once more in the beautiful country, specializing in elemental wind abilities. This awakener has been specially recruited by the Houston University of Abilities. After perusing the trending information, Su Jingming set down his phone and rubbed his temples vigorously, feeling a headache coming on. Based on the newfound memories in his mind, combined with the information above, he has confirmed that he indeed has traversed dimensions. The world he has entered is called Blue Star, with civilization and technological advancements largely akin to those of his previous life. However, it possesses two critical differences. One is the ferocious beasts, and the other is the extraordinary abilities. The former constitutes an exceedingly terrifying breed of bloodthirsty creatures that ravage Blue Star, while the latter serves as humanity's source of power to resist the invasion of these beasts. All it took was a bit too much to drink at the graduate party, and upon awakening, I find myself in another world. Where can I seek justice for this? Moreover, if I must be transported, could there not be a more favorable beginning? Su Jingming felt somewhat exasperated. According to the memories he acquired earlier, his predecessor also bore the name Su Jingming and was a senior at Jiangsheng Second High School. Aside from possessing somewhat striking looks, he was otherwise exceedingly ordinary, with his awakened ability being merely an E-level weak electricity. Special abilities. Su Jingming contemplated as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, causing delicate blue and white arcs of electricity to dance at his fingertips. In a previous life, such a remarkable display would undoubtedly have sparked a tremendous uproar. However, in Blue Star, this phenomenon was hardly extraordinary. This world is characterized by the awakening of special abilities in every individual upon reaching the age of 16, transforming them into awakeners. These abilities are manifold and diverse, ranging from the manipulation of wind and fire to shape-shifting into beasts and even healing wounds. There exists a disparity in the quality of different abilities classified into 9 grades according to Blue Star's rating system: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The vast majority of individuals can only awaken abilities rated D or E. A select few may awaken C or B level abilities, while those achieving a level abilities are considered prodigies. As for the rarer S, SS, and SSS level abilities, they are as rare as phoenix feathers, emerging only once every few years or even decades. During the awakening event 2 years ago, it was no surprise that his prior incarnation could only awaken any level ability, known as weak electricity. Abilities are further categorized into elemental, enhancement, mental, restorative, natural, and special types. His weak electricity falls under the natural category, specifically within the realm of thunder and lightning abilities. Among the myriad of abilities, thunder and lightning are regarded as relatively decent, yet the E rating ensures that weak electricity possesses limited lethality. For instance, the arcs currently swirling around his fingertips inflict damage comparable to that of a stun baton, or perhaps even less. Did I traverse into this world merely to become a human stun baton? I long to subdue my enemies and emerge as a formidable force. Extinguishing the arc at his fingertips, Su Jingming rested his chin on his right hand, sighing as he gazed ahead. He found himself in a bright classroom, where students around him engaged in lively conversations, with a blackboard positioned directly in front. In the lower right corner of the blackboard, a countdown indicating one day remained until the college entrance examination was displayed. In the Great Xia Kingdom, this examination is held annually on June 7th to select students for admission into universities specializing in the cultivation of awakeners. Today is June 6th, the eve of the examination. It is known that due to the presence of ferocious beasts, awakeners belong to a special class, revered by the populace and endowed with various privileges. In simple terms, awakeners are considered the elite among humanity. It is important to note that those who have awakened abilities are merely awakeners and cannot wield significant power. Only after a period of diligent training can they evolve from awakeners into true awakeners, gaining the capacity to confront ferocious beasts head-on. Awakeners are classified into 9 levels, from 1st to 9th. Each level is further divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Yet, even the lowest first-tier lower level requires ordinary awakeners several years of training to progress. However, entering university for awakeners under the guidance of mentors can significantly expedite this process. This is precisely why the college entrance examination holds such importance. Yet, for someone with merely any level ability, the chance of gaining admission to such a university is virtually non-existent. Isn't it said that all time travelers are granted benefits? Where's my system? A little assistance, please. Su Jingming muttered quietly, and just as the words left his lips, an electronic notification echoed in his mind. Deep blue system activating. System activation successful. Beginner's gift pack dispensing. Beginner's gift pack successfully dispensed. Would you like to claim it now? Hearing the notification in his mind, Su Jingming's eyes widened in disbelief. The system. It truly exists. After the initial shock, an overwhelming wave of joy surged within him. As a time traveler, he understood precisely what a system entailed. It signified an opportunity to defy destiny and ascend to greatness. Phew! Su Jingming exhaled deeply, calming his emotions before choosing not to claim the gift immediately, instead inquiring within. What does the beginner's gift pack contain? 200 ability points and S-level ability Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. An S-level ability? Su Jingming's eyes gleamed with excitement as his breath quickened. While he was uncertain of the significance of ability points, he was well aware of the rarity of S-level abilities. Just as the recent trending news article had reported, a nation as formidable as the Great Xia, the beautiful nation, had only witnessed the emergence of an S-level awakener after a 4-year hiatus. The Great Xia Kingdom had not seen an S-level awakener in 2 to 3 years. S-level awakeners, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, invariably grow into formidable figures, safeguarding their territories. System. If I claim the beginner's gift pack, I will receive an S-level ability? Su Jingming reconfirmed for assurance. Indeed, with this affirmative response, Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with hope. An S-level ability. The chance to alter his fate had arrived. Jingming, stop daydreaming. Old Chun is here, his deskmate whispered. Su Jingming snapped back to reality, realizing that class had commenced without his notice. At the lectern stood a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Chun Fan. After class, I will immediately claim the beginner's gift pack upon returning home. Despite the fiery enthusiasm within him, Su Jingming understood that claiming the gift pack in class was ill-advised. Thus, he subdued his excitement and focused intently on the lesson. Chapter 2. S-Class Ability, Purple Sky Thunder. 12 years of arduous study, all for this moment. With the Gaokao college entrance examination approaching, it is imperative that you maintain your composure. For those taking the liberal arts exam, ensure that your stationery is in order and ready for use upon returning home tonight. As for those sitting for the martial arts exam, you must prepare your battle attire and weaponry. The voice of class teacher Chun Fan reverberated through the classroom, and Su Jingming found himself recalling all pertinent information related to the Gaokao. In the nation of Daxia, universities are categorized into two types: those dedicated to imparting cultural knowledge and those aimed at cultivating extraordinary martial prowess among superhumans. Correspondingly, the Gaokao is divided into liberal arts and martial arts examinations. The liberal arts exam is straightforward. Students merely need to sit in the classroom and answer questions. Conversely, the martial arts exam requires candidates to don battle gear, wield weapons, and engage in life-and-death combat with ferocious beasts at designated locations. Final scores are determined based on the number and types of beasts slain. Students have the autonomy to choose between the two types of examinations. If one lacks confidence in their abilities or has awakened a subpar ability, they may opt for the liberal arts exam and embrace a life of normalcy. Although the previous incarnation had only awakened an E-class ability, he nonetheless chose the martial arts Gaokao, a decision Su Jingming wholeheartedly endorsed. After all, participating in the martial arts examination affords an opportunity for a valiant struggle. If one cannot muster the courage to even attempt the martial arts Gaokao, they would inevitably resign themselves to a mundane existence. I must reiterate, the martial arts Gaokao carries the risk of death. I do not recommend it for those with abilities below D class. Before 9 o'clock tonight, there remains an opportunity to alter your choice. Should anyone wish to reconsider, feel free to approach me. That will be all for today. Class dismissed. Before departing, class teacher Chin Fan emphasized this point once more, casting a glance at Su Jingming. The latter instinctively touched his nose, well aware of the teacher's concern. After all, among the awakened students in class 3-5, he was the only one with merely an E-class ability. Historically, those who perished during the martial arts Gaokao were predominantly students with abilities rated D-class or lower. I understand that the teacher is worried about me, but in a world like this, lacking martial prowess is simply untenable. To safeguard against beast invasions, every city in Daxia has implemented stringent protective measures, such as high-voltage electric fences, armed military forces, and teams of superhumans. However, these measures are not infallible. Periodically, cities fall victim to beast tides, leading to the tragic loss of countless civilians. Su Jingming did not wish to find himself defenseless in such dire circumstances one day. Even with only an E-class ability, he would participate in the martial arts Gaokao, not to mention the imminent awakening of a rarer S-class ability. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened as he began to organize his backpack. Jingming, are you really not going to change your choice? A boy with a bowl cut queried from the front of the classroom. No, Su Jingming replied, shaking his head. The bowl cut boy was his close friend, Zhang Hao, who had also awakened an E-class ability. They shared a common plight. However, after awakening his ability 2 years prior, Zhang Hao had devoted his energy entirely to cultural studies, opting for the liberal arts exam. You're amazing, Zhang Hao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Among the 6 or 7 E-class awakened in our class, you are the only one daring enough to choose the martial arts Gaokao. What, do you want to join me? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Haha. My brother is aiming for a cultural university, hoping to enjoy a leisurely 4 years with the girls. Such heroic deeds of protecting the homeland are best left to you. The superhumans, Zhang Hao replied with a playful grin. Get lost, Su Jingming rolled his eyes, ignoring him as he shouldered his backpack and exited the classroom. Su Jingming's parents had perished in a beast tide when he was just a teenager. Aside from leaving behind a house and over $1 million in compensation, there was nothing else. Thus, upon returning home, Su Jingming found himself utterly alone. Fortunately, he had been an orphan prior to his transmigration, and he was already accustomed to such an atmosphere. Moreover, the current Su Jingming had more pressing matters at hand. Newbie gift pack, here I come. Gazing at the blue virtual interface in his mind, Su Jingming pressed the claim button without hesitation. The newbie gift pack has been distributed. 200 ability points have been credited. S-class ability, Purple Sky Thunder, is being awarded. Progress, 10, 20, 30. Boom. Accompanied by a low rumble. It felt as though an immense power erupted within Su Jingming. Subsequently, countless blue and purple arcs of lightning flickered and danced across the surface of his body, pulsating with an erratic brilliance. He seemed to transform into a sphere of blue and purple lightning, crackling and popping. The ear-piercing shrieks of electric arcs spread outwards from Su Jingming, engulfing the entire living room. Sofas, televisions, coffee tables, everything that came into contact with the lightning arcs shattered instantly. The thunderous lightning, intertwined with flames, shattered windows into fragments, erupting outward. Mom, the house across from us is on fire. Hurry, call the fire department. This direction must belong to the family of Sue's classmate, right? Such an obvious explosion naturally drew the attention of the neighborhood residents, many of whom dialed the fire department. However, within the room, Su Jingming remained oblivious to all this. He only felt a warm sensation within him, as if brimming with strength. 50, 60, 70. The metamorphosis was still in progress, perhaps due to the transformation of his ability. The once clear afternoon sky at 3 or 4 o'clock was now shrouded in dark clouds, as if night had suddenly descended. No raindrops fell, yet ominous thunder rumbled in the distance. One could even see purple lightning coursing through the clouds, resembling dragons weaving through the sky. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? What terrifying thunder! I sense a weighty pressure. The third core of Jiangxing has entered a state of alert, prepared for action. Such bizarre atmospheric changes plunged the citizens of Jiangxing into panic, fearing that a beast capable of wielding lightning was about to invade. The station military in Jiangxing also sprang into action, entering a state of combat readiness. 80, 90, 95, 99. In the room, Su Jingming's ability transformation reached its final stage. Crackle. At that moment, a flash lit up the sky, and a bolt of purple lightning descended from outside the window, surging into Su Jingming's body like a dragon fulfilling its mission. Once the lightning struck, the dark clouds outside dissipated, and the sky returned to its sunny state. Inside the room, Su Jingming's ability transformation finally reached 100. The blue and purple lightning that had swirled around him receded into his body like a tide. After a considerable moment, Su Jingming abruptly opened his eyes in the center of the living room, a flash of purple lightning coursing through his gaze. The metamorphosis of his ability was a success. At that moment, Su Jingming felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, instinctively raising his right hand. With a mere thought, countless arcs of purple lightning began to swirl forth around him. Unlike the previous blue and white thunder, this purple lightning harbors an ancient and formidable energy that sends a shiver of exhilaration through one's heart. This is the S-rank ability, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Su Jingming's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement, as he sensed that a single strike of this thunder upon the human form would not merely be akin to a mere electric shock. Rather, it could obliterate a person entirely. Chapter 3, Deep Blue. Amplify it for me. However, the commotion caused by acquiring the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder seems rather excessive. After containing the thunder, Su Jingming surveyed the chaotic living room and scratched his head in bewilderment. The entire space resembled a site ravaged by a missile strike, strewn with shattered remnants of various objects. Some fragments still smoldered with residual flames. The walls and floor bore numerous craters created by electric arcs. Fortunately, he had realized something was amiss during his transformation and had exerted effort to control his power. Otherwise, the devastation would likely have extended beyond just this living room. Su Jingming felt a pang of trepidation. The Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, originating from Eastern mythology, is one of the 10 primordial thunders of antiquity, possessing the might to vanquish immortals and deities. Although as an awakened individual, he could not fully manifest the thunder's true power, should he unleash his strength unchecked. He could effortlessly obliterate an entire floor, leading to the collapse of the entire building. Yet, with the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder at his disposal, even if the building were to crumble, he would remain unscathed. However, the other residents within the building would face dire consequences. Thankfully, he had managed to restrain the thunder's potency, ultimately averting such a tragedy. It seems I have underestimated the might of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Had I known the commotion would be this great, I should have ventured to the outskirts to claim my novice package. Despite this, Su Jingming felt immense satisfaction. After all, the greater the power of the ability, the more advantageous it would be for his future endeavors. Speaking of which, the novice package also bestowed upon him 200 ability points. What purpose do they serve? As the thought of the novice package's additional reward crossed his mind, a system prompt echoed within his consciousness. Ability points can be acquired by defeating ferocious beasts. These points can be consumed to enhance levels and skills, and one can view the ability points and upgrade options on the system panel. With this explanation from the system, Su Jingming comprehended the matter at hand. The so-called ability points are akin to experience points in online games. The straightforward yet practical method of leveling up through slaying monsters resonated with him. A smile crept across his lips as he promptly accessed his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, awakened. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder S. Physique, 121 Vitality. Mentality, 140 Essence. Skills, Marksmanship, Beginner, Lightning Gale Break, Beginner. Ability points, 200. The information displayed on the system panel was remarkably concise, with subsequent plus signs indicating which attributes could be upgraded and which could not. As for his physique and mentality, they represented the two fundamental attributes of an awakened individual. And his attribute values were quite commendable. After all, most awakened individuals possess physique and mentality values hovering around 100 points. However, after practicing marksmanship for 5 to 6 years, his proficiency still languished at the beginner level. Was that not a bit excessive? Su Jingming silently lamented. Apart from abilities, humans also wield weapons as a means of offense. Yet, unlike the majority who opt for blades or swords, he chose the spear. He had begun training with it in his early teens, yet even now, his rating stood only at the beginner level. It is worth noting that skill proficiency is categorized into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, expert, master, and perfection. The beginner level equates to merely having just begun. As for the lightning gale break, it belongs to the category of spear techniques. He had purchased it for 300,000 Daxia coins after awakening his weak electric ability at the age of 16, having practiced it for less than 2.5 years. Possessing only a beginner level of proficiency seemed reasonable. Looking at the panel's information, with 200 ability points at his disposal, I could allocate them to enhance either my attributes or my skills. Which should I prioritize? After some contemplation, Su Jingming found himself lost in thought. Tomorrow marks the annual college entrance examination. He must invest these 200 ability points judiciously to maximize his combat prowess. Physique and mentality are the two foundational attributes. Enhancing these two aspects would subsequently elevate his ability to execute combat techniques and control his powers. Thus, it would be prudent to first bolster his fundamental attributes. After a moment of deliberation, Su Jingming decided to split the 200 ability points evenly and allocate them to his physique and mentality. Deep Blue, amplify it for me. Upon pressing the plus signs on the panel, Su Jingming immediately felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. The invigorating vitality surged within him like a raging river. Subsequently, his mental clarity also increased significantly. Not only that, but his control over the purple cloud Divine Thunder also improved. Abilities, in essence, stem from the human physique and mentality. The enhancement of these two attributes directly correlates to an increase in the power of his abilities. Clenching his fist and feeling the potent energy surging within him, ready to summon the purple cloud Divine Thunder at a moment's notice, Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. He then glanced back at his system panel. Physique, 141 vitality. Mentality, 160 essence. Both foundational attributes had risen by 20 points, indicating that one ability point corresponds to an increase of 0.2 vitality or 0.2 essence. The exchange ratio may seem somewhat low, yet it is quite acceptable, especially considering the direct enhancement comes without any side effects. Alas, the novice package only contained 200 ability points. Otherwise, he could have further amplified his capabilities. Of course, with his current strength, gaining admission to an ability user university is more than achievable. From the moment he acquired the S-rank ability, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, Su Jingming's prowess positioned him among the top contenders among the high school students in Jiangnan province. Now, with his foundational attributes bolstered, he can genuinely consider himself one of the elite candidates in Jiangnan province. The reason he states one of the elite rather than the strongest is due to the vast population of over 80 million in Jiangnan province. With more than 700,000 candidates participating in the martial sciences entrance examination. Among these candidates, the presence of prodigies is abundant. While these prodigies may not possess S-rank abilities, their A-rank abilities, coupled with factors such as combat experience and skill enhancements, should not be underestimated. After all, some students hail from families that can afford to hire renowned instructors to teach them rare and powerful combat techniques. They may even arrange for bodyguards to take them into the wilderness to engage ferocious beasts, accumulating invaluable combat experience. In this regard, Su Jingming, as an orphan, finds it difficult to compete. However, the S-rank ability he possesses remains unmatched by other candidates. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, and before Su Jingming could react, the door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding crash. A group of firefighters clad in bright orange uniforms, wielding water guns, appeared before him. Upon discovering that the room was devoid of the expected inferno and that a living person stood before them, they were momentarily taken aback. Hello? Su Jingming blinked and tentatively greeted them. Chapter 4, Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Cousin Tangqi. Upon the arrival of the firefighters, Su Jingming elucidated his possession of lightning abilities and that he had already quelled the fire. This group of individuals, bustling with urgency, conducted a thorough inspection of the premises, confirming that no safety hazards remained before taking their leave. However, before departing, they not only repaired the front door, but the captain also handed Su Jingming a business card, indicating that his lightning abilities were exceptionally suited for fire and explosion control in certain electronic environments. After graduating from university, He could directly approach the fire department in Jiangxing for employment. It is worth noting that the fire department is a government institution, and with awakened individuals capable of controlling water and fire on staff, there is little risk to life during firefighting operations. To an ordinary person, this would be considered quite an excellent job. Yet, for Su Jingming, it held no allure whatsoever. He casually tucked the card into the nightstand beside his bed, picked up the long spear leaning against the wall, and exited the room. Xiaoming, was there any issue with the fire just now? Asked Uncle Yang. No problem. Uncle Yang, it has been contained. That's good to hear. You seem like you're heading to the martial arts hall. Yes, I'm going to practice a bit. How diligent. The college entrance examination is tomorrow, and you're still training. Unlike that lazy boy of mine, Mingwei community is the place where Su Jingming has lived for 18 years. Surrounded by familiar neighbors, his gentle disposition has endeared him to the elderly residents. As he descended from the upper floors, several grandmothers and grandfathers who were out for a stroll or caring for their grandchildren expressed their concern for him. Su Jingming responded politely to each inquiry before shouldering his spear and leaving the community, taking a bus and then transferring to the subway. Eventually, he arrived in front of a modern high-rise building. The structure stood over 40 meters tall, adorned with a sleek silver facade, exuding an aura of cool sophistication. It sprawled across a vast area, akin to a colossal beast lying in repose. On the side of the building, 4 grand characters danced in calligraphy, Thunder Martial Arts Hall. These characters shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. To advance from an awakened individual to an extraordinary one must hone their physical and mental prowess, thereby enhancing their abilities. However, not every household can afford a private training facility. Thus, martial arts halls that provide training spaces and instructional services have emerged. Throughout the vast realm of the Great Xia Kingdom, 2 martial arts halls are particularly renowned: Thunder Martial Arts Hall and Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall. Both establishments have branches in every city across the kingdom, even in the more remote regions of Jiangxing. Moreover, aside from Thunder and Violent Bear Martial Arts Halls, Jiangxing boasts dozens of smaller private training facilities. However, only Thunder Martial Arts Hall offers free access to high school students. As such, Su Jingming has consistently trained at Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Today, he intended to gauge the extent of his newfound strength after acquiring the Purple Sky Divine Thunder and enhancing his foundational attributes. At this moment, outside Thunder Martial Arts Hall, besides Su Jingming, several awakened individuals and even extraordinary beings wielding weapons had also arrived. The hall was founded by Luo Hong, a 9th-tier extraordinary being and an S-class lightning wielder. Su Jingming pondered, wondering if one day he might establish his own martial arts hall. With a wistful thought, he entered the hall. Thunder Martial Arts Hall consists of 6 floors, each spanning tens of thousands of square meters. The second and third floors are dedicated exclusively for free use by high school students. Upon entering, Su Jingming headed straight for the third floor he frequently visited. Since it was Wednesday, aside from the senior students who had been dismissed early, the remaining first and second-year students were still in school. Most third-year students were at home preparing for the imminent college entrance examination. Thus, the once bustling third floor now appeared somewhat desolate, with merely a handful of individuals present in the hall. However, upon entering, Su Jingming spotted a familiar figure among the sparse crowd. It was a girl, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with strikingly delicate and cold features. She bore no weapons and was dressed casually, her long, slender legs accentuated by a pair of eye-catching blue denim shorts. Surrounding her were a few similarly fashionable young people. Qijia, you're here at Thunder Martial Arts Hall too? Su Jingming greeted the tall girl with a smile. Tang Qi, the daughter of his aunt, was also in her 3rd year of high school, albeit a few months older than him. Having lost his parents at a young age, his aunt frequently visited him in Jiangxing, and sometimes, his cousin would accompany her. Though their relationship was neither particularly close nor distant, they seldom found common ground due to Su Jingming's introverted nature and the disparity in their family backgrounds. 2 years prior, Tang Qi awakened a B-class ability, while he had only manifested an E-class ability, further diminishing their shared interests. Tang Qi was momentarily taken aback by encountering Su Jingming at Thunder Martial Arts Hall, but after a brief pause, she nodded slightly. Yes, I'm here to accompany a friend. No wonder, Su Jingming realized. His aunt's family was relatively well off, and Tang Qi often frequented the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, which required a hefty membership fee of 100,000 per year. Thunder Martial Arts Hall, on the other hand, was seldom visited by her. Well then, Qijia, you all carry on. I'm off to the training room. Su Jingming didn't linger in conversation and departed directly. Who is that? Asked a cute girl beside Tang Qi, who was also tall and clad in a dress, her large, clear eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Su Jingming, my cousin. He is in the same 3rd year as us, and will be taking the martial arts entrance examination tomorrow. Tang Qi furrowed her brow slightly, as she watched Su Jingming's figure gradually recede into the distance. Her cousin Su Jingming seemed somewhat different from before, though she couldn't quite articulate how. In the past, even in a chance encounter, he would not have taken the initiative to converse. Yet this time he had surprisingly greeted her first. "Why are you so curious, Xiaoya? Are you lovesick and looking for a boyfriend?" teased a young man clad in a white casual outfit, a smile playing on his lips. However, the girl named Xiaoya remained unfazed by the jest, boldly admitting, "What is wrong with that? With looks like his, as long as his abilities aren't too shabby, it'd be quite impressive to bring him along as a boyfriend." "Then I'm afraid my cousin may disappoint you. He has merely awakened an E-class ability." Tang Qi shook her head, having anticipated Xiaoya's reaction. Indeed, upon hearing that Su Jingming was only an E-class awakened individual, Xiaoya's curiosity dimmed significantly, and her interest waned. "Oh, just an E-class ability, what a pity. Everyone has their own circle, and individuals within the same circle often share similar backgrounds and compatible personalities." This group of friends not only hailed from affluent families, but also possessed B-class and C-class abilities. As for Su Jingming, one could discern from his attire that his family background might not be particularly affluent, coupled with the fact that he had merely awakened an E-grade ability. Even if Xiaoya were somewhat of a superficial admirer, she would hardly find him intriguing. Yet, it is commendable that he dared to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination. A youth adorned with ear studs jested. "But what does courage matter when the risks are so immense? I would rather he abstain from the martial arts exam." Tang Qi sighed. In the martial arts college entrance examination, the majority of casualties are among those with abilities below D grade. If only Su Jingming had a D grade ability, I would have no objections. However, an E grade ability is simply too weak. Participating in the martial arts exam is tantamount to courting death. E grade abilities ought to focus on the liberal arts instead. After graduation, securing a position as a white-collar worker in a corporation, devoid of the peril of battling ferocious beasts, is surely a commendable path. It would also alleviate my mother's incessant worries. "All right, enough of this. Aren't we here to tour the Thunder Martial Arts School?" Tang Qi remarked. "Indeed, during my 3 years of high school, I have practically resided at the Baoxiong Martial Arts School. This is my first visit to the Thunder Martial Arts School. A little relaxation before the exam is beneficial for both mental and physical health." Sensing Tang Qi's discontent, the group hastily shifted the conversation to lighter topics and meandered about. Chapter 5. Combat Techniques. Lightning Gale Strike. Meanwhile, Su Jingming remained oblivious to the discussions that ensued after his departure. At that moment, he found himself within a room of approximately 20 square meters. This was a solitary training chamber provided by the Thunder Martial Arts School. Previously, such chambers required advance booking for use. However, due to the lack of patrons, Su Jingming was fortunate enough to utilize one directly. "First, let me assess my peak strength without the enhancement of my abilities." Su Jingming unslung the long spear from his back and grasped it firmly. Given the robust and tough hide of ferocious beasts, ordinary weaponry would prove ineffective. Thus, weapons wielded by ability users are exclusively manufactured by specialized companies. The spear in his hand belonged to the Hungyuan Group's Black Obsidian series, measuring approximately 1.9 meters in length, with a sharp spearhead extending over 20 centimeters. Its total length reached 2.1 meters. The entire spear was crafted from F-grade alloy, exuding a subdued black hue. With the long spear in hand, Su Jingming gave it a slight shake, producing a resonant metallic clang. This initial tremor was inconsequential. However, upon shaking, he discerned something unusual. The spear felt lighter. "No, that is incorrect. It is due to my enhanced physique." Su Jingming quickly realized this, but at this point, there was no opportunity to change weapons. The alloys, akin to ability levels, are categorized into 9 grades: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The rarer the alloy, the stronger and sharper it becomes, inflicting greater damage upon ferocious beasts. Naturally, this also correlates with a higher price tag. When purchasing the Black Obsidian series weapon from the Hungyuan Group, one could freely choose the alloy materials and weight, since he could only carry F-grade weapons and battle attire for the martial arts college entrance examination. The alloy's quality was appropriately selected as F-grade. As for weight, he opted for 50 kilograms. Ultimately, this entire Black Obsidian spear cost him nearly 200,000. As the adage goes, the affluent wield weapons while the impoverished pursue literature. Over the past few years, Su Jingming had expended considerable funds in cultivating his physique, abilities, and acquiring battle attire, weaponry, and combat techniques. Some of this financial support stemmed from the undeniable generosity of his aunt's family, while others derived from savings and compensation left by his parents. After all the expenditures, he was left with less than 50,000, rendering him unable to procure a heavier weapon. Nonetheless, it would only slightly impact my capabilities. With a focused gaze, Su Jingming commenced his warm-up. The long spear was the weapon he had been practicing with since he was 12, and now, nearly 6 years later, he was well versed in its techniques: thrusting, stabbing, striking, slashing, and jabbing. In the training room, the spear danced in his hands, transforming into a black apparition, exuding formidable energy. Within moments, Su Jingming felt his muscles relax and his vitality surge. Gripping the spear, he lunged towards a circular target on the front wall of the training chamber with a powerful thrust. Clang! Accompanied by a piercing sound of impact, the circular target, crafted from memory metal, indented dramatically under the force of his strike. Only after the spear was withdrawn did it gradually return to its original shape. Simultaneously, a figure appeared on the adjacent smart screen, 321 units. To his astonishment, his raw physical strength had nearly doubled. Su Jingming's eyes widened. The unit card serves as a standard measure of attack intensity. One card equates to the energy produced by the detonation of a black spider firecracker. Most awakened individuals, relying on physical strength, can achieve a maximum attack of around 100 cards. Previously, Su Jingming could only muster about 140 cards through sheer physicality. However, that was before. Now, things were different. With a surge of resolve, he summoned the Chaos Divine Thunder. Crackling with energy, Su Jingming transformed into a veritable thunder god. Surrounded by countless purple arcs of lightning, the sharp sound of electric sparks reverberating through the air. With a pointed finger, a bolt of purple lightning shot forth, striking the target with ferocious intensity. This time, the memory metal target, after indenting, took a full 7 to 8 seconds to recover. Simultaneously, the smart screen displayed an astonishing figure: 3,012 cards. The power had reached an astounding 3,000 cards. This was nearly 10 times the strength of his physical prowess. Su Jingming gasped in astonishment. It is important to note that the average attack intensity of a first-tier ability user is only around 1,000 cards. An attack strength of 3,000 cards is typically achieved only by mid-tier first-tier ability users. Truly, the S-grade ability is extraordinarily formidable. Su Jingming could not help but marvel. According to the information stored in his memory, ability users are categorized from first tier to ninth tier, comprising a total of 9 levels, each with subdivisions of lower, middle, and upper tiers. Remarkably, he was merely an awakened individual, yet with the S-grade ability of Chaos Divine Thunder, he could unleash attack intensities comparable to that of a mid-tier first-tier ability user. No wonder nations covet high-level awakened individuals. The disparity between different grades is indeed vast. However, 3,000 cards are not my limit. Su Jingming took a deep breath, allowing the electric energy of Chaos Divine Thunder to envelop the black obsidian spear. Lightning Gale Strike. Within the training chamber, a flash of lightning illuminated the space as the spear surged forth like a purple-black dragon, hurtling towards the wall. Boom! With a resounding crash, the room trembled under the tremendous force of impact, the very walls vibrating in response. When the lightning dissipated, the memory metal target on the wall appeared as though it had been pierced by a bolt of lightning. Its center melted into a metallic pit, irreparable. Terrifying fissures radiated from the center, resembling a spider's web, spreading across the entire wall and revealing cables still crackling with electricity within the exposed seams. These cables, interconnected with the memory metal, serve to measure the attack intensity. This appearance clearly indicates that it is no longer usable. Su Jingming turned his gaze toward the intelligent screen on his right, and indeed, it displayed no data. I had entered the primary training room, equipped with memory metal capable of withstanding the attacks of a first-tier advanced ability user. The damage to the memory metal was evidently a result of enduring an attack that had reached its limit. In other words, my strike was already comparable to that of a first-tier advanced ability user. Truly formidable, as expected from martial techniques. The Lightning Gale Break is currently the sole martial technique in Su Jingming's possession. Naturally, this technique was meticulously chosen to seamlessly integrate his lightning-based abilities with his marksmanship. In fact, the majority of martial techniques employed by ability users are intricately linked to the abilities they possess. With an attack intensity rivaling that of a first-tier advanced ability user, it appears that tomorrow's entrance examination will surely be an exhilarating affair. A smile of anticipation graced Su Jingming's lips as he sheathed his black obsidian spear and exited the training room. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall has dedicated maintenance staff, ensuring that even if equipment is damaged, it will be promptly repaired. Of course, there is no need for compensation, as those capable of damaging equipment are precisely the type of individuals most welcomed at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. After taking a tour, it became apparent that our Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall is superior in many ways. The training rooms here are not only smaller, but also lack the latest testing equipment. Is it any wonder that our annual membership fee of 100,000 Daxia coins is not without reason? Having wandered for a while, boredom began to set in. Boredom? Why don't we head to the combat room for a few matches? Tang Chi and her trio strolled down the corridor of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. They had initially intended to unwind before the impending entrance examination, which is why they chose to visit the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. However, after meandering for a while, they quickly found themselves feeling quite dull. Thus, when someone suggested heading to the combat room, their eyes lit up with excitement. Suddenly, a sharp and somewhat jarring collision echoed, causing the very ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly. Such a potent surge of energy. It has reached the level of an ability user, exclaimed a boy with ear studs. He had awakened a C-level psychic ability, making him acutely sensitive to energy fluctuations. I recall that this floor is specifically designated for high school students. How could those few abnormal individuals from Jiangsheng who have reached the level of ability users be training here at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall? Questioned the adorable girl in a dress, Xiaoya, with a furrowed brow. Although Jiangsheng is located in a barren area of Jiangnan province and lacks a profound educational foundation, there are still a rare few among the high school crowd who have broken through to become ability users. Is one of those prodigies training here? Or has a new ability user emerged among high school students? Let us go take a look. The sudden commotion instantly piqued the interest of Tang Chi and her companions, and they turned towards the direction of the training room. Chapter 6. Su Jingming, refreshed before the entrance examination. Tang Chi and her group hurriedly walked through the corridor and rounded a corner, only to encounter Su Jingming approaching with a black long spear slung over his back. Tang Chi was taken aback to see Su Jingming again. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly regained her composure and asked, "Are you heading home?" "Training has concluded, and I wish to return early to prepare," he replied. "Well then, good luck on the martial arts entrance examination tomorrow, but do remember to prioritize your safety." Although she felt that Su Jingming, with only an E-level ability, was being overly ambitious by participating in the martial arts entrance examination, she still encouraged him as he was her cousin. "All right, Chi Jia, you too." Su Jingming beamed, revealing a radiant smile before they passed each other. Tang Chi and her friends did not pause, but continued their search for the source of the earlier surge of power. There are not many training rooms in this vicinity, merely 8 in total. Thus, it did not take long for Tang Chi and her friends to locate the room Su Jingming had used. Upon entering, they were met with walls shattered like a spider's web, leaving them wide-eyed in astonishment. Even the usually composed Tang Chi had her mouth slightly agape. "Good heavens! Even the memory metal has been obliterated. What kind of attack could have caused this?" exclaimed a youth clad in white casual attire, his expression exaggerated. "From the residual energy, I can still sense that incredibly violent force. Whoever unleashed this attack, even if not a second-tier ability user, must certainly be at the peak of the first tier," remarked the ear-studded youth, his expression grave. "Peak of the first tier? Could it even be a second tier? Are there such powerful high school students in Jiangsheng?" Xiaoya said, her face a mask of disbelief. "It's likely not a high school student. Perhaps an ability user, unaware of the regulations. Inadvertently entered the 3rd floor and utilized a training room for strength testing," Tang Chi suggested, shaking her head. "Indeed, such a level of attack could not possibly be achieved by a high school student. Even the geniuses from provincial capitals would struggle to reach the peak of the first tier. It is implausible for someone like that to emerge from Jiangxing." The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Given the pressure from the few ability-using candidates from Jiangxing, the thought of any candidate reaching the 2nd tier was daunting. They might as well buy a block of tofu and end it all. "Hey, only Su Jingming passed through here just now. Do you think this attack could have been caused by him? Perhaps he is a super genius who has been hiding his strength, waiting to astonish everyone in tomorrow's examination?" Xiaoya blinked, suddenly entertaining a fanciful thought. "Have you been reading too many web novels about pretending to be weak? How could such an absurd notion even cross your mind?" The ear-studded youth replied, somewhat exasperated. "Hiding strength requires the conditions to do so. An E-level awaken user would be fortunate to achieve an attack intensity of 300 calories. This corridor leads outside, so that powerful ability user must have exited from the other side, which is why we didn't encounter them. Ability ratings are not arbitrarily assigned. They are based on developmental potential. An E-level ability inherently caps Su Jingming's limits." "That's true," Xiaoya conceded, nodding in agreement after contemplating for a moment. Meanwhile, Tang Chi, who had been quietly listening, suddenly began to doubt her previous certainty as she recalled the tall figure that had just departed. Is it really foolish for Su Jingming to participate in the martial arts entrance examination? The literary examination for Jiangsheng is conducted within the educational buildings of various schools, while the martial arts entrance examination takes place in the nearby military district. Students must first gather at the city sports complex before being transported to the military district. The assembly time is set for 8 in the morning. Thus, The following day, Su Jingming rose early, fully equipped. In addition to the 2-meter-long F-class black obsidian spear slung across his back, he donned an F-class black combat suit and black boots. The combat suit and boots, crafted from the hides of fierce beasts, are exceptionally resilient. They not only resist damage during battles with ferocious creatures, but also mitigate a portion of harm. I'm ready for the martial arts entrance examination. With a resolute gaze, Su Jingming strode out of his room with steady steps. Jiangcheng, Jinxiu Community. This is a renowned villa community in Jiangcheng, within one of the opulent villas. As Tang Qi concluded her breakfast and donned her gear, she was unexpectedly halted by a noblewoman who bore a striking resemblance to her. Xiao Qi. You and Xiao Ming are in the same examination hall, are you not? Mother, I mentioned last time that there is only one examination venue for the martial arts entrance exam in Jiangcheng. Naturally, he and I will be in the same hall. As she responded, Tang Qi meticulously conducted her final equipment check. She had awakened a special B-grade ability, Shadow Cat. Once activated, her physique, flexibility, and reaction speed would see a significant enhancement. Hence, she chose a dagger as her weapon, favoring its agility. Her battle attire was also tailored to be form-fitting and lightweight. Should you encounter Xiao Ming in the examination hall, do extend him a helping hand. After all, your cousin possesses merely an E-grade ability, making it perilous for him in the martial arts entrance exam, the noblewoman advised earnestly. Also, do prioritize your own safety. Even if your scores are slightly lacking, do not recklessly engage with high-level beasts. Although Tang Qi longed to articulate that the examination venue was vast and the likelihood of encountering Xiao Ming was nearly non-existent, she nodded in acknowledgement, noting the concern in her mother's eyes. Understood. Upon confirming that her equipment was in order, she entered the car that her driver had parked at the entrance, setting off for the municipal sports complex. Jiangcheng boasted 3 high schools, with the total number of senior students nearing 3,000. Excluding those sitting for the liberal arts exam, approximately 1,400 would be participating in the martial arts entrance exam. To transport these students, the city deployed around 40 buses, which were neatly parked outside the sports complex according to their respective schools and classes. Students arriving simply needed to board their designated buses. Son, for this martial arts entrance exam, I do not expect you to achieve remarkable results. The utmost priority is your safety. Father, I understand. Daughter, remember to protect yourself during the exam. Among the students arriving at the sports complex, some were alone while others were accompanied by their parents. Those with parental accompaniment received the most admonitions regarding safety before boarding. From a distance, Su Jingming observed this scene upon arriving at the sports complex, and it was impossible for him not to feel a tinge of envy. As an orphan in his past life, he had yearned for parental affection. Unfortunately, even after his transmigration, he remained solitary. Taking a deep breath, Su Jingming composed himself. After locating the bus for Jiangcheng's second high school, Class 5, he climbed aboard. Hey, is that Su Jingming? I never noticed how handsome he looked in battle attire. I never realized he possessed such a sharp demeanor before. Wow, so dashing. Due to his previous introverted nature, Su Jingming had been among the least noticeable in Class 5. Even if he missed a day of class, aside from his close friend Zhang Hao and the homeroom teacher, few would take note. Of course, Su Jingming himself had good attributes, standing at 186 meters tall with a handsome appearance. However, his past self had a habit of slouching, and his gaze often evaded, rendering him less conspicuous. Now, having transmigrated, Su Jingming's gaze was no longer evasive but rather clear and spirited, his posture upright. Clad in a sleek black battle suit, with a formidable black spear slung across his back, he exuded a refreshed aura, appearing both fierce and powerful. This transformation drew astonished and fervent gazes from several girls on the bus. As Su Jingming boarded, Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher responsible for taking attendance from the passenger seat, was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and marked Su Jingming's name on the roster. As time progressed, the names on Chen Fan's list filled steadily. When the last student from Class 5 arrived for the martial arts entrance exam, the teacher declared, "Class 5 is all present. Let us depart." Chapter 7. The Ruined Town. Examination Regulations. The entrance exam is a grand event for the Great Xia Kingdom. To ensure students receive ample rest, noise control measures have been implemented a month prior to the exam across various provinces and cities. In some upscale neighborhoods, specialized soundwave ability users are even hired. At 9 o'clock each night, they employ their powers to isolate all external sounds from the community. On the day of the entrance exam, protections for the candidates reached a stringent level. Not only were traffic controls enforced on the roads, but armed soldiers and teams of ability users patrolled key thoroughfares to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Consequently, the 40-plus buses transporting students to the martial arts entrance exam traversed the city without obstruction and swiftly entered the military district located on the outskirts. The buses arrived at an open area where students disembarked in succession. Surrounding the open space, a soldier stood every 3 meters, armed and standing tall. The seriousness etched on their faces left no doubt that any attempt to breach the formation would be met with a hail of bullets. At the forefront of the open space stood a makeshift podium. Behind it was a vast area enclosed by barbed wire, encompassing the dilapidated ruins of a town. This expansive region was devoid of a discernible end, with shadows of beasts flitting ominously between the debris, accompanied by their menacing roars. Ah, there lies our examination venue. Whoa, did I just see a unicorn rhinoceros? A unicorn rhinoceros? Surely, this year's examination questions cannot be that excessively challenging. The ruined town within the military district, originally known as Weiyuan Town, was a small village under Jiangxing that had fallen victim to a beast tide decades ago, becoming a wasteland. Although it was later reclaimed by the military, its reconstruction held little value, thus it was repurposed as a training ground for troops. However, every year on June 7th, it also served as a venue for the martial arts entrance exam. Of course, the types of beasts present were not as randomly assigned as during regular military training. They were determined by the examiners of Jiangnan province. All martial arts entrance exam locations across the prefecture utilized the same combinations of beasts, ensuring absolute fairness in the examination process. The species and strength of the beasts dictated the difficulty level of the exam. Generally, powerful beasts would not be found in the outskirts of the ruined town, where only common beasts like shadow cats and iron-haired boars roamed. However, in past exams, rare and formidable beasts like the unicorn rhinoceros and blade-arm tiger had appeared in the vicinity, indicating that this year's martial arts entrance exam would be more challenging, with heightened risks of mortality. Thus, upon glimpsing the unicorn rhinoceros through the barbed wire, many students turned pale, their composure fracturing. What of the unicorn rhinoceros? If one cannot contend with such a creature, even if fortunate enough to enter a university for abilities, they will amount to little. A commanding voice suddenly rose above the murmur of the students, cutting through their discussions. It belonged to a young man clad in a light blue battle suit, reminiscent of an ancient swordsman wielding a long sword. His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a chivalrous hero. He stood resolute, his eyes sharp and piercing, evoking a formidable sense of pressure akin to that of a hawk. Numerous students, brimming with indignation, turned their heads to engage in a debate. However, upon realizing the identity of the individual before them, they fell silent, their bravado swiftly dissipated. This peculiar scene left Su Jingming feeling bewildered, prompting him to curiously inquire of a tall classmate equipped with a sword and shield beside him. Who is this person with such an imposing demeanor? The towering figure, Lu Jia, possessed a C-grade enhancement ability known as gigantism. When he activated his power, his physique could swell to over twice its size, thus significantly amplifying his strength. Among Class 5, apart from his close friend Zhang Hao, Su Jingming shared a camaraderie with Lu Jia. Who else could it be but Zhou Mingyang, the renowned gentle breeze sword from First High School? Lu Jia gestured with his chin. Realization dawned upon Su Jingming. First High School in Jiangxing boasts the most profound educational heritage in the entire city. It not only offers authentic courses taught by awakened individuals, but also periodically arranges practical combat sessions with ferocious beasts. The students produced there are exceptionally formidable, with nearly all top 10 candidates for the Jiangxing Martial Science College entrance examination hailing from First High. Zhou Mingyang stands out as one of the most exceptional students. Possessing a B-grade elemental wind ability, Swift Gale, upon unleashing his power, he can not only conjure razor-sharp wind blades, but also reduce air resistance, greatly enhancing his speed and attack velocity. His Swift Gale is regarded as part of the elite echelon among all awakened abilities in Jiangxing. Moreover, Zhou Mingyang is among the rare few who have transitioned from an awakened individual to an empowered one, making him a prime contender for the top spot in the Jiangxing Martial Science College entrance examination before it even occurs, earning him the moniker Gentle Breeze Sword. Such a formidable individual naturally intimidates ordinary examinees. Indeed, wielding a sword demands such an indomitable spirit. The principal of First High School observed the scene with evident satisfaction. Soon, over 40 buses unloaded their occupants into the open space, where students lined up neatly according to their respective schools and classes. Each class was accompanied by their respective homeroom teacher. At this moment, a middle-aged man in military attire ascended the podium at the front of the open area. He was tall and imposing, with a long scar etched across his right cheek. A mere sweep of his gaze silenced the murmurs among the students. If Zhou Mingyang's eyes instilled a sense of pressure, the officer's gaze was akin to that of a ferocious beast, evoking a palpable sense of dread. He is undoubtedly an awakened individual of at least second-tier capability. Su Jingming mused. I am Wang Haiyang, the commander of this Jiangxing Martial Science College entrance examination. Before we commence, I shall reiterate the important guidelines. This examination will officially begin at 9 o'clock this morning and conclude at 9 o'clock tonight, lasting a total of 12 hours. The examination will take place in the ruined town behind me, which, like previous years, is divided into the outer, central, and core zones. The outer regions are inhabited by non-tiered beasts. The central region is home to peak non-tiered and first-tier beasts, while the core zone is filled with beasts of first-tier status and above. The innermost area is dominated by high-tier first and second-tier beasts. Wang Haiyang's voice resonated across the field. He did not require a microphone, yet his words reached each student with clarity. The outer, central, core, and innermost zones correspond to varying levels of difficulty, akin to a mathematics examination. The innermost area, teeming with high-tier first and second-tier beasts, is reserved for the most exceptional students to conquer. A smile crept upon Su Jingming's lips. In the past, he would have only dared to challenge beasts in the outer zone. However, now he felt confident enough to enter the core zone and even venture into the innermost area. Eliminating different types and tiers of beasts would yield varying scores. The higher the beast's tier, the greater its strength, and correspondingly, the higher the score obtained for its defeat. However, I urge everyone to assess their capabilities wisely and select a suitable area for beast hunting. Now, we shall begin the distribution of resources. Wang Haiyang gestured with his right hand, and several squads of soldiers emerged from the sides, while a large truck approached from the distance. As the truck's cargo doors swung open, an array of black tactical backpacks was revealed. Under the soldiers' distribution, every examinee received a tactical backpack. Inside each backpack were 3 items: a smartwatch to track the number and types of beasts slain and accumulate points, a map of the ruined town to ascertain the examinee's location, and 3 energy bars that, when consumed, could swiftly replenish physical stamina. Lastly, there was a safety ball, a silvery metal sphere. When activated, it would generate an impenetrable electric net against ordinary beasts. However, using the safety ball would signify an early end to the examination. Su Jingming strapped the smart watch onto his wrist, placed the energy bars into the tactical backpack slung across his back, and hung the safety ball at his waist, ensuring he could activate it swiftly in a moment of peril. Other students adopted similar arrangements. Yet, even with the safety ball, it did not guarantee absolute safety. For amidst the chaos of battling beasts, life and death could hinge on a mere instant, leaving little time to activate the safety ball. Chapter 8. The official commencement of the first slaughter. Each backpack contained a smartwatch, 3 energy bars, and a safety ball. All examinees are advised to verify their items. If anything is missing, please report to the podium for replacements. After Wang Haiyang delivered this announcement, he descended from the podium. It was now 8:40, leaving over 20 minutes until the Martial Science College entrance examination commenced. As Wang Haiyang stepped down, the multitude of students in the open area began to relax. Any teams in need of a meat shield? I possess a D-grade enhancement ability, capable of both tanking and dealing damage. Sigh, the difficulty of this examination is quite daunting. It seems impossible not to form teams. I have a C-grade mental ability that can momentarily suspend a beast's cognition. Any teams need me? Our team lacks a heavy hitter. Anyone with an output ability of D-grade or higher is welcome to join us. The Martial Science College entrance examination does not prohibit students from forming teams. However, the points earned from slaying beasts as a group are divided among all members, making it significantly less efficient than solo endeavors. Consequently, most participants would still opt to enter the examination individually. Nonetheless, the recent encounter with the unicorn rhinoceros had already demonstrated that this year's examination would pose exceptional challenges. Thus, even those who initially planned to refrain from teaming up began seeking partners. Su Jingming, I assume you haven't joined a team yet? Why not come with us? We still need a supportive output. Your lightning ability would be a perfect complement. A girl clad in a form-fitting silver outfit that accentuated her graceful figure approached Su Jingming. Her exquisite features were complemented by a gentle smile. For ordinary students, the invitation of such a beautiful girl would be a coveted opportunity. Yet, Su Jingming felt a slight flutter of apprehension. The girl, named Lin Qingyuan, was the class monitor of Class 5 and known for her amiable disposition. Coupled with her beauty and figure, she held a high reputation within Class 5. The gentle-natured class monitor, upon learning of Su Jingming's orphan status, discreetly extended her assistance during class activities and academic pursuits. Lin Qingyuan believed her efforts to be subtle, yet her inherently introverted and sensitive disposition quickly detected this shift in dynamics. She even harbored a secret belief that Lin Qingyuan held a fondness for her. However, the transmigrated Su Jingming was acutely aware that Lin Qingyuan's actions stemmed solely from her benevolent nature. Her invitation to form a team with him was motivated by this same kindness. Yet, my dear aunt, one must learn to gauge the appropriateness of the situation. The martial arts college entrance examination is a decisive juncture. No one desires an encumbrance in their ranks, and Lin Qingyuan's invitation would undoubtedly discomfort the other members of the team. Su Jingming glanced back, and indeed, upon witnessing Lin Qingyuan's proposition, the expressions of her fellow team members turned a shade reminiscent of pig liver. Class monitor, I intend to enter the examination alone. You all may form your team, Su Jingming stated, shaking his head. Simultaneously, he marveled at Lin Qingyuan's innocent kindness. Evidently, her family had provided her with ample protection, for such a disposition could not have been cultivated otherwise. Is that so? Very well. Take care in the examination hall. Lin Qingyuan was about to continue her persuasion, but upon seeing the earnestness in Su Jingming's eyes, she recognized the futility of her efforts. With a sigh of disappointment, she turned and departed. It was fortunate that this lad possessed some sense. In the class team, Lin Qingyuan's remaining teammates also breathed a sigh of relief. As Lin Qingyuan held the position of captain, they had no means to contest her decision. However, allowing someone with merely E-level abilities like Su Jingming into their team would significantly lower their overall score. Refusing Lin the Beauty's invitation to team up, you're quite the character. Aiming, how many would yearn for a chance to partner with her? After Lin Qingyuan left, Lu Jia approached with a lewd grin. Oh, spare me. You know our class monitor is precisely like this, fond of aiding the weak. Su Jingming rolled his eyes. So you are aware? I thought you fancied this as someone else harboring a crush on you. Lu Jia feigned surprise. But on another note, are you truly planning to enter the examination solo? This martial arts college entrance examination is quite challenging. Your E-level abilities may not suffice on your own. However, if you are willing to address me as Big Brother, I could reluctantly lend you a hand. Lu Jia tossed his hair dramatically. Interestingly, Lu Jia, who once shared Su Jingming's reticence, had become increasingly flamboyant since awakening his C-level abilities. Though his words were rather irksome, Su Jingming recognized Lu Jia's genuine concern for him. Truly, a good brother. Naturally, he would never express such sentiments aloud. What a joke. Do I really need your assistance? Su Jingming feigned an exaggerated scoff, donning an enigmatic smile. To tell you the truth, I am no longer the person I once was. I have transformed significantly. I am aiming for the top scholar of Jiangnan province. Should you wish to call me father, I might begrudgingly guide you into the top 100 of Jiangnan province. With that, Su Jingming mimicked Lu Jia's flamboyance, tossing his hair back. Such is the camaraderie among boys, vying to be each other's father. Top scholar of Jiangnan province? You do have quite the imagination. When did I fail to notice your flair for exaggeration? If Zhang Hao were here, he would surely be laughing his head off, Lu Jia exclaimed, his eyes bulging in astonishment. Indeed, in these times, even speaking the truth draws disbelief. Societal morals are indeed declining. Su Jingming sighed, shaking his head. As Su Jingming and Lu Jia continued their playful banter, time slipped away swiftly. Before long, the clock struck 9. With a loud clap, the gates to Ruins Town swung open, and Wang Haiyang ascended the podium, announcing the 2037th Martial Arts College Entrance Examination of Jiangxing officially commences. Candidates, please proceed into the examination hall. No sooner had he finished speaking than over 1,400 candidates sprang into action. The Martial Arts College Entrance Examination had begun. This time, I shall make a resounding impression. My aspiration is Jiangnan University of Ability users, dressed in combat attire and wielding their weapons. The candidates surged into Ruins Town like a horde of locusts. Influenced by such an atmosphere, Su Jingming removed his long gun and joined the throng. Laughing heartily as he entered, Ruins Town loomed like the gaping maw of an abyss, engulfing all students within. Outside, the open space quickly became desolate. Activating the Ruins surveillance cameras and following drones, preparations for the live broadcast of the entrance examination commenced. The Great Xia Nation boasts a robust martial spirit, and each year, the live coverage of the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination is broadcast to the public. The unfolding battle is not only observed by educational authorities, but also by school principals and homeroom teachers, who arrange viewings for first and second-year students. Consequently, as the candidates entered the examination hall, thousands of hidden cameras in Ruins Town simultaneously activated. Simultaneously, over 50 military drones ascended, capturing footage of those prominent candidates who had garnered fame prior to the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. Soon, the sky above the open space was adorned with various images. Meanwhile, principals, homeroom teachers, and educational officials engaged in conversation as they settled into the audience seats. Ruins Town, though a small village beneath Jiangxing, spans a vast area. With over 1,400 candidates entering, aside from some congestion at the entrance, deeper exploration felt akin to a single droplet of water merging into the ocean, causing nary a ripple. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts possess a degree of intelligence. Thus, upon the influx of numerous candidates into Ruin's town, these beasts did not promptly launch an attack, but rather concealed themselves. Consequently, various teams and lone wanderers commenced their respective endeavors, delving deeper into Ruin's town. Yang, known for his wind sword from first high school, immediately utilized his abilities upon entering the examination hall, manipulating the fierce winds to reduce air resistance. He dashed forth like a cheetah. Su Jingming, too, chose a direction, descending with his long gun in hand while activating the smartwatch on his wrist. Instantly, a blue virtual screen projected from the smartwatch, appearing before Su Jingming's eyes, accompanied by a line of black text. Please verify your identity on the smartwatch. Blue Star technology has developed far beyond past eras, and such virtual projections have become a well-established technology. Su Jingming was unfazed. He extended his left thumb and pressed it against the smartwatch screen. Fingerprint verification in progress. Verification successful. Candidate, Su Jingming, Jiangxing Second High School, Grade 3, 5. Examination ID, 2037-214-7849. The virtual projection displayed Su Jingming's identity information. Simultaneously, a small box appeared in the upper right corner, revealing his score details. Name, Su Jingming. Class, Jiangnan Second High School, Grade 3, 5. Score, 0. A second box displayed the score rankings for the Jiangxing Martial Arts College entrance examination. First, Zhou Mingyang, 7 points. Jiangxing First High School. Second, Li Yuan, 5 points. Jiangxing First High School. Third, Zhao Hu, 4 points. Jiangxing First High School. Rank 874. Su Jingming, 0 points. Jiangxing Second High School. Truly, the first high school excels, having swiftly vanquished a ferocious beast. Shaking his head, Su Jingming selected the map option on the virtual screen before him. The screen displayed a map of the town's ruins, an irregular circle marked with various colors to denote different regions. The outer area was marked in green, the middle in yellow, while the core area was highlighted in red, with the innermost zone shaded in a deeper crimson. Su Jingming's white dot, representing himself, was positioned at the edge of the map. There remained quite a distance from the periphery to the core, so he resolved to head directly toward the central region. Not long into his journey, he was confronted by a ferocious beast the size of a leopard. Its fur was as dark as ink, yet its vertically slit orange eyes were striking. If not for the fangs protruding from its mouth and the sharp claws stained with dark crimson blood, it would be considered a remarkably beautiful creature. This beast was known as the Shadow Cat. Well versed in the bestiary of ferocious beasts, Su Jingming immediately recognized its identity. This species was exceedingly common in the wilderness areas. However, commonality did not imply that the Shadow Cat was an easy adversary. On the contrary, it indicated their remarkable adaptability. Characterized by swift speed, razor-sharp claws, and a biting force exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Many candidates had perished at the hands of the Shadow Cat. With a bloodthirsty low growl upon spotting a human, the Shadow Cat lunged towards Su Jingming with all its might. The scent of fresh flesh ignited its predatory instincts, accelerating its charge. Generally, those encountering a ferocious beast for the first time would find themselves in a state of panic, unaware of their own turmoil. Yet, Su Jingming remained remarkably composed in the face of the Shadow Cat. Soon, the beast closed within 3 meters of him and leaped into the air. Its claws poised to strike at Su Jingming's head with a force capable of shattering his skull like a watermelon. Anticipating this very moment, an expression of primal excitement flickered across the Shadow Cat's face. However, in the next instant, a shadowy figure flashed past. The entire Shadow Cat was pierced through the throat by a sharp gun barrel, impaling it midair. Vivid crimson blood erupted like a fountain from the severed carotid artery. Having slain a non-tier ferocious beast, the Shadow Cat, Su Jingming earned 3 ability points. Chapter 9. Advanced Marksmanship. Swift as lightning. Why are these creatures labeled as ferocious? Beyond their inherent brutality, ferocious beasts exude a unique aura of ferocity. This aura, when compared to humans, resembles that of a seasoned assassin, one capable of instilling deep fear with merely a glance. Ordinary individuals encountering such professional killers might find themselves trembling with terror. Ferocious beasts possess this special aura, which often renders first-time awakeners paralyzed by fear, causing them to underperform, typically only able to utilize a fraction of their capabilities. Some may even freeze, completely forgetting how to attack or wield their weapons. Consequently, prior to the martial examination, families with some influence often hire professional awakeners as bodyguards to escort their children into the wilderness, allowing them to acclimate to combat against ferocious beasts. Su Jingming, however, lacked such privileges. Hence, he had contemplated whether he might experience adverse reactions upon confronting a ferocious beast for the first time. Yet, upon encountering the Shadow Cat, He exhibited no response to its menacing aura, maintaining the clarity of thought to precisely calculate the beast's trajectory and dispatch it with a single shot. It is said that awakeners typically require several encounters to overcome the fear of facing such formidable creatures. However, some individuals are naturally insensitive to this aura. It seems I am one such exception. With a swift motion, Su Jingming yanked the black obsidian gun from the shadow cat's neck. With a resounding thud, the beast's carcass fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This shadow cat, likely unfamiliar with a weapon of such caliber, had foolishly leaped at him, sealing its fate. Unlike the clumsily built iron-haired boar or the arm-blade tiger, the shadow cat was agile, capable of sprinting at a terrifying speed of 17 ms. Against the former two beasts, an awakener might still escape if they could not prevail. Yet, facing a shadow cat, there was no chance to flee. It would relentlessly pursue to the death. Thus, the shadow cat earned the moniker of rookie killer. Under normal circumstances, without relying on abilities, Su Jingming would find it nearly impossible to achieve a one-hit kill, especially given his lack of combat experience against ferocious beasts. However, the shadow cat made a critical error by opting for a leaping claw attack. Against an awakener wielding a longsword or a broadsword, such a tactic might have succeeded, as the beast's claws could reach the awakener by the time it was within striking distance. Yet, Su Jingming's black obsidian gun measured an impressive 2 meters in length. As the saying goes, an inch of height, an inch of strength. Thus, the airborne shadow cat was dispatched before it even entered the range of attack. Moreover, had it not been for the system notification, Su Jingming might have nearly forgotten that slaying ferocious beasts granted ability points. Observing the newly acquired 3 ability points on the system panel, his heart surged with excitement. This signified that if he were to accumulate sufficient ability points in the forthcoming battles, his strength could further enhance. However, the points awarded for slaying a non-tier ferocious beast were rather meager, necessitating a swift journey to the middle region. Similar to awakeners, ferocious beasts are categorized into 9 tiers. From 1 to 9, beasts below tier 1 are classified as non-tier ferocious beasts, corresponding to human awakeners. Lacking experience in battling ferocious beasts, Su Jingming had initially planned to acclimatize himself in the outer regions. Yet, since he displayed minimal reaction to the beast's aura, lingering in the periphery held little significance. Consequently, Su Jingming hoisted his black obsidian gun and charged toward the central area of the ruined town with fervor. Compared to Zhou Mingyang, who wielded wind elemental abilities, Su Jingming's speed was not particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, during his sprint, he continued to eliminate ferocious beasts. He slayed a non-tier ferocious beast, the iron-haired boar, earning 5 ability points. He vanquished another non-tier ferocious beast, the shadow cat, gaining 3 points, and dispatched a non-tier ferocious beast, the unicorn rhinoceros, securing 6 points. Throughout these encounters, Su Jingming refrained from utilizing his abilities, aiming instead to hone his marksmanship and accumulate combat experience. After all, employing an S-class ability like the Purple Sky Thunder against these non-tier beasts would yield only instant kills, devoid of any training value. Furthermore, the rarer the ability, the greater the consumption when employed. Su Jingming's original E-level ability, Weak Electricity, could be sustained for over 3 hours when fully unleashed. However, after transforming into the S-level ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, he might struggle to maintain it for even an hour when exerting himself to the fullest. It is crucial to note that the martial arts college entrance exam lasts a full 12 hours. If he depletes his abilities in the initial phase, he would be left defenseless when confronting mid-tier and even high-tier ferocious beasts in the core zone. Therefore, he resolved to refrain from using his abilities and wait until he entered the core area to unleash them. Moreover, after each battle, Su Jingming felt a tangible enhancement in his skills. The cumulative experiences from these encounters dramatically accelerated his combat awareness and marksmanship at an extraordinary pace. Particularly in terms of marksmanship, the more he practiced, the more fluid it became, even reaching a state of effortless mastery, a sensation he had never experienced before. Could it be that my marksmanship has unknowingly transcended its previous limits? On the dilapidated path of the bygone era, Su Jingming stood beside the lifeless body of a ferocious beast. This creature, as large as a small car, bore razor-sharp horns and robust limbs. Its skin a deep brown hue. Even in death, it emanated an aura of formidable ferocity. This was precisely the ferocious beast known as the unicorn rhinoceros, which candidates dreaded facing the most. The beast's body was riddled with gaping wounds, with the fatal blow delivered to its head. The obsidian spearhead of his weapon pierced through its eye socket and into its brain with a violent ferocity, obliterating its critical neural pathways. The unicorn rhinoceros was undeniably dead. With a soft pop, Su Jingming withdrew his spear, drawing forth a mixture of red and white from the beast's head. An ordinary person confronted with such a scene might succumb to nausea, but Su Jingming remained unfazed, even opening his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, awakened. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 141 Chi Blood. Mentality, 160 Hz. Skill, Marksmanship, Intermediate, Lightning Gale Break, Beginner. Ability points, 213. Indeed, his marksmanship had advanced to the intermediate level. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with delight, and he couldn't help but reflect that practical combat significantly enhances one's prowess. After over 6 years of marksmanship practice in his previous life, he had only achieved the beginner level. Yet, after merely engaging in dozens of battles with ferocious beasts, he had elevated his marksmanship to the intermediate level. While there was undoubtedly an element of accumulated experience, it still underscored the importance of real combat. If intermediate marksmanship grants me such freedom, what might further advancements in my skills yield? Over 3 hours had elapsed since the martial arts college entrance exam commenced. Throughout the journey, Su Jingming encountered over 40 ferocious beasts, ranging from the relatively lowly shadow cats to the more formidable armored tigers and unicorn rhinoceroses. Each beast he dispatched rewarded him with a certain number of ability points, though he had not meticulously tracked the total. Now, upon examination, he discovered he had amassed an impressive 213 ability points, sufficient for skill upgrades. And this was merely the beginning. Once he entered the central region, the accumulation of ability points through the use of Purple Sky Divine Thunder to slay beasts would accelerate even further. After some contemplation, Su Jingming found himself unable to resist the temptation and promptly clicked the plus sign next to marksmanship. Instantly, a torrent of techniques related to marksmanship flooded into his mind. This infusion of knowledge was not akin to the fleeting impressions of a movie. It was as if Su Jingming had genuinely honed his marksmanship for decades. Once the infusion of marksmanship knowledge was complete, Su Jingming swiftly drew his spear. In the blink of an eye, the obsidian spear struck out 4 times in rapid succession, akin to a bolt of black lightning, swift and perilous. Chapter 10. Su Jingming. In the top 50, am I not mistaken? On the aged streets. The F-grade alloy black spear in Su Jingming's hand moved with the grace and agility of a sleek black dragon. When Su Jingming abruptly halted his movements, the spearhead, which had transitioned from extreme motion to absolute stillness, generated enough friction with the air to raise its temperature, releasing a plume of steam. With this marksmanship alone, he could vanquish first-tier ferocious beasts. Su Jingming had initially believed that marksmanship paled in comparison to the 2 foundational attributes of physique and mentality. However, with the aid of the Deep Blue system, upon acquiring advanced marksmanship, he realized just how profoundly mistaken he had been. With marksmanship elevated to an advanced level, his speed of drawing the spear had more than doubled. He seamlessly integrated various techniques, ensuring he could counter any adversary. One could assert that even a first-tier ferocious beast with several times his physical strength would merely become a plaything under such marksmanship. Su Jingming then glanced at his system panel. Upgrading his marksmanship to advanced level had cost him 200 ability points, leaving him with a mere 13 points. Alas, were there more ability points at his disposal, he longed to witness the terrifying prowess of master-level marksmanship. Shaking his head, Su Jingming opened the map. The white dot representing him was situated at the edge of the green peripheral area, not far from the central yellow zone. In approximately half an hour, he would enter the central region, which was home to pinnacle unranked ferocious beasts and first-tier beasts. There, the speed of his ability point accumulation would surge. Although the ruins of the town were established decades ago, they were not markedly different from modern cities. The buildings were constructed of concrete, divided into urban and suburban areas. Su Jingming found himself in a residential complex located in the outskirts of the ruins. After enduring the invasion of ferocious beasts and the ravages of time, the entire complex appeared dilapidated. The 6-story residential buildings were mostly in a state of collapse, while those that remained standing exhibited severe erosion. The cobblestone paths underfoot were overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate sight. As Su Jingming sheathed his spear and prepared to turn away, he spotted a group of fellow candidates at the end of the road ahead. This group comprised 3 females and 2 males. Leading them was a tall girl clad in a silver-white combat suit. This girl was none other than Lin Qingyuan, the class leader of Class 5, who had invited Su Jingming to join her team before entering the examination hall. Su Jingming, Lin Qingyuan, noticing him, approached with a joyful expression, her long strides covering the distance in mere moments. Most female combat suits were relatively form-fitting, and Lin Qingyuan's was no exception, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her legs, encased in the snug silver-white suit, appeared particularly long and toned as she moved. Class leader. This was the first time Su Jingming encountered a classmate since his journey, having previously only met candidates from other schools or classes. A smile naturally graced his face. Wow, I didn't expect to run into you here. Did you come here alone? Lin Xingyuan glanced around, noticing the absence of others, and thus curiously inquired. As for the 4 accompanying team members, they too were taken aback by Su Jingming's solitary presence. Typically, E-rank awakened ability users would be eliminated within the first hour or 2 following the commencement of the martial arts examination. Yet here it was, nearly noon. 3 hours since the exam began, and Su Jingming not only remained unscathed, but had ventured deeper into this area. Being alone had its advantages. In response to Lin Xingyuan's question, Su Jingming did not conceal the truth and nodded affirmatively. Impressive. Lin Xingyuan's eyes sparkled, her thumb raised in admiration. We all relied on Xiao Qiao's assistance to reach this point. Among her team, a petite girl named Xiao Qiao shyly nodded. Xiao Qiao possessed a D-rank auxiliary ability known as swift movement, which could enhance the mobility of herself and her teammates to a certain extent. It was precisely because of Xiao Qiao that Lin Xingyuan's team could traverse such a distance. I was rather fortunate. The beasts I encountered along the way were not particularly formidable. Su Jingming, encouraged by Lin Xingyuan's radiant smile, engaged in conversation more than usual. After all, in this hellish place, teeming with ferocious monsters, nothing could elevate one's spirits more than the sight of a beautiful woman. After exchanging a few more words with Lin Xingyuan, Su Jingming decided to take his leave. Class monitor, time is of the essence. Let us converse further after the exam. All right, go ahead. I wish you great success, Lin Xingyuan acknowledged, aware of the urgency of the martial arts examination and refraining from detaining him. She had never anticipated that Su Jingming could make it this far. It seemed he had his own reasons for registering for the martial arts examination. Having lost his parents at a young age, Su Jingming appeared, in Lin Xingyuan's eyes, to be a pitiable soul. It would be truly unfortunate if he were to perish in the examination, but seeing him alive and well now brought her a sense of relief. Captain, come and take a look. This unicorn rhinoceros seems to have just perished. A startled exclamation drew Lin Xingyuan's attention. She noticed the others gathered around the corpse of the unicorn rhinoceros, discussing animatedly. The blood on the wounds had not yet congealed, indicating that death had occurred only minutes prior. While there were numerous injuries on its body, the fatal wound was located on its head. Judging by the shape of the wound, it appeared to be a penetrating injury caused by a long-handled weapon, resembling a spear. Though Lin Xingyuan's team had spotted the unicorn rhinoceros's corpse earlier, they had not paid it much mind, assuming it was slain by another group of examinees. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that the creature had not been dead for long, and the wounds appeared consistent with the spear. You can't be suggesting that Su Jingming was the one who killed this unicorn rhinoceros, right? One boy remarked with a peculiar expression. The unicorn rhinoceros was a notoriously formidable beast. They had only dared to confront it because they were a team of 5. To claim that an E-rank awakened ability user could defeat a unicorn rhinoceros alone was simply unbelievable. Isn't it easy to verify whether Su Jingming was the one who killed it? Just check his score ranking. One boy activated his smartwatch and quickly located Su Jingming's name among the rankings. 46th place. Su Jingming, 256 points. Jiangxing Second High School. Su Jingming, 46th? What? He made it into the top 50. Am I seeing things? Upon noticing the ranking, the boy was momentarily stunned, then vigorously rubbed his eyes. Once he confirmed he was not mistaken, he gasped in disbelief. What is this 46th place? Did you find Su Jingming's ranking? The remaining team members gathered closer. Upon seeing Su Jingming's ranking displayed on the virtual screen, their expressions mirrored the same astonishment. Even Lin Xingyuan, as the team leader, widened her eyes in surprise. Her demeanor transformed into one of innocence. Simultaneously, a shared curiosity arose among the others. Is it possible for an E-rank awakened ability user to possess such formidable strength in this day and age? Chapter 11. Has Su Jingming concealed his true strength? The inquisitive class monitor, Zhou Mingyang, ranked first with a score of 412, seemed to have already engaged in a massacre within the central region. His agile wind ability was indeed efficient for travel, matching the pace of competitors even in the provincial capital's martial arts examination. Speaking of which, Principal Liu is impressive. Nearly all of the top 10 are from your school. On an open area outside Ruin Town, 10 enormous projection screens showcased the top 10 examinees, tracked and filmed by military drones. Beneath these 10 massive projection screens were thousands of smaller ones, capturing footage from fixed cameras stationed throughout Ruin Town, which would only enlarge when necessary. Alongside the projection screens was a ranking list detailing the scores and rankings of each examinee. In the temporary audience seating erected beneath the projection screens, officials from the Education Bureau and principals from various schools were commenting on the students' rankings. Among them was a middle-aged man in a suit with short hair, the focus of attention. He was Liu Hang, the principal of Jiangqing First High School. Other than the lone student from the third high school, all those in the top 10 were from First High School. Zhou Mingyang is our ace. He should be able to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan province with this martial arts examination, remarked a stout middle-aged man seated in the front row of the audience. His name was Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangqing Education Bureau. It has been many years since Jiangqing produced a student who made it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Sitting beside the Education Bureau director, Principal Liu Heng also expressed a sense of nostalgia. Jiangnan province is a populous province in the Daxia Kingdom, encompassing 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. Jiangqing lies in the most remote northern part of Jiangnan province, facing resource scarcity and ranking near the bottom in economic development among the 24 prefecture-level cities. Consequently, the educational funding allocated each year to Jiangxing by the provincial capital, Ning'an City, is minimal. This lack of resources has historically hindered Jiangqing's performance in the martial arts examinations. The best historical outcome was about 7 or 8 years ago when an A-rank awakened ability user managed to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Despite the emergence of more A-rank awakened users over the years, none have succeeded in entering the top 100 since. Yet now, Zhou Mingyang has rekindled their hopes. I have always been quite satisfied with the education at your first high school, Director Zhang Wenshan nodded. The third high school is commendable as well. At least someone has made it into the top 10. However, the second high school is lacking. Their best score is only 18th place. Jiangqing First High School is the premier institution in Jiangqing. In comparison, the second and third high schools fall considerably short. Historically, the top 10 in the martial arts examinations have been monopolized by students from First High School, with rarely any presence from the second and third high schools. This year, we have indeed seen a few students with remarkable talents, the principal of Third High School remarked, a smile unable to be concealed from his face. In contrast, the principal of Second High School, Zhao Yao, appeared somewhat embarrassed. It is noteworthy that in previous years, the second high school consistently outperformed the third high school. However, this year, the situation appears to be reversed. It seems our high school's performance has indeed faltered. Principal Zhao Yao of the second high school scrutinized the rankings for quite some time, only to discover that a mere 8 students from the second high school managed to secure a place within the top 50. Students such as Li Ming, Yang Jian, and Tang Zhu hail from the elite class. Yet who is this Su Jingming? I have never encountered such a name before. The results from the Martial Science College entrance examination directly determine the allocation of educational funding among schools. Thus, Zhao Yao is somewhat familiar with the outstanding students at his institution. Yet, he has never heard of Su Jingming. Perhaps he is a concealed talent from a parallel class. I shall inquire with the homeroom teachers shortly. Zhao Yao paid little mind to it. After all, with so many students at the second high school, it is not surprising that 1 or 2 may choose to hide their true capabilities. While Principal Zhao Yao remained unconcerned, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Chen Fan, was utterly bewildered. He was acutely aware of Su Jingming's status as merely an E-rank awakened individual. How could he possibly break into the top 50? Presently, Su Jingming stands as the highest-ranking student in their entire class. It is simply unfathomable. Could it be that he has concealed his true strength? But regardless of how one may hide their prowess, an E-rank ability remains an E-rank ability. It cannot suddenly transform into an S-rank ability, can it? How on earth did he achieve such a high score? Homeroom teacher Chen Fan found himself at a loss. The Martial Science College entrance examination involves genuine confrontations with ferocious beasts, devoid of any possibility of manipulation. Unfortunately, the main screen above only displays the top 10 scores, while thousands of fixed cameras below are densely packed, rendering it impossible to discern any details. It is utterly futile for Chen Fan to seek out footage of Su Jingming. Without visual evidence, he remains oblivious to the means by which Su Jingming attained such an impressive score. It is akin to a kitten catching a whiff of catnip but being unable to savor it, leaving it restless with anticipation. In the ruins town, after half an hour of vigorous pursuit, Su Jingming finally entered the central region. The roars and howls of beasts echoed in the distance, a stark contrast to the relative calm of the outer zones. The air was thick with a scent of blood and ferocity. Su Jingming tightened his grip on the long spear, a nutritious bar clamped between his teeth, as he stepped upon a dilapidated plastic basin at the roadside. The once resilient plastic, after decades of exposure to the elements, had become as fragile as crisp noodles, shattering into pieces underfoot. As he walked, Su Jingming observed his surroundings. The former Weiyuan town, now known as Ruins Town, boasted a population of nearly 100,000. When the ferocious beasts breached the city's defenses, many inhabitants had not managed to evacuate, resulting in the tragic demise of approximately 50 to 60,000 souls. In the outer suburbs, there were no significant signs of destruction. However, upon entering the urban area of Ruins Town, one could discern the remnants of abandoned vehicles, dried dark red bloodstains on the crumbling ground, and the scattered remains of human skeletons yet to succumb to decay, all bearing witness to the bloodshed and brutality of that fateful day. Chapter 12, A Frenzied Slaughter. Harvesting Ability Points. The urban district, being the most densely populated area, also suffered the gravest devastation from the beasts. Consequently, the buildings here appeared even more dilapidated than those in the suburbs. Su Jingming's gaze fell upon a landscape where almost no structure stood intact. The Daxiao Nation employs real combat as the method for assessing candidates in the Martial Science College entrance examination, not only to evaluate their abilities, but also to ensure that awakened individuals witness firsthand the devastating power of the ferocious beasts. The Daxiao Nation has taken extraordinary measures to protect its citizens, aside from those unfortunate enough to have lived in cities ravaged by the beasts. The majority of citizens will never encounter such creatures in their lifetimes. For ordinary people, this approach poses no problems. However, for the cultivation of awakened individuals, it is imperative to recognize the brutality of the beasts as early as possible. As Su Jingming pondered this, a low growl erupted, and a ferocious beast leaped forth from the ruins. Its appearance bore a resemblance to that of a tiger, albeit significantly larger, with a coat of intermingled yellow and green hues. Most striking were the bone blades that protruded from its forearms, glinting as if forged of metal. Behind it, a whip-like tail dangled toward the ground. It was a first-tier beast, the arm-blade tiger. Su Jingming squinted slightly. Like the shadow cat, the arm-blade tiger is a relatively common ferocious beast. Determining the tier of the arm-blade tiger is simple. One merely needs to observe the length of its bone blades. If they measure less than 20 centimeters, the beast is unranked. If longer, it qualifies as a first-tier creature. This particular arm-blade tiger boasted bone blades measuring approximately 22 to 23 centimeters, categorizing it as a lower-tier first-tier beast. Compared to the unranked arm-blade tiger Su Jingming encountered earlier, this beast exuded a significantly more formidable aura. Its amber eyes glinted with a fierce bloodlust. It seems fortune favors me, as I encounter a first-tier beast upon entering the central region. Downing the remaining liquid from the energy bar, Su Jingming felt a renewed sense of fullness, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Just in time to test my marksmanship. Discarding the energy bar, Su Jingming charged forward, brandishing his black shining spear towards the arm-blade tiger. The sound of the spear scraping against the crumbling concrete echoed, accompanied by a shower of sparks. As a first-tier beast, this arm-blade tiger possessed a rudimentary level of intelligence. Seeing such a seemingly weak human daring to launch an attack, the inherently violent creature emitted an enraged roar. With that, its massive form surged forward like a tank. And even disregarding its gaping maw and sharp bone blades, its sheer size was enough to leave most candidates at a loss. Yet, Su Jingming remained undaunted, his eyes devoid of any hint of panic. With a firm grip, he swung the black shining spear as if it were a windmill. Then, with a swift thrust, he lunged at the arm-blade tiger. Su Jingming's original vitality was already at an impressive 140 points, his physique surpassing that of most candidates. Now, with his marksmanship honed to a higher level, his speed of firing had increased several-fold. Thus, faced with a strike as swift as lightning, the lower-tier arm-blade tiger had no time to react, resulting in a gaping hole in its abdomen. The wound was deep, piercing through its thick fur and skin, allowing the internal organs to be seen through the gushing blood. A normal creature would have succumbed to such a grievous blow, but the arm-blade tiger merely howled in pain before, as if roused by its ferocity, it lunged forward in a frenzied attack. Truly, a first-tier beast possesses remarkable vitality. Without employing any abilities, Su Jingming did not expect this strike to eliminate it outright. Thus, wielding the black radiant spear, he engaged in combat with the arm-blade tiger. With the aid of advanced marksmanship, the spear was wielded by Su Jingming as if it were a dancing dragon. Each thrust produced a new puncture in the tiger's formidable hide. Due to its length, the arm-blade tiger was unable to inflict any significant damage upon Su Jingming. In less than a minute, this first-tier ferocious beast, capable of slaying 99 candidates in the examination arena, was felled by Su Jingming. Its massive body, riddled with wounds, collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling into the air. Remarkably, Su Jingming emerged unscathed, not even a droplet of blood staining his battle attire. Such is the advantage of the long spear. Lacking the requisite strength, one could be pierced to death without even brushing against the opponent's garments. With the demise of the arm-blade tiger, Su Jingming received 10 ability points. Accompanied by the creature's death, the system notification chimed in. The ability points acquired from slaying a first-tier ferocious beast were nearly double those obtained from lesser beings. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This realization spurred him to hasten the hunt for more beasts to reap additional ability points. Stowing the black radiant spear behind him, he wasted no time and dashed toward the source of the densest roars of ferocious beasts. According to the strength of the beasts, the ruins town was divided into 4 zones: the outer area, the middle area, the core, and the innermost core. Most candidates possessed only enough strength to traverse the outer area, while only a select few dared to venture into the middle zone. The core area was daunting even for the elite students of Jiangxing's top high schools, who hesitated before entering. As for the innermost core, inhabited by second-tier ferocious beasts, it was a realm few dared to tread. Only the prodigies of provincial capital cities would venture there. With his S-rank Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, Su Jingming certainly qualified. However, considering the limited duration of his abilities, he decided to remain in the middle area for now, planning to enter the core zone in the final 2 hours. Of course, true wilderness lacked such delineations of strength as the outer and middle areas. It was entirely possible to encounter a high-tier ferocious beast unexpectedly while traversing the wilderness. Su Jingming was acutely aware that this was his sole opportunity to amass ability points in large quantities. Thus, after vanquishing the arm blade tiger, he began his search for more ferocious beasts. Upon locating them, Su Jingming relied solely on his formidable physique and advanced marksmanship to defeat them without the need for his abilities. Seek the beasts, slay them, accumulate ability points. Seek the beasts, slay them, accumulate ability points. Throughout the process of slaying ferocious beasts and gaining ability points, he discerned a pattern. The acquisition of ability points was more closely correlated with the strength of the beasts. For instance, the Shadow Cat and the Unicorn Rhinoceros, both of the same tier, demonstrated that a single Unicorn Rhinoceros could contend with 3 or 4 Shadow Cats simultaneously. Consequently, the ability points gained from slaying a peak non-tier Unicorn Rhinoceros equated to those acquired from defeating a first-tier lower-level Shadow Cat. However, this pattern held little significance for Su Jingming in his current state. He simply focused on the act of slaying. Thus, Su Jingming pressed on without a moment's respite, either battling ferocious beasts or traversing the path to find them. As he continued to slay more beasts, the ability points on his system panel surged, and his scores in the martial arts college entrance examination skyrocketed. Little did Su Jingming know what kind of sensation his actions were causing in the outside world. Chapter 13. Which class is Su Jingming from? The martial arts college entrance examination would last a full 12 hours, during which various school principals and class instructors would be present throughout. After all, with the director of the Education Bureau in attendance, they could not possibly leave midway. Moreover, the results of the martial arts college entrance examination served as the standard for distributing educational funds in the second half of the year, prompting principals and teachers to pay keen attention to their students' performance. Given the lengthy duration of the examination, the military district provided lunch and dinner for the principals and teachers. As the martial arts college entrance examination had already been underway for over 4 hours, the time reached 1 p.m. At this moment, most candidates in the examination hall had begun consuming their first energy bars. Outside the examination hall, principals and teachers from various schools had finished lunch at the military district cafeteria and were making their way toward the audience seats. The first high school remained as formidable as ever, with nearly all of the top 10 spots occupied by their candidates. It was no surprise, given that the first high school received the most educational funding each year and boasted the best student body in Jiangxing. One could hardly fault them for achieving such results. Speaking of which, our second high school actually performed quite well this year, with 8 students breaking into the top 50. In previous years, we would have been lucky to have 5 or 6. Unfortunately, this year, the third high school outperformed us, landing a student in the top 10, leaving us in an awkward position. Among the teachers from Jiangxing's second high school, they conversed as they walked. The first high school's solid educational foundation and dominance in rankings did not come as a surprise to them. Their discussions revolved around their own school and the third high school. By the way, teacher's son, what's the situation with your student Su Jingming? I didn't know your class had such a remarkable talent. Suddenly, someone mentioned Su Jingming, directing their gaze toward a middle-aged man in a black suit among the crowd. His name was Sun Yang, the homeroom teacher of the second high school's rocket class. Su Jingming isn't from our class. I was just about to ask which class he belongs to. The rocket class's teacher, Sun Yang, looked bewildered. Su Jingming isn't from your class? But who else, besides students from the rocket class, could be so formidable? The surrounding teachers were taken aback, inquiring about which class Su Jingming belonged to. After all, each school would reorganize classes after students awakened their abilities, placing promising and exceptional students into the rocket class. The second high school was no exception. Because of this, The students who excelled in the martial arts college entrance examination were predominantly from the rocket class, making it rare for students from parallel classes to achieve notable results. Old Chun, how did your class perform? From the back of the group, a middle-aged man with a beard approached Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5. Before he could respond, the man continued, "Our class did quite well. The best students have already reached the top 100. The most outstanding students from the second high school concentrated in the rocket class, which meant that students from other parallel classes could be considered exceptional if they made it into the top 100. Oh, that's quite impressive." Chen Fan glanced at him, responding nonchalantly. This middle-aged man was Li Jun, the homeroom teacher of Class 4, with whom Chen Fan had a troubled history due to a conflict that arose years ago. Their relationship had soured, and Li Jun had subtly opposed him ever since, making them rivals. Not too bad. Observing Old Chin's indifferent reaction, Li Jun couldn't help but wear a smug expression. However, I fear my bonus for this year's entrance examination may surpass yours. To encourage academic diligence. The bonuses for these homeroom teachers were directly tied to the results of the martial arts college entrance examination. A teacher whose class had students in the top 100 of Jiangxing could expect a bonus of at least 10,000. In a small city where a homeroom teacher's monthly salary barely exceeded 6,000, a 10,000 bonus was quite substantial. Old Chen feigned indifference, but internally, he must have been enviously seething. Just as Li Jun was reveling in his thoughts, Chen Fan's voice resonated once more. "Is that so? You might be disappointed. Our class has also performed commendably, with some students breaking into the top 50. The top 50? Old Chen, you must be jesting. Those are students from the elite class. How could anyone from your class possibly rank that high?" Li Jun instinctively retorted, his expression laced with skepticism. Wait a moment. However, he quickly realized something. His eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, "Could that Su Jingming be from your class?" In contrast to Li Jun's astonishment, Chen Fan's reaction was notably subdued. He merely nodded nonchalantly. "Su Jingming is from your class? Then why didn't he respond when they asked about his class earlier?" Li Jun still struggled to believe it. "Is that so? Perhaps I simply didn't hear," Chen Fan replied, feigning ignorance. "What do you mean you didn't hear? You were doing it on purpose." Li Jun thought to himself, realizing that Chen Fan had been waiting for this moment all along. Watching Chen Fan maintain an air of calmness, Li Jun felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Yet, the next statement from Chen Fan nearly drove him to the brink of fury. "Su Jingming merely made it into the top 50. It's not that remarkable. The elite class has reached as high as 18th place. What do you mean merely the top 50? The prize for the top 50 is over 20,000. Li Jun's mind screamed in frustration. And how can your parallel class even compare to the elite class that comprises the brightest students in the school? For years, he had nurtured his most exceptional students, and yet, the best he had achieved was a mere 64th place in the martial arts entrance examination. Clearly, Chen Fan had cultivated an extraordinary student. With several deep breaths, Li Jun managed to regain his composure, begrudgingly offering his congratulations. "Well, it's all thanks to Jingming's own efforts. I had little to do with it." Observing his rival's considerable agitation, Chen Fan, while maintaining an outward show of humility, felt a profound sense of joy within. "You enjoy boasting, huh? Looks like you've met your match this time." For once, Li Jun was at a loss. And this thought filled Chen Fan with delight. Su Jingming is indeed from Class 5? Chen Fan must be an excellent educator, among so many parallel classes. Only his students have managed to break into the top 50. Perhaps later this year, we should have him give a lecture on his teaching methods. Upon learning that Su Jingming hailed from Class 5, the surrounding teachers began to extend their congratulations. Even Sun Yang, the homeroom teacher of the elite class, flashed a friendly smile towards Chen Fan. The elite students had long been siphoned off to the elite class. So the ability to cultivate such a student in a parallel class was a testament to Chen Fan's teaching prowess. A group of teachers exchanged light-hearted banter before promptly returning to their seats. Once seated, Chen Fan eagerly glanced at the virtual screen suspended above, searching for Su Jingming's ranking. Before long, he spotted Su Jingming's name. 25th place. Su Jingming, 372 points. Jiangxing Second High School. 25th place? Upon seeing this ranking, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he just been in 46th place? How had he jumped over 10 positions so quickly? Just as he pondered this, Su Jingming's name suddenly shifted again. Now appearing at another rank, 25th place. Su Jingming, 372 points. Jiangxing Second High School. What? Chen Fan's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. What happened? How did Su Jingming's rank soar so dramatically? Chapter 14, The Top 10. The Shot Like a Dragon. Over 1,400 candidates participated in the Jiangxing Martial Arts Entrance Examination, and fluctuations in rankings were to be expected. However, a sudden rise or drop of over 10 positions typically occurred only among those in the lower tiers. These individuals tended to have comparable abilities, and any slight score changes could result in significant shifts in ranking. In contrast, candidates capable of entering the top 50 were typically more formidable, with greater disparities in their scores. Even if there were fluctuations, it would usually only amount to 1 or 2 ranks. Thus, not only did Chen Fan notice this unusual occurrence, but other teachers from Jiangxing Second High School also began to discuss it. Look, Su Jingming's rank has risen. He is now in 25th place. Wait, 25th place? Is that for real? We were only gone for a meal. How could the rankings change so dramatically? Is he really from a parallel class? This is astonishing. As the rankings displayed on the Jiangxing Martial Arts Entrance Examination Board revealed, 9 students from Jiangxing Second High School had entered the top 50. Apart from the 18th and 22nd places, the highest ranking student was Su Jingming at 25th. His rank had jumped from 32nd to 25th, and his score had surged from 328 to 372 points. In the front row of the audience, Principal Zhao Yao squinted his eyes. As a C-grade psychic ability user, albeit only at the first tier, he could easily commit all the ranking information on the board to memory. With the details of Jiangxing Second High School as candidates receiving his particular attention, he was acutely aware of Su Jingming's score changes, yet even so, he found it hard to believe. According to the scoring system for the martial arts entrance examination, defeating a peak non-tiered beast could yield 6 to 8 points, while vanquishing a tier 1 low-level beast could earn 14 to 16 points. The intelligent wristwatch tracked kill counts approximately every 4 seconds. To have gained 44 points in a single breath meant that Su Jingming had dispatched either 5 peak non-tiered beasts or 3 tier 1 low-level beasts within a mere 4 seconds. Regardless of which scenario it was, it testified to Su Jingming's formidable prowess. Though he might not rival the top-tier candidates like Zhou Mingyang and the others, he certainly ranked among the top 10. When did such an exceptional student emerge from our school? Principal Zhao Yao pondered, perplexed. According to the regulations of the Great Xia Kingdom, all principals of national high schools, as well as directors and deputy directors of local education bureaus, must be at least tier 1 psychic ability users. Although Principal Zhao Yao had not witnessed Su Jingming's combat performance, he could infer his approximate strength solely from the rapid changes in ranking. The other 2 principals and the education bureau director had also noticed this. Principal Zhao, it seems your school indeed has some remarkable students, remarked education bureau director Zhang Wenshan with a slight nod. This Su Jingming must have been holding back. Now that he has unleashed his potential, his ranking has skyrocketed. Principal Liu Hang of the first high school added, indeed, your student possesses strength akin to that of the top 10. By the way, what psychic ability has this student awakened? I don't recall hearing about it before. Director Zhang inquired, puzzled. To be candid, Su Jingming only revealed his capabilities during today's examination. I will need to consult his homeroom teacher for further information. Principal Zhao admitted. Teacher Chen, please come here for a moment. In response to Director Zhang's inquiry, Zhao Yao promptly summoned homeroom teacher Chen Fan. Thus, amidst the envious gazes of the other teachers at Jiangxing Second High School, Chen Fan took a seat beside the principal. For Chen Fan, an ordinary homeroom teacher, the Education Bureau Director and the principals, as extraordinary abilities users, are undoubtedly formidable figures. Thus, under the scrutiny of their gazes, he felt a natural sense of unease. Principal. Director, to my knowledge, Su Jingming has merely awakened an E-rank ability, weak electricity. E-rank ability. Principal Zhao Yao furrowed his brows. Teacher Chun, you must be mistaken. Principal, I am not mistaken. I even specifically advised him against participating in the martial arts entrance examination before the college entrance exams. Chen Fan replied with a wry smile. In truth, as the homeroom teacher, he harbored some doubts about whether the registration of abilities from years past was accurate. To achieve this level with merely an E-rank ability suggests that Su Jingming must possess exceptional qualities in other areas. Director Zhang Wenshan pondered thoughtfully. It's a pity he did not make it into the top 10. We cannot witness his combat prowess. The live broadcast system for the martial arts entrance examination operates on a program customized by the province, and even he could not interfere. Finding Su Jingming's figure among the thousands of fixed cameras would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Let us wait and see. With his capabilities, he should be able to break into the top 10 soon enough. Although Su Jingming's situation is somewhat unique, the Education Bureau Director still has a measure of patience. Then we shall wait. Principal Zhao Yao nodded, calling Chen Fan, who was about to return to his seat. Teacher Chen, please sit here. Chen Fan's expression brightened at this. Not all teachers have the opportunity to be so close to the director and the principals. As time passed, the rankings of the martial arts entrance examination fluctuated continuously. Among these rankings, one name surged upward. 25th place, Su Jingming. 21st place, Su Jingming. 16th place, Su Jingming. 12th place, Su Jingming. 9th place, Su Jingming. In less than an hour, Su Jingming had soared into the top 10. Chun Fan's face beamed with excitement. As merely a homeroom teacher of a parallel class, he had never dreamed that a student from his class could make it into the top 10 of Jiangqing. He made it into the top 10. Principal Zhao Yao also exhaled in relief. Otherwise, being overshadowed by the third school would have been quite embarrassing for him. Finally, the source of Su Jingming's ascent into the top 10 would soon be revealed. Director Zhang Wenshan gazed expectantly at the sky. After a moment, the virtual projection for the 9th place flickered. In its place appeared the figure of a somewhat tall young man, clad in a black combat outfit. The youth bore a resolute expression, his eyes filled with determination. Gripped in his hands was a black spear approximately 2 meters in length, its sharp tip stained with fresh crimson, adding a touch of ferocity to his presence. Beneath his feet lay several slain ferocious beasts, and not far away, another beast cowered in fear, hesitant to approach. The elements of black attire, a long spear, and ferocious beasts coalesced into a scene that emanated a powerful and fierce aura. In the next moment, the youth sprang into action. The spear struck with the swiftness of a dragon, and in an instant, the remaining ferocious beast was skewered before it could even react. Chapter 15. Regret and Rising Power. Hiss, that strike was incredibly swift. It was as fast as a flash of lightning. The speed of his attack rivaled that of a wind-type ability user, yet he was not a thunder-type ability user. Was he? Witnessing the black figure on the projection dispatch the Shadow Cat beast, in an instant left the audience of teachers utterly astonished. Quick, accurate, ruthless. These were their first impressions of Su Jingming. Chun Fan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, widened his eyes in disbelief. Due to the school's arrangements for combat training classes, he was generally aware of most of his students' combat capabilities. However, in those practical classes, Su Jingming's performance had been merely acceptable, far from the level he was currently exhibiting. Good heavens, how could he have concealed this for so long? With such marksmanship, why not showcase it earlier? Why wait for the entrance examination to make a stunning impact? Nevertheless, with such skill, even with only an E-rank ability, he could indeed achieve commendable results in the examination. Chun Fan nodded slightly. It seemed that his earlier advice against participating in the martial arts entrance examination had been unnecessary. A powerful physique and formidable marksmanship, indeed. Principal Zhao Yao sighed in relief, but then shook his head. What a pity. Indeed, such a shame, Director Zhang Wenshan echoed, feeling somewhat disappointed. A robust physique and weapon proficiency are indeed considerable advantages during the awakening phase. However, as levels increase, the benefits of physique and skill gradually diminish. After all, it is the ability users who primarily rely on their powers to engage in battle. If he possessed even a C-rank ability, paired with such physique and marksmanship, he would undoubtedly claim the title of the best in Jiangqing. Alas, he is merely an E-rank ability user. Zhang Wenshan could not help but lament once more. In contrast to the regret of the principal and the Education Bureau director, Chun Fan took a more pragmatic view. As long as Su Jingming could maintain a position in the top 10 until the conclusion of the entrance examination, he would certainly gain admission to a reputable academy for ability users. Of course, even if Su Jingming did not slay any more ferocious beasts, concluding the examination with such a score would still secure him a place at an ability user university, albeit not as prestigious. Such results were infinitely better than the anticipated failure or even death he had feared. Having slain a first-tier Shadow Cat, he accumulated 9 ability points. In the central region of Ruins Town, Su Jingming, after defeating a Shadow Cat, felt elated as the prompt echoed in his mind. The number of ferocious beasts in the central area was even greater than he had imagined. Within just over an hour since his entry, he had dispatched over 20 first-tier low-level beasts and more than 10 peak non-entry level beasts. His accumulated ability points on the system panel had reached 312. Excellent, indeed. The efficiency of slaying beasts in the central region is significantly higher. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction, only to hear the whirring sound of rapidly spinning propellers. A drone approached from a distance, hovering several dozen meters above his head. A tracking camera drone? Have I really made it into the top 10? Su Jingming opened his smartwatch to check his ranking. 9th place. Su Jingming, 607 points. Jiangqing Second High School. As expected, he had indeed entered the top 10. A smile graced Su Jingming's face. The appearance of the camera drone signified that his forthcoming battles would be fully broadcast to the outside world. Even the subsequent use of his abilities, including his S-rank Purple Sky Thunder, would be exposed. After all, the S-rank Purple Sky Thunder he summoned now was far too extraordinary to be disguised as an E-rank weak electricity ability. Of course, Su Jingming had no intention of concealing it. The martial arts entrance examination was fundamentally a test of the candidate's strength and potential. The better the results in the examination, the greater the choices available. Only a fool would forsake the chance to score higher merely to hide their abilities. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened as he opened his system information panel. Name, Su Jingming level, Awakener. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder S. Physique, 141 Vitality. Mentality, 160 Hz. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Lightning Gale Break, Beginner. Ability points, 312. With over 300 ability points amassed, why has my level not progressed? Su Jingming frowned as he noticed the absence of a sign next to his level. Such a predicament could stem from two possibilities. The first possibility is that the number of ability points required to transcend from an awakened to an ability user is exorbitantly high, rendering 300 points insufficient. The second possibility is that a specific condition must be met to transition from awakened to ability user, and until that condition is fulfilled, even the system cannot facilitate a level increase. To evolve from awakened to ability user, one must first learn the method of ability cultivation. It appears that my inability to learn this method is the reason for my stagnation in leveling up, Su Jingming mused internally. The cultivation method is the fundamental prerequisite for an awakened individual to advance to an ability user. However, even the most rudimentary cultivation methods are priced above 1 million. Given Su Jingming's financial circumstances, acquiring one is simply unattainable. He had initially assumed that with the system's assistance, he could bypass this foundational requirement. Yet it seems he was mistaken. Nonetheless, with my current combat prowess, I am not inferior to genuine ability users. Therefore, I shall wait until after the college entrance examination. Enroll in an ability user university, learn the cultivation method, and subsequently become an ability user. Su Jingming dismissed further thoughts. The pressing concern now lies in how to utilize these over 300 ability points. Currently, the only enhancements available pertain to basic attributes and combat skills. As combat skills are not immediately applicable, I shall allocate my points to enhance my basic attributes. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jingming distributed all ability points between the two fundamental attributes. He allocated 200 points to physique and 112 points to mentality. Physique, 141,181 vitality. Mentality, 160,182 Hz. With the enhancement of his basic attributes, Su Jingming immediately felt a surge of power coursing through his body, and his consciousness became remarkably lucid. The fatigue accumulated from travel and continuous battles was instantly vanquished. Exhilarated, Su Jingming laughed heartily and effortlessly performed a beautiful flourish with his black obsidian spear. The speed and force of his thrust had significantly improved. With such enhanced physique and my advanced marksmanship, even a first-tier mid-level beast from the core area would fall easily to my might, even without utilizing any abilities. At that moment, Su Jingming brimmed with confidence in his strength. The beasts in the core area are indeed stronger and more numerous. Given my enhanced capabilities, there is no need to linger in the central area. I shall head directly to the core zone. With a powerful shake of his spear, the crimson blood that had clung to it was shaken off completely. Subsequently, he slung the spear across his back and, glancing at the map, charged toward the core region. With his physique bolstered, his speed surpassed even that of Zhou Mingyang, who had been enhanced by wind abilities. Behind him, a drone trailed closely, like a devoted shadow. Chapter 16. Reactions from all sides. The Beast Horde. In the ruined town, central region. As the sharp dagger sliced through its throat, blood gushed forth. And the first-tier low-level shadow cat collapsed with a thud. Behind it, the elegant figure of Tang Qi, dagger in hand, slowly materialized. She was draped in a layer of purplish-black feline energy, her cat ears perched atop her head, moving with an innate grace. This was an enhancement-type B-level ability, Shadow Cat. During its activation, it significantly boosts her speed, reflexes, and attack power. It is precisely due to this B-level ability that she, merely an awakened individual, could slay a first-tier beast. Of course, she had also practiced the method of ability cultivation, although she was still some distance from transforming into an ability user. Her foundational physique was solid, ensuring she wouldn't be lacking. However, defeating a first-tier low-level beast was already the limit of her capabilities. Thus, she dared not venture into the core area, where first-tier mid-level beasts lurked. To conserve her abilities, she reverted from the shadow cat form after her recent kill. The feline energy enveloping her dissipated, and her cat-like vertical pupils returned to normal. Rank 12, Tang Qi, 567 points, First High School of Jiangqing. Upon checking her ranking on her smartwatch, Tang Qi frowned slightly. Her rank had dropped by 1 position. Instinctively, she looked upward to see who had displaced her. To her surprise, she found a familiar name in the 9th position. Su Jingming from 2nd High School, 607 points, rank 9th. Tang Qi was momentarily taken aback, her mind lingering on the image of her cousin, the tall figure with the spear. Indeed, it was you who delivered that strike yesterday, cousin Jingming. She couldn't completely dismiss the notion that this name might just be a coincidence, a mere namesake. Yet, Both being from the same school and sharing the same name seemed too improbable. Coupled with her lingering doubts from their encounter at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, she became convinced that the Su Jingming on the leaderboard was indeed her cousin. But how could you, with merely an E-level ability, achieve such feats? A hint of curiosity flickered across Tang Chi's delicate features. It seemed her cousin was far more formidable than he appeared. Goodness, has Ming become this powerful? I should have called him Dad earlier and clung to him for support. On the outskirts of the ruined town, Lu Jie, now twice his original size, gazed at Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual projection, filled with regret. In comparison to the results of the Martial Sciences College entrance examination, calling him Dad seemed trivial. Su Jingming has entered the top 10. Remarkable. He is now the highest-ranked student from our second high school, the Lin Qingyuan team. Having tracked Su Jingming since he was in 46th place, was now in awe as they witnessed him break into the top 10. They marveled. How on earth did he achieve this? With Su Jingming in the top 10, we must strive to enter the top 300 as well. Looking at the leaderboard, Lin Qingyuan's face was full of emotion. Although they had no idea how Su Jingming accomplished this, they were content simply with the prospect of making it into the top 300. Before Su Jingming ranked in the top 10, he had not garnered much attention. However, once he entered the top 10, nearly everyone in the examination hall took notice. Those who were acquainted with Su Jingming reacted in various ways. Yet, he remained oblivious to all of this, focused entirely on racing toward the core area. With his enhanced physique, Su Jingming's speed surged compared to before. Additionally, the proximity of his current position in the central area to the core region was not considerable. Thus, within merely 30 minutes, he crossed into the territory marked as the core area on the map. The core area of the ruined town was once the bustling city center of Wei Yuan Town. Compared to the central area, the buildings here towered higher, and the remnants of their once splendid architecture could still be discerned through the pervasive decay. More importantly, the ferocious beasts in the core area are ranked from low first order to mid first order. There are no longer any beasts that fall below this classification. Those candidates who possess the confidence to enter the core region are all, at the very least, among the top 5 of Jiang City. Of course, he is an exception. During his journey, he did not specifically seek out these beasts, which resulted in him only having slain 4 or 5 beasts in the past 30 minutes. His ranking has decreased rather than improved, now resting at the 10th position. As long as he can locate a large group of beasts, his ranking can swiftly ascend once more. This time, he intends to seize the first place in one fell swoop. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened, adhering to his previous strategy. He ventured towards the area where the roars of ferocious beasts were most densely concentrated. Roar, howl. Amidst the ruins of the city, the roars of the beasts echoed like a symphony. This was indeed a paradise for ferocious beasts. Su Jingming listened intently and ultimately chose to dash towards the southeast, where the most powerful and concentrated roars originated. Most candidates tread carefully within the examination site, fearful that any noise might attract the attention of the beasts and lead to an ambush. However, Su Jingming darted through the city like a lithe cheetah. The 50-kilogram black, gleaming spear strapped to his back posed no hindrance to his movements whatsoever. He raced along the dilapidated roads, the wind howling past his ears. As the scenery blurred by, he could vaguely see 1 or 2 beasts lurking among the debris. He held no desire to engage with these solitary beasts. Soon, the cacophony of roars grew increasingly closer, until he encountered a rusted, battered bus obstructing the road ahead. Nevertheless, Su Jingming did not slow his pace. Just before colliding with the bus, he exerted force in his legs and leapt 6 meters into the air. Thud! His combat boots landed on the roof of the bus, and he looked down to survey the scene below. This was a fitness plaza. Besides the various dilapidated workout equipment, numerous ferocious beasts were congregated within. The sheer number of beasts filled the air with a mingling of the scent of blood and the distinct stench of animals, causing Su Jingming to furrow his brow. 1 beast, 2 beasts, 3 beasts. There were at least 10 ferocious beasts here, all of them arm-blade tigers. It seemed he had stumbled upon a pack of arm-blade tigers. Ferocious beasts are classified into social and solitary types, and the arm-blade tiger belongs to the social category. Ordinary candidates would typically avoid such a group of beasts. However, a burning battle intent gleamed in Su Jingming's starkly contrasting black and white eyes. This was precisely what he sought. For the arm-blade tigers to achieve their social behavior, there must be a dominant king capable of suppressing all others. Su Jingming's gaze shifted to the center of the plaza, where a half-eaten, bloodied corpse of a unicorn rhino lay. Beside that carcass lounged an arm-blade tiger king, significantly larger than its companions. Its limbs were robust, and its bone blades were enormous and razor-sharp. Amid first-order arm-blade tiger, it appeared to be the king of this ferocious beast pack. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of Su Jingming's mouth. Should he slay all these beasts, he would undoubtedly reap a considerable number of ability points. Chapter 17. The Aesthetic of Violence, Dominant Marksmanship. Su Jingming, standing at 186 meters tall and upon the roof of the bus, immediately attracted the attention of the Armblade Tigers in the plaza, except for the lethargic Armblade Tiger King in the center. The other 9 resting tigers simultaneously rose to their feet. Their eyes glinted with ferocity as they approached the bus. Their pace was not rapid, but the oppressive presence of 9 massive Armblade Tigers gathered together was profoundly intimidating. Indeed, such a group of ferocious beasts is notoriously difficult to confront. It could be said that even a high-ranked first-order beast would hesitate to provoke these 9 Armblade Tigers. Yet, faced with the 9 beasts advancing towards him, Su Jingming remained unfazed. He leaped down from the bus roof with a thud, letting out a low growl. The 9 Armblade Tigers, originally advancing steadily, instinctively scattered apart in a remarkably human-like manner. They then charged towards Su Jingming from different directions. Truly, a ferocious beast pack led by a king had even learned basic tactical formations. Gripping his black, gleaming spear, Su Jingming prepared himself. The bus was less than 30 meters from the plaza, a trivial distance for these low first-order Armblade Tigers. In the blink of an eye, the 9 beasts were within 5 meters of Su Jingming. However, they did not rush him all at once. Instead, 5 of the Armblade Tigers lunged forward, leaping towards him. The 5 massive beasts crowded together, blocking every possible escape route. Behind him lay the abandoned bus, leaving Su Jingming with no avenue for retreat. At that moment, Su Jingming found himself cornered. Despite the dire situation, his gaze remained resolute, and he wielded his 2-meter-long black spear, spinning it like a windmill. The whirling spear transformed into a black blur, akin to a rapidly rotating propeller. In that instant, the Armblade Tigers sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. The 5 tigers, caught entirely off guard, collided with the rapidly spinning spear. Splat! Splat! The sharp tip of the spear sliced through their skulls with the efficiency of a meat grinder. Subsequently, propelled by the tremendous force, one beast toppled over. Though they sustained severe injuries to their heads, the 5 Armblade Tigers did not perish on the spot. They lay on the ground, still breathing heavily. Their raw physical power fell short. Su Jingming could not help but shake his head. This windmill maneuver relied solely on his physical strength, not a combat technique. Had this move integrated his body's power with his abilities, those 5 beasts would have been instantaneously obliterated in that very moment. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that a mere finishing blow would suffice. Su Jingming surged forward again, and the remaining 4 Armblade Tigers attempted to obstruct his path. Yet, he deftly maneuvered around them. The black spear, resembling the scythe of death, claimed the lives of the 5 critically injured Armblade Tigers one after another. At that moment, the Armblade Tiger King, who had been lounging in the center, finally recognized the gravity of the situation, rising to position itself before the remaining 4 tigers. Perfect. I shall deal with all of you at once. With a swift motion, Su Jingming withdrew the spear from the carcass of the Armblade Tiger. Standing alone, he faced the 5 remaining beasts, his clear eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with an icy resolve and murderous intent. Roar! Whether due to the heavy losses among its companions or Su Jingming's unyielding gaze enraging it, the Armblade Tiger King let out a furious roar and charged forward. Accompanied by the remaining 4 Armblade Tigers, Su Jingming, gripping his spear, charged headlong into battle against the 5 tigers. Though ferocious beasts, the Armblade Tigers possessed a degree of intelligence. Especially this group, having fought together multiple times, had unknowingly slain countless powerful beasts. Such a quintet of Armblade Tigers, if unleashed in a city, could easily annihilate an elite squad of soldiers numbering in the hundreds. However, Su Jingming transformed into a shadowy figure, deftly maneuvering through the gaps among the Armblade Tigers. The Armblade Tigers posed no tangible threat to him. Each time Su Jingming unleashed his spear, it was aimed directly at the vital points. Either the beasts were instantaneously annihilated or severely injured by his strikes. Thus, in less than 2 minutes, all the Armblade Tigers lay defeated beneath his long spear. A first-tier, mid-level ferocious beast was hardly a challenge. They lacked the strength to compel me to unleash my abilities. Glancing at the lifeless body of the Armblade Tiger King at his feet, Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. Although his physique had been enhanced with the aid of the system, he was still uncertain about the extent of his combat prowess. His audacity to attack the ferocious beasts was bolstered by the support of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Regrettably, this group of beasts lacked the capability to even compel him to use his abilities. Su Jingming then cast a glance at the system panel. This wave alone had garnered him a remarkable 106 ability points. What a bountiful harvest. Su Jingming's countenance brightened with joy. At this rate, By the conclusion of the martial arts college entrance examination, he could only speculate on the amount of ability points he might accumulate. However, there was no time for excessive contemplation. It was imperative to continue harvesting ability points and swiftly move to the next location. Wiping the blood from his spear, Su Jingming slung it back over his shoulder and hastened toward the next destination. On the day of the college entrance examination, all high schools in Jiang City organized viewings of the live broadcast for first and second-year students. On one hand, it was to allow these students to comprehend the brutality and ruthlessness of the martial arts entrance examination. On the other hand, it aimed to familiarize them with the habits of ferocious beasts in advance. At that moment, on the playground of Jiang City Second High School, virtual projections similar to those in military districts hovered in the air. The surrounding audience, comprising all first and second-year students, had been watching the live broadcast for quite some time. In previous years, the top 10 students had predominantly hailed from the first high school. Consequently, the discussions among the students revolved around candidates from other schools. However, this year was different. Their own school had a contender in the top 10, Su Jingming. When Su Jingming surged onto the big screen in 9th place, the faculty and students of Jiang City Second High School erupted in jubilation. Particularly, the moment when he pierced through the shadow cat with his spear ignited an electrifying excitement among the students. Wow, that shot was so impressive. Although they had not heard Su Jingming's name before, from this moment onward, he would be their idol. Tall and robust, he was simply too handsome. In stark contrast to the size of the directors and principals within the military district regarding Su Jingming, the students of his school felt an authentic joy and exhilaration at his entry into the top 10. Many even regarded him as a benchmark and a role model. However, as Su Jingming spent the next half hour primarily on the move, rarely engaging in combat, disappointment washed over the students, especially when his ranking fell to 10th place. Some students felt an anxious urge to transform into Su Jingming themselves and reclaim the lost position. Alas, it seems our second high school is still lacking. We finally produced a student in the top 10, but there's no follow-up. Though reluctant to admit it, Su Jingming indeed seemed fatigued. Forget it. I'll just watch the first-place contender, the light-wind swordess, Zhou Mingyang. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Having finally produced a student in the top 10, they naturally hoped for an even better rank. Yet, Su Jingming's performance incited murmurs of discontent among the audience, leading a significant portion of students to return to watching other star candidates' live broadcasts. Look, Senior Su has found the ferocious beasts. Suddenly, a voice erupted from somewhere, redirecting everyone's attention back to Su Jingming's live feed. In the footage, Su Jingming stood atop a bus, surrounded by massive armed blade tigers below. Oh no! The senior has encountered a pack of ferocious beasts. We're doomed. Why isn't he moving? If he doesn't leave now, it will truly be the end. He is surrounded. He can't escape now. Why hasn't he activated the safety sphere? This situation is perilous. Despite their earlier disappointment with Su Jingming's performance, the students could not help but feel concern for their senior when he faced the pack of beasts. As 5 armed blade tigers lunged at the unprotected Su Jingming, several girls covered their eyes in terror. However, the anticipated scene of him being devoured by the beasts did not materialize. Instead, Su Jingming wielded his black spear, displaying an invincible stance as he sent the 5 armed blade tigers flying. What? How fierce! At that moment, the crowd in the audience was collectively startled. A spear can be used like that? The power is astounding. If an ordinary person attempted to wield a spear like that, they wouldn't just fail to injure an armed blade tiger. They'd be crushed by its massive form. It appeared that Senior Su had awakened a physical enhancement ability. Otherwise, such feats would be unachievable. In an instant, all dissatisfaction among the students towards Su Jingming vanished. Subsequently, Su Jingming morphed into a shadowy figure, brandishing his black spear with lightning speed, weaving through the 5 armed blade tigers while relentlessly striking down his foes. His spear, now stained with the blood of countless beasts, appeared vividly crimson. No one found this spectacle unsettling. Rather, it was exhilarating. What a violent sensation. I love it. This feels far more satisfying than watching the light wind sword. Each strike met flesh with a dominating finesse. Ferocious beasts were universally recognized as humanity's adversaries, and thus, as the armed blade tigers were mercilessly slaughtered, no one felt pity. Instead, they reveled in the thrill, especially the tall and slender figure weaving through the chaos, each thrust imbued with a unique sense of violence. This violence, rather than appearing gruesome, exuded a certain aesthetic quality, igniting the fervor of the 16 and 17-year-olds present, their faces flushed with excitement. Chapter 18. Excited teachers, first place. Ah, what a thrill. So exhilarating. Truly impressive, Senior Su. This is getting my blood pumping. I want to try wielding a spear myself. As the armed blade tiger king fell, The students in the audience expressed their satisfaction, akin to gourmets after a sumptuous feast. At that moment, Su Jingming's ranking suddenly surged to 6th place. 6th place, Su Jingming, 796 points, Jiang City, 2nd High School. What is happening? How did the senior's ranking leap to 6th place? Just moments before, he had only scored 634 points. How did he suddenly gain nearly 160 points? Even with 4 or 5 first-tier ferocious beasts, it shouldn't account for such a significant increase. A wave of confusion rippled through the crowd. The score was too inflated. Wait, I just realized the senior is no longer in the mid-region. He has entered the core area. A surprised voice echoed, prompting everyone to check the virtual map on the screen. Indeed, Su Jingming had ventured into the red core area. I had a suspicion that the physique of these armed blade tigers seemed somewhat off. It turns out they are not peak unranked beasts, but rather first-tier ferocious creatures. This implies that all the beasts slain by my senior moments ago were indeed first-tier ferocious beasts? Incredible. To dispatch first-tier ferocious beasts as easily as slicing through vegetables. Initially, the students believed that Su Jingming was still situated in the mid-region, with these ferocious beasts merely being peak unranked and first-tier. However, to their astonishment, Su Jingming had already ventured into the perilous core area. He had just been battling against lower and mid-tier first-tier ferocious beasts. It is hardly surprising that they had not noticed this sooner. The battle was simply too intense. Simultaneously, they finally comprehended why Su Jingming refrained from intervening earlier. He was hurrying towards the core area. Even the top-ranked Qingfeng, Sword Zhou Yang could only engage in a tug-of-war against such a horde of beasts. Where could one find a senior as ferocious as he, who could annihilate all the ferocious beasts in one fell swoop? The crowd instinctively began to compare Su Jingming with Zhou Yang, the top contender. Yet, they discovered that even the illustrious examinee Zhou Yang seemed incapable of exhibiting such overwhelming dominance. One individual against 10 armed blade tigers, one of which is a mid-tier first-tier beast. This combat prowess likely surpasses even Zhou Yang. Which teacher at 2nd High School has trained Su Jingming to be so extraordinary? In the audience outside the military district, when Su Jingming stood alone against the horde of ferocious beasts, he captured the attention of all the teachers. However, they did not dwell on it, assuming Su Jingming would simply flee. After all, since the commencement of the competition, no examinee had dared to challenge the ferocious beasts in the core area. Yet, the subsequent display of nearly overwhelming strength left the teachers and principal in sheer disbelief. Particularly, Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, was visibly flushed with excitement, clearly beside himself with joy. If his student performs brilliantly, he too shares in the glory. Su Jingming is astonishingly powerful. Even the typically placid principal of 2nd High School stared wide-eyed in incredulity. His shooting was as swift as a dragon and as rapid as lightning. This is undoubtedly advanced marksmanship. Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Education Bureau, was equally exhilarated, yet his focus remained on Su Jingming's shooting technique. It is worth noting that an ordinary person would require decades to master a certain weapon technique to an intermediate level. Achieving an advanced level would take half a lifetime at the very least. Yet Su Jingming is merely 18 years old. What a prodigy. However, upon recalling Su Jingming's SE-level ability, he could not help but slap his thigh and sigh. Alas, what a pity. Given Su Jingming's currently displayed strength, he has already surpassed Zhou Yang. If he possessed a more formidable ability, he might break Jiangxing's long-standing records and secure a place among the top 50 in Jiangnan province. Yet, Su Jingming's E-level ability inevitably limits his potential. Advanced marksmanship. No wonder he is so formidable. At merely 18 years of age, has he truly already attained advanced marksmanship? What remarkable insight. Even the prodigies from capital cities could not possibly master advanced weapon techniques. Hearing Director Zhang Wenshan's lament, the other teachers began to grasp the situation, experiencing a wave of astonished sentiments. Principal Zhao, congratulations. It seems this year's top spot in Jiangxing will belong to your 2nd High School. After that recent battle, anyone with discernment could see that Su Jingming's strength exceeds that of Zhou Yang, making his ascent to first place merely a matter of time. Principal Lu Hang of 1st High School, though reluctant, graciously congratulated Zhao Yao. You flatter me, Principal Lu. The examination is not yet concluded, and the final outcome remains uncertain. 1st High School, the finest institution in Jiangxing, not only rich in educational resources, but also home to the most outstanding students in the city. Each year, after their abilities awaken, many excellent students from 2nd High School transfer to 1st High School due to the advantageous conditions offered. Therefore, it is impossible for Principal Zhao Yao to claim he harbors no animosity towards 1st High School. However, 1st High is simply too powerful, leaving no opportunity for 2nd High to shine. Now, with 2nd High's moment of glory approaching, Principal Zhao Yao has grown calm, adopting a tone of humility. Regardless, Su Jingming's prowess is evident. Having 2 students from Jiangxing potentially enter the top 100 in Jiangnan province is commendable. Zhang Wenshan, who had only just regained his composure, nodded to Zhao Yao, stating, "Your second high school has done remarkably well to cultivate such a student as Su Jingming. After the college entrance examination, I will propose a commendation for your school to the city." "Thank you, Director Zhang." Zhao Yao's expression brightened. As a principal with an ability, he had long since ceased to harbor great expectations for enhancing strength, focusing instead on his career trajectory. A commendation not only brings additional resources to second high, but also benefits him as a principal. The prospect of further advancement into the Education Bureau no longer seems impossible. "Su Jingming, you have indeed provided me with a tremendous surprise," Zhao Yao mused, never having envisioned such a day for second high, just as Zhang Wenshan had predicted. In the ensuing time, Su Jingming's score soared as if propelled by a rocket. In less than an hour, he surpassed Zhou Mingyang, claiming the top position. By this time, the clock had reached 3 in the afternoon. In other words, in 6 hours, the martial arts college entrance examination would conclude. Chapter 19, Thunder Element? The bewildered Zhou Mingyang. In the ruins of the small town, within the core area, a dilapidated community lay in disarray. A dozen ferocious beasts divided into 2 factions, ruthlessly engaging one another as if each were the other's lunch. One faction comprised armed blade tigers, while the other consisted of unicorn rhinoceroses. Were their numbers equal? The outcome would inevitably favor the unicorn rhinoceroses. Yet here, there were 8 armed blade tigers against only 4 unicorn rhinoceroses. In terms of strength, the disparity between the 2 factions was negligible, with the armed blade tigers holding a slight advantage. Consequently, despite an intense struggle that resulted in numerous bloody wounds, no ferocious beasts had perished. Ferocious beasts are inherently savage. Once a battle commences, they will not cease until they have annihilated their opponent. However, at that moment, one of the armed blade tigers sniffed the air and abruptly halted its charge. Lowering its body, it emitted a threatening growl towards the entrance of the community. This growl triggered a chain reaction, causing all present armed blade tigers and unicorn rhinoceroses to instinctively cease their combat. They then redirected their attention towards the entrance, their expressions fierce, poised to charge at any moment. Under the watchful eyes of the ferocious beasts, a tall human youth strode forth. Clad in a black combat suit and donning battle boots, he possessed a tall and slender physique. His eyes sparkled with clarity and intelligence, yet his gaze was as sharp as that of a lone wolf. A hefty, dark-long spear rested casually on his shoulder, its gleaming blade reflecting a chilling light under the sun. 12 ferocious beasts, splendid, Su Jingming remarked with satisfaction. This wave of ferocious beasts represented the most he had encountered within the past hour. With a firm clap on the tail of his spear, the soaring black spear fell into Su Jingming's grasp. As he readied his weapon to charge into the throng of beasts, he suddenly furrowed his brow, halting in his tracks, and cast his gaze to the right. Over there stood a dilapidated, time-worn building. "Come out, I've discovered you." Truly deserving of the top rank, his senses were remarkably acute. A young man, strikingly handsome and bearing a long sword on his back, emerged from the shadows of the structure. "Zhou Mingyang?" Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. This individual was none other than the renowned Zhou Mingyang, who possessed a B-grade wind-type ability, in stark contrast to his previous elegance outside the martial arts examination venue. Zhou now appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair in disarray and his battle attire stained with dark red blood, the source of which remained uncertain. Of course, most candidates in the examination were in a similar state. Su Jingming was no exception, though he bore less blood due to wielding a spear. "How did you know it was me?" Su Jingming inquired, somewhat puzzled. He hardly believed that such a celebrated star pupil would recognize him from second high school. "Only a few dare to venture into the core area. We are all old acquaintances. The sudden appearance of a stranger can only indicate that it is you." The top contender, Zhou Mingyang, elucidated with a smile. "I see." Su Jingming nodded in understanding. During the martial arts college entrance examination, candidates were prohibited from attacking one another. Any infraction would result in permanent disqualification. Additionally, both had tracking drones hovering above them, alleviating concerns about Zhou Mingyang launching a surprise attack. Consequently, Su Jingming, gripping his spear, prepared to advance toward the nearby pack of beasts. "Wait, are you planning to confront this horde alone?" Zhou Mingyang exclaimed, quickly reaching out to stop him. "What? Do you intend to compete with me for kills?" Su Jingming's gaze grew perilous. To him, these beasts represented not only points, but also the essence of his abilities. He could not afford to let them slip away to another. Zhou Mingyang felt as though he were being scrutinized by a formidable beast king, the hairs on his neck standing on end. Such a fierce aura. He marveled internally, quickly recovering and adding, There are two mid-tier first-stage beasts among them. You cannot handle them alone. If we join forces, we might stand a chance. The groups of beasts were distinct, each containing a king of the mid-tier first stage. Zhou had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for them to weaken each other before striking. Currently, though injured, neither group had sustained casualties. They remained in a frenzied, aggressive state. Charging in at this moment would be tantamount to courting death. No need, I can manage on my own. Realizing that Zhou Mingyang was not attempting to steal his kills, but rather to collaborate, Su Jingming's demeanor softened considerably. He patted Zhou's shoulder before dashing forward with his spear. Hey, Zhou Mingyang wished to dissuade him further, but seeing Su Jingming already charging ahead, he had no choice but to relent. Very well, if you are so confident, then let me witness your prowess. Zhou Mingyang stood by, sword in hand, focused intently on Su Jingming. Should anything go awry, he would instantly join the fray. However, what unfolded next left Zhou Mingyang wide-eyed in astonishment. Su Jingming plunged into the horde of beasts with the ferocity of an unstoppable force. The black spear in his grasp moved like a phantom, claiming the lives of the beasts with each thrust. In less than 3 minutes, of the 12 beasts, only 4 remained. This was astonishing. Just 2 hours prior, Zhou had been unaware of such a contender. Yet now, Su Jingming had ascended to prominence, swiftly breaking into the top 10, and mere moments ago had usurped Zhou's first place. Naturally, Zhou Mingyang was deeply intrigued by this formidable figure, contemplating the nature of his extraordinary abilities. Could it be some kind of overwhelmingly powerful A-grade ability? Yet, Su Jingming was merely wielding that black spear, executing a level of domination that Zhou had scarcely dared to imagine. Swallowing hard, Zhou felt parched. Could he possess some kind of enhancement ability that I simply failed to recognize? While he pondered this in silence, Su Jingming swiftly finished off the last beast, the Armblade Tiger King, collapsing to the ground. Kill a low-tier first-stage Unicorn Rhinoceros, ability points, 12. Kill a low-tier first-stage Armblade Tiger, ability points, 10. Kill a mid-tier first-stage Armblade Tiger, ability points, 15. The series of notifications echoed in Su Jingming's mind, and he reveled in the experience. This sensation was truly exquisite. Yet, once the martial arts entrance examination concluded, such opportunities would be scarce. He needed to seize the moment. Acknowledging Zhou Mingyang with a nod, Su Jingming swiftly departed. By the time Zhou Mingyang regained his composure, Su Jingming had already darted 7 or 8 meters away. Su Jingming, do you possess an enhancement type ability? Zhou shouted. No, it's lightning-based. Su Jingming's voice echoed back, though his figure had entirely vanished from view. Lightning-based. Zhou Mingyang was flabbergasted. Just moments ago, there had been no hint of lightning about him. Is he trying to conceal the nature of his abilities from me, or is he simply dismissing me? Truly a character of poor temperament, Zhou thought, his expression tinged with grievance. Moreover, that look in his eye, was he genuinely concerned about me stealing his kills? In this horde of beasts, who but a freak like him could contend? Besides, with so many beasts in the core area, was there any need to fret about a lack of targets? Now that I think of it, I've been waiting here for over 10 minutes. If anything, it was he who stole my kills. Given Su Jingming's surly demeanor, Zhou left the scene grumbling. Chapter 20. Had Su Jingming wiped out all the beasts? After witnessing Su Jingming's formidable prowess, Zhou Mingyang, though muttering complaints, recognized in his heart that Su Jingming was indeed stronger than himself. The source of this extraordinary individual remained a mystery. His aura did not resemble that of an ability user, yet he effortlessly dispatched first-stage beasts as if they were mere vegetables. Silently critiquing the situation, Zhou continued on his own path of slaying beasts. Though he could not match Su Jingming's strength, he was determined to secure his position as second place. Thus, he darted through the core area, searching for manageable beasts to defeat. The initial 2 hours proved relatively uneventful. He encountered the occasional solitary mid-tier first-stage beast or small groups of only 3 or 4 beasts. However, by the 3rd hour, Zhou began to notice a marked decrease in the beasts he encountered. By the 4th hour, after wandering for what felt like an eternity in the core area, he hadn't seen a single beast. What is going on? Where have all the beasts gone? Zhou was perplexed, venting his frustration by kicking a fist-sized stone by the roadside. As an ability user, his strength was considerable. The stone he kicked hurtled away, colliding with a rusted metal billboard, producing a thunderous clang. Previously, he would never have engaged in such an action that could attract the attention of beasts. Yet now, he hoped for the very opposite, to draw a beast near. However, while he failed to lure any beasts, he inadvertently attracted a few human figures instead. A trio consisting of 2 young men and a young woman is approaching, waving their greetings from a distance. Hey Mingyang, what brings you all together? Zhou Mingyang looks at the 3 individuals standing before him with a perplexed expression. Like him, They are all students from the elite rocket class of the first high school, each possessing low-level abilities. They are well acquainted, being old friends. Aside from him, these three occupy the remaining top ranks of the martial arts standings. That is something you should ask Su Jingming. The young man on the far right, sporting a shaved head, replies with a shrug. Su Jingming has wiped out all the ferocious beasts in the core area. We couldn't find any beasts, so we had no choice but to team up. The petite girl in the middle adds in a soft, endearing voice, carrying an imposing sword that creates a striking contrast with her small stature. We've been wandering around here for over half an hour, and when we heard some noise, we thought it was a ferocious beast. We rushed over, only to find you. The young man on the left, with long hair, shakes his head with a sigh. Su Jingming has killed all the ferocious beasts? How is that even possible? Zhou Mingyang furrows his brow, instinctively choosing disbelief. After all, to prepare for the martial arts entrance examination, there were at least 300 to 400 ferocious beasts released in the core area. With such a multitude of beasts, it would be utterly impossible to eliminate them all in just a few short hours. Clearly, you haven't checked the rankings in a while. Here, take a look at Su Jingming's score, the bald young man says as he activates his smartwatch, projecting the ranking interface into the air with a buzz. First place, Su Jingming, 3,435 points, Second High School of Jiangqing. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1,103 points, First High School of Jiangqing. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, First High School of Jiangqing. Over 3,400 points. Zhou Mingyang stares incredulously at the staggering score of Su Jingming, nearly popping his eyes out in astonishment. Now do you understand why we say Su Jingming annihilated the ferocious beasts? The bald young man closes the virtual projection with a wry smile. The points awarded for slaying a low-level ferocious beast range from 14 to 16, while those for a mid-level beast range from 20 to 22. With 3435 points, even after deducting the 700 points he earned in the mid-area, there remain over 2,500 points. This implies that Su Jingming personally eliminated nearly 200 ferocious beasts in the core area. We, as a group, have also taken down quite a few, meaning we must have collectively eradicated all the ferocious beasts in the core area. This revelation leaves Zhou Mingyang in a state of shock. Upon entering the examination hall, his focus was solely on defeating as many ferocious beasts as possible to secure a higher score. However, he had never considered that it was feasible to completely exterminate the beasts. Goodness, no wonder Su Jingming was so apprehensive about being robbed of kills. It seems he had anticipated this all along. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Zhou Mingyang feels as if a herd of wild horses is galloping through his mind. 3,435 points. Such an extraordinary score. Su Jingming is undoubtedly among the top 10 in Jiangnan province. The top 10. When has Jiangqing ever produced such remarkable results? This is a record-breaking achievement. Su Jingming has shattered our city's previous records. While Zhou Mingyang is astonished by Su Jingming's score inside the examination hall, the principals and teachers outside are already overjoyed. With 3435 points, Su Jingming is poised to enter the top 10 in Jiangnan province, achieving the best score in the history of Jiangqing. Who would have thought that Su Jingming, armed solely with that long spear, could achieve such heights? Principal Zhao Yao of the second high school feels a surge of excitement coursing through him. What does it mean to be in the top 10 of Jiangnan province? These are the prodigies that top 10 national schools fight to recruit. Unexpectedly, Jiangqing has produced a student like Su Jingming, beams Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Education Bureau. At this moment, he no longer cares that Su Jingming is merely an E-level ability wielder. After all, with such results, even an F-level ability would attract schools vying for him. Yet, it is astonishing how Su Jingming managed to almost entirely eliminate the ferocious beasts in the core area in just 3 or 4 hours. It seems he might become quite the combat enthusiast in the future. Zhou Mingyang and his companions are unaware of the exact number of ferocious beasts released in the core area, but Zhang Wenshan, as the director of the Education Bureau, certainly knows. A total of 450 low-level ferocious beasts and 40 mid-level beasts were released in the core area. After accounting for the beasts that killed each other and the number Zhou Mingyang and the others eliminated, Su Jingming alone has taken down nearly half of the ferocious beasts in the entire core area, and all of this transpired within a mere 3 to 4 hours, further underscoring the terrifying nature of Su Jingming's abilities. Su Jingming's parents perished during a beast tide when he was young, which likely fuels his deep-seated hatred for ferocious beasts. Adds their homeroom teacher, Chen Fan. I see. Zhang Wenshan nods in realization, his expression turning somber. Rest assured, there will come a day when humanity eradicates all ferocious beasts. Principal Zhao Yao interjects coldly, recalling the brutality of these creatures. Chapter 21, 2413 Ability Points, Bloodthirsty Violent Bear. Oh, you've encountered Su Jingming? Do tell. What kind of ability does he possess? The others around Zhou Mingyang perk up with interest upon hearing his mention of Su Jingming. I'm not certain of the type of ability, but his physique is remarkably strong, with a vitality value of at least 180 points. Zhou Mingyang shakes his head, sharing his speculation. 180 points of vitality? No wonder he's so formidable, the bald young man exclaims in awe. The average awakened individual has a vitality value of around 100 points. For those of them possessing low-level abilities, the vitality value barely exceeds 130. A vitality of 180 points is an unattainable goal for them. With such a robust physique, it's highly likely he is a reinforcement-type ability wielder. Achieving this level of vitality after awakening an ability is somewhat reasonable. The long-haired young man feigns indifference, though a hint of jealousy seeps into his tone. No, Su Jingming is still just an awakened individual. Zhou Mingyang shakes his head once more, not dismissing the long-haired boy's assumption about Su Jingming having a reinforcement-type ability. After all, he shares the same belief. An awakened individual? The petite girl with the sword gasps. So, we, as ability wielders, are outmatched by an awakened individual? Her words plunge the group into silence. After a moment, Zhou Mingyang finally replies, I must admit, Meng Di, you have a knack for hitting the nail on the head. Meng Di is the only girl among their group of ability wielders, possessing a B-level reinforcement-type ability and currently ranking 4th. I was just taken aback, Meng Di replies, sticking out her tongue. Her adorable demeanor starkly contrasts with the imposing sword she carries, though Zhou Mingyang and the others have grown accustomed to it. Su Jingming is truly extraordinary. Even at the awakened stage, he is this formidable, the bald young man remarks, his expression complicated. After a pause, he continues. But what should we do next? There is still about an hour and a half until the exam concludes. With all the ferocious beasts in the core area eliminated, should we head back to the mid-area? In the midst of the rigorous Wuka College entrance examination, every participant is racing against time, striving to slay as many ferocious beasts as possible to accumulate points. With just an hour and a half remaining, lingering about is simply not an option. It takes over half an hour to reach the central region, and any time wasted on the way is detrimental. Moreover, the central region is predominantly inhabited by peak-tier beasts, whose defeat yields meager points. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mingyang suggested, rather than returning to the central area, we should venture into the most core region together. The mention of the most core region made everyone's hearts skip a beat. The beasts within are no less than first-tier upper-level creatures, with some even being second-tier beast kings. Such a formidable lineup poses a significant threat to their lives, especially for them as first-tier lower-level ability users. Entering alone would be akin to courting death. However, as a united front of 4, they might stand a chance. The bald young man hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The Wuka entrance examination determines one's future, while failing may not spell disaster for them as ability users. Securing a place in a prestigious university is an opportunity not to be dismissed. I have no objections, chimed in the petite girl, Meng Di, with a playful smile. It seems we have no other choice. The long-haired boy also nodded in agreement. All right, let us set off at once. Zhou Mingyang, a decisive individual, promptly led the trio away. In a desolate town, within a certain area of the core region, Su Jingming strode along the cracked concrete streets, a long gun slung across his back. This was once a bustling city thoroughfare, now rendered barren, with weeds reclaiming the land. The surrounding buildings and shops lay in utter ruin. Yet, Su Jingming paid little heed to his surroundings. His focus was entirely on his system panel. Level, Awaken 1. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder S. Physique, 181 Vitality. Mentality, 182 Mental Strength. Skill, Marksmanship, Advanced. Lightning Gale Break, Beginner. Ability points, 2413. 2,413 ability points. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the total reward he had amassed since entering the core area, an astonishing number of ability points. However, despite this bounty, there was still no sign of an upgrade in his level. This confirmed his suspicion that he had yet to cultivate the necessary abilities to evolve into a more powerful being. Nevertheless, he had already dispatched a significant number of beasts in the core region. To continue accruing ability points, he needed to venture into the most core area. However, the presence of second-tier beasts necessitated a strengthening of his capabilities beforehand. After selecting the upgrade option for his skill, Lightning Gale Break, he spent 300 ability points to elevate it from beginner to advanced. Instantly, the technique felt as though he had practiced it 1,000 times, becoming second nature. Now, he felt more confident in facing a second-tier beast. Although he possessed a considerable amount of ability points, Su Jingming refrained from extravagantly enhancing his basic attributes, opting instead for a modest increase to 180 vitality in this skill upgrade, demonstrating remarkable restraint. On one hand, ability points were precious. After the WUKA entrance examination, opportunities to harvest them would dwindle. On the other hand, once he entered an academy for ability users, these points would prove invaluable. Most importantly, with his current strength, he was already capable of confronting a second-tier beast in the most core area without further enhancement. Having concluded his upgrades, he downed the last 2 energy bars from his backpack, replenishing his stamina. Glancing at the map, he strode purposefully toward the most core region. In comparison to the overall map of the WUKA entrance examination, the most core area appeared insignificantly small, merely a pinpoint. Yet, in reality, it encompassed an entire residential complex known as Jinshi Garden, where dozens of beasts lingered in the open space. Unlike ordinary beast packs, this assembly comprised various species, including shadow cats, iron-haired boars, and even unicorn rhinoceroses. It is important to note that ferocious beasts are inherently savage, and different tribes regard each other as prey. The presence of such a diverse array of beasts cohabiting in harmony indicated the existence of a dominant beast king, which turned out to be a massive gray bear, sprawled in the depths of the open area. Unlike ordinary gray bears, this one was colossal, resembling a tank, with eyes as crimson as blood, seemingly harboring the essence of slaughter. Even its mere presence emanated a terrifying aura. At that moment, Jingming and his companions arrived nearby. Standing atop a building, they gazed downwards. Upon spotting the gray bear, their expressions shifted dramatically. "It's the bloodthirsty berserk bear," Jingming remarked grimly. The disparity in strength among different beasts is significant. For instance, a shadow cat would stand no chance against a unicorn rhinoceros, illustrating the principle of racial dominance. The bloodthirsty berserk bear is renowned among ferocious beast clans for its rarity and formidable nature. Setting aside its terrifying strength, its thick, sinewy fur is more resilient than E-grade alloy, impervious even to missiles. This is problematic. Jingming couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. If they were facing any other ordinary second-tier beast, perhaps the 4 of them could hold their ground for a while. Yet, against the bloodthirsty berserk bear, with its massive paw capable of crushing them like mere insects, survival seemed impossible. They wouldn't even stand a chance. There was another possibility. They might not even need to confront the bloodthirsty berserk bear directly. The onslaught of first-tier upper-level beasts could wipe them out before they even entered the complex. The bald youth scoffed. Even united, the 4 of them could barely contend with 3 or 4 first-tier upper-level beasts, yet down below, there were over 30 such creatures. In essence, whether facing the second-tier bloodthirsty berserk bear or the multitude of first-tier upper-level beasts, they were not merely outmatched, they were utterly intimidated. The disparity in beast configurations between the core and most core regions was staggering. The strongest in the core region was merely a mid-tier first-tier beast, whereas in the most core area, they faced second-tier beasts and a horde of first-tier upper-level beasts. How could they possibly navigate such a perilous situation? The petite girl, Meng Di, pouted discontentedly. "Before the examination, I heard that the examiner for our WUKA entrance examination was Old Lu. I didn't believe it at first. Now it seems that this absurd combination of beasts could only be his doing." The long-haired boy gritted his teeth. The examiner, Old Lu, is notorious among the many who preside over the examination. The martial arts college entrance examination, orchestrated by him, has witnessed a mortality rate that exceeds that of previous years by more than double. In the most critical zone, first-tier high-level ferocious beasts and second-tier ferocious beasts are a standard pairing for the national martial arts examination. However, Old Lu has substituted them with the more formidable bloodthirsty violent bear. This cannot be blamed on anyone else. It is solely a reflection of our insufficient strength. Jingming let out a sigh. The martial arts examination is inherently a selection of the elite, with the core area representing the final, most challenging question in a mathematics exam. Only those who can solve this question can be deemed true prodigies. He is a celebrated genius in Jiangxing. Yet within the broader Jiangnan province, he lacks even the qualification to attempt this final question. Speaking of which, that fellow Su Jingming has toiled tirelessly for the better part of the day, exhausting himself to accumulate over 3,000 points. Yet, he could achieve this more swiftly by slaying the second-tier ferocious beast before him and over 30 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts. The long-haired youth smirked slightly, an expression tinged with schadenfreude. The points awarded for slaying beasts in the core area are significantly higher than those in the most critical zone. Killing a first-tier high-level ferocious beast grants 100 points, while vanquishing the ultimate second-tier beast yields a staggering 4,000 points. Humanity seeks out warriors of exceptional combat prowess. What use is there in slaying mere fodder? The long-haired boy evidently harbored some resentment towards Su Jingming. Jingming furrowed his brow upon hearing this, but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections, for it was indeed the truth. The martial arts examination demands formidable strength, not mere killing machines that can only dispatch low-level beasts. Just like in the present-day Blue Star, although ferocious beasts rampage. If one can eliminate all the 9th-tier beast emperors within a beast horde, the remaining beasts will inevitably falter. Without eliminating the beast emperors, slaying countless ordinary beasts holds little value. This is precisely why the points for slaying beasts in the most critical zone are set so high. Thus, if one can defeat a 2nd-tier ferocious beast, they will amass enough points to dominate the field. Moreover, the 2nd-tier ferocious beast is a coveted target for those aiming for the provincial top scorer. Nevertheless, Zhou Mingyang silently added to his thoughts, what use is Su Jingming? Does that mean those of us with lower scores are utterly useless? With this in mind, he chose not to counter, knowing they would soon have to fight side by side. Enough talk. Let's head down and see if we can lure out a few 1st-tier high-level ferocious beasts. There's no way we can directly enter an area guarded by a 2nd-tier bloodthirsty violent bear. Thus, Zhou Mingyang's strategy was to lure them out one by one, killing as many as possible. Of course, it was also possible that they might not succeed in luring even a single beast. If that were the case, their group would have no choice but to retreat to the central region. Time to get to work, he said. Isn't it a bit reckless to lure beasts in the presence of a 2nd-tier ferocious beast? Even if it's reckless, isn't it worth a try? The group bantered as they prepared to descend. Just then, a black figure surged towards them from a distance, moving with remarkable speed, reminiscent of a cheetah. In mere seconds, it reached the entrance of the Jin's garden community. Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang's gaze sharpened, though situated on the 8th-floor rooftop. His enhanced vision allowed him to quickly recognize the figure below as Su Jingming, whom he had met before. Su Jingming is here. Where is he? Su Jingming. I shall see what kind of person he is. Unlike Zhou Mingyang, Meng Di and the others had not encountered Su Jingming previously. Thus, upon hearing Zhou Mingyang's voice, they hastily turned back from the staircase to look down. Once an awaken transforms into an ability user, their powers and physical prowess are significantly enhanced. Therefore, the height of the 8th floor posed no challenge for them. They could clearly see the figures below. There, in the community's open area, stood a tall and resolute young man, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Having faced countless battles, the black combat attire he wore was stained dark red in many places. Attached to his back was a black long gun, its once sharp blade now marred and uneven, as though it had been used to chop through bones. This long gun added an air of ferocity to the young man's already formidable presence. What a handsome young man. Regardless of the time, women are perpetually drawn by emotion. Thus, upon catching sight of Su Jingming, Meng Di's eyes sparkled with admiration. The F-grade long gun, now in such a dilapidated state, was a testament to the multitude of beasts he must have slain. The bald young man was astounded by the weapon's devastation. After all, F-grade alloys are notoriously durable. To be rendered in such a state speaks volumes of the ferocity and frequency of the battles endured. Isn't he courting death by appearing before a horde of ferocious beasts? The long-haired youth scoffed. Roar. A woo. Indeed, with Su Jingming's arrival, the ferocious beasts below quickly stirred into a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen 1st-tier high-level ferocious beasts charged towards him with ferocious roars. It's over. He has stirred up the beast horde. Meng Di exclaimed in shock. How could Su Jingming be so reckless? Zhou Mingyang frowned. At this distance, even if they wanted to assist, it would be too late. By the time they rushed down, Su Jingming would likely be as good as dead. Why? Surely it was the confidence brought by being the top scorer, leading him to underestimate the danger. The long-haired boy chuckled coldly, his gaze fixated on the scene below. He is armed with a gun, but that weapon likely won't save him. As he had predicted, initially, Su Jingming could manage to fend off the few approaching beasts. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed, his figure rapidly engulfed by the throng of ferocious beasts. Su Jingming can't possibly perish like this. Zhou Mingyang watched in disbelief as Su Jingming's silhouette disappeared amidst the horde. The other had risen like a comet in just a few hours, and now it seemed he was destined to fall like a shooting star. More importantly, what was Su Jingming thinking? Knowing full well that the core area was teeming with 1st and 2nd-tier ferocious beasts, how could he audaciously present himself before them? However, it seemed he had indeed deceived Zhou Mingyang. He had not utilized his lightning-based abilities at all. Well, once a life is extinguished, it is like a lamp going out. If he deceived me, so be it. Zhou Mingyang and Su Jingming were merely acquaintances. He felt little concern for the latter's safety, only pondering the foolishness of his actions. Just then, a shiver ran through Zhou Mingyang and the others. A deep, authoritative voice resonated in their ears. Divine Thunder. In the next moment, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars, a purple shockwave erupted from the very heart of the beast horde visible to them. Boom. The ferocious beasts that came into contact with this shockwave were sent flying several meters away, their bodies charred, as if struck by a tremendous force. The once densely packed horde of ferocious beasts seemed to have been effortlessly erased, as if a pencil drawing had been lightly smudged, leaving a clear expanse in its wake. At the heart of this clearing, Su Jingming stood tall and statuesque, akin to a god of war. Surrounding his form, arcs of purple lightning danced, as if heralding the arrival of their sovereign, continuously cheering and exulting. It was at this moment that Zhou Mingyang and his companions suddenly realized that what they had witnessed was not a mere shockwave, but rather a high-voltage electric net formed by the gathered purple lightning. Gazing at the central figure that resembled the deity of thunder, Zhou Mingyang was rendered speechless. And after a considerable pause, he murmured, "Su Jingming truly possesses lightning-type abilities." Chapter 23. Divine Thunder of the Purple Heavens. A dominant cleanse. Crackling and popping filled the air. At the center of the clearing, with Su Jingming as the focal point, the divine thunder of the purple heavens radiated outward for over 3 meters. The sound of thunder roared like 1,000 birds chirping simultaneously, piercing the ears. The terrifying lightning transformed the vicinity around Su Jingming into a veritable zone of death. Beyond the 3-meter radius lay charred remains of beasts, while within that perimeter stood only Su Jingming, who exuded an aura of dominion, enveloped in crackling electricity. Indeed, relying solely on physical strength to contend with such numerous first-tier high-level beasts was a daunting task. Su Jingming raised his left hand, captivated by the flickering purple arcs dancing at his fingertips. The potency and rank of one's abilities are intrinsically linked to 2 fundamental attributes. Though he was still merely an awakened, his 180 points in vitality and spirit had significantly augmented the power of his divine thunder of the purple heavens since his awakening. This was the essence of an S-rank ability, overbearing and formidable. Su Jingming's gaze shifted forward. The grievous wounds and imminent demise of more than a dozen beasts had captured the attention of the local beast king, the bloodthirsty violent bear, which rose from its resting state. Towering at 5 meters in height and over 3 meters in width, it resembled a heavy tank. One could only imagine the overwhelming pressure of a heavy tank rearing up. This was the scene Su Jingming now faced. The rare beast, the bloodthirsty violent bear, indicated that this year's martial arts college entrance examination was indeed extraordinarily challenging. Su Jingming licked his lips. In the summer of Jiangnan, the sunsets linger a bit longer. The slanting rays of the sun illuminated the bloodthirsty violent bear, casting a lengthy shadow upon the ground. With his back to the light, Su Jingming was unable to clearly discern the bear's facial features. However, its blood-red eyes radiated an intense aura of oppression. Under this influence, the remaining beasts, initially cowed by Su Jingming's might, regained their audacity, crouching low, baring their fangs, and emitting growls. This scene would be quite fitting for a horror film. However, when the battle commenced, these lesser monsters would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Thus, it was time to clear the field. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. The divine thunder of the purple heavens, which had merely been manifesting on his surface, now delved deep within his body under his command. With a hum, it felt as though he had been injected with a potent stimulant, causing his body to tremble violently. Simultaneously, his clear and spirited eyes filled with purple lightning, while an immense force surged forth from every fiber of his being. This was the sensation he craved. A wild and unrestrained smile spread across Su Jingming's chiseled visage. Abilities are a manifestation of human power, wielded with the same ease as an arm. Thus, apart from the more intricate techniques of combat, there exist more rudimentary applications of these powers. For instance, Zhou Mingyang's wind abilities can be effortlessly employed to reduce air resistance and enhance running speed. Similarly, his recent eruption of the divine thunder of the purple heavens achieved effects akin to a powerful plasma cannon. This current state represented a fundamental application of lightning-type abilities. By channeling the thunder into his body to stimulate every cell, he could significantly enhance his physical prowess. Previously, Su Jingming had attempted to use his E-rank ability, weak electricity, to invigorate his body, yet it merely induced a tingling sensation with no other effects. However, now, employing the S-rank divine thunder of the purple heavens proved entirely different. Su Jingming could feel the divine thunder coursing through him like a raging river, augmenting his physique to an extraordinarily formidable degree. Of course, this was not a combat technique. Additionally, allowing lightning to traverse within his body was perilous. A single misstep could damage his meridians. Therefore, maintaining this state was not feasible for long. Nevertheless, it was more than adequate for vanquishing these beasts. A grin crept across Su Jingming's lips. In the next instant, lightning flickered, and he vanished from his previous location. When he reappeared, he found himself beside a first-tier high-level unicorn rhinoceros. With spear in hand, he struck through the air like a bolt of lightning, leaving a purple-black trail in his wake. Before the unicorn rhinoceros could react, a crimson line appeared on its neck, and its massive head smoothly detached from its body. Its skin, as tough as steel, provided no protection in that moment. Blood gushed forth from its severed neck like a fountain. Even with the robust vitality of a first-tier high-level beast, it could still act with a ruptured abdomen. Yet, devoid of its head, it was utterly incapacitated. The headless form of the unicorn rhinoceros collapsed into a pool of its own blood. Roar! Witnessing the demise of the unicorn rhinoceros before it, the bloodthirsty violent bear could no longer restrain itself. With a furious roar, it charged at Su Jingming. Despite its massive size, the bear was surprisingly swift, bounding forward and covering over 30 meters in the blink of an eye. To describe it as running would be an understatement. It was more akin to leaping. However, while the bloodthirsty violent bear was fast, Su Jingming was even swifter. Bolstered by the divine thunder of the purple heavens, he became a purple-black specter, weaving through the horde of beasts. With every strike, the black spear imbued with purple lightning claimed yet another beast's life. Ding! Slain a first-tier high-level unicorn rhinoceros, earning 15 ability points. Ding! Slain a first-tier high-level shadow cat, earning 13 ability points. Ding! Slain a first-tier high-level armblade tiger, earning 14 ability points. A cascade of system notifications echoed in Su Jingming's mind, accompanied by the futile rage of the bloodthirsty violent bear, which could not land a blow on him. What kind of lightning-type ability is this? So ferocious. On the rooftop, Zhou Mingyang and his companions were utterly mesmerized. Merely unleashing his abilities had left first-tier high-level beasts grievously wounded and on the brink of death. And Su Jingming was still just an awakened. Surely, even an A-rank ability could not achieve such intensity, could it? The petite girl, Meng Di, struggled to swallow. Thanks to the internet's prevalence, she had seen her fair share of A-rank lightning-type abilities. However, the oppressive aura emanating from Su Jingming at this moment far surpassed that of even the highest-tier A-rank lightning users. Stronger than an A-rank ability? Could it be? Zhou Mingyang and the bald youth exchanged glances, and in unison, they exclaimed, S-rank. As soon as the words fell from their lips, Zhou Mingyang quickly shook his head in denial. No, that can't be right. To possess an S-rank ability truly would cause a tremor throughout the entirety of the Great Xia Kingdom from the very day of its awakening. Moreover, in this current era, it is exceedingly difficult to conceal one S level of psychic prowess. The awakening of abilities is systematically orchestrated by the state, with each awakened individual S powers meticulously recorded in the national database. If an S-rank ability truly existed, the government would have long intervened to provide elite training. How could such a talent remain within the resource-scarce Jiangxing No. 2 High School? Could it be a mutation of abilities? The bald youth inquired tentatively. A mutation of abilities? Zhou Mingyang pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, such a possibility existed. In this vast world, there are countless wonders. Although the mutation of abilities is rare, it has not occurred without precedent. There have been instances where a D-rank ability transformed into an A-rank under fortuitous circumstances. Nonetheless, after today, it is likely that the entire Jiangxing will be shaken by his presence. Observing the black figure wielding a long spear, dominating the ferocious beasts below, Zhou Mingyang's expression was exceedingly complex. Chapter 24. You call this an E-rank ability? Outside the examination hall, when Su Jingming appeared alone before the bloodthirsty savage bears, astonishment erupted across the military district's open ground. What was Su Jingming doing? How could he so brazenly present himself in the sight of these ferocious beasts? Zhou Mingyang and his companions understood the necessity of hiding at a height to observe. What compelled Su Jingming to act so recklessly? Run. Quick, flee. The director of the Education Bureau and various principals, all second-tier ability users with sharp insight, immediately discerned Su Jingming's strength. While he might manage to contend with 2 or 3 first-tier high-ranking savage beasts, facing dozens of them simultaneously was akin to a fool's dream. Not to mention, there was also a more terrifying second-tier beast, the bloodthirsty savage bear, that he could not possibly confront. Upon witnessing Su Jingming appear without the slightest concealment in the core zone, the directors and principals were instantly thrown into a panic. Numerous teachers from the second high school shouted for escape, yet Su Jingming was utterly oblivious to their cries, instead provoking the horde of beasts and becoming engulfed by them. Su Jingming was far too confident, daring to stride so boldly into the most perilous area. The director shook his head, a grave expression on his face. Even if Su Jingming miraculously survived, once the martial arts entrance examination concluded, such reckless behavior would undoubtedly tarnish his evaluation in the eyes of elite ability colleges. Is this how one of our school's rare talents is destined to perish? Principal Zhao Yao of the second high school looked ashen. Does Su Jingming not have a safety sphere? The homeroom teacher Chen Fan remarked hastily. Setting aside whether he could activate the safety sphere in such a scenario, even if it was deployed. The high-voltage electric net it produced would be unable to withstand the onslaught of these first-tier, high-ranking savage beasts. Principal Zhao Yao shook his head and turned to the chief commander of the martial arts entrance examination. Commander Wang, please arrange for the nearest ability user teams to prepare for rescue. In an effort to preserve the lives of the candidates as much as possible, alongside the safety sphere. Another measure in place was the deployment of ability user rescue teams strategically located throughout the examination area. Unlike the inexperienced candidates, these rescue teams were composed of battle-hardened elites, with a well-thought-out composition. Although they were all first-tier, when combined, the entire team could stand their ground against second-tier beasts. Of course, such elite rescue teams were exceedingly rare within the military district, typically reserved for candidates with immense potential during martial arts entrance examinations. Given that Su Jingming ranked first, he clearly qualified for the deployment of an elite rescue team. Very well, Commander Wang nodded, activating his communication device to contact the rescue teams. Let us hope Su Jingming can hold out until they arrive. Principal Zhao Yao sighed. It was at this moment that the projection depicting Su Jingming suddenly blazed with resplendent light. Surrounding him, countless purple bolts of lightning surged forth. All savage beasts in the vicinity were charred black beneath the onslaught of this violent thunder, flung away as if they were mere toys. Subsequently, Su Jingming seemed to transform into a god of thunder, his eyes crackling with electricity, purple lightning dancing across his body. Armed with a long spear, he unleashed a devastating assault upon the horde of beasts. The second-tier bloodthirsty savage bear pursued him, but could never land a blow. Forced to watch as Su Jingming reaped his foes, the entire battle unfolded in the blink of an eye, executing an astonishing reversal. The director and principals were left utterly dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Is this Su Jingming's lightning-based ability? Principal Zhao Yao gasped, while Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan was equally astonished. Principal Zhao, you call this an E-rank ability? Surely you jest. In the heart of the ruins town, under the enhancement of the divine purple thunder, Su Jingming toyed with the bloodthirsty savage bear as one might walk a dog. Realizing its speed was insufficient to keep pace with Su Jingming, the bear ceased its pursuit, instead taking up a dominant position in the central clearing. Its crimson eyes fixated upon Su Jingming. With each savage beast Su Jingming felled, the bear's bloodthirsty aura intensified. There were a total of 34 first-tier high-ranking savage beasts present. 13 of them, during their initial assault on Su Jingming, had already succumbed to grievous injuries under the explosive electrical assault of the divine purple thunder. The remaining 21 savage beasts fell in rapid succession within a mere minute. As the activated cells of Su Jingming continued their carnage, crackling and popping, Su Jingming's towering figure, enveloped in crackling lightning, appeared roughly 8 meters from the bloodthirsty savage bear. Quite astute of you to anticipate my arrival and wait here, he remarked, his eyes gleaming with purple lightning. A true embodiment of electrifying intimidation. At that moment, the bloodthirsty savage bear was evidently furious, its nostrils flaring as its muscle-bound chest heaved with intense breaths. Its pair of crimson eyes were frigidly piercing. Such a sight would likely petrify any lesser ability user with poor mental fortitude. However, Su Jingming remained unflinching, his left hand grasping the air as if he were a divine ruler. The surrounding divine purple thunder swiftly coalesced, forming a bolt of purple lightning. With a crack, he hurled the purple lightning, striking the bloodthirsty savage bear with a resounding boom. This formidable thunder, capable of obliterating a first-tier high-ranking beast, merely danced across the surface of the bear's body, rendering it more fearsome in appearance without inflicting significant damage. Truly, it was a rare breed among second-tier savage beasts, boasting formidable defenses. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. Unlike ordinary domesticated animals, the bloodthirsty savage bear never groomed its fur, leading to a matted coat resembling a suit of armor. This pelage armor boasted a strength rivaling that of E-rank alloys. More crucially, it was non-conductive. Though the divine purple thunder was potent, Su Jingming was still merely an awakener. Attempting to inflict damage on a second-tier bloodthirsty savage bear from 2 ranks below was indeed a daunting challenge. It seemed he must devise a strategy to breach its defenses first. As Su Jingming contemplated quietly, the bloodthirsty berserk bear across from him was not idle. With a low growl, it unleashed a ferocious surge of energy that manifested visibly around its body. Like a super scion, a crimson aura formed an updraft. In an instant, its massive physique swelled dramatically, veins bulging grotesquely on its fierce visage. The ground beneath trembled slightly under the influence of this overwhelming energy, sending small stones quaking. Then, with a powerful thrust of its legs, a deep crater formed beneath it, and that colossal figure, towering like an iron tower, leapt towards Su Jingming. What the hell? Can you imagine the sensation of a tiger tank hurtling towards you? Su Jingming experienced a chilling déjà vu. His expression shifted, and he swiftly dodged to the side. Bang! The bloodthirsty berserk bear crashed down where Su Jingming had just stood, the already weathered concrete unable to withstand the impact. The ground cracked in a radiating pattern from its center, dust swirling into the air. Once the dust settled, the bear's Super Saiyan-like form reappeared in Su Jingming's line of sight. Chapter 25, Kill. The provincial champion is preordained, diving into a rampage right from the start. It was clear it was eager to end my life swiftly. Su Jingming marveled. Rare and high-tier ferocious beasts often possess skills akin to human martial techniques. The skill known as rampage is one of the more common abilities wielded by these beasts. Research indicates that during a rampage, the limited intelligence of a ferocious beast is completely obliterated, transforming it into a merciless killing machine driven solely by instinct. Correspondingly, the physical strength of the beast is significantly amplified. Generally, ferocious beasts only enter a rampage when their lives are at stake. Yet, this bloodthirsty berserk bear initiated its rampage right at the onset of battle, evidently infuriated by Su Jingming's earlier antics. However, I am no fool, whether in rampage or not. I have no intention of clashing head-on. Su Jingming's vitality soared to an impressive 180 points, boosted further by cellular activation, granting him extraordinary strength. Nonetheless, he harbored no thoughts of confronting the bloodthirsty berserk bear directly. At a height of just 186 meters, compared to the bear's towering over 6 meters, engaging in a test of strength would be tantamount to courting death. The best course of action was to rely on agility. In a flash, Su Jingming, wielding a spear, vanished from sight. The bloodthirsty berserk bear instinctively sensed something amiss. Before it could react, it felt a searing pain erupt in its legs. With a swift, precise strike, a deep gash, crackling with purple arcs of electricity, suddenly opened on the bear's left leg. Splatter. Vivid red blood erupted from the arterial wound like a geyser. Roar. In agony, the bloodthirsty berserk bear swung its colossal fist towards the diminutive human figure at its feet. Yet, compared to the bear's towering height, Su Jingming, standing at 186 meters, was clearly far more agile. Coupled with the continuous stimulation of his cells by the purple lightning divine thunder, he was imbued with an unending source of power. Under such circumstances, Su Jingming's agility was nothing short of terrifying. Thus, before the bear's fist could land, Su Jingming had already darted to its right leg. In comparison to the purple lightning divine thunder, the razor-sharp black obsidian spear was evidently more capable of breaching defenses. Su Jingming repeated his earlier maneuver, slicing the spear across the bear's right leg, leaving behind a lengthy wound. At that moment, the cumbersome, bloodthirsty berserk bear had yet to even catch a glimpse of his figure. Roar! The excruciating pain from its leg wounds sent the bloodthirsty berserk bear into a frenzy, flailing its massive paws in indiscriminate attacks. Yet, Su Jingming had already evaded to the side. Boom! The frenzied, bloodthirsty berserk bear, like a rampaging demolition machine, smashed numerous ferocious beast carcasses into a pulp beneath its wrath. It was at this juncture that Su Jingming unleashed the full extent of the purple lightning divine thunder. Countless purple bolts erupted from his body, striking the bloodthirsty berserk bear with relentless force. Initially, the bear's speed was inferior to Su Jingming's, and with its legs now injured, it was even further impaired. Although the bear lost all intelligence during its rampage, its basic instincts remained intact, allowing it to realize that the lightning posed no lethal threat. Thus, it hunkered down in place, adopting a defensive posture. Zizz. Boom. The purple lightning divine thunder raged on for more than half a minute. The bear's once gray and white fur was singed black from the relentless barrage. That should suffice. Su Jingming's figure flickered, appearing less than 3 meters in front of the bloodthirsty berserk bear. 3 meters was a mere step for the bear to reach and attack. However, as it moved to unleash its fury upon the diminutive human, it was startled to find its legs seemingly vanished, no longer obeying its commands. Even more alarming was the heavy sensation in its arms, rendering them incapable of movement. Did it truly believe it could endure half a minute of the purple lightning divine thunder without consequence? Su Jingming shook his head. Though the bear's fur provided robust defense, the black obsidian spear had already breached its defenses at its legs. During that half minute of bombardment, while much of the lightning was obstructed, a significant portion still infiltrated the bear's wounds, paralyzing its nerves. This was precisely the outcome Su Jingming had aimed for. Rendered immobile, the bear was now a sitting target. Grasping his spear, Su Jingming commenced his counterattack. The 50-kilogram black obsidian spear whirled in his grip, its electrified tip striking out relentlessly. Swoosh, swoosh. Enveloped in crackling purple lightning, Su Jingming, infused with the primal essence of the purple lightning divine thunder, resembled a deity. The spear blurred into a phantom, and within mere seconds, it had inflicted dozens of bowl-sized wounds upon the bloodthirsty berserk bear. Within these wounds, countless bolts of lightning flickered, inflicting secondary damage. If this were an ordinary ferocious beast, it would undoubtedly be dead beyond recovery. Yet, for the 6-meter-tall, thick-skinned, second-tier bloodthirsty berserk bear, these wounds were but minor injuries. At that moment, the bloodthirsty berserk bear suddenly realized that it had regained sensation in its arms, just as a sinister grin spread across its massive bare face. Preparing to counterattack, the human before it leapt into the air, level with its chest, cold, clear eyes brimming with unwavering calm. Simultaneously, a deep, authoritative voice resonated in its ears, lightning gale break. Accompanied by a resounding thunderclap, a terrifying surge of thunderous energy erupted from the black spear, instilling fear within the bear. It instinctively attempted to raise its arms to defend, but it was too late. Then, with a tremendous boom, the injured bloodthirsty berserk bear received the most crushing blow. The violent purple lightning erupted from its chest, the immense force propelling it backward like a cannonball. Boom! After demolishing the already battered floral pedestal, it carved a trench over 10 meters long into the ground before finally coming to a halt. Upon the left side of its chest, a charred gaping hole was revealed. The heart that once resided there had perished, leaving only the remnants of purple lightning swirling within. The bloodthirsty savage bear could feel its strength swiftly depleting, its consciousness gradually fading. Instinctively, it attempted to rise, swaying unsteadily to its feet. Yet, before it could take its first step, it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. This fearsome beast, capable of annihilating a small town, had completely lost its life force in that moment. Ding! A second-tier low-level bloodthirsty savage bear has been slain, earning 24 ability points. Hearing the notification from the system, Jingming, standing with his firearm, let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. The preceding battle had nearly pushed his current capabilities to their limits, though the confrontation lasted less than 2 minutes. The sheer intensity of the struggle and the constant tension on his spirit were overwhelming. Even with his impressive vitality and mental fortitude of 180 points, he found it challenging to endure. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable. Of course, had that series of attacks failed to vanquish his foe, Jingming had a contingency plan to expend ability points to enhance his fundamental attributes. It could be said that the over 2,000 ability points resting on his system panel had already sealed the fate of the bloodthirsty savage bear from the outset. As Jingming exited the cell activation state, the thunder that once filled his gaze dissipated, and the ethereal purple lightning encircling his form was promptly retracted. Without the augmentation of the purple lightning, Jingming immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him. However, he understood that this weakness was merely an illusion of dwindling power. In reality, he had reverted to the strength he possessed prior to activating his cells. Having slain all the beasts within the core area, I wonder how many points I have accumulated. Jingming activated his smartwatch to check his score. First place, Jingming, 10, 835 points, Jiangxing Second High School. Second place, Zhou Yang, 1, 103 points, Jiangxing First High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Jiangxing First High School. Over 10,000 points. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Jingming was still taken aback by the score. After the initial shock, a delighted smile graced his face. Indeed, the scores from the core area S beasts are the highest. I recall that last year, the highest score in Jiangnan province was merely a little over 8,000 points. Does that mean I have preemptively secured the title of provincial champion? Chapter 26. Conclusion. A bright future ahead. The score for defeating a first-tier high-level beast is 100 points. Slaying a second-tier beast yields 4,000 points. Within the core area, Jingming had dispatched a total of 34 first-tier high-level beasts, as well as 1 second-tier low-level bloodthirsty savage bear, accumulating 7,400 points, adding to his original score of over 3,000 points. It was no surprise that he surpassed 10,000 in total. However, when juxtaposed against the second-place score, his total appeared nothing short of extraordinary. With just over an hour remaining in the martial arts college entrance examination, he had eradicated all beasts in the core and most core areas. Next, he would return to the central region. Every additional kill would bolster his score. Casting a glance at the now lifeless bloodthirsty savage bear, Jingming did not halt his advance. Shouldering his nearly incapacitated black glazed gun, he set off once more towards the central region. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Zhou Yang and others were still reeling from Jingming's performance. The bloodthirsty savage bear, dead just like that? Zhou Yang swallowed hard. From the onset of the battle to the bear's demise, no more than 2 minutes had elapsed. It is worth noting that such a resilient second-tier beast would typically require elite ability users over half an hour to subdue. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The bald young man stared in astonishment at his smartwatch. Su Jingming's score had surpassed 10,000 points. Over 10,000 points? Zhou Mingyang's eyes widened, instinctively exclaiming, "Didn't he, the provincial champion from last year, only score a little over 8,000 points? Could it be that Su Jingming shall be our Jiangnan province's champion?" Provincial champion? How astounding! The group nearby gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Mengdi's voice suddenly broke through. "Look, Su Jingming is leaving. It seems he has headed towards the central region." The central region? Truly deserving of the provincial champion title, having slain a second-tier beast. He shows no signs of complacency and is still rushing towards the central area. The bald young man marveled, while Zhou Mingyang snapped back to reality. Slapping his thigh, "This is bad. I cannot ascertain if Su Jingming is the provincial champion. But I do know that if we don't hurry to the central region now, we might not even earn a single point in this last hour." Exactly. Damn it. At that pace, Su Jingming might clear out the central region's beasts entirely. Hurry. Let us go. Well then, I, Zhou Mingyang, shall take the lead. The group quickly came to their senses, leaving no time for further contemplation, and rushed downstairs with their weapons in hand. Zhou Mingyang, no longer needing teammates, harnessed his wind-type ability, becoming the fastest among them. Outside the examination venue, numerous principals and teachers were astounded by Su Jingming's formidable powers while anxiously observing his actions. Even in their prime, second-tier bloodthirsty savage bears were beasts they would avoid. Yet now, this terrifying creature was being toyed with as though it were a mere plaything in Su Jingming's grasp. Skillfully evading the bear's lunges, he disabled its legs with 2 precise shots. The relentless barrage of electric abilities rendered the creature immobile, paralyzing it. His spear struck with ferocity, inflicting grievous wounds upon the bloodthirsty savage bear. The final blow, a thunderous gun technique, pierced its heart, sealing its fate. This seamless execution of maneuvers flowed effortlessly, resulting in a profound silence when the bloodthirsty bear finally collapsed. No one had anticipated that even a second-tier bloodthirsty savage bear, which could pose a headache for the elite of the provincial capital, would meet such an end. Only when the leaderboard refreshed, revealing Su Jingming's score of over 10,000 points, did the director and the gathered educators process the magnitude of the achievement. 10,000 points. A record-breaking score. An excited teacher from the second high school shouted. At this exclamation, the audience of principals and teachers finally reacted, erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. 10,000 points. Not only has he shattered the Jiangxing record, but he has also set a new benchmark for Jiangnan province. A genius. An absolute genius. Jiangxing is blessed. This year's provincial champion shall belong to us. At that moment, the principals and teachers from the 3 high schools cast aside their reservations, cheering unabashedly. Previously, they may have harbored some reluctance due to Su Jingming's affiliation with the second high school, but now, the situation was entirely transformed. The potential provincial champion Su Jingming represented not only his school, but the entire city of Jiangxing. Well done. Principal Zhao Yao could not restrain himself, rising to his feet and exuberantly pumping his fist. The typically composed man had lost count of how many times he had let his emotions get the better of him. However, in the face of such monumental joy, the distinction between composure and exuberance had become irrelevant. This score can be described as a preliminary selection for the provincial champion. At the very least, it places him among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. It is noteworthy that Jiangxing's second high school has been established for over a century, and even its best-performing students have only managed to rank 64th in the province. Yet now, he has accomplished what no previous principal has achieved. How could he not feel an overwhelming sense of excitement and honor? Alas, how could such an outstanding student not have been assigned to our rocket class? The homeroom teacher of the rocket class, while ecstatic, was filled with immense regret. If only they had pulled Su Jingming into their class back then. What glory he would have brought them now. Bravo, Su Jingming, well done. The prospect of having a student from their class contend for the provincial champion was almost surreal for Class 5's homeroom teacher, Shin Fan. The thought of this made him feel as if he were dreaming. However, the pain from pinching his own flesh reminded him that this was indeed reality. This revelation filled him with unparalleled excitement. Incredible, Class 5 has such a remarkable talent, truly astonishing. Who would have thought? I certainly didn't. 10,000 points. I only scored 102. That is a staggering 100 times the difference. As the Wu Science College entrance examination progressed into its later stages, many candidates, having activated their safety spheres, found themselves eliminated early and returned to the open ground. At this moment, upon witnessing Su Jingming's terrifying score, they were engulfed in profound shock. Over 10,000 points. The senior achieved it. How formidable. With such a score, admission to even the top-tier universities would be a mere formality, wouldn't it? Indeed. Not just that. Now, those prestigious institutions are likely vying for his enrollment. I hereby declare that from today onward, Senior Su Jingming shall be my idol. The playground of second high school erupted with enthusiasm as students from the first and second years, along with teachers, joined in the celebration. Most students regarded Su Jingming as an idol, or role model, their faces flushed with excitement. An hour swiftly passed, and soon it was exactly 9 o'clock. At this moment, students still within the examination venue at Ruins Town received an automatic red warning notification on their smartwatches. Simultaneously, a smart voice announced, "Attention, the 2037 Wu Science College entrance examination in Jiangsheng has concluded. Kills of ferocious beasts will no longer be counted towards the score. Please return promptly." This notification echoed 3 times before it ceased. Inside the examination hall, all candidates who received the notice began to return, some reflecting on their experiences, others filled with regret, each embodying a myriad of emotions. The Wu Science College entrance examination had come to an end. Su Jingming withdrew his spear from the carcass of a ferocious beast, feeling a tinge of regret. Alas, such opportunities for effortlessly harvesting ability points would no longer come. He then shouldered the spear and strode towards the direction of return. With the Wu Science College entrance examination concluded, a new future awaited him. Chapter 27. An unparalleled welcome. The 3 top-tier universities. First place, Su Jingming, 11, 124 points, Jiangsheng Second High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1, 233 points, Jiangsheng First High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 1, 045 points, Jiangsheng First High School. As the clock struck 9, the rankings from the Wu Science College entrance examination were officially set. Su Jingming secured first place with a score nearly tenfold that of the second-place candidate. The originally anticipated champion, Zhou Mingyang, merely attained the second position. As candidates began to emerge from Ruins Town following the conclusion of the examination, discussions shifted from their individual experiences to the extraordinary achievements of Su Jingming. Over 10,000 points. That is astounding. I'm in the same class as Su Jingming. Would you believe me if I said he possesses only an E-level ability? E-level ability? Are you out of your mind? Can an E-level ability suppress Zhou Mingyang, who has a B-level ability, by such a margin? It's worth mentioning that whenever students from Su Jingming's class claimed he only had an E-level ability, the response was universally one of disbelief. As time gradually passed, most students had returned to the open ground, leaving only a few who had ventured deeper into Ruins Town still inside. Among them was Su Jingming. However, those who had exited the examination hall did not immediately board the buses to leave. Instead, they lingered, eager to catch a glimpse of the remarkable individual who had amassed over 10,000 points. While they waited, speculation about Su Jingming's final ranking ensued. Last year, the highest score in Jiangnan province was just over 8,000. A score exceeding 10,000 undoubtedly indicates the provincial champion. Yet, who knows if another prodigy might emerge from a different city, akin to Su Jingming. That is true, but regardless, he is definitely among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. This accomplishment brings honor to all of Jiangsheng. Indeed, Jiangsheng has finally produced a genuine genius. Jiangsheng, as one of the least economically developed cities in Jiangnan province, has remained inconspicuous in the national spectacle of the Wu Science College entrance examination. Each year, the provincial ranking lists often place Jiangsheng students beyond the 100th position. However, this year is utterly different. With Su Jingming's staggering score of over 10,000 points, he qualifies to contend for the provincial champion title. Even if he were to fall short, he would still secure a position among the top 3 in the province. Consequently, the entire city of Jiangsheng will gain recognition because of Su Jingming. This excitement prompted the Education Bureau Director, Zhang Wenshan, along with various school principals and teachers, to leave the audience seats and await Su Jingming's arrival at the examination hall's exit. The open ground buzzed with eager candidates, many of whom were from Class 5 of Second High School, boasting about their past connections with Su Jingming. Especially Lu Jia, who had always enjoyed a good rapport with Su Jingming, seemed to be on cloud 9. Is Su Jingming really your cousin? Among the students from Jiangsheng First High School, Xiaoya, who had previously lost interest in Su Jingming at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, now inquired of Tang Qi with gleaming eyes. My dear, you've asked 3 times already. Tang Qi rolled her eyes. Although she couldn't guarantee it, it was highly likely. All right, I believe you. Xiaoya nodded, then clung to Tang Qi's arm, playfully shaking it. My dear sister, could you give me your cousin's contact information? Why do you need his contact information now? Weren't you uninterested just yesterday? Tang Qi teased, observing Xiaoya's pleading demeanor. Times have changed. Yesterday he was merely an E-level ability wielder. But today he is the pride of Jiangsheng. With identities transformed, the treatment naturally differed. Tang Chi couldn't help but feel speechless at Xiaoya's presumptuous tone. The rapidity of this change was astounding. Just as she was about to respond, a loud cheer erupted. Su Jingming is coming out of the examination hall. Upon hearing this exclamation, the entire open area fell into a hushed silence. Including Tang Chi and Xiaoya, everyone instinctively turned to gaze at the exit of Ruins Town. A tall figure emerged from the dimly lit ruins, unmistakably Su Jingming, clad in a blood-stained black battle suit. His demeanor was calm and composed. With a 2-meter-long black spear slung across his back, the long spear, ravaged to the brink of obliteration, seemingly narrates the brutal battles it has endured along the way. Su Jingming, welcome back. The director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, took the lead in offering the most fervent applause. Following suit, principals and teachers from various schools joined in. However, in stark contrast to the enthusiasm exhibited by the director and the principals, the students' welcome was far more exuberant. Su Jingming, congratulations. Our cohort shines because of you. As fellow candidates, if the score difference was merely a couple of 100 points, they might have felt dissatisfied, believing the disparity in capability was negligible. Yet, a gap exceeding 10,000 points signifies an overwhelming superiority. Furthermore, from this moment onwards, Su Jingming represents not only himself, but the entire Jiangqing. Thus, the candidates unabashedly erupted in cheers and applause. Some bolder girls even openly expressed their affections right then and there. Faced with this spectacle, Su Jingming, amid the buzzing noise that made it impossible to discern individual words, felt somewhat dazed. He had never anticipated such a grand welcome following the college entrance examination. Truly dazzling. Not far behind, Zhou Mingyang, who had just exited the examination hall, looked on with a tinge of envy. Yet he understood that even if he had secured first place, he could not garner such abundant applause. After all, he could not achieve a score exceeding 10,000 points. All candidates, please prepare to board the bus, which will take you to the city center. The cheers continued for over a minute before gradually subsiding, at which point Commander Wang began to arrange the retreat. As for Su Jingming, he was promptly assigned to a special vehicle arranged by the principal for his journey home. This left the students of Class 5, who had hoped to share the same bus with him, feeling utterly disappointed. Su Jingming, have you decided which extraordinary abilities school you wish to attend? The scenery outside the window quickly whizzed by as Su Jingming sat in the back seat of the car, driven by Zhao Yao, the principal of Jiangqing's second high school. Typically, the principal would have a dedicated chauffeur, yet at this moment, he not only took the wheel himself, but also wore a broad smile, exhibiting no hint of dissatisfaction. No, Su Jingming shook his head. He spoke the truth. Since crossing over, his sole focus had been on rapidly enhancing his abilities and scoring higher. He had never contemplated which extraordinary university to attend. With your results, you are eligible for any university in the nation. Principal Zhao Yao appeared even more exhilarated than Su Jingming, including the 3 top-tier extraordinary universities. By the way, are you familiar with these 3 universities? Su Jingming nodded. The Daxia Kingdom boasts a robust martial tradition, and not only does the martial arts college entrance examination get broadcasted live, but thousands of extraordinary universities across the nation also organize intercollegiate competitions annually to determine their rankings. Among these thousands of extraordinary universities, 3 consistently dominate the top 3 spots: Qingjing Extraordinary University, Modu Extraordinary University, and Jincheng Extraordinary University. These 3 institutions, each with a history exceeding 200 years, offer abundant educational resources, with faculty members being at least 6th-tier extraordinary beings. These 3 universities stand above the thousands of others in the nation and are collectively known as the 3 top-tier universities, the coveted sanctuaries for countless aspiring students. Chapter 28, 10,000 points. The Dazed Little Ant. The 3 top-tier universities represent the pinnacle of ambition for countless diligent scholars. Principal Zhao Yao expressed with a sense of nostalgia. However, for you, it is within easy reach. No, that's not right. They will even beseech you to enroll. Beseech me to enroll? Su Jingming tilted his head, his expression laden with confusion. With your scores, you have already qualified for special recruitment. Once the national rankings are announced, the top 10 universities across the nation will extend various offers for you to attend their institutions. What else could this be if not a plea for you to join? Principal Zhao Yao laughed heartily. Special recruitment is a privilege reserved for the top 3 in the province, and Su Jingming undoubtedly falls within this category. I suggest you familiarize yourself with the information regarding the 3 top-tier universities once you return. You cannot afford to be clueless when the day of special recruitment arrives. Moreover, do not let the enticing offers from those universities dazzle you. The most important thing is to choose the school that you believe suits you best. Of course, any of the 3 top-tier universities will offer boundless prospects. Principal Zhao Yao firmly excluded the other 7 institutions from the top 10, earnestly advising him. I understand. Thank you. Principal. Su Jingming nodded, indicating his comprehension. With the martial arts college entrance examination concluded, it was indeed time to seriously consider which school to attend. The journey from the military district to the city took over an hour. By the time Su Jingming returned home, it was already 11:23 in the evening. Exhausted, he scarcely had time to wash up. He simply removed his blood-stained battle attire and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. He did not awaken until after 9 the following morning. Wow, I actually slept for over 10 hours. Glancing at his phone, Su Jingming leaped out of bed and dashed into the bathroom. The warm water cascaded from the showerhead, washing over his bare body. Blissful. After 12 hours of combat, Su Jingming had perspired profusely, leaving him feeling sticky all over. The soothing warmth of the water invigorated him, and he promptly opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, awakened. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 183 Vitality. Mentality, 185 Spirit. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced. Ability points, 25, 34. The martial arts college entrance examination yielded not only impressive results, but also a significant accumulation of ability points. With 25, 34 ability points, it should suffice for me for a while once I enter the extraordinary university, Su Jingming mused to himself. The importance of ability points is beyond doubt. Had it been in an ordinary wilderness zone, it would have been impossible to acquire so many ability points in such a short time. This bounty was indeed a blessing from the martial arts college entrance examination. I wonder if there will be similar events for hunting ferocious beasts at the extraordinary university. If so, I will definitely be the first to participate. Su Jingming felt elated. After humming a tune while finishing his shower, he returned to his bedroom, opened his computer, and began searching for information on the 3 top-tier universities. The 3 top-tier universities, each with a history spanning several centuries, have cultivated numerous formidable individuals for Daxia. Consequently, as Su Jingming reviewed the materials, he frequently found himself exclaiming in astonishment. It turns out that the current 9th-tier National Guardians are all graduates of Qingjing Extraordinary University. The top-tier extraordinary training methods are primarily exclusive to these prestigious institutions. The more he investigated, the more staggering the revelations became. Nearly half of the renowned high-tier extraordinary beings in the nation originate from the 3 top-tier universities. Half. This is an extraordinarily alarming statistic, especially considering there are thousands of extraordinary universities nationwide. Additionally, many individuals have studied at foreign extraordinary universities before returning to their homeland post-graduation. When aggregating the number of strong individuals produced by both domestic and international institutions, the total is equivalent to that of the 3 top-tier universities. This starkly illustrates the profound heritage of the 3 top-tier universities. Moreover, the most significant aspect lies in the ability training methods. As the foundation for the advancement of those with supernatural abilities, there exists a distinction between the various training techniques, with their cultivation speeds varying drastically. For instance, utilizing the most inferior beginner's training method, the majority of awakened individuals require 3 to 4 years to progress into full-fledged supernatural beings. However, should they employ the finest training techniques, they can ascend in less than 6 months. According to the information Su Jingming has gathered, a significant portion of the elite training methods in the Great Xia Kingdom is actually housed within the libraries of the 3 prestigious universities. No wonder there are rumors online claiming that these top institutions are monopolistic academic factions, unwilling to disclose their techniques. Su Jingming suddenly comprehended this, though he did not dwell on it. How precious are these elite training methods? It is utterly implausible to think one could coerce universities into sharing their top techniques through public opinion. Ding dong. Just as he was about to continue his research, the doorbell rang outside. Who could be visiting me so early? Could it be my aunt? With a sense of curiosity, Su Jingming rose from his bedroom and opened the door. Standing at the entrance were 2 beautiful ladies, one tall and the other petite. The elder, in her 30s, donned luxurious attire and had an exquisite visage. The younger, of similar age to Su Jingming, was tall and bore a striking resemblance to the elder, though her demeanor was notably more aloof. Indeed, these 2 were his aunt Su Qingwan and his cousin Tang Qi. Aunt, cousin, Su Jingming greeted with a smile, ushering them into the living room. However, an awkwardness ensued, as the previous night's supernatural evolution had left his living room resembling a charred wasteland. The floor and walls were blackened, and the furniture, including the sofa and coffee table, had been reduced to ashes. The spacious living room offered no place to sit. Xiaoming, did your house catch fire? Aunt Su Qingwan exclaimed in alarm, hastily pulling Su Jingming to inspect him. When did this happen? Are you hurt? Just a minor incident. Nothing serious, Su Jingming replied softly, observing his aunt's worried expression. After the passing of his parents, it was only his aunt who brought him the warmth of family. Thank goodness. Thank goodness, Su Qingwan sighed in relief, then added. I came to ask about your results from yesterday's martial arts college entrance examination. Did Qi Jin not tell you? Su Jingming inquired, somewhat surprised. I thought it better for you to tell my mother yourself, so I didn't mention it, cousin Tang Qi replied with a sly smile. I see, Su Jingming nodded. Let us go downstairs to find a place to sit and talk. He led the two downstairs to a cafe nearby, known as Morning Light Cafe, which he frequented. It was around 10 in the morning, and the cafe was not particularly crowded. Su Jingming chose a table by the window and ordered 3 steaming cups of coffee. The cafe did not serve high-end hand-brewed coffee, so it wasn't long before the server brought over the 3 hot cups. Enjoy your drinks, the server said with a warm smile before departing. Now, shall we unveil the mystery? Aunt Su Qingwan said with a cheerful grin as she grasped her coffee cup. Is your sister being so secretive just to avoid me giving you a beating like when you were little? Rest assured, think about it, since you started high school. When have I ever hit you? Even when you expressed your desire to take the martial arts entrance exam, I agreed. Listening to Aunt Su Qingwan's words, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, touching his nose. Aunt Su was a quintessential Jiangnan woman, gentle and graceful. Though this gentility was limited to times devoid of final examinations. Whenever his grades dipped during finals, he would inevitably face a painful stir-fry of bamboo shoots and pork. And he had no means to resist, as he was merely 11 when his parents passed, and his aunt was officially designated as his guardian. Don't worry, aunt. This time I won't disappoint you, Tang Qi interjected, sensing her mother had misunderstood her intentions. Oh, is that so? Does this mean Xiao Ming did quite well on the exam? How many points did you score? Did you manage to score 100? Aunt Su Qingwan's eyes brightened as she eagerly pressed for answers. 100 points is the nationally recognized minimum admission score. Surpassing 100 indicates a chance to attend a supernatural university. I scored 100 points, Su Jingming replied with a smile, and added, in fact, I exceeded that by a significant margin, achieving 10,000 points. 10,000 points. This revelation stunned Aunt Su Qingwan, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 29. The bewildered admissions office of the Demon University. Due to Tang Qi's influence, Aunt Su Qingwan was quite familiar with the college entrance examination and was aware that historically, the highest scores in Jiangxing barely reached over 1,000 points. The top scholar of Jiangnan province had only managed 8 or 9,000 points. Thus, when she heard Su Jingming proclaiming his score of 10,000 points, Aunt Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and instinctively chose disbelief, furrowing her brow. Xiao Ming, stop joking. What is your actual score? Mom. Jingming isn't joking. He truly scored 10,000 points. No, wait, to be precise, it should be 11,124 points. It has already been reported on the official news account of Jiangxing. Tang Qi chimed in with a beaming smile as she handed her phone over. On the screen was a recently published article from the official Jiangxing account, titled 10,000 Points. The absolute dark horse from Jiangxing's second high school. The accompanying image depicted Su Jingming wielding a long spear to vanquish a second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear. It's Xiao Ming. Aunt Su recognized him from the picture and quickly began to read through the article. Typically, Aunt Su possessed a gentle demeanor and did not exhibit significant emotional fluctuations. Yet, as she continued to read, her eyes sparkled brighter with each line, and a flush of excitement gradually graced her lovely face. 10,000 points. First in Jiangxing. How wonderful. How wonderful. Aunt Su Qingwan appeared as if she had just won a multi-million jackpot. The article on the phone was akin to a winning lottery ticket, which she examined repeatedly, murmuring to herself how Xiao Ming had finally made something of himself, affirming that the Su family had a promising successor. After a considerable while, her emotions began to settle. Xiao Ming, with your score, doesn't that mean you can directly choose from the top 10 universities in the nation when it comes time to fill out applications? Aunt Su Qingwan asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The principal informed me yesterday that I've already qualified for a special admission and do not need to fill out applications. I merely have to wait for those universities to present their conditions, Su Jingming explained with a smile. Tang Qi chimed in, Mom, with Jingming's score, it can be said he is a pre-selected provincial champion. Even if he does not become the provincial champion, he will undoubtedly place within the top 3 in Jiangnan province. This ranking means even the 3 prestigious universities will be eager for special admissions and would not let him follow the application route. The 3 prestigious universities? Special admission? Wonderful. Wonderful. Xiao Ming, you have truly given your aunt a grand surprise. Aunt Su Qingwan exclaimed, her enthusiasm overflowing as she eagerly inquired, by the way, When will the martial arts college entrance examination rankings be announced? Time is not fixed, but it should be no later than 5 days. After a moment of contemplation, Jingming replied, the results of the National Martial Arts College entrance examination will be released simultaneously on the same day and at the same time. Prior to this, each province will meticulously scrutinize the videos captured during the examination to prevent any occurrences of cheating. This entails a considerable workload. However, the results will be announced by June 13th at the latest. Great. Once the results are out, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Su Qingwan's face radiated with a brilliant smile. After a brief pause, she voiced her most pressing question. But Xiaoming, don't you only possess an E-level ability? How could you possibly achieve such a high score? Throughout history, it has been universally acknowledged that the rarer the ability, the greater the combat prowess. Although there are indeed individuals who have forged their path to strength with lower-tier abilities, such cases are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix among chickens. According to the descriptions she had encountered in her readings, the thunderous might that could fell a multitude of first-tier ferocious beasts could not possibly stem from an E-level, weak electrical ability. After all, Su Jingming was merely an awakened, not even a full-fledged ability user. Upon hearing Su Qingwan's inquiry, Tang Qi turned her expectant gaze towards him, clearly intrigued by the matter as well. Su Jingming had anticipated this and smiled as he explained, the afternoon before yesterday, while I was training in the living room, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck outside, knocking me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found that my original ability seemed to have undergone a transformation, becoming significantly more powerful. Oh, so that's why you went to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to test your abilities, Tang Qi said, her understanding dawning. Su Qingwan nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, there was quite a thunderstorm that afternoon. However, you were not harmed by the lightning. Instead, you fortuitously benefited from it, resulting in an ability mutation. That is indeed quite fortunate. We should find a time later to visit the Martial Arts Hall for a further assessment of your abilities to see what level your mutation has attained. Based on the power described in the texts, your abilities should have mutated to at least be level or higher. Su Jingming nodded in acknowledgement. While ability mutations are rare, they are not unheard of, and using this as an excuse for his ability's transformation was a plan he had devised well in advance. The fact that the lightning struck just as his ability mutated was known to most people. Regardless, you two siblings have done remarkably well, one ranking 12th in Jiangxing and the other 1st. Now, let us go to the market and buy some ingredients. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you. Su Qingwan's face beamed with an unmistakable joy. Su Jingming couldn't help but smile in response as he walked alongside his cousin Tang Qi, flanking their aunt. On June 11th, at 9 o'clock in the evening, the admission office of the Magic City Ability University was bustling. In a scene rarely witnessed elsewhere, the office was filled with 3rd and 4th tier ability users, gathered around a large round table, numbering at least 30 to 40. The expressions of these ability users were tinged with urgency, as if they were awaiting something significant. Before long, a slightly plump middle-aged man hurried into the room, raising a mechanical disc in his hand. The National Martial Arts rankings have been released. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The rankings of the National Martial Arts College entrance examination are strictly confidential prior to their announcement. However, this secrecy applies only to the general public. For these elite institutions, obtaining the rankings a day in advance is not a challenging feat. Finally, the rankings are out. This year's results seem to have taken a bit longer. However, last year's were only released a day earlier, the middle-aged man remarked. The admission office of Magic City Ability University is busiest during these few days each year. They must develop different recruitment strategies based on the strengths of the top 3 candidates from each province. For students with exceptional abilities and great potential, more resources will be allocated for recruitment. Conversely, for students with relatively weaker abilities and lesser potential, fewer resources may be spent. Not only Magic City Ability University follows this practice. The other 2 top-tier institutions, Qingjing Ability University and Jinsheng Ability University, operate similarly. According to tradition, they first assess the performance of the top candidates from each province. The middle-aged man inserted the mechanical disc into a pre-prepared projector. With a hum, a list displaying the scores and rankings of candidates from over 30 provincial administrative regions was projected. The first provincial administrative region was Qingjing City. The first place goes to Zhou Yi, Qingjing High School, with a score of 9,343. Eva, please display Zhou Yi's relevant information. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, an ethereal electronic voice responded, "Understood, Director." Subsequently, a holographic projection materialized in the center of the round table, showcasing Zhou Yi's combat scenes from the martial arts examination. Zhou Yi, 18 years old, awakened an A-level enhancement ability, bronze body, at a 1st-tier upper level. His father is a 4th-tier ability user. Every elite institution possesses an astonishing capacity for information gathering, and Magic City Ability University is no exception. As the central holographic projection displayed Zhou Yi's combat scenes, his pertinent details resonated in the ears of each admissions officer. Bronze body. That's quite commendable among A-level abilities. Indeed, judging by the combat footage, his application of abilities is quite proficient. Various teachers commented in hushed tones. Before long, the video on the holographic projection concluded, and the middle-aged man solemnly stated, Zhou Yi is designated for an A-level special recruitment slot. Wang Jian, I kindly ask you to take a trip. Certainly. A teacher nodded as he stood up. Once the meeting concluded, he would promptly set off for Qingjing City. The second provincial administrative region was Hunan Province. Time swiftly passed, and the top candidates from each province were being evaluated by the admissions office director and the faculty to determine their special recruitment levels. There were commendable A-level candidates, as well as ordinary A-level ones, and some subpar A-level candidates. Naturally, anyone who became the top candidate in a province would not possess significantly inferior strength. Before long, it was Jiangnan Province's turn. The 13th provincial administrative region was Jiangnan Province. As the middle-aged man's deep voice resonated, the rankings swiftly shifted to Jiangnan Province. Last year, Jiangnan Province produced an A-level special recruitment slot. One wondered what this year would yield. It should also be an A-level candidate. Jiangnan Province is a populous province in the Great Xia Kingdom, and past provincial champions have consistently demonstrated formidable strength. Thus, all the teachers, including the admissions office director, turned their attention to the candidate at the top of the ranks. The first place goes to Su Jingming, Jiangqing Second High School, with a score of 11,124. Over 10,000 points. Jiangnan Province has shown remarkable strength this year. Jiangqing. Isn't that the capital of Jiangnan Province? Initially, the teachers were astonished by Su Jingming's score. But upon discovering that he hailed from Jiangqing Second High School, they were left in a state of confusion. Jiangqing. Isn't the capital of Jiangnan Province Ning'an? What is Jiangqing? Su Jingming, at the tender age of 18, awakened a natural E-level ability in the realm of weak electricity, classifying him as a mere awakener. His parents had passed away 7 years prior. As the introduction of Su Jingming echoed in the ears of the somewhat bewildered teachers present, they were left in utter disbelief. What on earth? E-level ability? Awakener? How could these two concepts possibly be associated with the top scorer of the province? Chapter 30. The results are announced. Jiangnan Province's top scholar. For decades, the top scholar of Jiangnan Province typically emerged from the capital, Ning'an City, or from affluent cities in its vicinity. This was entirely understandable, as wealth often begets academic success. Those capable of residing in such cities usually had some familial assets, resulting in offspring of considerable prowess. The ultimate provincial top scholars, akin to those from the capital city of Qingjing, typically possessed A-level abilities and first-tier strength. However, the current top scholar of Jiangnan Province did not hail from any of the cities familiar to the esteemed professors of the Magic Capital's Ability University. Not only was he not an ability user, but he was merely an awakener, possessing nothing more than the second lowest E-level ability. Who could possibly believe such a thing? Thus, when Su Jingming's information reverberated in the ears of the gathered educators, their immediate reaction was one of skepticism. An awakener could become the top scholar? Surely, there must be some mistake. Was it conceivable that the information had been misattributed to someone with the same name? That was indeed a possibility. Each candidate's results for the Martial Arts College entrance examination had undergone rigorous scrutiny by the National Education Bureau. No one doubted the authenticity of the scores. They merely questioned whether the data had been incorrectly gathered. The advanced AI, EVA, responsible for the information management at the Magic Capital's Ability University, projected a spherical hologram into the room, its expression distinctly anthropomorphic with a hint of indignation. EVA, being a highly sophisticated artificial intelligence, was not prone to such elementary errors. It was possible that Su Jingming's information had encountered issues at the moment of its initial registration into the database. A slightly portly middle-aged man waved his hand, asserting that once they reviewed his martial arts college entrance examination video, everything would become clear. EVA, please display Su Jingming's examination video. Understood, Director. With the director's reassurance, the angered expression on EVA's holographic sphere dissipated. Simultaneously, Su Jingming's figure was projected above the round table. The footage opened with him entering the core area, confronting numerous first-tier high-level beasts and second-tier monsters. Oh, he wields a spear as his weapon, quite rare indeed. A teacher's eyes brightened at the sight of his erect posture carrying a long spear. Among the previous top scholars, most had favored swords or sabers as their weapons. Firearms had never before made an appearance. The spear, it was acknowledged, was even more challenging to master than blades. While Su Jingming's choice of weapon captivated the teacher's attention, They remained focused on their primary objective, confirming his ability and level. Although his abilities had yet to manifest, his level was readily ascertainable. There existed a fundamental distinction between ability users and awakeners, one that lay in their aura. Though Su Jingming's aura was indeed formidable, it failed to reveal the characteristics indicative of an ability user to the admissions officers present. Thus, it appeared that Su Jingming was indeed merely an awakener. After repeated confirmations, all the teachers in attendance were left in astonishment. What did it signify for an awakener to be the provincial top scholar? This had not occurred in decades. Subsequently, the holographic projection revealed a battle scene, as Su Jingming unleashed the purple sky thunder, vanquishing numerous first-tier high-level beasts. The teachers were left utterly speechless. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. This could not possibly be an E-level ability. The power displayed was at least A-level. How could there be such an error in the registration of his ability? The seasoned admissions officers immediately recognized the discrepancy in the power of Su Jingming's abilities. While the director of the admissions office squinted, instructing Eva, analyze Su Jingming's ability level. The determination of ability levels necessitated specialized instrumentation. However, with the advanced AI present, a close approximation could be achieved. Su Jingming's ability fell under the category of natural lightning abilities, due to the inability to collect elemental information from the surrounding air. The analysis derived from the video indicated a probability of 4 for a B-level ability, 10 for an A-level, 83 for an S-level, and 1 for an SS level, with a 0 probability for an SSS level. The AI EVA swiftly produced the analysis results, and upon receiving the conclusions, the director of the admissions office's pupils dilated sharply, an S-level probability of 83. As a sophisticated AI, Eva's judgments were nearly infallible. An 83 probability virtually confirmed that Su Jingming's ability was indeed S-level. S-level? The breath of all present teachers became suddenly rapid. What did S-level imply? Once matured, it signified an absolute pinnacle of combat prowess. Moreover, in the current era of the Great Xia Empire, it had been 3 or 4 years since an S-level ability awakener had emerged. At that moment, Su Jingming in the holographic projection executed a ferocious strike, ending the life of a second-tier bloodthirsty bear with a single thrust. The suspected S-level ability, coupled with his formidable combat capabilities, rendered Su Jingming a well-deserved provincial top scholar. The director of the admissions office exhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment before gravely declaring, Su Jingming shall be designated for an S-level special recruitment slot. We must spare no effort in securing him. An S-level special recruitment slot. It had been many years since such a designation had been utilized. It appeared that if they did not present some enticing offers, they were unlikely to succeed. Director Zhang, I went to the special recruitment last year. Perhaps I should go again this time. Director, I wish to join the Jiangnan special recruitment as well. The allure of an S-level special recruitment slot, alongside the nearly confirmed S-level ability, instantly made Su Jingming the most sought-after candidate. Numerous teachers eagerly vied for the opportunity to travel to Jiangnan province for the special recruitment. However, Director Zhang Qiuyang shook his head. You need not go. I will personally undertake this journey. With the director himself heading the endeavor, the prospects appeared secure. Although other teachers felt somewhat disappointed, the fact remained that as a 5th-tier mental ability user who had previously recruited numerous exceptionally talented students into the Magic Capital's Ability University, Director Zhang Qiuyang was undoubtedly the most reliable choice for this mission. S-level ability Su Jingming, I sincerely hope you do not let me down, Director Zhang murmured softly, gazing at the upright figure projected in the hologram. On June 12th, 5 days after the martial arts college entrance examination concluded, Su Jingming reassured, Principal, do not worry. The results will be out today at the latest. I understand. I'm not anxious, the principal responded. I just fear that you young folks might grow too restless. As Su Jingming strolled through the community, he finally managed to end the call from the principal after what felt like an eternity. Goodness. Everyone kept urging him not to worry, yet they were more anxious than anyone else. Su Jingming could only shake his head in bemusement. In the days leading up to the announcement of the rankings, he received numerous calls from his homeroom teacher, the principal, and even the director of the Education Bureau. Their words, laden with reassurance, urged him not to fret, for the rankings would inevitably be revealed in due time. Yet, their tone belied their own impatience, as if they longed for the results to be disclosed the very day after the Gaokao concluded. Naturally, Su Jingming understood. After all, Jiangxing desperately needed an opportunity to prove itself. However, by the 5th day, surely the results ought to be announced? Just as he pondered this, a notification chimed, and he quickly retrieved his phone, unlocking it to reveal the message. Candidate Su Jingming from Jiangxing Second High School. The Gaokao rankings for Jiangnan Province have been released. Please check promptly. Accompanying the message was a link. The Gaokao rankings were out. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled. and without hesitation, he clicked the link. Instantly, a dense document brimming with the rankings of all candidates across the province appeared on his screen. He directed his gaze to the very first line. First in Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming, Jiangxing Second High School, total score, 11,124 points. First place, the provincial top scholar. I did it. In that moment, even the usually composed Su Jingming could not help but reveal a smile, exhilarated as he pumped his fist in triumph. Chapter 31. A sensation across the province. The pride of Jiangxing. June 12th marked the final day for the nationwide Gaokao results to be announced. This meant that on this day, the rankings would surely be disclosed. In the Education Bureau of Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province, the director and a group of teachers awaited anxiously at their computers, ready for the results. The office was already prepared with an array of cakes and champagne, poised for a jubilant celebration once the results were officially revealed. This year, Lei Zhou from Ning'an First High School performed commendably, scoring over 9,200 points. He was anticipated to be the provincial top scholar. However, there were murmurs of competition from a few gifted students in neighboring provinces. The teachers engaged in lively discussions, speculating on the outcome. With an A-class ability and a first-tier high-level power, Lei Zhou was indeed a favored candidate for the title of provincial top scholar. The results were announced. At that moment, one of the teachers, who had been vigilantly monitoring the computer, brightened as they opened the ranking list, only to be momentarily taken aback. What was amiss? Sensing something amiss, the director of the Education Bureau furrowed his brow and leaned closer, only to discover that the first place belonged to an unfamiliar name. First in Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming, Jiangxing Second High School, total score, 11,124 points. What? The provincial top scholar is from Jiangxing. The director's eyes widened in shock. This astonishing revelation not only transpired within the Ning'an Education Bureau, but also reverberated across the educational institutions of other cities in Jiangnan Province. Yet, in stark contrast to the disbelief of the educational bureaus, the journalists of Jiangnan Province sprang into action. It is noteworthy that Jiangnan Province is a populous region within the Great Xia Nation, comprising 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. As the provincial capital, Ning'an City and its neighboring urban areas are recognized as the most prosperous, densely populated with ability users, and the most likely to produce prodigious talents. Conversely, Jiangxing, situated in the remote northern reaches of Jiangnan Province, is acknowledged for its scarcity of resources and talents. Historically, provincial top scholars have emerged from Ning'an City or its adjacent cities. However, this year marked a stark departure from tradition. The provincial top scholar hailed from an obscure Jiangxing, a place barely known to most of Jiangnan Province. What did this imply? It signified a surge of attention and a sensational story. Thus, the journalists feverishly began to gather information regarding Su Jingming. To their astonishment, they uncovered details that sent shivers down their spines. An E-class ability, an unadvanced awakener. Each word ignited their curiosity. They were captivated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This was a natural hot topic. Within mere minutes, they transformed into frenzied scribes, crafting articles of over 1,000 words, an absolute dark horse. The provincial top scholar from Jiangxing. Shock. The top scholar is merely an awakened one. Who says E-class abilities can achieve provincial top honors? The titles of these articles tantalized the public's interest. Once published online, they attracted considerable clicks and views, particularly from netizens in Jiangnan Province, who inundated the comment sections with their opinions. Isn't it customary for provincial top scholars to be first-tier high-level ability users? Can an awakened one truly claim the title of provincial top scholar? If this turns out to be true, I shall eat my words on the spot. To the commenter above, wait while I seek out his Gaokao video. The predominant sentiment in the comments was skepticism. After all, past provincial top scholars from Jiangnan Province had always been first-tier high-level ability users, typically possessing at least A or B-class abilities. The emergence of a provincial top scholar with an E-class ability sparked disbelief. Some, driven by extreme views, even shouted in the comments that there must be foul play, alleging that Su Jingming was merely the offspring of some influential figure being forcefully elevated to the position of top scholar. Cheating in the Gaokao is a grave matter. Following such comments, public sentiment began to escalate. Many took to the official account of Jiangxing, demanding the truth. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the Jiangxing official account calmly released Su Jingming's Gaokao video. This left some ill-intentioned commenters who had eagerly prepared to unleash their vitriol utterly dumbfounded. The provincial top scholar of Jiangnan, Su Jingming, was indeed an awakened one. Goodness, he pierced through the skull of a first-tier unicorn with a single shot. Such strength surpasses that of even first-tier ability users, doesn't he? It appears to be an enhancement-type ability. Yet he is merely an awakened one. How could his ability amplification be so formidable? Good heavens. It's not even enhancement type, it's lightning-based. You mean to tell me this power belongs to an E-class ability? Irresponsible media, fabricating rumors for the sake of clicks. Su Jingming's Gaokao video, spanning 12 hours, encapsulated every moment he spent in the examination hall. Consequently, once the video was released, the voices of dissent against Su Jingming swiftly dissipated, replaced by awe for his remarkable marksmanship and formidable lightning abilities. The discussions surrounding Su Jingming ignited fervor online, creating a buzz in Jiangcheng as well. The Gaokao is a topic of universal interest. However, historically, Jiangcheng's highest achievers had only ever ranked within the top 100 of Jiangnan province, an embarrassment to disclose. Thus, the residents of Jiangcheng had previously shown little interest. But now, the narrative had changed. Jiangcheng had produced a provincial top scholar. Many eagerly engaged in discussions online. Some who had previously known Su Jingming even claimed to be his friends. Meanwhile, local media in Jiangcheng busily flocked to Jiangcheng's second high school, eager to interview the principal. Long before Su Jingming achieved a remarkable score exceeding 10,000 points, the principal had anticipated such a moment. Thus, clad in a tailored suit, he faced a multitude of microphones with unwavering composure, eloquently articulating his thoughts. Additionally, Su Jingming's homeroom teacher and several of his subject instructors were also interviewed. On this occasion, the typically stern homeroom teacher wore a perpetual smile, generously lavishing praise upon Su Jingming. Beyond the confines of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, officials from the Municipal Education Bureau and the city government were likewise interviewed. Su Jingming stands as a source of pride for the people of Jiangcheng. His extraordinary achievements are a testament to his own diligence, as well as the robust support provided by his school and the Education Bureau. In accordance with tradition, Director Zhang Wenshan of the Education Bureau delivered a passionate statement laden with official rhetoric. He subsequently announced that Su Jingming would be rewarded with a generous gift comprising 1 million yuan in cash and a unique training method for enhancing his abilities. Following the Education Bureau's commendation, the city government swiftly followed suit, declaring they would bestow upon Su Jingming an additional 1 million yuan in cash along with a luxurious villa in the city. Celebrating the provincial top scorer has long been a cherished tradition across provinces. Although Jiangcheng may be considerably less affluent compared to major provincial capitals like Ning'an City, several million yuan is still within reach. Moreover, the fervor Su Jingming has generated for Jiangcheng far surpasses the financial contributions made by the government. Chapter 32. The Arrival of Top Universities. Unbeknownst to Su Jingming, a storm brewed online. After receiving congratulatory calls from his aunt and the principal, he headed directly to the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Despite having acquired a system, he understood that his foundational training could not be neglected. Inside the training room, the nearly worn-out black spear transformed into a black blur as he wielded it. The speed of his movements was so swift that the air was filled with piercing whistles. The spear, weighing an impressive 50 kilograms, seemed to pose no hindrance to him whatsoever. Each motion was executed with precision. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted Su Jingming's training. Frowning slightly, he sheathed his spear and picked up his phone, the caller ID displaying Principal Zhao Yao of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Hadn't the principal just called moments ago? Why was he calling again? The title of provincial top scorer inevitably meant that Su Jingming would soon find himself in the limelight. However, he was not particularly fond of being disturbed, especially during training sessions. Thus, he had set his phone to whitelist mode, never anticipating that the principal would call him 2 or 3 times in quick succession. Nevertheless, Su Jingming understood that if Principal Zhao was calling, it was likely something of significance. Without further hesitation, he pressed the answer button on the screen. As expected, the moment the call connected, Principal Zhao Yao's excited voice burst forth. Su Jingming, hurry to the school. The admissions officers from the 3 top universities have arrived. Su Jingming was taken aback. The admissions officers had arrived so swiftly? The 3 preeminent universities for supernatural abilities, Qingjing University of Supernatural Abilities located in the northern part of Daxia, and Jincheng University of Supernatural Abilities situated in the central region, were quite distant from Jiangnan province, with only the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities being relatively closer. He had anticipated that the admissions officers would not arrive until the following day. Stop pondering. Where are you? I'll arrange for a car to pick you up immediately. I'm at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. All right, just wait a moment. A car will be there shortly. Meanwhile, at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, Principal Zhao Yao, who had been engaged in interviews, was momentarily stunned upon learning that the admissions officers from the 3 top universities were arriving together. He quickly halted the interviews and called Su Jingming to come to the school. Subsequently, he personally led the 3 mentors to the school's VIP reception room, offering each a cup of hot tea. Please take a seat, Su Jingming will arrive in about 10 minutes. As a second-tier supernatural ability user and the principal of a secondary school, Zhao Yao held a prominent position in Jiangqing. Yet, at that moment, he adopted a very humble demeanor and showed great respect. He recognized that these three distinguished individuals were not to be trifled with. The subtle aura of high-ranking supernatural ability users emanating from them sent shivers down his spine. There's no need for concern, Principal Zhao. You may continue with your duties. We can wait here for a while, said Zhang Chuyang, the director of the admissions office at Magic City University, with a warm smile as he waved his hand dismissively. After allowing Zhao Yao to depart, he turned to the other two and remarked, "It seems we haven't gathered like this in quite some time, have we?" In the room, apart from him, there were a man and a woman. Su Yun from Qingjing University, a curvaceous and attractive woman, and Wu Yuan from Jinqing University, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe with long hair. Like Zhang Qianyang, they were both directors of their respective admissions offices. In the past, before they became directors, they had encountered each other at special recruitment events across provinces. However, since taking on their roles, they seldom ventured out, and thus had not crossed paths again. Now, for the sake of Su Jingming, they found themselves in an unusually rare gathering. There's no need for excessive pleasantries, Zhang. We all know why we are here. Su Yun stated assertively, mirroring her fiery demeanor. I'll be clear. Su Jingming is ours for Qingjing University. Is that so? You claim him as yours so easily? I could just as easily say that Jinqing University has laid its claim as well. Wu Yuan retorted defiantly, a disdainful snort escaping him. Zhang Chuyang, witnessing this, rubbed his temples in exasperation. Due to the annual university competitions, the three top universities always sought to select the best candidates. Especially at a special recruitment event for a provincial top scorer, the atmosphere could quickly become tense, with admissions officers occasionally resorting to outright confrontations. While he had no qualms about showcasing the school's prestige when necessary, this situation was different. Clearing his throat, Zhang Qianyang interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, our visit today is not solely due to Su Jingming's status as the provincial top scorer. It is also because of his extraordinary abilities, correct? Is that even a question?" Su Yun rolled her eyes. The moment she laid eyes on Zhang Qianyang and Wu Yuan, she recognized their shared objective. They were all there for the potential S-rank ability that Su Jingming possessed. Then, once Su Jingming arrives, shall we first ascertain the level of his ability? Listening to Zhang Qianyang's proposal, Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Agreed. Let's determine his ability level before discussing recruitment. For a moment, the entire VIP reception room fell into silence. However, it wasn't long before the sliding door to the conference room burst open with a whoosh. A tall figure, bearing a long spear on his back, entered, escorted by Principal Zhao Yao. This individual was none other than Su Jingming. As soon as he stepped into the reception room, three pairs of eyes converged upon him simultaneously. As he arrived from the Thunder Martial Arts School, Su Jingming donned a simple, loose training outfit, his back bearing the weight of the battered black shining spear. This appearance, in stark contrast to Principal Zhao Yao's impeccably tailored suit, seemed somewhat humble. However, the upright posture and the calm, steady gaze of his distinct black and white eyes revealed a composure that Zhao Yao, who appeared somewhat on edge before the three distinguished recruitment teachers, could not rival. Indeed, Su Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Following the martial arts college entrance examination, most candidates tend to indulge recklessly after 3 years of high school restraint, rarely considering training. Yet, it was evident that Su Jingming had just concluded a training session. This alone set him apart from ordinary candidates. Furthermore, the three of them were all fifth-tier psychics. And although they did not manifest their abilities, the intangible aura of pressure they exuded was something that ordinary psychics could not withstand, as evidenced by Zhao Yao's reaction. Su Jingming, however, remained unfazed, clearly resolute and unyielding. All being fifth-tier psychics, Su Yun recognized this, and thus, Su Jingming made a commendable impression on the recruitment teachers upon their first meeting. Chapter 33, S-Class Abilities. The Battle for Talent. Su Jingming. Allow me to introduce you to these esteemed teachers. This is Su Yun from Qingjing Psychic University, and this is from Modu Psychic University, Principal Zhao Yao introduced, quickly familiarizing Su Jingming with the identities of the three teachers. Greetings, esteemed teachers, Su Jingming responded respectfully, sensing the aura of danger emanating from them. It was evident they were all at least fourth-tier psychics. Student Su, we've reviewed your combat video from the martial arts entrance examination. Your practical combat skills are impressive and quite astonishing. However, I have a question. Your ability seems to differ from the originally registered E-tier ability, weak electricity, at the time of your awakening. Could you enlighten us on this matter? If it's inconvenient, we understand. We're merely curious. Zhang Qianyang spoke first, his tone exceedingly gentle. Principal Zhao Yao, observing the exchange, also displayed a look of curiosity. Of course, I can share that. On the day before the examination, Su Jingming, prepared for this inquiry, recounted the explanation he had given to his aunt. Struck by natural lightning, resulting in an ability mutation? That is indeed a possibility. The three teachers had done their homework beforehand. Being aware that Su Jingming had been directly struck by lightning the day prior to the examination. Nodding in acknowledgement, they accepted this explanation. Then, Zhang Qiuyang, standing in the center, spread his right hand, and as if performing a magic trick, a futuristic black device materialized in his grasp. The other two teachers displayed no surprise at this. Student Su, you might not yet know what your mutated ability is, correct? I happen to bring an ability detection device from the school. Why not give it a try? Su Jingming nodded in response and stepped forward. He had only seen such an ability detection device during his awakening ceremony at 16, which was large, akin to a double-door refrigerator. He had yet to use a compact version and was unsure how to operate it. Just manifest your ability, Zhang Qiuyang advised. Heeding the suggestion, Su Jingming inhaled deeply and summoned the purple sky thunder. Crackling and booming, a tempest of vibrant purple lightning enveloped him. What ferocious lightning! The teachers were taken aback, sensing the wild power contained within the storm. This force even caused a slight unease among them, fifth-tier psychics. At that moment, the ability detection device before Su Jingming began to operate, projecting a blue light that scanned him from head to toe, including the lightning. Subsequently, under the expectant gazes of the three distinguished teachers and Principal Zhao Yao, a mechanical electronic voice emanated from the device. Ability detection complete. The ability is Purple Sky Thunder. Rated S-Class. An S-Class ability. Principal Zhao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had anticipated that Su Jingming's ability might have mutated, but he never imagined it would jump directly from E-Class to S-Class. While the other three teachers had somewhat expected this, they were still taken aback upon witnessing Su Jingming's S-Class ability, their breaths becoming hurried. Wu Yuan, the admissions officer from Jincheng University, quickly interjected, Student Su, should you choose to enroll at Jincheng Psychic University, we will grant you a scholarship of 4 million, along with a set of C-Class gear. Furthermore, throughout your 4 years at the university, any training methods or combat techniques you require will be provided free of charge. 4 million in scholarships. Zhao Yao's heart raced. Just moments ago, the city had already awarded 2 million, and now there was another 4 million. Was money truly no object? Moreover, that set of C-Class gear was worth over 10 million. For psychics, training methods and various combat techniques were invaluable treasures that could not be purchased at any price. Indeed, genius is priceless, Zhao Yao mused. During his time at the Psychic University, he had risked life and limb to hunt countless ferocious beasts just to afford a single combat technique. Yet now, they were offering it all for free. Humph. Is that all you can offer? Su Yun from Qingjing University raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed intently on Su Jingming. If you choose to attend Qingjing Psychic University, not only will you receive training methods and various combat techniques, but we will also provide a scholarship of 6 million, along with all the equipment you need throughout your 4 years. As the capital's premier institution, Qingjing Psychic University clearly had deeper pockets, making a grand display of their wealth right from the start. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qiuyang presented his school's offer. As for training methods and combat techniques, what they offer, we also possess. However, we do not provide scholarships or equipment. Instead, we offer an S-Class cultivation resource each academic year. S-Class cultivation resources? What are those? Su Jingming asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. What Su Jingming did not realize was that they were already aware of the significance of such resources. The so-called S-Class cultivation resources were treasures beyond monetary value, invaluable even to fifth-tier psychics. And now, Modu Psychic University was promising one each year. What audacity! Are you familiar with the Dragon Clan ferocious beasts? Zhang Qiuyang inquired. To which Su Jingming nodded. The ferocious beast clans were classified by their lineage. Some were weaker, while others were strong. Certain naturally powerful clans, resembling dragons in stature, were bestowed the title of Dragon Clan. They were born as 4th-tier or 5th-tier beasts, capable of reaching 7th or 8th tiers in adulthood. That's good to know. Among our S-Class resources, there exists a substance known as dragon blood. Drawing from the vital essence of an 8th-tier dragon beast, one experiences a remarkable enhancement of physical prowess after consuming dragon blood, potentially rivaling that of the dragon itself. Each portion of our S-level resources is of this caliber. Do you comprehend now? Zhang Qiuyang remarked with a smile. It indicates that Su Jingming's special enrollment status is classified as S-level. Otherwise, such extravagant conditions would not be offered. Dragon blood. S-level cultivation resources. Previously, Principal Zhao Yao believed himself to be well-versed in the world, yet upon witnessing the conditions set forth by the three prestigious universities to recruit Su Jingming, he was struck by the realization that his perspective was still rather limited. Su Jingming, upon hearing this, felt a profound astonishment. S-level cultivation resources are indeed enticing. Now, it is time for you to make a decision. Which of the three top universities will you choose? The gazes of the three teachers converged upon Su Jingming, eagerly awaiting his choice. Chapter 34. The final choice, Magic City Ability University. In the face of the three teachers' scrutiny, Su Jingming remained silent for a moment before declaring, I choose Magic City Ability University. Given that ability points must be acquired through the subjugation of fierce beasts, he was particularly concerned with the practical training capabilities of the top universities. Through his research over the past few weeks, he discovered that nearly half of the champions in the last 20 editions of the combat-focused University Alliance competitions were claimed by Magic City Ability University. This attests to the institution's superior cultivation of students' practical skills compared to the other two universities. Coupled with the S-level resources they are offering, Magic City Ability University stands as the optimal choice. Indeed, it is Magic City Ability University. Both Su Yun and Wu Yuan could not help but sigh. In light of the S-level cultivation resources, the conditions proposed by their respective institutions appeared rather pale in comparison. However, this was not their fault. The school had limited resources allocated for special enrollments. Such S-level cultivation resources, which hold significant value even for high-tier ability users, would never be wasted on new student recruitment. The school would not permit it, and thus they could not present more alluring conditions. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. You have secured a remarkable talent from Magic City Ability University this time. The tense atmosphere that had been focused on recruitment dissipated with the decision made, and Su Yun and Wu Yuan offered their congratulations to Zhang Qiuyang before departing with a resigned sigh. They acknowledged that their chances of recruiting the provincial top scorer had vanished, yet they still needed to contend for the second and third positions. Safe travels, both of you. Zhang Qiuyang, wearing a broad smile, bid farewell to the two teachers before turning to Su Jingming. Jingming, welcome to Magic City Ability University. We shall undoubtedly meet your expectations. With that, he produced the pre-prepared admission notice and handed it to Su Jingming. Here is your admission notice, which you will need for enrollment at the university. Additionally, this is a special enrollment contract. Please sign it. Zhang Qiuyang presented another document. The text on the contract was succinct, outlining that Su Jingming could access all ability training methods and combat techniques in the university's library, as well as receive an S-level cultivation resource annually. The contract was in duplicate, both copies bearing the official seal of Magic City Ability University. After confirming that the contents were agreeable, Su Jingming signed his name, keeping one copy for himself and giving the other to Zhang Qiuyang. Excellent, Jingming. You are now officially a member of Magic City Ability University. We eagerly anticipate your arrival. Zhang Qiuyang, having secured an S-level ability awakener, breathed a sigh of relief, satisfied that he had not disappointed the school's expectations. With a casual gesture, the contract vanished into thin air. This spectacle caused Su Jingming, who had been curiously observing, to exclaim, Teacher Zhang, where has your contract gone? You mean this? Zhang Qiuyang chuckled, raising his right hand adorned with a delicate ring. In an instant, the ring glimmered, and the contract reappeared in his grasp. This is a spatial ring. Crafted by an ability user with spatial powers, it can store small items. Zhang Qiuyang explained with a smile. A spatial ring. Su Jingming was taken aback. Was this not an artifact from the fantasy novels of his past life? Yet here it was, manifested in reality. However, upon reflection, he found it reasonable. With spatial abilities in existence, the creation of such rings seemed quite plausible. I must acquire one for myself when the opportunity arises, Su Jingming resolved inwardly. The temptation of such an item was undeniable. Spatial rings do not come cheap. One must strive diligently to procure one. Seemingly sensing Su Jingming's thoughts, Zhang Qiuyang offered encouragement. Moreover, our university's new student enrollment date is September 1st. You may also choose to enroll early if you wish. We will provide accommodation. Naturally, for special enrollments like yours, we always encourage early arrival. Early enrollment? So, I would have access to the library's ability training methods and combat techniques as soon as I arrive? Su Jingming's eyes sparkled as he inquired eagerly. Certainly, that is not an issue, Zhang Qiuyang nodded. Wonderful. Su Jingming had initially thought he would have to wait until the semester commenced to access the abundant cultivation resources at Magic City Ability University. But now that early enrollment was an option, how could he contain his excitement? Teacher Zhang, I will expedite my arrival at the university. Excellent. Here is my contact information. Once you arrive at the school, feel free to reach out to me directly. After providing his contact details, Zhang Qiuyang took his leave without lingering. Thus, The spacious VIP reception room was left with only Su Jingming and Principal Zhao Yao. Phew, they have finally departed. The pressure exerted by those high-tier ability users is quite formidable. Zhao Yao exhaled, wiping the perspiration from his brow, and then gazed at the exquisite admission notice in Su Jingming's hands as if it were a treasured artifact. Magic City Ability University's admission notice. This is truly an extraordinary honor. Come, let us summon your homeroom teacher. We must capture a grand group photo. Under Principal Zhao Yao's guidance, Su Jingming, clutching the admission notice from Magic City Ability University, took a photo with Principal Zhao Yao and the teachers of Class 5 at the entrance of the second high school. In the photograph, each teacher's smile radiated with joy. This picture would later be prominently displayed in the honor room of Jiangqing Second High School, serving as an exemplar for many students to emulate and aspire to. During the photo session, Su Jingming also received phone calls from the Municipal Education Bureau and the city government, informing him of the generous rewards they were prepared to bestow, contingent upon his appearance on the day of the award ceremony. Without hesitation, Su Jingming agreed, recognizing that it was only fitting to promote his hometown in light of such generosity. After leaving the school, Su Jingming ventured to the city center to purchase numerous gifts. He then took a taxi to the Jinghu community, where his aunt's family resided. In stark contrast to Su Jingming's modest neighborhood, Jinghu community was an upscale villa district. The security at the entrance is exceedingly stringent. Without the homeowner's consent, it is nearly impossible for anyone to gain entry. Fortunately, Su Jingming had previously registered his visitor's credentials, allowing him to enter the community without hindrance. Ding dong. Su Jingming stood at the villa's entrance, pressing the doorbell. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing the figure of his aunt, Su Qingwan. Her eyes brightened upon seeing him. Xiaoming, what brings you here? Come in, with the provincial rankings announced. I thought you, the top scholar of the province, would be quite busy. I didn't expect you to visit at this time. Lao Tang, Xiaoming is here. Hurry and brew some tea. With warmth, Aunt Su Qingwan ushered Su Jingming into the villa's living room. Chapter 35, Departure, A New Beginning. Xiaoming has arrived. A robust man emerged from the study. Uncle, Su Jingming greeted politely. This man was his uncle, Tang Daolin. Please, have a seat. I will prepare some tea for you. Uncle Tang Daolin nodded with a smile, and then called upstairs, Chi-Chi, your cousin has come. With the sound of footsteps, Tang Chi descended the stairs with graceful strides. Sister Chi, Su Jingming greeted with a smile. Jingming, quite impressive. You've really become the provincial champion. I didn't have the chance to call earlier. But is it still timely to congratulate you? Tang Chi beamed, settling beside Su Qingwan. Of course, it's not too late, Su Jingming replied. By the way, I brought gifts for you all. Here are some facial masks for Aunt, skincare products for Sister Chi, and tea leaves for Uncle. He presented the gifts one by one. You are so thoughtful, Xiaoming. Aunt Su Qingwan was about to accept them when she noticed the luxurious brands of the gifts. Together, they must have cost at least 20,000. Her eyes widened in surprise. Why purchase such expensive gifts? You will need money for university. You should return them right away. Once you start earning, you can buy us gifts then. Aunt, these are what I've earned. Su Jingming grinned. The city is rewarding me 2 million for becoming the provincial champion, in addition to a unique ability training method and a luxurious villa. These gifts, amounting to 20,000, are hardly a burden for me. Besides, given the help your family has provided over the years, it is only right to buy something valuable. Wanqing, you should accept them. I also saw the announcement regarding the city's rewards online. Moreover, not only the city, but many local enterprises in Jiangcheng have publicly expressed their intention to offer you equipment and resources. Uncle Tang smiled as he brought forth a steaming cup of tea. Is that so? Su Qingwan nodded, deciding not to refuse any longer. She could accept the city's reward, but the gifts from those enterprises were another matter. Su Jingming nodded in understanding. The municipal government had an official background, and there was no problem in accepting the national rewards. However, accepting gifts from private enterprises could potentially lead to complications in the future. By the way, your uncle mentioned the city is also offering you a villa. Where is this villa located? Aunt Su Qingwan asked curiously. The city said I could choose any location within Jiangcheng, but I haven't decided yet, Su Jingming replied. Then you should choose our Jinghu community. It will be convenient for visiting. Su Qingwan promptly suggested. Sure, Su Jingming readily agreed. For him, who was orphaned and alone, a house was merely a place to sleep at night. Any location would suffice. Since Aunt wanted him to live here, he would comply. However, Uncle Tang Daolin felt a wave of nostalgia. This house was the fruit of his lifelong labor, and now, Su Jingming not only needed to spend nothing, but others were also eager to give. Indeed, I have some training issues. Once you move in, I can seek your guidance, Tang Chi said cheerfully. Although she wielded a dagger while Su Jingming used a spear, his combat experience was evidently superior, allowing for some training advice. Sounds good, Su Jingming nodded. pausing momentarily before hesitantly saying, "But I may not be able to guide you for long. Once everything here is settled, I will have to leave." "Leave? Where to?" Su Qingwan asked, her heart racing. "To Modu for enrollment," Su Jingming revealed, producing his admission notice. "I have already been accepted into Modu Ability University." "Accepted already? But isn't the application process still ongoing?" Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. The application process starts 3 days after the results of the Wuku College entrance examination are released. Xiao Ming, as the provincial champion, is on a special recruitment pathway. So he doesn't need to wait for the application process, Uncle Tang Dowlin explained, shaking his head. Special recruitment is moving so quickly for enrollment. Su Qingwan felt a tinge of disappointment, as she had hoped to spend this break taking Su Jingming out for some fun. Yet, she understood that Modu Ability University was the nation's top institution, and his decision to enroll early was surely well considered. Children grow up eventually, Su Qingwan reflected, shaking her head as her spirits quickly lifted. Attending Modu Ability University is a good thing. Today, I'm treating. Let's go out for a grand meal. It will also serve as a celebration for Xiao Ming's provincial championship. Hooray, I want a lobster feast. Tang Qi's eyes sparkled, and Su Jingming also wore a smile. Thus, the entire family joyfully set out. In the following days, Su Jingming first made an appearance at a city government event to accept the 2 million cash reward. He then selected a 2-story villa in Jinghu community, covering over 400 square meters. The villa was furnished entirely with brand new furniture, and he left the original furnishings in the community untouched. Additionally, he treated his high school friends, Zhang Hao and Lu Jie, to a meal. At the dinner table, his friends expressed their envy at Su Jingming's rise, upon learning that he had been struck by lightning, causing his ability to evolve from E rank to S rank. They exclaimed about his extraordinary luck and ordered several large lobsters. Of course, both of them had also performed quite well. Lu Jie scored 245 in the Wuku College entrance examination, securing a place in the Ability University. Zhang Hao, who participated in the cultural examination, also achieved the benchmark for top-tier universities. However, this was still incomparable to the Modu Ability University that accepted Su Jingming. Eventually, both Zhang Hao and Lu Jie drank themselves into a stupor. Ming, now that you're in Modu Ability University, make sure to get me a signed photo of Goddess Jiang. Zhang Hao mumbled, his consciousness fading as they boarded a taxi. The Goddess Jiang, whose real name is Jiang Chuxian, is an ability user from Modu Ability University who gained fame online over the past 6 months due to a viral video showcasing her slaying a ferocious beast. In the video, her stunning beauty contrasted sharply with her decisive killing style, earning her the moniker Goddess Jiang, and Zhang Hao was one of her ardent fans. Su Jingming naturally agreed wholeheartedly, finally managing to soothe the situation before sending him off in a taxi. With that, all matters in Jiangcheng were settled. The following day, June 16th, under the watchful gaze of his aunt's family, Su Jingming, with a suitcase in hand, boarded the high-speed train bound for the magical city. This journey for Xiaoming was likely to propel him into the stratosphere of success. Uncle Tang Daolin gazed pensively at the gradually departing train, reflecting on how, prior to this, who could have imagined that Su Jingming would become the provincial champion and gain admission to the esteemed University of Supernatural Abilities in the magical city. By the way, Chi-Chi, you must be starting to fill out your college applications soon, right? Since your cousin Jingming is heading to the University of Supernatural Abilities in the magical city. You should also consider choosing a university in that vicinity. It would be beneficial for mutual support in the future. Your father is correct. The magical city is thriving economically and is not too far from Jiangnan, making it a commendable choice. Mom and Dad, I understand. Chapter 36. When did I ever say we were going together? The direct distance between Jiangcheng and the magical city is approximately 600 kilometers, and even by high-speed train, it takes over 3 hours. Before boarding the train, Su Jingming made a phone call to Zhang Qiuyang, intending merely to inform him of his arrival that day. To his surprise, Zhang Qiuyang was unusually enthusiastic, stating he would drive over to wait for him at the high-speed train station in the magical city. Unable to resist his insistence, Su Jingming acquiesced. Once aboard, he stowed his luggage and found his seat, then closed his eyes, leaning against the window for a brief respite. His thoughts wandered back to the content of the supernatural training method, beyond the 2 million yuan prize and a villa that Jiangcheng had bestowed upon him. The most significant gift was this training technique. It was a tome titled Yuan Hai Training Method, which, like supernatural abilities, is classified into various tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and elite. The higher the grade, the swifter the cultivation. The Yuan Hai training method is categorized as an intermediate technique. The original texts of these training methods are held by the Jiangxing government, and what Su Jingming received was merely a copy. However, the content remained unchanged, and the practice was no different. The training method itself was not overly extensive, With Su Jingming's remarkable mental acuity, rated at 180 Hz, he memorized all the material in just over 2 days. According to the training method, a unique energy permeates the world. Only by absorbing this energy can one enhance their supernatural powers. On the very first day of acquiring the training method, Su Jingming sensed this special energy, as instructed. Moreover, a numerical indication appeared next to his level on the system panel. Yet, he refrained from immediately opting to upgrade using his supernatural points. As noted in the Yuan Hai training method, transitioning from an awakened individual to a supernatural being yields greater benefits when utilizing a higher-tier training method for the breakthrough. Once he entered the Magical City University of Supernatural Abilities, he would have access to elite training methods. Thus, he would not choose to advance using an intermediate method. Upon reporting for enrollment, his first task would be to visit the library to research the training methods. Su Jingming silently resolved this in his mind. As the journey grew tedious and training was not feasible, he initially merely rested his eyes, leaning against the window. However, feeling the weight of drowsiness wash over him, he succumbed to sleep, laying his head on the table. The high-speed train from Jiangxing to the Magical City made several stops along the way, one of which was Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. Su Jingming's seats, which had been vacant, filled up after the train reached Ning'an. Among the newcomers were several young individuals, one of whom immediately began to chatter incessantly upon taking his seat. Before long, Su Jingming's already hazy drowsiness evaporated, compelling him to abandon his nap and open his eyes. He was seated at a 4-person table, with a vacant spot opposite him now occupied by a young man and woman. Beside him sat a girl with glasses. The incessant chatter was coming from the young man directly across from Su Jingming. Huangpu University of Supernatural Abilities is quite a respectable institution in the Magical City. Last year, the minimum admission score was 406. My score this time was 421. It's not significantly higher, but I should be safe. Moreover, my brother is also at Huangpu University, so when we arrive in the Magical City, I can take you around. The well-dressed boy boasted about his martial arts examination results and his connections at the university. The girl with glasses beside Su Jingming listened with a smile, while the quieter girl next to the boastful boy appeared increasingly impatient, hardly engaging in the conversation. In truth, Lu Qian's tolerance for Zhang Chang was quickly reaching its limit. After the martial arts examinations, she and her friend had decided to apply to universities in the Magical City, hence purchasing tickets for today as high-speed train to scout the area. However, upon boarding, they encountered Zhang Chang, who, upon learning of their intentions, began to boast incessantly. At first, she was patient, even smiling and nodding along. But as time passed, and he repeated the same 2 subjects over and over, her annoyance grew. Yet, out of politeness, she hesitated to directly ask him to silence himself. Indeed, even the person across from them, who had been peacefully sleeping, was disturbed by the noise. Just as Lu Qian was preparing to apologize, she caught sight of the young man's appearance, and her eyes brightened. What a handsome fellow! The boy opposite her had a resolute visage, a prominent nose, and his eyes were clear and expressive. His looks could rival those of the male celebrities on television. Though she was not one to swoon easily, encountering such a striking young man inevitably stirred her admiration, especially in contrast to the incessant buzzing of the boy beside her. I'm sorry for the noise, Lu Qian said apologetically. Su Jingming waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. Hello, I'm Sun Rui. Are you also heading to the Magical City? In stark contrast to Lu Qian's quiet demeanor, the bespectacled girl beside Su Jingming was much more forward. Noting that Su Jingming was of a similar age, she initiated a conversation. Su Jingming, yes, I'm also going to the Magical City. He replied politely to Sun Rui's inquiry. We're all heading to the Magical City. It seems we are quite fated. Lu Qian smiled brightly, adding amiably, I'm Lu Qian, preparing to visit the Supernatural University in the Magical City. I'm just going for a trip and to see Huangpu University where my brother studies, she continued. The boy beside Lu Qian chimed in, I'm Zhang Chang. Are you also going to the Magical City to explore schools? Su Jingming was about to clarify that he was there to enroll, but Zhang Chang continued unabated. You look about our age, so it's definitely the case. How about this? I'll take you all to Huangpu University to have a look. Zhang Chang grinned, his tone laced with a hint of superiority. It is not mere boasting. The numerous universities in the magical metropolis, including Huangpu Ability University, are indeed noteworthy. Once the period for filling out volunteer applications concludes, I too shall aspire to attend Huangpu Ability University. Yet, Su Jingming could only respond with a hint of exasperation. As an international metropolis, while Shanghai boasts the prestigious Shanghai Ability University, it also hosts several commendable institutions. However, among these, Huangpu Ability University, with its admission scores barely exceeding 400, cannot be deemed particularly prestigious. Of course, for the average candidate, it certainly qualifies as a reputable school. With those unfamiliar, Su Jingming felt little inclination to engage in conversation. Lu Qian, possessing a rather demure disposition, contrasted with the somewhat vivacious Sun Rui, who, despite her liveliness, appeared to prefer listening over speaking. Consequently, Zhang Chang naturally assumed the dominant role in their ensuing dialogue, fervently flaunting his Gaokao results and connections at Huangpu Ability University, all in a bid to capture Lu Qian's attention. However, his clumsy attempts only elicited internal disapproval from Su Jingming, who couldn't help but shake his head. Lu Qian, on the other hand, looked as if she could barely suppress her disdain. Nonetheless, compared to when they first boarded the vehicle, Lu Qian's patience had significantly improved. After all, there was now a charming young man to admire, was there not? Thus, as time passed, her gaze frequently wandered towards Su Jingming. Time swiftly elapsed, and by noon, the train finally arrived at the Shanghai high-speed rail station. Su Jingming and his companions followed the throng of passengers as they exited. Along the way, Zhang Chang attempted to solicit Lu Qian's contact information, only to be met with a cold reception. Soon after, they emerged from the station to find a multitude of taxis and private vehicles awaiting passengers. Upon spotting a particular car, Zhang Chang's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached Lu Qian, showering her with attention. "My brother's car has arrived. Why not join me? We can take a tour of Huangpu Ability University together." He then feigned an apologetic glance at Su Jingming. "Unfortunately, my brother's car lacks sufficient seating. If you wish to accompany us, you'll have to take a taxi on your own. But fret not, we shall wait for you at the campus gate." Typically, a sedan accommodates 5 passengers, and with his cousin driving, they could only fit 4, clearly leaving Su Jingming out. His intention was transparent. He aimed to sideline Su Jingming. Having noticed that Lu Qian's attention had been predominantly directed toward him during their ride, even a fool could perceive Lu Qian's interest in Su Jingming. Yet, if he could successfully push Su Jingming aside, perhaps he might stand a chance. However, his ploy backfired, earning him a look from Su Jingming that suggested he was the fool. "When did I ever say I wanted to accompany you?" Chapter 37. A VIP in the Magical Metropolis? Zhang Chang was taken aback. Lu Qian quickly caught on, her brows furrowing in irritation. "Zhang Chang, doesn't your car only have 4 seats? Aren't you being rather inconsiderate? I assure you, that was not my intention. I merely thought it might be a bit cramped with so many people. Since you've mentioned it, let us all go together. My brother's car can accommodate us." Upon seeing Lu Qian's anger, Zhang Chang hesitated momentarily before promptly changing his tune. He had aimed to exclude Su Jingming, but Lu Qian's departure would serve no purpose. "Who do you think is eager to visit Huangpu Ability University anyway?" Lu Qian shot him a glare before turning to Su Jingming. "Jingming, if you don't mind, you can join us for a taxi ride. We had planned to visit several universities together, and we can proceed as a group. Huangpu Ability University is indeed a respectable institution. Moreover, it typically does not open its doors to outsiders. Under normal circumstances, she would have relished the opportunity to visit. Yet, she had grown weary of Zhang Chang's incessant and shameless boasting, and his deliberate attempts to undermine others were intolerable. Sun Rui, standing nearby, also recognized Zhang Chang's intentions to target Su Jingming. While she was eager to visit Huangpu Ability University, she firmly stood by Lu Qian's side in this moment. With a friendly smile, she invited Su Jingming, "Come along with us. The more, the merrier. You guys." Zhang Chang's face, once handsome, now flushed a deep shade of crimson. Nonetheless, Su Jingming paid him no mind and addressed Lu Qian and Sun Rui. "I intend to head toward the magical university town. A vehicle is coming to pick me up. I will inquire if they can accommodate you as well. If so, you can join me." The mention of magical university town caused Lu Qian to pause momentarily. It is a renowned attraction in Shanghai, home to the top 3 universities in the country, including Shanghai Ability University. The surrounding institutions also boast exceptional rankings and exceedingly high admission scores. Naturally, due to their prestige, visits require prior reservations. However, due to overwhelming demand, the waiting list for tours had extended several months into the future, and they had been unable to secure a spot. Even if they went, they would merely be making a fruitless trip, unable to enter the campus. Nevertheless, as such a celebrated destination, even a glimpse from outside would be worthwhile. After some contemplation, Lu Qian nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go check it out together. If it doesn't work out, we can always take a taxi ourselves." Upon exiting the subway, Su Jingming had already spotted Zhang Chaoyang's vehicle, so he led Lu Qian and Sun Rui towards it. For someone who couldn't even secure a reservation at Huangpu Ability University, I doubt you can gain access to the magical university town. Zhang Chang observed the trio departing with a hint of sarcasm. However, as he noticed the direction they were heading, his eyes widened in astonishment. "What is that?" Su Jingming was walking towards a Mercedes-Benz X100 SUV, an off-road vehicle designed for military use, capable of reaching speeds of 100 kilometers per hour in just 1.8 seconds, suitable for any challenging terrain. It is a favored model among adventurers in wilderness areas, with an official price exceeding 10 million. In the economically thriving Shanghai, a car worth millions is not particularly extraordinary. However, what drew the most attention was the enormous emblem emblazoned on the vehicle's hood and doors. The emblem featured a sharp sword surrounded by roses entwined with thorns, exuding both power and elegance. This insignia is recognized by nearly every resident of Shanghai as the emblem of Shanghai Ability University. Although Zhang Chong was not a local, as a student preparing for the Gaokao, he was certainly familiar with the emblem. In fact, he had noticed the vehicle the moment he exited the high-speed rail station, but thought it merely belonged to an esteemed guest of Shanghai Ability University and had paid it no mind. Little did he expect that this vehicle was actually waiting for Su Jingming. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be heading for another vehicle. Zhang Chong fixed his gaze on Su Jingming, hoping he was mistaken. However, as Su Jingming smoothly entered the vehicle alongside Lu Qian and Sun Rui, it became evident that the car was indeed there specifically for him. Zhang Chong stood in stunned silence as he watched the luxurious vehicle drive away. The exclusive car of Shanghai Ability University is not easily summoned and is typically reserved for important guests. In other words, this seemingly unassuming Su Jingming is, in fact, a distinguished guest of the Magic City Ability University. How astonishing that even a guest of such stature can be so low-key. Amidst his surprise, Zhang Chong felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had not been overly ostentatious earlier. Meanwhile, after receiving the consent of Director Zhang Qiuyang from the admissions office, Su Jingming ushered the two into the car. Lu Qian and Sun Rui, naturally familiar with the emblem of Magic City Ability University, were taken aback to find themselves awaiting such a vehicle. Once they regained their composure, they were already seated inside. "Are all these your friends?" Zhang Qiuyang inquired cheerfully from the driver's seat. "I met them on the high-speed train. They are considering applying to universities in Magic City and came for an on-site visit." Su Jingming briefly explained from the passenger seat. "I thought there were numerous schools in the university town of Magic City, so I decided to take them along." "Oh, there are indeed several reputable schools in the university town, but visits require prior reservations. Have you all made arrangements?" Upon hearing Zhang Qiuyang mention this, Lu Qian and Sun Rui, who had been rendered as quiet as quails by the aura of the high-ranking ability user, quickly shook their heads. "We need to reserve in advance to tour the schools?" Su Jingming frowned, caught off guard by this information. "I should have considered that. Once we arrive, I'll call a cab to take you to wherever you initially planned to go." Su Jingming apologized, but Lu Qian and Sun Rui hurriedly waved their hands in refusal. "It's quite all right. We only intended to stroll around outside the school anyway. Strolling around won't suffice. Here are 2 admission tickets for all the schools in the Magic City University town. Just take them." Zhang Qiuyang interjected, handing over 2 tickets while waiting at a red light. Admission tickets. Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes lit up simultaneously. They were well aware of the existence of such tickets, but securing them through the official website was an impossible feat, while scalpers had tickets available. They were priced exorbitantly at 20 to 30,000 each, far beyond the means of mere students. "These are far too precious. We cannot accept them." Despite their strong desire, Lu Qian and Sun Rui resisted the temptation and shook their heads in refusal. "What is precious about just 2 tickets? I have plenty more," Zhang Qiuyang chuckled, opening the compartment filled with miscellaneous items in the car. Inside lay a neat stack of such tickets, at least 100 in total. "These were given to me by others. They serve no purpose for me. Since you are both friends of Su, it's no trouble at all to gift you 2, he continued. As the director of the admissions office, Zhang Qiuyang received numerous such tickets annually. Students of Magic City Ability University were already entitled to unrestricted access to all schools within the university town, rendering these tickets essentially useless to him, akin to scrap paper. In reality, what lay in the car was merely a fraction of what he possessed. His office drawers housed at least another 100. Chapter 38. The Majestic Magic City Ability University. Luxurious dormitories. Given the circumstances, Lu Qian and Sun Rui understood that refusing the tickets any longer would seem overly pretentious. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude, they accepted the 2 admission tickets. As the director of the admissions office at Magic City Ability University, Zhang Qiuyang possessed considerable expertise regarding the application process. Throughout the journey, he offered Lu Qian and Sun Rui various insights about their applications, such as which schools in Magic City might expand their intake this year, and which might lower their cutoff scores. Such insider information was typically inaccessible to the general public. Thus, amidst their excitement, Lu Qian and Sun Rui felt immensely fortunate to have encountered Su Jingming along the way. Otherwise, they would never have been privy to such confidential information. The SUV sped along, swiftly entering the Magic City University town. ultimately halting before the gates of Magic City Ability University. I'll park the car. Please wait for me here, Zhang Qiuyang instructed as he let Su Jingming and the others out before heading off to find a parking spot. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jingming took a moment to observe the renowned institution before him. Back when he was in Jiangcheng, he had researched Magic City Ability University online and was aware of its grand construction. However, witnessing the university in person evoked a sense of awe within him. Just the entrance alone spanned over 100 meters in width. The flat concrete road could easily accommodate dozens of vehicles simultaneously. The height was a remarkable 10 meters or more. The massive entrance bore the imposing characters Magic City Ability University, shining brilliantly under the midday sun. Goodness, if the entrance is this opulent, what must the interior of the university be like? Su Jingming finally understood why so many candidates yearned for top-tier institutions. Beyond its profound educational heritage, the daily experience of passing through such magnificent gates is a visual delight in itself. Simultaneously, he found himself eagerly anticipating his forthcoming 4 years of campus life. Beside him, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were equally astonished by the grandeur of Magic City Ability University. Their eyes glued to the entrance, scarcely blinking. What do you think? Impressive, right? Zhang Qiuyang remarked with a smile as he rejoined them after parking. He relished witnessing the awestruck expressions of new students, which was one of the reasons he had chosen to personally welcome Su Jingming. Our Magic City Ability University spans 40,000 acres, covering a total area of 26 square kilometers, perfectly complemented by such a grand entrance. Zhang Qiuyang's subsequent comment left Lu Qian gaping, her eyes wide with disbelief. 26 square kilometers. I remember you mentioned that Magic City Ability University only enrolls about 1,000 new students each year. Combined, the 4 grades amount to just over 4,000 students, right? How can so few people inhabit such an expansive area? Lu Qian recognized that Magic City Ability University was large, yet she had never imagined it to encompass a staggering 26 square kilometers, almost half the size of a small county. And with such a vast area housing merely 4,000 students, this was in the precious real estate of Magic City. For a school to occupy such an extensive expanse was nothing short of magical. There are more than just a few students. When you account for all the faculty and staff, there are nearly 10,000 individuals, resulting in an average land allocation of over 600 square meters per person. Zhang Qiuyang added, provoking envy in Lu Qian and Sun Rui, their eyes turning red with longing. An average land allocation of over 600 square meters. What a staggering figure. In ordinary universities, an average allocation of even 1% would be considered exceptional. Thus, amidst a whirlwind of astonishment, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were escorted into Magic City Ability University. When they regained their senses, Su Jingming was already waving goodbye. I've informed Teacher Zhang that you can explore the campus freely. However, once you leave, you won't be able to re-enter. So, ladies, we must part ways here. I wish you both the best in being accepted by your dream universities. For Lu Qian, who found Su Jingming's height and appearance perfectly aligned with her aesthetic ideals, it was impossible to claim she felt no attraction. Yet, as she watched him depart alongside Zhang Qiuyang, she summoned all her courage but failed to call out to him, unable to voice her desire for his contact information. Ultimately, we are not from the same world. Lu Qian shook her head. She merely hailed from an ordinary family. And to Su Jingming, who had the honor of being personally welcomed by the elite Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, she felt akin to a mere passerby. Having even a fleeting encounter was a stroke of luck. Any hope for a deeper relationship was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Xiao Qian, I know who Su Jingming is, suddenly exclaimed Sun Rui, thrusting her phone before Lu Qian's eyes. I thought he looked somewhat familiar. Turns out he is the provincial top scholar from Jiangnan. So it was him. As Lu Qian gazed at the news articles and accompanying photographs of Su Jingming on Sun Rui's phone, she finally connected him with the provincial champion who had recently stirred up quite a commotion throughout Jiangnan. It became clear why a teacher had come to greet him in person. Although the online buzz had been fervent, recognizing him in person was not a given. This was a natural reaction for most, and Lu Qian was no exception. Meanwhile, there had been no definitive news regarding which university Su Jingming would ultimately choose. Yet it was unexpected that he had already selected Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities and had commenced his enrollment. Indeed, we are not from the same world. Upon discovering his true identity, Lu Qian felt a sense of ease wash over her, smiling as she took her close friend Sun Rui's hand. Let us go? Since we've come all this way, we must explore properly. With the director of the admissions office guiding him, Su Jingming encountered no obstacles during his enrollment process. In merely over half an hour, he completed all the necessary formalities, receiving his student ID and dormitory key. Initially, he was awestruck by the grand entrance of Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, but upon seeing his dormitory, he was once again struck by sheer astonishment. Having completed his doctoral studies in his previous life, Su Jingming had seen many dormitories. He had attended 3 universities, residing in 3 or 4 different accommodations. From 4-person rooms to single rooms, and even a 3-bedroom suite allocated for doctoral students. However, he had never witnessed a dormitory fashioned from a villa like this one. The villa before him appeared even more opulent than the one he had in Jiangxing. Now, Su Jingming finally understood why Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities occupied such a vast area. These villas provided to students likely consumed a significant portion of the space. Chapter 39, 2 Systems. Academic Credits. Exclusive Mentors. At our university, every student resides in a villa, though the level of luxury varies with their grades. As a provincial champion, you will be housed in the most extravagant one, boasting a total area exceeding 800 square meters. But worry not about solitude. The villas are allocated to pairs. With 2 levels, you and your roommate will each occupy 1 floor. Listening to Zhang Chaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming felt relieved. Having been an orphan both before and after his transition, he had grown weary of living alone. Having a roommate was certainly preferable. In truth, he preferred the camaraderie of a 4-person dormitory, but a double room was still far better than solitude. Su Jingming took out his key, unlocked the villa door, and stepped inside with his suitcase. Compared to the exterior decor, the interior of the villa exuded even greater luxury. The floors were laid with large marble tiles, polished to a mirror-like shine. The furniture and decorations throughout the rooms were exquisitely crafted. Cleaning staff would attend to the dormitory weekly, alleviating any concerns regarding cleanliness. Zhang Chuyang, who had followed him in, added, with 800 square meters to clean, it would be impossible to finish in a single day. We invite students here to cultivate their professional skills, so we wouldn't burden them with such trivialities. Having completed all enrollment procedures, Zhang Chuyang continued. Now let me tell you about a couple of important aspects to be mindful of at our university. Please do, Su Jingming replied, his eyes lighting up as he sat across from Zhang Chuyang on the sofa. In Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, there are 2 key points to note, the credit system and the exclusive mentor system, Zhang Chuyang explained slowly. First, the credit system. Credits are everything here. Whether for meals, purchasing equipment, or acquiring rare resources, credits are required. 1 credit holds a value roughly equivalent to 10,000 Daxia coins. In fact, their actual worth may exceed this, as many items within our university's marketplace are valued beyond what is available outside. There are numerous ways to earn credits, one of which is through fixed distribution based on ratings. Upon enrollment, every new student receives a corresponding rating. For instance, your enrollment rating is S level, which grants you 100 credits each academic year. Moreover, ratings are not static. Under Zhang Chaoyang's guidance, Su Jingming began to grasp the significance of credits. They represented the hard currency of Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. With credits, one could nearly procure anything desired. In addition to the annual fixed credits, students could also earn credits through completing school tasks or climbing the combat ranking leaderboard. Personal credit balances could be checked on the university's official website. Zhang Chaoyang clapped his hands and called out, "Eva, come forth." Su Jingming was momentarily puzzled as to who he was addressing. Before him, in the air, a cute, spherical AI projection appeared. This was Eva, the artificial intelligence provided to each dormitory. The main body of Eva was the university's advanced AI, with the dormitory versions being merely its subunits. Nevertheless, even as a subunit, it met the standards of a level 4 AI, entirely sufficient for assisting with daily life. As Zhang Chuyang explained, a subunit that has reached level 4 AI, Su Jingming marveled. Upon his arrival in this world, he had assumed that aside from the presence of fierce beasts and supernatural abilities, it bore little difference from his previous life. However, he soon realized that the technological advancement in this realm far surpassed that of his former world. Not only had they achieved the coveted holographic simulation technology beloved by gamers, but their artificial intelligence was also remarkably sophisticated. A level 4 AI could engage in conversation with humans without any discernible flaws. The highest grade AI was said to possess genuine emotions, indistinguishable from a real person. Of course, such technologies as holographic simulation and advanced AI were accessible only to the upper echelons of society. Su Jingming, who came from a humble background, had never encountered such advancements throughout his life, which led to his initial impression that the technological development of this world was comparable to that of his previous life. Subsequently, with Zhang Chaoyang's assistance, Su Jingming learned to utilize the artificial intelligence named Eva. He checked his remaining credits on the university's official website and confirmed he indeed had 100 credits. This realization prompted Su Jingming to reflect on the university's generosity. 100 credits equated to a staggering 1 million Daxia coins. while this was a privilege reserved for S-level students. Even those of other ranks received a minimum of 20 credits upon enrollment. Each year, approximately over 1,000 new students entered Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. In other words, every year, the basic credits awarded to new students alone cost the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities a staggering 200 million daxia coins. Truly, it is a prestigious institution, replete with financial resources. Su Jingming marveled to himself as Zhang Chuyang began to outline the next key point. The second aspect to be mindful of is our school's exclusive mentor system. Each student has the opportunity to select a mentor of their choice to guide them as their dedicated instructor. Naturally, this requires the mentor's consent. Exclusive mentors? Su Jingming pondered. Somewhat perplexed. Don't mentors attend the courses arranged by the school? Why is there a need for a special mentorship? Can the efficiency of group classes truly rival that of one-on-one guidance? Zhang Qiang smiled and clarified. Moreover, our school's mentors are all high-ranking supernatural beings. Almost every one of them possesses unique combat techniques and training methods. Some of the less significant combat skills and training methods may be shared in our library as part of its collection. However, the renowned techniques and formidable skills of these mentors are unlikely to be selflessly shared. Only through establishing a closer mentor-mentee relationship can one hope to learn them. Upon hearing this explanation from Zhang Qiang, Su Jingming fully comprehended the situation. Indeed, many powerful combat techniques are the culmination of a supernatural being's lifelong dedication. Expecting them to impart such knowledge in an ordinary classroom setting is utterly unrealistic. It is only after forging a more intimate mentor-mentee bond that such knowledge might be acquired. Is it troublesome to initiate the mentorship with Professor Zhang? What preparations are required? Su Jingming inquired eagerly. While he had the support of a system, having an additional mentor would undoubtedly streamline his journey of cultivation. For others, it may pose a challenge, but for someone with your S-rank ability, the difficulty is virtually negligible. Zhang Qiang replied with a chuckle. You simply need to locate a mentor specializing in lightning abilities, pay them a visit, and demonstrate your S-rank powers as well as your current strength. I am confident that no mentor would refuse you. He then added, at our Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, we have 4 mentors specializing in lightning abilities, among whom I highly recommend the head of the Weapons Academy, Yang Zhentian, as your ideal mentor. 10 minutes later, after bidding farewell to Zhang Qiang, Su Jingming reclined comfortably on the sofa in his living room. He felt fortunate to have such guidance from an admissions officer. Otherwise, he would have been completely unaware of the numerous considerations associated with the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Su Jingming reflected on his luck. Of course, Zhang Qiang mentioned that this information could also be found in the new student must-read section on the school's official forum. But it was not as detailed as what he had just shared, especially regarding the lightning mentor most suited for him. With that thought, Su Jingming spoke. Eva, please search for information on mentor Yang Zhentian. Certainly, came the response. A shimmering virtual orb illuminated the air, projecting all available data regarding Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian, aged 52, is the head of the Weapons Academy at the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities and a 7th-tier upper-level supernatural being. He possesses an A-rank lightning ability known as True Thunder of Wind and Fire and excels in the use of various weapons, including fists, broadswords, long guns, and long swords. Among these, he is most adept with the long gun, earning him the moniker Thunder Gun. He once engaged in a fierce battle for 3 days and nights against an 8th-tier ferocious beast, the earth-shaking magic python, ultimately defeating it single-handedly. From his earlier conversation with Zhang Qiang, Su Jingming had already learned that the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities is divided into 5 main academies: the Element Academy, the Weapons Academy, the Tactics Academy, the Support Academy, and the Logistics Academy. Each academy has its distinct teaching methods and areas of focus. The Element Academy, as its name suggests, primarily recruits students endowed with elemental abilities, including lightning abilities under the Nature category. The goal of the Element Academy is to cultivate students' powers to unleash the full potential of their elemental abilities. The Weapons Academy specializes in training close combat fighters who wield weapons as their primary means of attack, effectively integrating supernatural abilities with weaponry. Every graduate of the Weapons Academy is undeniably a master of arms. The Tactics Academy, on the other hand, mainly recruits mental-type supernatural beings, honing their combat command skills. This does not imply that students from the Tactics Academy are weak. On the contrary, they can develop their mental abilities to such an extent that a mere glance can obliterate an enemy's mind, rendering them incapacitated and swiftly concluding battles. The Support Academy enrolls those possessing auxiliary abilities. Students from this academy can significantly enhance themselves and their teammates through their abilities, making them indispensable allies on the battlefield. Finally, The Logistics Academy primarily comprises students with special type abilities, responsible for various logistical production tasks. The structure of the 5 academies at the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities clearly illustrates its intent to cultivate talents in diverse fields for the impending Beast Wars. Moreover, those qualified to serve as deans of the academies are undoubtedly formidable individuals. Take, for instance, Yang Jintian, the dean of the Weapons Academy, who single-handedly defeated an 8th-tier ferocious beast with his 7th-tier upper-level strength. Such accomplishments are indeed formidable. After all, high-tier supernatural beings do not possess the same marginal differences in strength as low-tier beings. At the higher tiers, even minor divisions can lead to drastic variations in power. The disparities between major tiers can be staggering. High-tier supernatural beings like Yang Jintian, who possess the ability to combat across tiers, are exceedingly rare throughout the Daxia Kingdom. It is evident that without sufficient strength, one could never ascend to the position of dean in the Weapons Academy. Su Jingming nodded slightly. An A-rank lightning ability. 7th-tier upper-level strength and proficiency with the long gun, along with the title of Thunder Gun. Based on this extensive information, Yang Jintian indeed appears to be the most suitable mentor for his current circumstances. Now, let me look into the information of the other 3 lightning mentors. Su Jingming proceeded to have Eva retrieve the details of the remaining 3 lightning mentors. All 3 of these mentors boasted A-rank abilities, with the lowest among them being at the 6th-tier upper level. However, 2 of them were mentors from the Element Academy, implying they do not utilize weapons, focusing solely on honing their abilities. To put it simply, they could be likened to lightning mages in online games who only cast spells from a distance. The last one, while also a mentor from the Weapons Academy, held only 7th-tier lower-level strength and primarily wielded a longsword instead of a long gun. Compared to Yang Jintian, who is known as the Thunder Gun, this mentor undoubtedly pales in comparison. Given the circumstances, the head of the Weapons Academy, Yang Jintian, is indeed my best choice for mentorship. Once I tidy up the room and have lunch, I can go and attempt to initiate the mentorship. Su Jingming instructed Eva to close the projection and revert to standby mode. He then picked up his suitcase and ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. The villa boasts 2 levels, and he has a particular fondness for the expansive views and the open-air balcony of the 2nd floor. Since his other roommate has yet to arrive, he decides to move in first. During his ascent, Su Jingming finally discovers the sole flaw of the villa, the absence of an elevator and the presence of a wooden handrail staircase. However, with his current impressive vitality level of 181, hoisting a 20-kilogram suitcase up the stairs proves to be quite effortless. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Su Jingming quickly locates his bedroom. The room is spacious, approximately 50 square meters, featuring a grand bed that measures 2 meters by 3 meters. The bed is already adorned with fresh linens. Opposite the bed is a desk, upon which sits a computer with a window adjacent to it. Through the window, he can observe the flat road below, from which he and Zhang Chuyang had just arrived. Everything in the bedroom is brand new. Had he known, he wouldn't have brought so many belongings. Su Jingming's suitcase is filled to the brim, containing not only changes of clothing but also toiletries such as toothpaste and a toothbrush. By the time he finishes unpacking and organizing, half an hour has passed. He takes a deep breath, realizing it's time to eat, and then seek out Professor Yang Jintian. A glance at his phone reveals that it is now 1:30 p.m., the perfect time for lunch. Unlike typical universities, Modi University of Supernatural Abilities features 4 dining halls, all of which provide food around the clock. Missing a mealtime poses no issue whatsoever. Grabbing his student ID and the villa key, he departs the villa. Earlier, while chatting with Zhang Qiaoyang, he had been oblivious to his surroundings. Thus, he deliberately slows his pace to take in the scenery. As a premier institution, Modi University of Supernatural Abilities boasts an impeccable campus environment. Lush green grass lines both sides of the road, adorned with a variety of blooming flowers, while the air is infused with a delicate floral fragrance. Along his path, he encounters numerous pavilions and seating areas for respite. Currently, the university is in its summer break, yet many students remain on campus. Some walk in pairs, while others are solitary. The aura emanating from these students is formidable, with most being at least 1st or 2nd-tier supernatural beings. Occasionally, he even spots students whose energy levels are only slightly inferior to Zhang Qiaoyang's. Truly, as a top-tier institution, it is a haven of hidden talents. Su Jingming reflects on this. From their earlier conversation, he learned that Zhang Qiaoyang is a 5th-tier lower-level supernatural being. To possess an aura merely a fraction weaker than his indicates that most are above 4th tier. Chapter 41, Tanming Yang, the Freshman Competition. Modi University of Supernatural Abilities features 4 dining halls, and Su Jingming heads to the one closest to his dormitory. As he approaches the entrance, he is greeted by the enticing aroma of cooked meat. Upon entering, he discovers that, in addition to standard fare, The dining hall also offers dishes prepared from the flesh of ferocious beasts. Though these beasts are known for their tough skin and savage nature, they are treasure troves in their own right. Their resilient hides serve as excellent materials for crafting battle attire, and even when fashioned into bags, they are coveted luxury items among the wealthy. The bones of these creatures, when ground into powder, are also prized medicinal ingredients. Consuming their flesh and blood over time can significantly enhance one's physique. Consequently, many supernatural beings form adventurer teams to brave the wilderness in pursuit of these beasts, returning to urban areas to sell their remains for a handsome profit. In fact, the ferocious beasts Su Jingming hunted during the martial arts college entrance examination could also fetch a high price, though those were the property of the military district and thus could not be taken. Naturally, dishes crafted from the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts in this dining hall come at a premium. A regular dish costs only 0.001 credits, equivalent to 10 daxia coins, while the least expensive ferocious beast dish starts at 0.1 credits or 1,000 daxia coins. He even spots a dish priced at 10 credits, valued at a staggering 100,000 daxia coins. Goodness, if his credits were insufficient, he might not even be able to afford a meal. Su Jingming shakes his head and decides to purchase a 0.1 credit ferocious beast dish to indulge in a new experience. The culinary skills of the school's chefs are impressive. The tough flesh of the ferocious beast has been prepared to the point of melting in his mouth, leaving a lingering aroma. After satisfying his hunger, Su Jingming reluctantly rises from the dining hall. Moda University of Supernatural Abilities not only provides accommodation for students, but also offers housing for its faculty, all in villas that are even more opulent than student dormitories. After all, instructors qualified to teach at Moda University are at least 6th-tier supernatural beings, making them significant figures even in the outside world. The Dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Jintian, resides in Villa 23 within the Faculty Villa District. Exiting the dining hall, Su Jingming spends an additional 20 minutes reaching the Faculty Villa area. The environment here surpasses that of the student dormitories. The villa complex is nestled against a mountain, with a sizable artificial lake at its center. Furthermore, picturesque features such as flowing streams and rockeries with waterfalls are abundant. Can you believe the school has even constructed a small hill as a backdrop? Only a prestigious institution would exhibit such extravagance. Silently mocking this opulence, Su Jingming consults the map at the entrance of the Faculty Villa District and easily locates Villa 23. This villa, rich in the ancient aesthetic of the Daxia Kingdom, is painted in a hue that matches its wooden structure. Delicate cyan wind chimes dangle from the eaves, bestowing an air of both antiquity and elegance. Approaching the villa's entrance, just as he prepares to ring the doorbell, a voice laced with humor calls out from behind him. "Are you here to seek apprenticeship?" Turning his head, Su Jingming notices a young man clad in white, standing 5 meters behind him. The youth possesses a handsome countenance, with short hair and a smile that exudes a certain audacity and irreverence. Su Jingming furrows his brow slightly, taken aback by the stranger's presumption. How could he possibly know his intentions? The young man, undeterred by Su Jingming's silence, continues with a grin. "Typically, those who visit Professor Yang are either his disciples or aspiring apprentices. I've encountered most of his students, and you are not among them. So you must be here to seek apprenticeship. Of course, I am also here for that purpose." Before he can finish his sentence, he suddenly notices an unusual energy emanating from Su Jingming. Awaken one. However, he swiftly regains his composure, raising an eyebrow. "A special recruit?" Indeed, Su Jingming replies candidly. In truth, even among the special recruits, he is likely the only one at the awakened level. Moreover, the application process for the Martial Arts College entrance examination has only just commenced, and Moda University has yet to release its admission list. The young man's deduction about his special recruit status does not surprise him. Previous year's special recruits were either upper-tier first or mid-tier first, so he did not anticipate that this year would include an awakened special recruit. The young man expressed his astonishment, yet did not underestimate Su Jingming. After all, being a special recruit at the Magic City Ability University at the level of an awakened was undoubtedly indicative of formidable strength. Furthermore, his potential was even more formidable. "Which senior are you?" Su Jingming, noticing the other's somewhat familiar demeanor but sensing no malice, took the initiative to engage in conversation. "I'm from the Weapons Academy." "A junior?" "No, I should say I'm now a senior." "Senior Tanming Yang." He introduced himself before promptly inquiring, "And you?" "I'm Su Jingming, a freshman, just registered today." To know about seeking a mentor right after registration, Su Jr., you are quite swift. Typically, freshmen wait until after the freshman competition to consider finding a mentor. Freshman competition? Su Jingming furrowed his brow, recalling that Zhang Qiaoyang had not mentioned this matter. The freshman competition is a tradition at our Magic City Ability University. usually held 3 to 4 days after registration. Most of the faculty will attend to observe. Those freshmen who perform well will be eagerly sought after by various academies, and mentors will personally take them as disciples. Seeing Su Jingming's lack of knowledge, Tan Mingyang offered a brief explanation. Of course, as a special recruit like you need not wait for the freshman competition to seek a mentor. Tan Mingyang did not dispute Su Jingming's actions. However, what he refrained from mentioning was that even for special recruits, the probability of being able to find a mentor at the level of a dean upon entering was akin to winning the lottery. It was highly likely to be an exercise in futility. Nevertheless, special recruits often hailed from the top of their provinces or cities and were imbued with pride. Even if he were to state this fact, it was improbable that Su would heed his words. Hence, he opted to remain silent. Thank you for the explanation, senior. Su Jingming expressed his gratitude. His curiosity piqued as he added, are you also here to seek mentorship from Teacher Yang? Indeed, Tan Mingyang nodded, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Over the past 6 months, I have visited several times, yet I have yet to meet the standards for mentorship. I was almost ready to give up. Yet a part of me remains unwilling to accept that. Enough of that. Let us proceed inside together. With a sigh, Tan Mingyang pressed the doorbell at the villa entrance. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man, exuding an air of a butler. Welcome, gentlemen. Teacher Yang is already inside awaiting your arrival. Please follow me. The butler's smile was warm and inviting, like a gentle spring breeze. For Su Jingming, visiting for the first time, nothing seemed amiss. However, Tan Mingyang, who was not a stranger to this place, felt somewhat astonished. This was not his first visit. The butler had always been courteous, yet never this effusive. Furthermore, the implication that Teacher Yang was waiting for them inside, how could that be? A 7th-tier awakened did not have the luxury of idleness. On the contrary, they were typically quite busy. Previously, even when Tan Mingyang had come to visit, he often had to wait half an hour to an hour before meeting the man himself. Yet now, the busy dean of the Weapons Academy was already waiting for them. What was happening? Filled with curiosity, Tan Mingyang and Su Jingming stepped into the villa together. Chapter 42. Seeking Mentorship. Top-tier cultivation techniques. Body refinement combat skills. Under the butler's guidance, Su Jingming and Tan Mingyang entered the villa's living room. Upon their entrance, Su Jingming noticed 2 individuals seated on the sofa. The young man on the right appeared to be of similar age to Tan Mingyang, possessing an unremarkable appearance, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. Yet, his aura was strikingly sharp, emanating an inexplicable sense of pressure simply by sitting there. Beside him sat a robust middle-aged man, clad in a gray outfit, his strong physique accentuated by eyes that sparkled with the brilliance of thunder. Meeting the gaze of this middle-aged man felt as though one were being scrutinized by the fiercest dragon-like beast, sending chills down Su Jingming's spine. Compared to this middle-aged man, the young man's aura seemed almost negligible. Having previously consulted the mentor information through Eva at the villa, Su Jingming recognized the middle-aged man as Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weapons Academy, a 7th-tier upper-level awakened known for his title, the Thunder Gun. Dean Yang. I have brought them here, the butler said respectfully. Very well, you may leave. Yang Zhentian dismissed the butler, then turned his gaze directly towards Su Jingming, a smile gracing his face. You must be Su Jingming. Zhang Chaoyang informed me of your arrival in advance. Come, let us proceed to the training room. With that, he rose and made his way toward the 2nd floor, prompting Su Jingming to hastily follow suit. Watching the entire exchange, Tan Mingyang stood there, somewhat bewildered. The reputation of Dean Yang Zhentian was one of strictness. The rules governing the Weapons Academy were the most stringent among all 5 academies at Magic City Ability University. Consequently, students privately referred to him as King Yan. His usual demeanor was one of sternness, perfectly fitting this nickname. Yet just now he had seen King Yan smile. Moreover, it appeared he was already familiar with Su Jingming, leading him directly to the training room. What could Su Jingming's background be? Was he perhaps the principal's son? Tan Mingyang quickly dismissed that thought. Even if he were the principal's son, he likely would not receive such treatment from Yang Zhentian. It would be more plausible for the principal himself to visit. Mingyang, shall we stick to our usual routine? The remaining young man on the sofa smiled at him. Tan Mingyang snapped back to reality, his expression brightening as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Then I shall trouble you, Senior Liu. With that, the two made their way to the combat room on the 1st floor. Aside from the direct recruitment, other students wishing to become Yang Zhentian's disciples must demonstrate corresponding strength. This Senior Liu was one of the many students under Yang Zhentian. To be considered qualified, one would need to defeat Liu, showcasing at least 1/10 of his strength. Yet, for the past 6 months, Tan Mingyang had never succeeded even once. Meanwhile, under Yang Zhentian's guidance, Su Jingming arrived at the training room. It was a spacious chamber. approximately 100 square meters, lined with weapon racks displaying a variety of arms, including the long spear familiar to Su Jingming. I have reviewed your video from the Weapon Science Entrance Examination. Your combat prowess is indeed formidable, and your marksmanship has reached an advanced level. However, before we proceed, I would like to witness your S-tier ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, Yang Jintian said, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Su Jingming. The S-tier lightning ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Just a few days prior, he had learned from Zhang Qiaoyang that a student with an S-tier lightning ability had chosen Magic City Ability University, and he had eagerly awaited Su Jingming's arrival. Little did he expect that it would take until today for him to report to the school. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Jingming activated his ability in response to Yang Jintian's request. Crackling sounds filled the air, accompanied by the deep rumble of thunder and the crackling of arcs of electricity. As the Purple Sky Divine Thunder manifested, swirling around Su Jingming, the blue-violet lightning seemed to carry an ancient and majestic aura, both powerful and timeless. The moment the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder manifested, the entire training room was enveloped in an inexplicable grandeur. This is the S-class ability, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Yang Jintian was entranced, gazing at the blue-violet lightning that swirled around Su Jingming. Though he too possessed lightning-type abilities and, as a 7th-tier high-level ability user, even a mere flicker of his own lightning wielded extraordinary power, the essence of his A-class wind and fire-true thunder could never exude such an aura. This disparity stemmed from the very source of the abilities, an inconceivable gap that mere rank could not bridge. After several deep breaths, Yang Jintian's excited heart gradually calmed. Looking at Su Jingming, his expression turned serious. Su Jingming, I am well aware of your intentions. Given your abilities and potential, it is undoubtedly feasible for you to become my disciple. However, I must clarify one point beforehand. During my years of wandering, I have made many friends. Yet I have also garnered numerous enemies. By becoming my disciple, you will inevitably be influenced by this aspect in the future. It is possible that enemies may target you. Are you still willing to proceed? I am willing, Su Jingming replied, not hesitating for a moment, and with utmost respect, he performed a formal bow of apprenticeship. What a jest! Which high-ranking ability user's rise did not come drenched in blood and tumult? An ability user like Yang Jintian, renowned for his prowess in slaughter, was likely responsible for vanquishing countless ferocious beasts and foes. If one were unwilling to shoulder even this modicum of risk, it would be challenging to find a suitable mentor at the entire Magic City Ability University. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my 32nd disciple. Yang Jintian exclaimed thrice, his excitement palpable. S-class ability awakeners appeared only once every few years in the entirety of the Great Xia Nation. And with the plethora of ability types, even when an S-class ability user manifested, they were typically of a different kind. In over 2 decades, he had accepted more than 30 disciples, including A-class and B-class lightning users, and even a C-class lightning user. Yet Su Jingming was the first with an S-class lightning ability. Most of your senior brothers and sisters have graduated. Only 3 remain in the school. The one you met downstairs, Lu Ming, is among your senior brothers. The other 2 will be introduced to you when I have the opportunity. After speaking, Yang Jintian's ring glimmered faintly, and 2 tomes materialized in his hand, which he subsequently handed over. These are pinnacle ability training methods and the body-refining combat techniques I have devised. Su Jingming received the 2 tomes. The ability training method was titled Limitless Ability Training Method, while the combat technique was named Indestructible Body of Thunder. Combat techniques are categorized into various types, including movement techniques and blade techniques. For instance, Su Jingming's Lightning Gale Break is a firearm technique. However, body-refining combat techniques differ from ordinary combat techniques, primarily aimed at enhancing physicality, and are significantly rarer than the latter. Chapter 43, Promotion. First-tier ability user. The ability training method needs no elaboration. It is one of the 3 premier ability training methods available at the school. As for the body-refining combat technique Indestructible Body of Thunder, it embodies the culmination of my lifelong efforts. It has been certified as S-class by both the Thunder Martial Arts School and the Savage Bear Martial Arts School. Yang Jintian began to speak, but Su Jingming was taken aback by the revelation. An S-class combat technique. 7th-tier ability users hold the title of Masters. For their grasp of abilities and martial arts reaches an extraordinary depth. They possess the qualifications to create their own ability training methods or combat techniques. Combat techniques, too, are rated, mirroring the grading of abilities and classified into 9 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the level, the greater the combat technique's power. Of course, the corresponding difficulty of cultivation also escalates. Most 7th-tier masters find it commendable to create A-class techniques, while S-class and above, such as SS and SSS techniques, are crafted by 8th-tier grandmasters or 9th-tier martial saints. Yet, Yang Jintian, merely a 7th-tier user, has created an S-class technique, particularly in the complex realm of body-refining techniques, which delve into the mysteries of the human body. It must be said that Yang Jintian's martial arts talent is astonishingly formidable. The indestructible body of thunder is exclusively suited for lightning-type ability users and comprises 13 levels. With each advancement, one's physique undergoes a corresponding metamorphosis. However, even I have only cultivated it to the 10th level thus far. The final 3 levels remain untested. Yet, based on my estimations, reaching the pinnacle will enable one's physique to attain a state of true eternal indestructibility. Yang Jintian's eyes gleamed with fervor. The indestructible body of thunder encapsulates his entire understanding of martial arts and lightning-type abilities. Should he fail to ascend to the pinnacle of martial saints in the future, Su Jingming may very well be his greatest hope to validate this technique. Additionally, the indestructible body of thunder requires a certain level of ability to cultivate. In the meantime, you should utilize the limitless ability training method to advance. After your promotion, I will assist you in establishing the foundational groundwork for the indestructible body of thunder. Yang Jintian pondered for a moment before adding, moreover, you must practice boxing techniques. Practice boxing techniques? This was unexpected for Su Jingming. Of course, once you cultivate the indestructible body of thunder, your physique will be significantly enhanced. Coupling that with close combat skills and lightning-type abilities will greatly amplify your combat prowess. Furthermore, weapons are merely one of our means of combat. We must not become overly reliant on them. If, one day, your weapon is destroyed during a battle with a ferocious beast, do you intend to turn tail and flee without it? Yang Jintian elaborated, providing a real-life example. In my past confrontation with the 8th-tier ferocious beast, the earth-shaking python, the battle extended into the 2nd day. My long spear, forged from SSS class alloy, was shattered due to prolonged extreme strain. Even my lightning abilities were nearly depleted on the final day. It was solely through my physical prowess and boxing techniques that I achieved the final kill. Yang Jintian's tone was calm. Yet Su Jingming could vividly imagine the ferocity of that battle. He nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, acquiring a broader array of combat skills could prove invaluable. Naturally, I will also impart firearm techniques to you. Once you attain a certain level of proficiency in boxing and firearms, I will teach you the use of sabers and long swords. Yang Jintian continued. Master, may I inquire as to what level of proficiency you have attained in these skills? Su Jingming asked, curiosity piqued. My boxing and firearm techniques are at the master level. As for other blade and sword techniques, they are somewhat inferior, merely at the grandmaster level. Yang Jintian's tone was exceedingly nonchalant, yet Su Jingming felt a jolt of surprise upon hearing this. Proficiency in skills is categorized into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfection. For an ordinary ability user, merely elevating a single weapon technique to the advanced level could take decades. Achieving the master level might consume an entire lifetime, while the higher realms of grandmaster and perfection are realms shrouded in mystery. Yang Jintian not only mastered both boxing and marksmanship at a grandmaster level, but he also achieved a masterful proficiency in the use of various other weapons. It was only because I found myself unable to advance further in boxing and marksmanship that I turned my attention to the study of other weaponry. As for you, your journey has only just begun. Noticing the hint of trepidation on Su Jingming's face, Yang Jintian couldn't help but chuckle heartily. During your university years, it is sufficient to focus solely on boxing and marksmanship. The study of combat techniques primarily revolves around these 2 disciplines. Remember, do not be overly ambitious. Teacher, I understand. Su Jingming nodded. Although the proficiency in weaponry could be enhanced merely by investing ability points thanks to the system, the quality of one's skills matters more than their quantity. Given the limitation of ability points, it is evidently more prudent to specialize in a particular weapon. Following my teacher's advice, I shall concentrate on boxing and marksmanship first. Su Jingming silently resolved. Subsequently, Yang Jintian provided a list detailing the combat techniques Su Jingming was to study next. All he needed to do was locate the relevant manuals in the library and learn from them. This made Su Jingming reflect inwardly. Indeed, having a mentor's guidance is far superior. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to devise such a detailed learning path on his own. After more than 10 fruitful minutes, Su Jingming exited the villa, only to encounter Tan Mingyang, who had also just left. However, the smile that once adorned his face had been replaced by a bitter expression. It seemed that his attempt at apprenticeship had ended in failure. Su Jingming, recognizing the situation, refrained from inquiring about the result and simply offered a brief farewell. Senior Tan, I'm leaving now. Wait, What was the outcome of your apprenticeship? Did you succeed? Tan Mingyang asked, as if grasping at a lifeline. However, rather than providing the answer he hoped for, Su Jingming merely nodded. Truly succeeded? Tan Mingyang nearly widened his eyes in disbelief. Typically, mentors of the dean's caliber do not take on apprentices before the freshman competition. What on earth is happening? Is he truly the principal's son? Yet, he doesn't resemble him at all. As he watched Su Jingming's retreating figure, Tan Mingyang found himself engulfed in a sea of self-doubt, having faced multiple failures. Meanwhile, Su Jingming returned to the villa and ascended directly to the training room on the second floor. The student villa's 2 levels boasted identical room configurations. Aside from the training room and bedroom, there were a shower room, a media room, a study, and his favorite outdoor balcony. Compared to his teacher Yang Jintian's training room, this one was slightly smaller, measuring around 80 square meters. Nonetheless, it was adequate for regular training. Seated cross-legged on the floor, Su Jingming opened the Extreme Ability Training Method and began to peruse its contents. Compared to the Intermediate Deep Sea Ability Training Method, this Premier Extreme Ability Training Method was evidently far more profound. Su Jingming spent over 4 hours thoroughly understanding the entire text. With his eyes gently closed, he began to sense the unique energy permeating the world around him, as detailed in the Extreme Ability Training Method. In no time, a multitude of white light points emerged within his sensing range, dense and boundless. This was the special energy known as Yuan energy. Only by absorbing it into his body could his abilities undergo a transformation. Truly, the top-tier ability training method allowed him to sense a far greater amount of Yuan energy than the intermediate method. Su Jingming's expression brightened, and he opened his eyes. Since the premier training method could detect Yuan energy, it confirmed that his cultivation was on the right track. There was no need for a step-by-step approach. He could directly allocate points for advancement. Deep blue, he silently exclaimed, and a pale blue system panel materialized in his mind. Name, Su Jingming level, awakened. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 186 Vitality. Mentality, 187 Mental Strength. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced. Ability points, 25-34. Without hesitation, Su Jingming clicked the plus sign next to his level. In the next instant, the Yuan energy in the surrounding air surged into his body at a terrifying speed. It automatically began to operate according to the training method documented in the Extreme Ability Training Method, continuously enhancing his abilities, physique, and mentality. Only when he broke through a certain threshold did it gradually come to a halt. Level, first tier lower awakened ability user. Phew, I've broken through. Su Jingming lightly clenched his fist, feeling the power within him had multiplied several times compared to before. More importantly, his abilities had also been enhanced. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, he exclaimed, accompanied by the crackling sound of electric arcs. Blue-purple lightning manifested around him. Compared to before his advancement, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder appeared thicker and its hue deeper. If I encounter that second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear again, I might not even need to draw my gun. My lightning could likely vanquish it. Observing the blue-purple lightning dancing at his fingertips, Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. Having successfully leveled up, he had finally taken his first step towards the pinnacle of ability users. Chapter 44, Preparing for Exchange. SS Class Resources. Su Jingming tested his newfound strength in the training room. Transitioning from an awakened to an ability user, his power had roughly multiplied 4 to 5 times. He then opened his system panel again. Name, Su Jingming level, first tier lower. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 283 Vitality. Mentality, 289 Mental Strength. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced. Ability points, 2234. Advancing to the first tier cost me merely 300 ability points. The expenditure wasn't excessive, yet the enhancement of my base attributes exceeded my expectations. Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Had he used the Deep Sea Ability Training Method to break through, his vitality and mentality would have only increased by 30 or 40 points at most. However, with the Premier Method, both attributes had surged by over 100 points. This is undoubtedly a world apart. No wonder ability users aspire to obtain higher-level training methods. The disparity is simply colossal. Su Jingming shook his head, simultaneously feeling fortunate that he hadn't rushed to upgrade after acquiring the Deep Sea Ability Training Method. There were still plenty of ability points remaining, but he could not further elevate his level for the time being. He thought to himself. On one hand, he would need ability points for learning combat techniques in the future. On the other hand, he needed to acclimate to his post-advancement strength. Once he fully adapted, he would pursue further enhancements. Next, he turned his attention to the S-Class Body Refinement Combat Technique. Su Jingming opened the manual for Indestructible Thunder Body and delved into its intricacies. As a 7th-tier ability user, Yang Jintian possessed profound insights into martial arts and lightning-type abilities. His understanding was seamlessly integrated into this body refinement combat technique. Consequently, Su Jingming quickly became engrossed in the manual upon first contact, truly deserving of its S-rank status. The technique is indeed exquisite. 2 hours later, Su Jingming reluctantly closed the tome, Indomitable Thunder Body. The manual comprises 13 layers, yet he currently comprehends only the first 3. The subsequent layers, however, delve into realms too profound for his understanding. Nonetheless, even the initial 3 layers have unveiled an entirely new world to him. Typically, body tempering techniques necessitate various methods to refine the physique. After enduring countless trials, the body gradually strengthens. Yet this particular technique introduces an additional step to forge a foundation. The first layer of Indomitable Thunder Body requires the blood of Thunder-type ferocious beasts to establish this indomitable foundation. Only then can one utilize their intrinsic lightning abilities to temper the body. Ultimately, the strength of the perfected Indomitable Thunder Body is intricately linked to the quality of the Thunder-type beast's blood used in the foundational process. Should one employ the blood of a higher-tier beast, the subsequent physical robustness will be exponentially greater. Conversely, using blood from lower-tier or even ordinary beasts will result in diminished strength. Acquiring the blood of Thunder-type ferocious beasts presents quite a challenge, Su Jingming mused, stroking his chin. On Blue Star, low-tier ferocious beasts rely solely on their physical prowess in combat, whereas high-tier beasts possess extraordinary abilities akin to those of ability users. Take, for instance, the renowned Silver Moon Nine-Tailed Fox, which wields an enchanting prowess reminiscent of psychic ability users. A failure to respond promptly could lead to a fatal conclusion. Thunder-type ferocious beasts, much like lightning ability users, command the power of thunder. However, such beasts are typically ranked no lower than Tier 4. At present, Su Jingming could not possibly procure the blood of such formidable creatures on his own. Fortunately, he has a mentor. In the afternoon, his instructor mentioned that once he ascended to an ability user, he could approach him to forge a foundation. Thus, he resolved to seek him out the very next day. At dawn, after completing his morning routine, Su Jingming returned to his mentor, Yang Jintian. Upon learning of Su Jingming's advancement, Yang Jintian exhibited mild surprise. So soon? In my 20-plus years teaching at the Magic City Ability University, I have encountered countless prodigies. Yet even among these talents, the transformation from awakener to ability user typically requires considerable time. Remarkably, Su Jingming, since acquiring the tome yesterday, has not even completed 24 hours, yet has successfully advanced. Perhaps it is the culmination of long-standing preparation. Su Jingming responded humbly with a smile. Very well, since you have successfully advanced. Today I shall assist you in forging the foundation of the Indomitable Thunder Body. Yang Jintian, upon hearing this, did not delve deeper but nodded and continued. The foundation I have prepared for you is the essence of a 7th-tier high-ranking Thunder-type beast, the Storm Giant Bear. With a flicker of light from his ring, a transparent glass vial materialized in his hand. The vial, approximately 800 milliliters in capacity, contained a shimmering crimson liquid that subtly rippled, with faint silver lightning flickering within. High-tier Thunder-type beasts are exceedingly rare. Throughout the years, the most formidable Thunder-type beast I have slain is this Storm Giant Bear. The school's resource repository does possess blood from even higher-tier 8th-level Thunder-type beasts, but unfortunately, those belong to the SS-level resources, which even I cannot easily exchange. Yang Jintian sighed somewhat helplessly. Although he was the dean of the Weapons Academy, he could not freely access the school's resources. However, each year, they receive a substantial allocation of credits akin to academic points for resource exchanges. Yet, as a 7th-tier high-ranking ability user, his own training expenses are considerable, and his points have long been depleted, leaving no balance to exchange for SS-level resources. Nevertheless, the essence of the 7th-tier Storm Giant Bear is already remarkably rare. Classified as a premium S-level resource, more than sufficient for establishing a foundation. Yet, considering Su Jingming's status as an S-level ability awakener, he instinctively desired to use even superior essence. By the way, I heard from Zhang Qiaoyang that you receive an S-level resource each year? Yang Jintian suddenly inquired with brightened eyes. Yes, Su Jingming nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. Excellent. Your S-level resource, combined with the essence of the Storm Giant Bear in my possession, might just allow us to exchange for that SS-level resource. Yet, despite this enthusiasm, Yang Jintian chose to first seek Su Jingming's consent. Jingming, does your S-level resource serve any other purpose? Please feel free to make use of it. Su Jingming replied, shaking his head. It would be foolish to refuse. Especially when premium S-level resources are at stake. and the ultimate SS level resource would be utilized for his own advancement. Very well, remain here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. In a flash of lightning, before Su Jingming could fully comprehend, Yang Jintian vanished from sight. That movement resembles instantaneous teleportation. Su Jingming marveled inwardly. Yet he was aware that this merely stemmed from the astonishing speed of his mentor, creating an illusion. Su, the dean shall return shortly. In the meantime, do indulge in some fruit. The butler, who had opened the door the previous day, approached with a platter of fruit shortly after Yang Jintian's departure. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Su Jingming expressed his gratitude politely. This butler was not only the caretaker of the villa, but had also fought alongside Yang Jintian in the past. As Su Jingming had learned during their training session yesterday, the butler's strength was formidable, being a 6th-tier mid-ranking ability user, thereby prompting Su Jingming to exercise a degree of caution in his presence. Chapter 45. The Essence of the Thunder Tyrant. Foundation successfully forged. After spending over half an hour in the villa, Yang Jintian finally returned. In a flash of lightning, he reappeared in the villa's living room. Teacher, Su Jingming promptly rose. The SS level resource has been exchanged. Come, let us head to the training room. Yang Jintian appeared somewhat exhilarated, eagerly leading Su Jingming to the training room on the 2nd floor. This exchange for the SS level resource required considerable effort. Initially, the resource department was reluctant to allow me to use 2 S-level resources for the exchange. Fortunately, I managed to contact the principal, and they eventually agreed to the transaction. With a flick of his right hand, another glass vial containing essence appeared. However, unlike the previous vial, this one contained a peculiar silver-hued liquid. Tendrils of electricity and a fierce aura swirled within. This is the SS level resource, the essence of an 8th-tier lower-ranking Thunder Tyrant. Yang Jintian remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze as he beheld the vial. Dragon-type ferocious beasts are among the most formidable within the beast hierarchy. While he could defeat an 8th-tier lower-ranking earth-shaking python, he could not vanquish any 8th-tier lower-ranking dragon-type beasts. Thus, this vial of essence holds significant value, even for him. Naturally, if it weren't so precious, the school would not classify it as an SS-level resource. Su Jingming observed this scene, silently committing his mentor's and the principal's kindness to memory. A drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, especially for such a precious SS-level resource. When the day arrives that he becomes powerful, all these kindnesses shall surely be repaid manifold. Removing his outer garment, he seated himself in a cross-legged position. Following the instructions of Yang Jintian, Su Jingming cast aside his upper clothing, revealing his robust muscular torso, and then settled into a lotus position. In the next moment, he felt a slight chill on his back, accompanied by a faint stinging sensation radiating from that area. Although the pain was mild, it penetrated deep into his very bones, prompting him to furrow his brow involuntarily. The blood of the Thunder Tyrant is, of course, inconsequential for an advanced ability user such as myself. However, for someone of your lower-tier abilities, it is akin to a potent poison. Even mere skin contact can induce a prickling sensation. As Yang Jintian elucidated this, he applied the blood from the glass vial to Su Jingming's back. His eyes shimmered with blue and white lightning, allowing him to discern every vein and meridian on Su Jingming's back, facilitating a more precise application. After a span of over 10 minutes, the blood within the glass vial was entirely expended, leaving Su Jingming's back cloaked in a silvery sheen. Next, I shall forge for you the indestructible foundation using my wind and fire true thunder. Essentially, the process of foundation creation involves melding the blood of the lightning beast into your own bloodline. Thus, you shall acquire a physique that rivals, and perhaps even surpasses, that of the ferocious beasts. However, the ultimate extent to which you can absorb this essence entirely depends on you. Yang Jintian took a deep breath and then bellowed, wind and fire true thunder. With a crackling sound, a torrent of crimson lightning, exponentially mightier than Su Jingming's own purple cloud divine thunder, erupted forth from Yang Jintian. The thunderous roar filled the training room, seemingly elevating the temperature dramatically. The entire molding process will last approximately 4 to 5 days, and it may be somewhat painful, so bear with it. Moreover, it is crucial that you do not lose consciousness. Otherwise, the absorption efficiency of the blood essence will significantly diminish. As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson lightning surged forth, engulfing Su Jingming entirely. Should any strand of this lightning inadvertently strike him, it would obliterate him instantaneously. However, with the mastery of a 7th-tier advanced ability user, such an occurrence was naturally improbable. The might of the wind and fire true thunder was controlled within the limits Su Jingming could endure, surging into his back. Threads of lightning, laden with the blood of the Thunder Tyrant, coursed through Su Jingming's body, relentlessly transforming his veins, meridians, and even his bones. Yet, for Su Jingming, This entire sequence felt akin to being gnawed upon by myriad ants, the pain penetrating to the marrow. Fortunately, he did not faint on the spot. He merely gritted his teeth and silently endured. 5 days later, within the villa numbered 23. Uncle Fu, has it really been 5 days? Is the teacher still occupied? Asked Lu Ming, another disciple of Yang Zhentian, as he lounged on the sofa in the living room, addressing the butler beside him. This marked his third visit in recent days, yet each time he inquired, Uncle Fu would respond that Yang Zhentian was still in the process of establishing Su Jingming's indestructible body foundation. It is not yet finished. This time, the principal is employing the blood of an 8th-tier beast to forge a foundation for Su. It is considerably more taxing and will require a longer duration, the butler replied. While Yang Zhentian was currently unable to attend, basic communication was still possible, allowing Lu Ming to stay abreast of the developments and learn that Su Jingming was being endowed with the blood of an 8th-tier beast, the Thunder Tyrant. Lu Ming had learned of this during his previous visit. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. After all, they were both disciples of Yang Zhentian. In the past, when he was granted the foundation for his indestructible body, it was merely with the blood of a 7th-tier lower beast. However, upon learning of Su Jingming's SS-class ability, he found solace in the fact that an S-class ability awakener indeed deserved the meticulous cultivation efforts of their teacher. The blood of an 8th-tier dragon beast, combined with an S-class lightning ability, ignited a sense of anticipation for the prowess of his junior brother's indestructible body. As an S-class body forging technique, the power of the indestructible body is not constant. Rather, it is intricately linked to the blood utilized during the foundational molding and the innate lightning abilities of the user. The combination of 8th-tier beast blood and S-class abilities is evidently a remarkable fusion. Just then, a roar akin to that of a dragon reverberated through the villa. The sound was imbued with authority and ferocity, as though one were beholding a formidable and savage dragon beast. The foundation molding of my junior brother has succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. In a flash of lightning, he activated a movement technique, propelling himself up to the 2nd floor. Upon entering the training room, he was immediately struck by a sense of threat reminiscent of a supreme beast. This sensation even caused a momentary palpitation in him, a peak-level 3rd-tier ability user. He soon beheld the source of this ominous feeling. Su Jingming stood tall in the center of the training room. However, unlike their previous encounter, where he exhibited humility and courtesy, Su Jingming now radiated an aura of ferocity. His once clear eyes now gleamed a blood-red hue, and his bare torso, with its well-defined and powerful muscles, pulsated with visible veins. It seemed that the blue and purple lightning swirling around him had also entered a state of frenzy. Flickering and leaping wildly, the entire training room flickered in tandem with the tumultuous lightning surrounding Su Jingming. Chapter 46. Perfect Convergence. A surge in vitality. Perfect. Utterly perfect. Faced with this spectacle, Yang Zhentian's expression was one of exhilaration. 98. The blood absorption rate of Jingming has reached an astounding 98. 98. That's extraordinarily high. Lu Ming, standing at the door of the training room, felt a jolt of surprise. The foundation molding for the indestructible body requires the absorption of lightning beast blood. Yet, even with the assistance of the teacher's wind and fire true thunder throughout the entire process, achieving a 100 absorption rate was unattainable. Generally, reaching 90 is already considered an exceptional absorption rate. As far as he was aware, among the more than 20 disciples who had cultivated the indestructible body under the teacher, the highest absorption efficiency recorded was merely 92. His own absorption rate during his training had been a meager 87, falling short of 90. Now, Su Jingming had shattered records with an incredible 98 efficiency, indicating a remarkable compatibility with the beast's blood. While others may have their thoughts, Su Jingming was oblivious. However, the moment the foundation for the indestructible body was successfully molded, he felt an overwhelming surge of bloodlust and ferocity erupt from the depths of his being, igniting an impulse to annihilate everything around him. At that moment, Yang Zhentian's deep voice resonated in his ears. Jingming, awaken. This voice, akin to the resounding of spring thunder, instantly dispelled all negative emotions swirling within Su Jingming's heart. What just happened to me, teacher? Su Jingming's eyes gradually regained clarity, his expression one of confusion. Such a loss of emotional control had never occurred prior to his training of the indestructible body. It must have been the essence of the Thunder Tyrant that influenced your mind. Yang Zhentian furrowed his brow slightly. The Thunder Tyrant is notoriously ferocious among the beast clans. You have absorbed its essence and achieved an astonishing absorption efficiency of 98. Perhaps the side effects stem from such a high degree of compatibility. Previously, disciples cultivating the indestructible thunder body would inevitably be affected by the bloodlines of ferocious beasts to some extent. Yet, None have exhibited changes as pronounced as Su Jingming's. However, there is no need for excessive concern. As long as your emotions do not fluctuate violently, these negative feelings will not manifest. Moreover, as your strength increases, these side effects will gradually dissipate, Yang Jintian added, having verified this with both himself and other disciples. That is reassuring. Su Jingming finally exhaled in relief. He certainly did not wish to be someone endlessly governed by emotions. Furthermore, he could sense that his physique had undergone an unprecedented transformation, even with a slight side effect. It was hardly significant. Instinctively, Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming level, first tier lower level ability. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, S. Physique. 391 Vitality Mentality. 289 Mental Units Skills. Marksmanship Advanced. Lightning Gale Strike Advanced. Body Refinement. Indestructible Thunder Body, first stage. Ability points. 2234. His vitality had surged by over 100 points. Su Jingming's eyes gleamed with excitement. For an ability user, aside from the increase in vitality upon leveling up, regular physical training could only enhance vitality by 2 or 3 points. Yet, just days after leveling up, he experienced another surge of over 100 points. Of course, vitality is merely one manifestation of physical strength. Other factors such as physical defense and wound recovery speed cannot be gauged from vitality alone. However, he had a strong feeling that, in his current state, he could engage in direct combat with second-tier ferocious beasts solely based on his physical strength, without resorting to any combat techniques or abilities. Additionally, he noticed a new section for body refinement on the system panel. It seemed that he could subsequently use ability points to directly enhance his body refinement strength. Su Jingming felt a surge of joy in his heart. Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully establishing the foundation of the indestructible Thunder Body. A bright future in martial arts awaits you, said Lu Ming, who had just approached the entrance with a beaming smile. This is your senior brother, Lu Ming, whom you met last time you visited, Yang Jintian introduced at an opportune moment. Hello, senior brother Lu. Su Jingming donned his shirt and respectfully greeted him. The last time I saw you, you weren't yet a student of the teacher. This meeting is quite different. However, I don't have any gifts prepared. What is your student ID? I'll transfer you some credits as a token of our meeting, Lu Ming said warmly, eager to present a gift. Noticing that Yang Jintian did not intervene, but rather nodded slightly, Su Jingming shared his student ID. Before long, a notification arrived on his phone, indicating that 200 credits had been added to his student account. That much. Su Jingming stared at the message in slight disbelief. 200 credits equate to 2 million daxia coins. Is such a valuable gift merely a token of our meeting? 200 credits is hardly excessive for you. Senior brother Lu, Yang Jintian chuckled. Senior brothers must take good care of their junior brothers. When you have junior siblings, you too must prepare gifts. Su Jingming nodded in understanding. With the foundation established, having gone 5 days without food or water, you must be tired. Please return and rest. Come back tomorrow morning to learn boxing and marksmanship alongside senior brother Lu. Yang Jintian waved his hand, his brow showing signs of fatigue. For him, a 7th-tier ability user, 5 days without food was not particularly taxing. However, the meticulous control of abilities to transform Su Jingming's body over those 5 days was exceedingly draining. In encouraging Su Jingming to rest, he was, in fact, expressing his own need for recuperation. Su Jingming discerned this and refrained from further disturbance. Respectfully taking his leave from the villa, on June 22nd, he never anticipated that establishing his foundation would take nearly 5 days and nights. Outside the villa, glancing at the date on his phone, Su Jingming couldn't help but reflect. During these 5 days and nights, he had endured excruciating pain while maintaining a constant state of consciousness. Fortunately, he had persevered, ultimately achieving a 98 blood absorption rate, a near-perfect compatibility. With plenty of time still remaining, he decided to visit the martial arts hall to test the physical strength he had gained after establishing the indestructible body. The essence of the 8th-tier Thunder Tyrant is an SS-grade resource. With Yang Jintian's assistance, most of this essence had merged into Su Jingming's body, becoming a part of him. The astonishing energy contained within the essence ensured that, despite having gone 5 days without food, Su Jingming felt neither hunger nor weakness. Instead, he was invigorated and brimming with vitality. Thus, he was eager to verify just how much his strength had enhanced with the indestructible Thunder Body. Chapter 47. The Chatterbox Roommate. Outside the dormitory, a girl. Each student dormitory at the Magic City Ability University is equipped with a training room. However, these training rooms are not particularly large and lack testing instruments such as punch power testers, limiting them to routine training. To accurately gauge one's abilities, combat techniques, and even punching speed and power, one must visit the martial arts hall. Within the campus of Magic City Ability University, there are 2 martial arts halls. the illustrious Thunder Martial Arts Hall and the Bear Warrior Martial Arts Hall. When he was in Jiangxing, Su Jingming frequently visited the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. This time, he intended to head there for a strength test, but as he walked in that direction, he caught a faint whiff of an unpleasant odor. It dawned on him that, due to his body undergoing the transformation of the indestructible Thunder body, it had expelled a considerable amount of impurities that clung to his skin. Never mind, I'll shower first before heading to the martial arts hall. Su Jingming had no desire to be a source of unpleasant odor. Thus, he turned back towards the student dormitory. As he approached the dormitory, he noticed an increasing number of people along the way. Upon entering the freshman villa area, the phenomenon became even more pronounced. The previously quiet path was now bustling with male and female students. Some were romantically paired, but most were groups of male or female classmates. They appeared to be around Su Jingming's age, likely 18 or 19. Many students were curiously gazing around, some even accompanied by their parents, dragging along suitcases. Are these all freshmen? Su Jingming suddenly recalled that it had been 6 days since his arrival at Magic City Ability University. By now, the application process for the Martial Arts College entrance examination had long been completed and admission letters had been distributed to the students. However, it seemed that only a prestigious institution like Magic City Ability University would have so many newcomers choosing to enroll early. Students who gain admission to the prestigious Magic City University of Abilities are regarded as prodigies within their provinces and cities. They inherently understand the wisdom of seizing opportunities, recognizing that early arrival allows them to access the university's exceptional educational resources and facilities ahead of their peers. Naturally, they would not be foolish enough to wait until September to register. Su Jingming's villa is number 32 in the student dormitory area 3. Upon arriving at the entrance, he discovered that the door, which he had securely closed before departing, stood wide open. It appeared that his roommate had already arrived. With a smile, Su Jingming stepped inside the villa, only to find a young man seated on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in querying information through the artificial intelligence known as Eva. Noticing Su Jingming's entrance, the young man turned around, his eyes lighting up upon recognizing him. He hurriedly stood up from the sofa and approached Su Jingming, extending his right hand with enthusiasm. You must be my roommate. Hello, I'm Lu Wentao. A pleasure to meet you. Lu Wentao was strikingly handsome, with a slightly tanned complexion and a tousled fringe. At that moment, a smile graced his lips, presenting a cheerful and sunny disposition. Su Jingming returned his handshake with a smile. Su Jingming, you are the top scorer from Jiangnan province. Lu Wentao exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Su Jingming's name, his reaction instinctive. You know of me? Su Jingming asked, puzzled, as this was their first encounter. Of course. I am known as the walking encyclopedia. Lu Wentao declared proudly, puffing out his chest. I am well acquainted with most of the new students' information from our cohort. However, I hadn't specifically gathered details about you. Your achievements created quite a stir, after all. You are the biggest dark horse from Jiangnan province this year. Lu Wentao chuckled. He had a natural sensitivity to information and had silently noted Su Jingming's accomplishments when he first encountered them online. However, after a period without any news related to Su Jingming, he had ceased to follow his updates. To his surprise, they both applied to Magic City University of Abilities and ended up as roommates. By the way, did you really come from the impoverished Jiang city of Jiangnan province? Or did you simply take the college entrance examination there while residing in a more economically developed city? Also, were you truly an awakened during the exam? Your abilities certainly seem far beyond the E grade. Lu Wentao, familiar and forthright, began to throw a barrage of questions at Su Jingming, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. Su Jingming did not mind this at all. Instead, a smile graced his lips. In his previous life, he had been born in an orphanage. His elementary school years were relatively pleasant, filled with companions. However, upon entering middle school, he had to leave the orphanage and live independently. During that time, he dreaded returning home after school, as he was all alone. To alleviate his solitude, he would turn on the television, pretending there was someone with him. It was slightly better when he moved to a boarding high school, but weekends remained lonely. He preferred the vibrancy of companionship. So he diligently studied to gain admission to university. His happiest moments were spent joking and playing games with his roommates. Yet, for years later, he would again face the prospect of solitude. Through his efforts, he secured a place in a master's program, once more enjoying the company of several roommates. Later, he pursued a doctoral degree, surrounded by a lively group of senior students. Eventually, at his doctoral graduation dinner, he had a bit too much to drink and found himself transported to this world. Tragically, he was still an orphan, although his aunt occasionally visited. Loneliness remained the predominant theme of his life. Thus, whether in his past or this life, Su Jingming had an aversion to solitude. Seeing Lu Wentao's chatty demeanor was a refreshing change for him. Consequently, Su Jingming settled onto the sofa, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Lu Wentao. During their chat, Su Jingming learned that Lu Wentao hailed from Sichuan province, known as the Land of Abundance. He possessed an A-grade psychic ability and was a mid-tier first-level practitioner, ranking among the top 20 in the Provincial Martial Arts College entrance examination. His aspiration in applying to Magic City University of Abilities was to join the Tactical Academy among the 5 distinguished colleges. As he put it, he aimed to command 1,000,000 troops and eradicate all monstrous beasts on Blue Star. Upon discovering that Su Jingming had indeed been merely an awakened during the college entrance examination, Lu Wentao couldn't help but express his amazement. Alright, enough chit-chat. I need to make a trip to the Martial Arts Academy. After conversing for a while, Su Jingming stood up from the sofa as he noted the time. Martial Arts Academy? I want to go too. Lu Wentao exclaimed with enthusiasm. I haven't visited the Martial Arts Academy at Magic City University yet. Alright, let's go after we freshen up, Su Jingming replied, nodding as he headed upstairs. After a little over 10 minutes, Su Jingming emerged from his room, feeling refreshed and clad in clean attire, ready to leave the villa with Lu Wentao. It was just past 11 in the morning, the sun shining brightly outside, and many new students were walking along the path. Su Jingming and Lu Wentao strolled toward the dormitory area exit. As usual, Su Jingming walked with a straight posture, his gaze unwavering. In contrast, Lu Wentao looked around, his eyes flitting over the new students on the road. Occasionally, he would linger a bit longer on some attractive female classmates, flashing a somewhat lecherous grin. Hey, look over there. There's a stunning beauty, Lu Wentao exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he enthusiastically patted Su Jingming on the shoulder. Su Jingming instinctively followed Lu Wentao's gaze and spotted 2 girls walking out of a villa a short distance ahead. The 2 girls were of similar height, around 1.67 meters. The one on the left was slightly shorter and had an average appearance, not quite reaching the standard of breathtaking beauty. However, the other girl was entirely different. She was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, graceful eyebrows, and cherry-like lips, truly a vision of loveliness. Her skin was exceptionally fair, resembling that of a newborn, and her figure was equally captivating. Clad in a simple white t-shirt, her ample bosom was striking, while her light blue skinny jeans accentuated her long and curvaceous legs. How about that? Impressive, right? Lu Wentao asked with a grin. Indeed, quite impressive, Su Jingming conceded without denial. In terms of both physique and appearance, this girl surpassed the social media influencers from his previous life by a significant margin. But aren't you the so-called walking encyclopedia? Do you know who she is? Su Jingming playfully teased Lu Wentao about his nickname, not expecting him to actually know. To his surprise, Lu Wentao puffed out his chest again and confidently replied, of course. Her name is Song Qiuyun, a first-level upper-tier practitioner with an A-grade nature-based light ability. Oh, quite remarkable, Su Jingming remarked, somewhat astonished. It seemed Lu Wentao's self-proclaimed title of walking encyclopedia was not entirely unfounded. Absolutely. Song Qiuyun is from our Sichuan province. This year, the total score of the college entrance examination exceeded 9,000, making us the top scholar of Sichuan province. Lu Wentao replied with a playful grin. In truth, even before the martial arts college entrance examination, Song Qiuyun had already gained some notoriety in Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province, owing to her striking beauty, impressive physique, and formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, walking alongside her friends, Song Qiuyun suddenly halted. Her A-class natural-type light ability, known as the Dawn's Light, not only bestowed upon her remarkable destructive power, but also endowed her with an acute sense of perception. It was precisely this heightened sensitivity that allowed her to avoid areas teeming with dangerous beasts during the examination. Just moments ago, she felt as though she were under the terrifying gaze of a monstrous creature. This gaze seemed devoid of malice, yet was overwhelmingly oppressive. It appeared swiftly and then vanished just as quickly. Nonetheless, Song Qiuyun astutely discerned the source of this gaze, a tall figure not far ahead. But how could a human emanate an aura akin to that of a beast? Furrowing her brows in confusion, she ultimately attributed it to a mere illusion. However, the imposing silhouette of Su Jingming left a faint impression in her heart. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Jiangxing serves a population of over 1 million. In contrast, the Thunder Martial Arts Hall of the Magic City Ability University caters to just over 10,000 faculty and students. Yet, the scale of this hall surpasses that of its Jiangxing counterpart. Opposite the Thunder Martial Arts Hall lies the imposing Bear Martial Arts Hall, which sprawls over 6 or 7 stories, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait. One cannot help but admire the meticulous construction of such facilities by the Magic City Ability University. With a note of appreciation, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao stepped into the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The first floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall features a spacious lobby with a reception desk at the front. Surrounding it are sofas for relaxation, where individuals who have just finished training sit, sipping drinks and chatting. Welcome to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. How may I assist you, students? A cheerful waitress in a short skirt approached them. We're looking for a training room equipped with a power testing device, Jingming responded. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall is freely accessible to high school students, while university students are required to pay a membership fee, which is the same as that of Bear Martial Arts Hall, a hefty 100,000 daxia coins per year. However, the Magic City Ability University covers this fee for its students, rendering the facilities free for them to use. The training rooms are on the 3rd floor. Please follow me, the staff member said with a sweet smile as she led the way, with Jingming and Lu Wentao following closely behind. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall is known for its warm hospitality towards every guest. Since this is our first visit to the Magic City Ability University S Hall, and we are unfamiliar with the layout, I decided to let her guide us. Jingming remarked. Ding. The elevator arrived on the 3rd floor with a pleasant chime. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a vast hall bustling with activity, filled with individuals who appeared quite peculiar. Some were engulfed in flames, others towered 2 or 3 meters tall, and there were even those whose limbs had morphed into various animal forms. The air was rife with the sounds of lively banter. Haha, my C-class battle technique, Extreme Flame, has finally been perfected. So what if you've mastered it? It still can't breach my metallic skin. You're all worthless. My triple enlargement can squash you all against the wall with a single slap. It seemed everyone was engaged in training, with some well-acquainted individuals occasionally exchanging playful jibes. This is our public training room, capable of accommodating 300 individuals simultaneously. The entire hall is constructed from C-class alloy mixed with memory metal, ensuring that no abilities or battle techniques can cause damage. Of course, if you find it too noisy, you may opt for a private training room, the staff member explained. Jingming was not surprised by this. Such a public training hall also existed in Jiangxing's Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The atmosphere of a public training hall is generally more invigorating. After all, with so many people training around, one is less likely to slack off. Many individuals lacking self-discipline prefer the public hall for their workouts. Moreover, the cheers that erupt upon the successful execution of a battle technique can be quite gratifying. Alright, let us train here. Jingming initially intended to head to a private training room, but given his roommate's presence, he decided on the public training area instead. Very well. Please follow me. The staff member guided them further into the hall. Those who gain admission to the Magic City Ability University are predominantly endowed with abilities. As they navigated through the hall, they could feel the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from other ability users testing their techniques. Goodness, are these folks in a competition to showcase their strength? Each one is louder than the last, Lu Wentao exclaimed, feeling the floor tremble beneath him. As a psychic ability user, he couldn't create such a ruckus. Meanwhile, Jingming's attention was captivated by 5 pillars standing majestically in the center of the hall. These pillars were densely inscribed with names, each followed by a string of numbers. The 3 names at the forefront of each pillar were particularly grand and shone with a golden light, making them exceptionally conspicuous. This is our Power Challenge leaderboard, featuring 5 lists corresponding to the 1st to 5th tiers of ability users. Would you both like to give it a try? Entering the top 3,000 earns you a credit bonus of 50 points, a staff member cheerfully explained. Entering the top 3,000 for a reward? Is it really that simple? Lu Wentao's interest was piqued, especially since there were only a little over 4,000 students at the entire Magic City Ability University. Simply swipe your student ID on the pillar to begin your challenge. However, note that during the Power Challenge, the use of abilities and techniques is prohibited, or it will be deemed a violation, she elaborated. Alright, aiming, wait for me here. I'm going to give it a shot. Lu Wentao nodded and stepped into the center of the hall. He then swiped his student ID at the sensing point of the first pillar. Welcome, Lu Wentao. Student number 203701256 has initiated the Power Challenge. Please cheer for him. The exuberant voice of the host resonated throughout the hall as spotlights illuminated Lu Wentao, drawing the attention of everyone present, who instinctively turned to look. Oh, someone has started a Power Challenge. Haha, judging by his aura. He is only at the mid-tier of the 1st level. He must be a freshman. This should be entertaining, many upperclassmen observed with wicked glee, their gazes fixed on the figure in the center. Lu Wentao, caught off guard by the magnitude of the challenge's commencement, was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated it would create such a stir. Yet, having reached this point, there was no turning back. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength, and unleashed a powerful punch upon the target before him. Bang! The target emitted a dull thud, subsequently swaying violently back and forth. Lu Wentao slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling quite satisfied with this punch. Entering the top 3,000 should pose no problem. Punching power, 476 kilograms. An impressive performance indeed. The voice resounded once more, initially announcing the force of the strike in a high-pitched tone, then somewhat disappointingly stating, "However, regrettably, your punching power ranks beyond 100,000. Beyond 10,010,000? Lu Wentao was taken aback. After all, weren't there only a little over 4,000 students at the Magic City Ability University? Yet he quickly realized that this punching power leaderboard included not just current students, but also alumni, with the university having been established for over a century, admitting more than 1,000 students each year. The cumulative total indeed exceeded 100,000. What a letdown. No wonder everyone was looking at me. They were waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Lu Wentao finally comprehended, feeling his cheeks burn with embarrassment as he hurriedly descended. Beyond the 100,000 mark. What a joke. Back when I was a freshman, my performance was never this dismal. Observing the little fellow, his face flushed like a monkey's rear, it was clear he was just a freshman. The entire training hall erupted into a cacophony of jovial chatter regarding Lu Wentao's performance. "Amin, are you going to give it a try? You'd surely outperform me." Unable to bear the gossip, Lu Wentao quickly encouraged his companion, Su Jingming. It was better to share the humiliation than endure it alone, wasn't it? "All right, I'll give it a go too." Su Jingming accepted without hesitation. His purpose for coming was to test his physical strength, and punching power was indeed a facet of that. Furthermore, he was curious to see where he would rank among the myriad talents accumulated at the Magic City Ability University since its inception. "Welcome, student number 203701204, Su Jingming, to the Punching Power Challenge. Please cheer for him." As Su Jingming scanned his student ID, the same exuberant voice boomed once again. "Oh, another challenger. Seems like he is the companion of the previous contender. TSK, this one appears to have even lower strength, likely a lower tier first stage." A lower tier first stage? It was uncertain if he could muster even 400 kilograms of punching power. Unsurprisingly, the audience held little hope for Su Jingming, who possessed only lower tier first stage strength. However, Su Jingming himself remained unfazed, inhaling deeply. Then, he summoned all his vitality to its utmost limit. His body aligned perfectly, his waist exerting force that propelled his arms into motion. With this momentum, his fist became akin to a bolt released from a bow, transforming into a black shadow that struck the target with immense force. Bang! The thunderous sound reverberated through the hall, followed immediately by an eruption of cheers. Punching power, 4,589 kilograms. Peak punching power. Congratulations, you have broken the record. Chapter 49. The entire venue in shock, sweeping the campus. Punching power, 4,589 kilograms. Peak punching power. Congratulations, you have broken the record. The jubilant announcement echoed throughout the hall. Simultaneously, the first pillar in the center of the hall glimmered with golden light. Su Jingming's name ascended as if a sovereign had descended, shining brilliantly atop the leaderboard. As a result of Su Jingming's emergence, the names of others on the leaderboard fluctuated like ocean waves, their ranks sequentially diminishing. First place, Su Jingming, punching power, 4,589 kilograms. Second place, Luo Yang, punching power, 4,321 kilograms. Third place, Chen Dahai, punching power, 4,122 kilograms. The sudden turn of events rendered those who had initially sought to mock Su Jingming as silent as a duck caught by the throat. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. The record for peak punching power had been shattered. Suddenly, a voice resonated from somewhere, breaking the stillness and prompting everyone to react. Soon after, the hall erupted into fervent discussion. Holy moly, the punching power record has actually been broken. Over 4,500 kilograms. That SA force a single punch could turn me into pulp. You're telling me this is a freshman? It's worth noting that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall had been established concurrently with the Magic City Ability University. It had witnessed the historical evolution of the university. Moreover, the 5 rankings on the 3rd floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall had accumulated punching power data from over 100,000 students of the university. In any leaderboard, the top 1,000 were figures who had once led their era. Therefore, the higher the ranking, the more challenging it became to break the record. It had been nearly a decade since the previous record on the first pillar had been surpassed. Now, the peak punching power record of a first-tier ability user had finally been broken again. And astonishingly, it was by a mere lower-tier freshman. How could this not astonish and bewilder them? Many swiftly took out their phones to capture Su Jingming's image, wanting to document this historic moment. Others eagerly shared the news with friends and teachers, even posting it directly on the student forum of the Magic City Ability University. Within the hall, some speculated whether Su Jingming had cheated by using abilities or combat techniques. After all, achieving over 4,500 kilograms of pure physical strength was indeed astonishing. However, such claims were quickly dismissed by others. The punching power testing machine in the center of the hall was controlled by the school's artificial intelligence, EVA, which met the standards of a level 1 AI. If any cheating had occurred, the results would have been nullified long before any announcements were made. By the way, Su Jingming is only a lower-tier first stage. Does this mean the record could be broken again? A voice emerged from the crowd, igniting a flurry of discussions. Indeed, if Su Jingming can achieve such feats at lower-tier first stage, imagine how much stronger he will be at mid-tier or upper-tier. It was important to note that the top 10 names previously inscribed on the first pillar had all reached peak first stage, unable to advance further. Su Jingming, however, remained an enigma. No one knew where his limits lay. On the other side, as Lu Wentao listened to the surrounding discussions, he was utterly dumbfounded. Initially, he thought Su Jingming would also embarrass himself, making his own performance seem less conspicuous. Who would have imagined Su Jingming to be so formidable, breaking the record held by over 100,000 individuals with a single punch? Now, he felt like a clown, positioned beyond the 100,000 mark. "Brother, you truly are my brother," Lu Wentao exclaimed, gazing at the descending Su Jingming, completely in awe. "Brother Ming, from now on, I'll follow you wherever you go. You say jump, I jump. It's not that extravagant," Su Jingming chuckled, shaking his head. In truth, that punch did indeed exceed his expectations. Originally, he speculated that the weight should be around 3,500 kilograms at most. To his astonishment, it exceeded that by over 1,000 kilograms. It seems that the Thunder Tyrannosaurus and I indeed share a remarkable affinity. Su Jingming nodded inwardly, and then turned to the staff member beside him. "There should be academic credits awarded for breaking the record, right?" The female staff member, momentarily dazed, was jolted back to reality upon catching sight of his strikingly handsome face. Blushing, she replied, "Of course. Breaking the record earns you a reward of 400 academic credits, and that should already be credited to your account." Su Jingming checked his phone, and, indeed, a notification confirmed the addition of credits. Along with the 200 credits he received as a welcome gift from Senior Lu Ming at Teacher Yang's villa, and the 100 foundational credits issued by the school. His student account now boasted over 700 credits. "That's splendid. If I break the record again, will I still receive credits?" Su Jingming asked eagerly as he stowed his phone. "Unfortunately, breaking the record can only earn you credits once," came the staff member's disappointing reply. This left him feeling somewhat regretful. His abilities had yet to reach the pinnacle of the first tier, and he was bound to shatter the records of first-tier abilities multiple times. However, there were also 4 additional pillars corresponding to second to fifth-tier ability users. Breaking those records would yield similar outcomes. A faint smile graced Su Jingming's lips as he conceived a plan to earn more credits. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the hall had lightened, and senior students approached him, all wearing cheerful expressions. "Su Jr., this is your first time at this training hall, right? Let me show you how to use the equipment," one said. "Hello, little brother. I'm Wang Jie, a third-year student. You can call me Jiegu," another introduced himself. "Junior, our club is currently looking for new members. Have you considered joining us? We have plenty of girls in our club," a third suggested. Although the punching power leaderboard merely reflects physical strength and does not account for the intensity of abilities or combat techniques, such high punching power surely suggests excellence in other areas as well. Moreover, those who rank among the top 10 in punching power are exceptionally talented individuals, appearing only once every few years. Furthermore, Su Jingming had directly broken the record, claiming the first position. Those who gain admission to the Magic City Ability University are certainly not fools. A potential student of such caliber, it would be foolish not to cultivate connections while the opportunity arises. However, Su Jingming felt a slight unease at this scene. He did not dare linger in the public training hall and quickly led Lu Wentao away. They sought out a private training room to conduct the remaining strength tests. Unbeknownst to him, the news of the first-tier ability user's punching power record being shattered spread like wildfire throughout the campus. Many became aware that among this year's freshmen, there was a formidable individual named Su Jingming, over 4,500 kilograms of punching power. "My junior's physical strength is indeed astonishingly impressive." In a student villa, Senior Lu Ming gazed at a post on the school forum and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Years ago, he had also attempted to challenge the punching power leaderboard. At that time, he was a first-tier upper ability user, utilizing the first level of the Thunder Unyielding Body. Yet he could only manage a punching power of just over 3,500 kilograms. Compared to Su Jingming now, the difference was staggering. Xiao Yun, look. This guy is so handsome." In the library, Song Xiao Yun, who was browsing through a combat technique manual, was called out softly by her roommate, Qi Dongxia. At the same time, a phone was presented before her. On the screen, a tall young man stood under the spotlight, with a pillar glowing magnificently in front of him. He was striking, with a resolute expression and starkly defined eyes that carried a hint of coldness. "Is that him?" Song Xiaoyan instantly recognized the individual as the same boy she had sensed earlier on the street, exuding an aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast. His name was Su Jingming, and he seemed to possess formidable strength. This was a post from the school forum, garnering considerable attention. After finishing the content, her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed that the unusual feral aura she had sensed was not merely her imagination. But how had he come to exude such an aura? As she gazed at the image of him, a subtle curiosity flickered in her eyes. Su Jingming. So you've also come to the Magic City. This time, I shall reclaim the honors that rightfully belong to me. In the villa, a young man looked at the image on his phone with a hint of resentment. If it weren't for Su Jingming, he wouldn't have missed out on being the top scholar of Jiangnan Province and become the laughingstock of Ning'an City. Chapter 50. The Combat Technique Library. SSS Class Combat Techniques. Upon entering the private training room, Su Jingming conducted a series of strength tests focused on physical prowess. He discovered that after acquiring the Thunder Unyielding Body, his physical strength had undergone a terrifying enhancement. His skin's defensive capabilities rivaled that of E-grade alloys, rendering him practically impervious to blades and bullets. When he attempted to inflict a wound upon his skin, he was astonished to find it healed within mere moments. Such formidable defensive capabilities and rapid recovery speed were indeed the hallmarks of an S-class body refinement combat technique. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this physique, as long as he didn't act recklessly, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to encounter life-threatening situations. Furthermore, he noticed that his height had increased from 186 meters to 189 meters. His weight had also dramatically surged from 80 kilograms to an astonishing 120 kilograms. Nevertheless, his appearance remained largely unchanged. Only his bone density had increased, and his muscles had become more toned. In a previous life, such physical attributes would undoubtedly classify him as a minor superhero. Su Jingming was thoroughly satisfied with his current state. He felt immensely grateful for having such an excellent mentor. Otherwise, achieving such significant progress in such a short span of time would have been impossible. After completing the strength tests, he planned to visit the library. Thanks to the S-class privileges granted to him by the Magic City Ability University, all books in the library were freely accessible to him. He had long coveted the extensive collection of this prestigious institution. After leaving the room, he found Lu Wentao in the adjacent training room, and together they departed from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Brother Ming, did you know? There are numerous posts about you on the school forum. Lu Wentao exclaimed excitedly as they walked, adding that many were clamoring to challenge him. While in the training room, he had taken a moment to check his phone during breaks, naturally encountering the forum posts. Challenging me? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow, noting the vigorous martial spirit at the Magic City Ability University. Of course, there was also the possibility that these individuals sought to elevate their own fame by stepping on him. However, he held little interest in such battle invitations. Wentao, are you heading to the Combat Technique Library? Su Jingming inquired at the crossroads. I just went yesterday, so I won't be going today. All right, then you can head back. Su Jingming nodded, parting ways with Lu Wentao and making his way directly to the library. The Magic City Ability University boasts 2 libraries. One library is an ordinary establishment, housing a collection of historical and cultural literature. The other, however, is a martial arts library, containing a plethora of combat techniques and methods for honing various supernatural abilities. Su Jingming has chosen to visit the latter as one of the most significant venues within the Magic City S Academy of Supernatural Powers. The martial arts library stands tall and imposing, reminiscent of a small mountain, exuding a formidable sense of pressure. Additionally, the entire structure possesses an ethereal quality, akin to a mirage. It is rumored that this library is under the control of a vice principal with spatial abilities from our school, a notion that appears to hold true. Su Jingming stumbled upon this information while inquiring about the library through Eva. Should anything amiss occur, the martial arts library would exist independently from this space. Without the appropriate means, even a 9th-tier martial saint would be unable to forcibly seize these precious manuscripts. Upon scanning his student ID at the entrance, the tightly shut doors swung open, allowing Su Jingming to step inside. The first floor of the library features a vast hall, which is adorned with merely a single reception desk. As Su Jingming approached the desk, preparing to inquire about accessing the martial arts manuals, the female instructor behind the counter stood up with a warm smile, saying, S-rank student Su Jingming, welcome to the martial arts library. How may I assist you today? The instructor, possessing an appealing visage and clad in black-rimmed glasses, bore a resemblance to a middle school language teacher. However, the subtle aura emanating from her suggested that she was at least a 4th-tier supernatural being. You know me? Su Jingming inquired, somewhat astonished. Despite having recently broken a record, he hardly expected to be so renowned that even the librarian recognized him. Students with S-rank privileges are granted free access to all martial arts techniques within the library. a status that bestows special rights. Thus, when you scanned your ID at the entrance, I received a notification immediately, the instructor explained, her demeanor friendly and even respectful. It seemed somewhat extraordinary for a 4th-tier supernatural being to show deference to a 1st-tier one, yet for the instructor, it was a logical response. After all, possessing S-rank privileges signifies boundless potential. As long as one does not falter, they are destined to become at least a master-level supernatural being, while she, having merely reached the 4th tier, had nearly exhausted her potential. Such a respectful attitude could be interpreted as a gesture of goodwill, much like that of Zhang Qiuyang, the previous admissions office director. I see, Su Jingming nodded in realization before asking, where do I go to access the combat techniques related to the lightning element? All techniques below B rank are located in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. As for B rank and above, due to their immense value, they are stored securely. You will need to make an online selection in the reading room on the 4th floor before you can access the manuals, the instructor patiently elucidated. I'll head straight to the reading room then, Su Jingming replied, nodding in agreement. Since he could access higher-tier techniques, he naturally had no intention of studying lower-tier ones. Very well, access to room 403 on the 4th floor has been granted to you. Simply scan your student ID at the sensor by the door to enter, the instructor stated after completing some operations on her computer. Subsequently, Su Jingming was escorted by a staff member to the elevator, ascending to the 4th floor. Similar to the student dormitories of his previous life, the reading rooms on the 4th floor were individual chambers, albeit with a more exquisite design that exuded a unique classical charm. Upon reaching the 4th floor and walking for a short while, he encountered room 403, marked prominently. Beep. Scanning his student ID at the entrance sensor, the door opened with a soft click. Inside the room, there was an artificial intelligence avatar of Eva, ready to assist. If you require anything, please feel free to ask her. After making your selections online, simply click confirm, and we will deliver the original manuals to you. Additionally, please be exceedingly cautious while perusing the B rank and above manuals, as they are of great value. The staff member reiterated the precautions before turning to leave. Su Jingming stepped into the room, which was not overly large, measuring approximately 20 square meters. In the center were desks and chairs, with the familiar spherical form of the artificial intelligence Eva projected at the center. S-rank student Su Jingming, what combat techniques do you wish to examine? Eva inquired, her voice lively. All combat techniques above B rank related to the lightning element, Su Jingming stated directly, not bothering to be modest. Understood, the small sphere nodded in affirmation. Soon, a myriad of combat techniques appeared on the holographic display, alongside their respective descriptions. Heavenly Thunder Convergence, SSS rank, harnessing the power of lightning abilities. It creates a thunderstorm domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, this technique is restricted to B rank and above lightning element users, and must be learned by practitioners of at least 5th tier. Wrath of the Thunder God, SS rank, summoning divine retribution in the form of thunder. This technique wields immense power. Note, this technique is restricted to B rank and above lightning element users, and must be learned by practitioners of at least 4th tier. Thunder Abyss, SS rank, opening a chasm of thunder. This technique seals a specific area with lightning. Note, this technique is restricted to B rank and above lightning element users, and must be learned by practitioners of at least 4th tier. SSS rank techniques, and even SS rank techniques. Truly, as expected of a top-tier academy. The collection of martial arts manuals is remarkably rich. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unfortunately, the SSS rank and SS rank techniques, due to their formidable power, required a staggering amount of supernatural energy to unleash even once. A low-tier supernatural being would find it impossible to execute even a single release. Even with the comparatively less demanding S-rank techniques, which necessitated at least 2nd or 3rd tier status along with C-rank abilities to learn. Chapter 51, Skill Points. The 4 major A-rank techniques. While Su Jingming drooled over the advanced techniques listed, he realized he could not learn them. He swiftly scrolled down the list to browse the A-rank techniques. Compared to the advanced techniques, the requirements for these A-rank and B-rank techniques were considerably lower, allowing 1st-tier supernatural beings to learn them with merely D-rank abilities. As Su Jingming perused the various combat techniques displayed on the holographic projection, he retrieved the technique list provided by Teacher Yang a while ago to compare. However, after only a brief review, he found that the list was indeed quite suitable for him. Having a good teacher simplifies many things. Otherwise, merely selecting which techniques to learn would demand considerable effort. Combat techniques are generally categorized into offensive, defensive, evasive, support, and body training types. The various techniques, when combined, can create effects akin to a control chain. Much like in arcade games, without guidance, devising a suitable combination of techniques would be a laborious endeavor. Mastering a martial skill demands a considerable investment of time. Choosing the wrong technique can lead to a realization of one's folly only after the arduous learning process has begun, leaving one with little recourse. However, Su Jingming's situation is markedly different. Armed with a list of martial techniques provided by Teacher Yang, he possesses a veritable strategy guide for success. Moreover, the compilation curated by Teacher Yang includes at least 2 techniques from various categories, allowing Su Jingming to make an optimal selection tailored to his circumstances. Thus, after spending over half an hour deliberating, Su Jingming settled on 4 martial techniques: the offensive Thunder Spear, the successive Thunder Lance, the agile Thunder Flash, and the supportive Thunder Prison. Each of these techniques is classified as A grade. The descriptions provided in the list are notably clear. Thunder Spear, A grade. Gathers thunder to form a spear that is hurled at the target. Thunder Lance, A grade. A long spear imbued with thunder that delivers a series of piercing strikes to the enemy's vital points, accumulating thunder within them until it detonates at the culmination of the technique. Thunder Flash, A grade. Unleashes a burst of thunder, propelling the user forward a certain distance. Thunder Prison, A grade. Conjures a prison of thunder, immobilizing the enemy in place. The Thunder Spear serves as a ranged attack, while the Thunder Lance is a powerful assault technique capable of inflicting significant damage in a short time frame. Thunder Flash allows for swift advancement towards the enemy during combat, and Thunder Prison ensures that foes are ensnared without the possibility of escape. Together, these 4 techniques, combined with Su Jingming's formidable physique, render him nearly devoid of vulnerabilities in battle. Content with his choices, Su Jingming clicked to confirm. A prompt indicated that the 4 selected techniques are all A grade, with an average learning duration of 6 months for each, culminating in a total period of 2 years. Given the extended timeline, a suggestion was made to consider incorporating lower-tier techniques. Upon recognizing that Su Jingming's choices consisted entirely of challenging A-grade techniques, Eva issued a warning. In truth, A-grade techniques not only require lengthy learning periods, but also demand substantial consumption of one's abilities. Most practitioners would typically opt to supplement their repertoire with lower-tier B or C-grade techniques. Yet, Su Jingming stands apart as an exception. His system panel displays over 2,000 ability points, making the acquisition of these techniques a mere matter of expenditure without any time cost. Consequently, he resolved to select the more potent techniques. The concern regarding high energy consumption did not faze him. He anticipated that as his rank increased, such issues would naturally resolve themselves. Very well, please hold on. Following Eva's announcement, it was not long before staff members delivered 4 books containing martial technique manuals, respectfully closing the door behind them. 4 A-grade technique manuals. As Su Jingming gazed upon the tomes resting on the table, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. In the outside world, even a D-grade technique commands a price of several 100,000 Xia coins. For instance, his previous technique, Lightning Gale Break, was a D-grade skill. C and B-grade techniques soar in price to millions, even tens of millions. The even more prestigious A-grade techniques are virtually unattainable for purchase. Yet here, 4 A-grade manuals lay before him without requiring any form of payment. Such is the privilege of a premier institution. The educational resources available here are simply unparalleled. After a moment of reflection, Su Jingming began to peruse the 4 manuals as A-grade techniques. The content within these books concerning the application of abilities and vital energy is profoundly intricate. The very words convey the essence and spirit of their creators. This essence is an elusive yet tangible phenomenon. For example, a mere glance at a sword scar can evoke the mindset of the swordsman, be it fierce or resolute. These manuals, too, emanate such profound essence. It is precisely for this reason that many A-grade techniques can only be learned from the original texts. Replicas lack the intangible spirit and thus cannot impart the knowledge. This is why the martial arts library meticulously preserves the original manuals. Undoubtedly, A-grade techniques exhibit an imaginative approach to the application of abilities. After 4 hours, Su Jingming closed the last manual and exhaled deeply. He had grasped the fundamental concepts of these 4 techniques. Ordinarily, the next step would involve diligent practice until mastery is achieved. However, for Su Jingming, the situation is quite different. Deep Blue. Allocate points. Ability points, 200, Thunder Spear, Beginner. Ability points, 200, Thunder Lance, Beginner. Ability points, 200. Thunder Flash, Beginner. Ability points, 200, Thunder Prison, Beginner. As the allocation proceeded, the complex content of the 4 techniques became fully comprehensible to him, as if he had practiced them countless times. What would typically require 2 years to master was effortlessly absorbed by Su Jingming. His system panel was revitalized. Name, Su Jingming. Level, 1st tier. Lower class. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 391 vital energy, spirit, 289 mental fortitude. Skills: marksmanship, advanced, thunder spear, beginner, thunder lance, beginner, thunder flash, beginner, thunder prison, beginner, lightning gale break, advanced, body refinement, indestructible thunder body, first stage. Ability points: 1434. With his ability points slashed by nearly half, Su Jingming felt a twinge of regret. Yet, the acquisition of the 4 A-grade techniques undoubtedly represents a significant enhancement to his strength. He mused about which fortunate adversary would be the first to experience the might of his newfound techniques. A mischievous smile spread across his face, tinged with anticipation. Of course, if his opponent were too weak, they might not survive long enough to witness the full display of his combos. He decided to return to the villa shortly to test the energy consumption of this technique set. The manuals would be automatically retrieved by the staff. So Su Jingming left without tidying up and exited the reading room. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, he was greeted with respectful acknowledgement from a female instructor. Smiling in return, he departed the martial arts library. Checking his phone, he discovered it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He had been so engrossed in the manuals that he had forgotten to eat lunch. However, this posed no significant issue. He would have dinner and then return to his dormitory to experiment with the techniques. After dining at the cafeteria, Su Jingming returned to the student villa. Brother Ming, a teacher just came by to inform us that there will be a freshman assembly at the number 1 playground at 9 tomorrow morning. Additionally, a new group has been established for the freshmen. As Su Jingming walked through the first-floor living room, Lu Wentao leaped from the sofa, presenting his phone, which displayed a QR code for a group named Magic City Ability University Class of 2037 freshmen. All right, I understand. Su Jingming took out his phone and casually joined the group chat. The number of participants was quite substantial, totaling 613, and it continued to grow. The pinned announcement indicated a freshman assembly scheduled for 9 a.m. the following morning. The chat interface was inundated with messages from numerous newcomers. I visited the combat techniques library today, and guess what? I have A-level access, allowing me to read all the combat manuals of A-level and below for free. No way, that sounds amazing, but I only have B-level access, so I can only peruse manuals of B-level and lower, right? What a coincidence, I'm also B-level. Damn, I hope I'm not the only one with C-level access. Don't fret, it seems that access levels can be upgraded, and they should discuss it at tomorrow's assembly. The conversation was reminiscent of freshman groups from universities in his previous life, predominantly revolving around school-related topics. Su Jingming glanced at the chatter, finding it uninteresting, and promptly ascended the staircase. Lu Wentao, however, appeared quite engrossed, chatting incessantly on the sofa. Simultaneously, he queried, "By the way, Ming Gu, didn't you visit the combat techniques library this afternoon? What levels of techniques did you end up selecting?" 4 A-level techniques, Su Jingming replied as he climbed the stairs, leaving Lu Wentao momentarily stunned. A-level techniques? 4 of them. Will it take until sophomore or junior year to master them all? Truly impressive, Ming Gu. You don't follow the conventional path. Lu Wentao instinctively gave a thumbs up, then curiously asked, if you can access A-level techniques, that means you have A-level permission, right? Not A-level. I possess S-level. With that statement, Su Jingming had completely reached the second floor, disappearing from view, leaving Lu Wentao on the sofa in a daze. S-level? Our school has permissions even higher than A-level? Chapter 52, The Freshman Assembly. The focus of attention, Su Jingming. Lu Wentao had joined the freshman group shortly after returning to his dormitory in the afternoon, having been approached by a teacher. Since joining the group, he had been actively chatting and gleaning a wealth of information. Firstly, every enrolled student would have a level of access that determined the number of foundational credits they could earn. For instance, being A-level allowed him to earn 60 credits. Through his silent observations in the freshman group, he discovered that most individuals possessed B-level or C-level access, with only a few boasting A-level, leading him to subconsciously assume that A-level was the highest attainable permission. Little did he know that Su Jingming astonishingly held the rare S-level access. Why is that? All the provincial top scorers I know only possess A-level permissions, Lu Wentao pondered in bewilderment. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Su Jingming had entered the training room, gripping a grayish-white 2-meter-long spear. His previous F-level obsidian spear had nearly been rendered useless by the end of the combat techniques examination. Hence he brought it to Modu. This gray spear, a training weapon stored in the training room, lacked even the strength of F-level metal. Its weight was pitifully light, merely 20 kilograms. However, he had no alternatives at the moment and had to make do with it. Fortunately, it was merely for testing combat techniques, not actual combat. After the training, he could visit the school's shop to see if there was a suitable spear available for purchase. Ever since arriving at Modu Ability University, Su Jingming had been in a state of constant busyness. On the first day of enrollment, he sought out Yang Jintian to become his apprentice. acquiring the ability training method and body strengthening techniques. The following day, he returned to Mr. Yang to establish his foundation, which took a full 5 days. And he only awakened today. Consequently, he had yet to purchase his combat attire and weapons. The first technique to test was the Chain Thunder Spear. Standing tall in the center of the training room, Su Jingming allowed the blue-violet-purple sky thunder to envelop the grayish-white spear in his hand. In the next moment, the spear transformed into countless phantoms, lightning flickering as it thrust forward in rapid succession. With a cacophony of thunder, the spear's shadows persisted for nearly 2 seconds. Concluding with an upward sweep, the spearhead, entwined with lightning, continued to sway vigorously even after the shaft had stilled. The energy consumption was manageable, approximately 1/8 of his reserves. Su Jingming silently assessed the situation. As for the technique's power, he could not ascertain it without testing equipment. However, based solely on the aura of the technique, it would undoubtedly be sufficient to annihilate a peak second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear. Next came the Thunder Prison. Thus, Su Jingming tested all 4 newly mastered A-level techniques. The Chain Thunder Spear, being an attack-type technique, required slightly higher energy consumption, using about 1/8 of the Purple Sky Thunder with each release. The Thunder Prison consumed a bit less, roughly 1/10 of his energy. As for the Agility technique, Thunder Flash, its consumption was even lower, requiring only 1/20 of his energy. From this, it appeared that even a complete release of the entire set of techniques would consume at most 2/5 of his energy, well within an acceptable range. Su Jingming let out a slow breath. The training spear in his hand had turned slightly red due to the prolonged infusion of Purple Sky Thunder. Resembling a tool placed atop hot coals, any ordinary person would have suffered burns from handling it, yet Su Jingming felt no discomfort. He casually placed the spear on the weapon rack and headed to the kitchen to retrieve a bottle of cold drink. Indeed, the villa had a kitchen, with both upper and lower floors equipped. However, most students would generally not opt to cook for themselves. Eva, open the school's shop and search for spear-type weapons. Understood. Su Jingming settled onto the sofa, sipping his cold drink while browsing the shop interface projected by Eva. Spear-type weapons. F-level Meteor Spear. 0.45 credits kg, minimum 10 kilograms. F-level Obsidian Spear. 0.49 credits kg, minimum 10 kilograms. F-level Agile Spear. 0.42 credits kg, minimum 5 kilograms. E-level Meteor Spear. 111 credits kg, minimum 10 kilograms. E-level Obsidian Spear. 113 credits kg, minimum 10 kilograms. E-level Agile Spear. 0.97 credits kg, minimum 5 kilograms. D-level Meteor Spear. 245 credits kg, minimum 10 kilograms. D-level Obsidian Spear. 258 credits kg, minimum 10 kilograms. D-level Agile Spear. 232 credits kg, minimum 5 kilograms. The weight of the weapons in the shop can be freely determined? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow, though the prices were comparable to those outside. His original Obsidian Spear weighed 50 kilograms and was priced at 270,000. Converted, it was roughly equivalent to the prices in the school shop. As for the suitable spear weight for himself, Su Jingming had already specifically tested it in the Thunder Martial Arts Hall that afternoon. A weight of 210 kilograms was what he found to be the most comfortable range for use, providing sufficient heft without feeling unwieldy, while also allowing for exceptionally swift thrusting speed. Given the circumstances, it appears that the Obsidian Spear is still the preferred choice, albeit this time crafted from E-grade alloy and with an increased weight. Su Jingming promptly completed the specifications for the desired weight on the holographic projection. Acquiring such a long spear, weighing 210 kilograms, would require an expenditure of 237 credits. This is largely attributed to his formidable physique necessitating the use of heavier weaponry. In contrast, an ordinary first-tier ability user could easily wield weapons weighing between 60 and 70 kilograms for merely 60 to 70 credits. After selecting his weapon, Su Jingming also opted for an E-grade combat suit worth 70 credits, along with E-grade combat boots priced at 10 credits. Altogether, these items amounted to 317 credits. Upon confirming his payment, his student account saw a dramatic reduction, leaving him with a balance of 3,826 credits. Purchase successful. Your weapon and combat attire will be delivered to your dormitory tomorrow. Please be attentive to their arrival, chimed the cheerful voice of Eva in the living room. With his equipment chosen, he planned to take a brief respite before resuming his training. Su Jingming picked up a chilled beverage and took a sip. Despite having a system at his disposal, he resolved not to succumb to complacency. The time was still early, merely past 7 in the evening. Besides training, he could also practice his ability enhancement techniques. The entire evening was meticulously planned out. The following day, at 8:20 a.m. After completing over an hour of training on the second floor and freshening up, Su Jingming descended to the first floor clad in a short-sleeved shirt and long pants. To his surprise, he found Lu Wentao seated on the sofa, bearing the telltale signs of sleeplessness with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. "What is up? Did you stay up all night chatting with a girl?" Su Jingming chuckled as he took a seat on the sofa, giving Lu Wentao a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Brother Ming." Lu Wentao's eyes brightened, and with a slightly urgent tone, he inquired, "Brother Ming, what granted you S-grade authority?" Last night, he had spent hours poring over the records of top scorers from other provinces, concluding that their performance in the college entrance examinations was not vastly different. Realizing his abruptness, he quickly added, "If it's inconvenient, you don't have to share. Is that why you didn't sleep well?" Su Jingming smiled gently, snapping his fingers as the ominous energy of the celestial thunder flickered at his fingertips. "There's nothing to hide. The reason is straightforward. I possess an S-grade ability." "S-grade ability?" Lu Wentao's eyes widened in astonishment. It was no wonder the school had granted Su Jingming exclusive S-grade privileges. The revelation of such power explained the overwhelming force he had displayed during the entrance examination. However, a hint of curiosity lingered as Lu Wentao pressed further. "Why didn't you mention it when we first met yesterday?" "You didn't ask," Su Jingming replied, shrugging innocently. He harbored no intentions of concealing his abilities. Yet many misinformed individuals online still believed him to be merely an E-grade ability user, even amidst discussions of ability mutations. "All right, the freshman assembly begins at 9 o'clock. It's nearly time. Let us head out," Su Jingming said, refraining from teasing Lu Wentao further as they both departed the villa. At the Magic City University of Abilities, there were 4 sports fields, with the freshman assembly scheduled to take place on field number 1. Upon their arrival, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao found a considerable number of students already present. However, as they had yet to be assigned to specific colleges or classes, the attendees were largely strangers to one another, engaged in their own conversations and unaware of their surroundings. Among the crowd, Su Jingming spotted Song Qiuyun, whom he had encountered outside the dormitory the previous day. She was now accompanied by her roommate. Song Qiuyun's beauty was undeniable, her stunning figure easily earning her the title of a goddess. Numerous male students were drawn to her, while several female students cast envious glances, comparing their figures with hers. At that moment, Song Qiuyun suddenly turned her head, locking eyes with Su Jingming. What keen perception! A flicker of surprise coursed through Su Jingming. Instead of feeling awkward, he simply nodded in acknowledgement and averted his gaze. Su Jingming, Song Qiuyun's eyes widened slightly at his reaction. Most boys, upon being caught looking, would either shyly lower their heads or hastily turn away, pretending to admire the distant scenery. Yet Su Jingming remained unfazed, even maintaining eye contact a moment longer before nodding at her. What an intriguing boy, she mused internally. Beside her, her roommate, Qi Dongxia, also noticed Su Jingming's arrival. Her eyes sparkling. "It's Su Jingming. He looks even more handsome than in the photos." Su Jingming's appearance was already striking, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet tall, making him a standout among the crowd. Additionally, the thunderous aura bestowed upon him by his S-grade ability, Celestial Thunder, imbued him with an air of mystery, marking him as a figure of admiration for countless girls. Consequently, aside from Qi Dongxia, the other girls in attendance also cast admiring glances at Su Jingming. Su Jingming has arrived. Is he the one who broke the school record yesterday? Indeed. He is a freshman. I believe he was the top scorer from Jiangnan province, showcasing remarkable strength. The news of his record-breaking achievement at Magic City University of Abilities had spread like wildfire across forums, and thus the majority of the gathered freshmen were already familiar with Su Jingming. As he made his entrance, numerous eyes turned towards him, each gaze laden with a myriad of emotions, some filled with admiration and fervor, while others, particularly among the male students, reflected a solemn respect for a formidable competitor. Of course, there were also those who regarded him with disdain. Regardless of the sentiments behind the stares, Su Jingming stood as an undeniable focal point of attention. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the crowd. "Su Jingming, I, Lei Zhou, hereby challenge you." Chapter 53, The Challenge. The shocked Lu Ming, accompanied by this unexpected proclamation. A group of 4 emerged from the throng. The leader, a young man towering at nearly 6 feet tall, donned a white t-shirt and matching trousers. Though lean, he exuded an aura of subtle danger. The 3 individuals flanking him were either robustly built or wore wide grins, each emanating at least a mid-tier first-level presence. Unmistakably fierce characters. This young man in white was none other than Lei Zhou, the second-place finisher from Jiangnan province's prestigious Ningshi High School. Su Jingming. Lei Zhou's face bore a look of resentment. Both of his parents were 4th-tier ability users, and he had been born with a proverbial silver spoon in his mouth. After awakening his A-grade fire element ability, Inferno Flame, At the age of 16, he catapulted to fame, becoming a highly sought-after prodigy in Ningxi City. Within a mere 2 years, he had transitioned from an awakened individual to a mid-tier first-level ability user, dominating the city's elite talents. This year, he emerged as the most formidable contender for the championship in the Wuka College entrance examination of Jiangnan Province. Indeed, he did not disappoint the expectations placed upon him, achieving an impressive score exceeding 9,300 points. It is worth noting that the highest score in previous years for Jiangnan Province was merely around 8,800 to 8,900 points. His score of over 9,300 points effectively secured him the title of provincial champion. However, just as he believed his victory was assured, the city's education bureau and his family prepared for a celebratory feast. Su Jingming suddenly appeared, claiming the provincial champion title with a remarkable total score of over 11,000 points. What is even more astonishing is that Su Jingming hails from the impoverished northern region of Jiangcheng in Jiangnan Province. It is well known that Ningxi City, as the capital of Jiangnan Province, receives the most educational resources annually. Yet, this year's champion emerged from Jiangcheng, a city that receives the least resources. Consequently, rumors began circulating in Ningxi City, suggesting that the Education Bureau was incompetent, unable to compete even with a remote prefecture-level city like Jiangcheng. As a result, the Ningxi City Education Bureau faced immense pressure. The once esteemed prodigy from Ningxi City found himself abruptly cast into obscurity. While studying Su Jingming's examination videos, he discovered that their capabilities were actually quite comparable. Su Jingming had outperformed him by over 2,000 points merely because he had eliminated all the fierce beasts in the core area. In contrast, candidates in Ningxi City were equally strong, and the fierce beasts in the core area were fiercely contested, leaving nothing for others. This realization gnawed at him persistently. Had he taken the examination in Jiangcheng, he too might have scored over 10,000 points and claimed the provincial champion title. Thus, upon discovering that Su Jingming was also attending the Magic City Ability University, Lei Zhou felt compelled to issue a challenge. His intention was to trample Su Jingming underfoot, proving to Ningxi City, and indeed the entire Jiangnan province, that his shortcomings were not due to his own inadequacies, but rather the examination location. In fact, he had already posted several challenge invitations on the school forum the previous day, but had received no response. Hence, he decided to confront Su Jingming directly at the freshman assembly. Lei Zhou, I know him. He is the second-place finisher in Jiangnan Province's Wuka College entrance examination. Challenging the first-place student? How intriguing. There are rumors circulating online suggesting that this year's provincial champion may indeed have had an advantage due to the examination location. The disparity in their capabilities is minimal, and it's possible that Lei Zhou is even slightly stronger. No wonder he is so eager to issue this challenge. He seeks to prove himself. Among the onlookers were students from Jiangnan Province who recognized Lei Zhou and took on the role of informants, explaining the situation to those around them. Su Jingming gleaned the backstory from the snippets of conversation among the spectators. Nevertheless, he showed no inclination to accept the challenge, shaking his head in refusal, saying, I'm not particularly interested. Prior to advancing to become a first-tier lower-level ability user, he might have had some desire for combat. However, having now achieved the S-rank Thunder Indestructible Body and mastered 4 A-rank combat techniques, it could be said that a battle between him and Lei Zhou would be akin to an adult sparring with a child. Even if he were to win, it would offer no sense of accomplishment. Not interested? I suspect you might be afraid of our brother Lei, a bystander remarked mockingly. The school forum has been abuzz, declaring you a once-in-a-decade prodigy from our school, but you seem rather unremarkable. Enough, brother Lei, there's no need to take this person seriously, interjected one of Lei Zhou's companions before he could respond. Don't speak nonsense. Su Jingming is not that kind of person, Lei Zhou retorted, feigning anger. Then, with a sardonic smile, he continued, Su Jingming, I recall your aunt's family deals in rare flowers and herbs, correct? Coincidentally, my family happens to be your aunt's largest client, and we still owe a substantial amount for goods. If that payment isn't made on time, your aunt's family might encounter some difficulties. The so-called rare flowers and herbs are treasures imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, which can only be gathered in the wilderness. Each type possesses unique effects, either enhancing vitality or boosting mental strength. For ability users, they hold immense value, prompting many to pay exorbitant prices for them. After the announcement of the Wuka examination results, Lei Zhou realized that Su Jingming shared a close relationship with his aunt, Su Qingwan. Consequently, he had his family place a large order with her company, merely paying a deposit and intending to withhold the final payment. Should the other party choose to pursue legal action, the case could be drawn out for a year or two, and even if they won, the company would likely have already gone bankrupt. What began as a mere scheme to ensnare Su Jingming unexpectedly became a weapon against him. Moreover, Lei Zhou understood that someone like Su Jingming, who places great value on familial ties, would certainly react to such threats. Are you threatening me? Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. With just a glance, Lei Zhou felt a chill run down his spine, akin to being targeted by a top-tier fierce beast, every hair on his body standing on end. Nevertheless, he mustered his composure and replied, "It's not a threat, merely a word of caution." Time and place, Su Jingming exhaled deeply, his striking black and white eyes now radiating an unprecedented coldness. In the distance, Song Qiyun, possessing acute perception abilities, sensed a hidden ferocity beneath Su Jingming's icy demeanor. What a formidable aura! How has he managed to cultivate such intensity? Her curiosity regarding this tall young man intensified. At noon on the 7th day, at the No. 3 combat arena, seeing that Su Jingming had taken the bait, Lei Zhou promptly responded, "All right, I'll be there. But I hope you won't regret it." Su Jingming coldly retorted, "I'll see you there," before turning to leave. Before arriving at the Magic City Ability University, he had been aware that his uncle's company had received a significant order. His uncle's family had been working tirelessly for 2 consecutive days and nights to fulfill this order, claiming that the profits would cover the company's expenses for an entire year. Little did he expect that it was a trap set in advance by others. Since this situation arose because of him, it is only fitting that he resolve it himself. Su Jingming accepted the challenge. The No. 3 combat arena shall witness a monumental clash in 7 days. Spectators, of course, were eager for excitement, and upon witnessing the arrangement of the duel, they buzzed with anticipation, deciding to gather at the combat arena to witness the spectacle. This was precisely Lei Zhou's intention. He had set the date for 7 days later to ensure that the news spread widely, attracting a larger audience. Then, in full view of everyone, he would defeat Su Jingming, achieving the utmost sense of accomplishment. First of all, welcome to all the new students who have chosen the Magic City Ability University. This freshman assembly is not a formal opening ceremony. We have convened you to address certain queries and to guide you on how to better utilize the resources of our institution. Following a brief interlude, the freshman assembly commenced promptly at 9 o'clock. At the front of the playground, a male instructor spoke eloquently, engaging the audience. The content primarily aligns with Zhang Qiuyang's statements, particularly regarding the credit system and the dedicated mentor system, but it delves into greater detail. Among the topics discussed, the combat power ranking piqued Su Jingming's interest significantly. This ranking bears some resemblance to the strength leaderboard of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, yet it assesses the actual combat prowess of the students. It necessitates the use of a device known as the virtual stealth pod, where students engage in combat within a holographically simulated environment. The more challenges one conquers, the higher their ranking ascends, and the rewards for achieving high ranks are notably substantial. Once the freshman conference concludes, Su Jingming silently resolves to explore this so-called combat power ranking in greater depth. After all, the concept of holographic stealth is a novel experience for him. Following this, the freshman conference extended for over an hour. Aside from the initial half hour during which a male teacher spoke from the podium, the remainder of the time was devoted to questions posed by the students. Upon the conference's conclusion, Su Jingming made his way to teacher Yang Jintian's villa. In the villa's living room, his senior, Lu Ming, awaited him. "Let us proceed to the training room. This morning, I shall teach you the art of boxing, and in the afternoon, the teacher will instruct you in marksmanship." Upon Su Jingming's entrance, Lu Ming promptly guided him to the training room. In truth, according to the original plan, both boxing and marksmanship were to be taught by him. However, Su Jingming had already attained an advanced level in marksmanship, matching Lu Ming's proficiency. Thus, only teacher Yang Jintian could impart further knowledge. And so, Su Jingming commenced his training under Lu Ming's tutelage. Lu Ming, a senior in his 4th year, had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. His expertise in boxing, marksmanship, and swordsmanship had all attained an advanced level, complemented by his A-grade lightning-type ability, marking him as a true genius. Under his guidance, Su Jingming began to familiarize himself with the fundamentals of boxing. Thus, for an extended period, Su Jingming led a highly regimented life, rising at 6:30 in the morning to train for an hour, arriving at teacher Yang Jintian's villa by 8:30. Learning boxing in the morning with Lu Ming, and studying marksmanship and applications of lightning-type abilities with the teacher in the afternoon. Of course, Lu Ming and the teacher were not always present. During their absences, Su Jingming trained independently in the villa's training room. Before long, 7 days had elapsed. On July 1st, at 8:30 in the morning, Su Jingming arrived at teacher Yang Jintian's villa as he typically did. "Let us head to the training room." Just as Lu Ming was about to accompany Su Jingming, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He halted his steps, astonished, and turned back. "Have you advanced?" Su Jingming did not conceal the truth, smiling as he nodded. He had utilized the system to advance the previous night. Transitioning from an awakener to a first-tier lower-level ability user had cost him 300 ability points, while his advancement from a first-tier lower level to a first-tier mid-level required 386 ability points. The non-integer expenditure of ability points confirmed one of his hypotheses, that using the system for advancement consumed ability points based on his existing training progress. If he was merely a step away from the first-tier mid-level, the ability points needed for advancement through the system might be significantly lower. Perhaps he could achieve it with less than 100 ability points. This was one of the reasons he devoted himself to training daily. How is it possible that you've advanced already? Lu Ming, having received confirmation, was taken aback. He was aware that when Su Jingming first arrived, he was merely an awakener. Now, less than half a month had passed, and he had directly broken through to the first-tier mid-level. What an astonishing rate of advancement. It took Lu Ming nearly a year to progress from an awakener to a first-tier mid-level, and even then, he was deemed an extraordinary talent. I recall you have a duel scheduled with another freshman today at noon. Lu Ming's expression shifted as he inquired. At 12 o'clock today, on the third practical combat platform. Su Jingming replied, nodding. He had mentioned this to Lu Ming previously. Very well, I shall observe a moment of silence for your opponent. Lu Ming smirked. While others may be unaware of Su Jingming's prowess, Lu Ming, who trained with him daily, certainly recognized it. After cultivating the unyielding thunder body, Su Jingming's physical strength alone was comparable to that of a second-tier fierce beast. Coupled with his already exceptional advanced marksmanship, he was a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, this was without employing any abilities or combat techniques. According to Lu Ming's estimations, Su Jingming's overall strength could almost be classified as that of a second-tier high-level ability user. Now that he had reached the first-tier mid-level, his capabilities had further enhanced. Lu Ming doubted any freshman could rival such an anomaly. Good luck. After our training session, I'll accompany you, Lu Ming said, patting Su Jingming's shoulder. In truth, he was eager to witness the full extent of his junior's terrifying prowess. Chapter 54, The Battle Commences. Instant Annihilation. At 11:42 in the morning, at the Magic City Ability University, in the Practical Training Building, there were 10 platforms numbered from 1 to 10 on the first floor. This venue was specifically designated for students to engage in practical combat training or settle personal grievances. At this moment, the surrounding audience seats were densely packed with numerous students, predominantly freshmen, numbering around 400 to 500. It is noteworthy that the total number of newly enrolled students was only slightly over 600. Thus, the majority of freshmen had gathered here for this event. Jiangnan Province is renowned for its educational prowess, and the clash between the top two contenders is bound to be captivating. The freshman competition would occur after the school year commenced in September, and this was a perfect opportunity to gauge the strength of the province's top scholar. However, I recently conducted some research and discovered that Su Jingming indeed benefited from an advantageous examination center. Had it been at the same examination center, it is likely that Lei Zhou would have emerged as Jiangnan Province's top scholar. Given this context, does it imply that Lei Zhou has a higher chance of victory? Not necessarily, as Su Jingming has recently shattered our school's boxing record. What does a boxing record signify? Our battles as ability users do not solely rely on brute strength. I believe Lei Zhou is indeed stronger. The students engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on the outcome of the impending battle. Among them, several freshmen who had researched the matter perceived a conspiracy, believing Lei Zhou to possess greater strength and attributing Su Jingming's status as Jiangnan Province's top scholar merely to the favorable examination center. Qiu Yun, credits kg, minimum 5 kilograms. Who do you think has the greater odds of winning? In a corner of the audience, Song Qiu Yun and her roommate, Qi Dongxia, had also arrived. Su Jingming. Song Qiu Yun replied, her lips barely moving, without the slightest hesitation. Her unwavering tone caught Qi Dongxia off guard. Although she had only recently become acquainted with Song Qiu Yun after they became roommates, she knew that Song Qiu Yun typically reached conclusions after careful consideration. This was the first time she had witnessed such unwavering confidence from her. However, I still believe Lei Zhou's strength is superior, giving him a greater chance of victory. While Qi Dongxia was captivated by Su Jingming's appearance, she leaned more towards Lei Zhou when it came to strength. Furthermore, she found herself inclined to believe the rumors circulating among the freshmen. Su Jingming's attainment of the top scholar in Jiangnan Province indeed seems to stem from a favorable examination location. However, Song Qiuyun remains unfazed by this notion. The nation enforces stringent regulations regarding the martial arts college entrance examination, mandating that students must take the exam in the same area where they completed their junior and senior high school education. While it may be true that Su Jingming benefited from a strategic examination site, he simultaneously lacked access to the abundant educational resources found in a provincial capital. Originating from the impoverished Jiang City, His eventual triumph as the provincial top scholar serves as a testament to his exceptional abilities. Were the roles of Lei Zhou and Su Jingming reversed, the latter would still contend for the provincial title while growing up in Ning'an City, whereas Lei Zhou, raised in Jiang City, might struggle to even secure a position within the top 100 of Jiangnan province, let alone vie for the title of top scholar. Song Qiuyun's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she spoke. Beside her, Qi Dongxia paused momentarily in realization. Indeed, people often focus solely on the disparities in examination locations, neglecting the vast differences in resources available to each individual. If the martial arts college entrance exam in resource-rich Ning'an City is deemed of moderate difficulty, then the impoverished Jiang City represents a hellish challenge. Su Jingming's ability to emerge victorious from the harrowing trials of Jiang City and claim the provincial title already attests to his formidable strength and potential. As Qi Dongxia reached this understanding, the audience began to stir, their gazes shifting toward the entrance. Su Jingming had arrived. She quickly redirected her attention to the entrance, where a tall figure stepped into the light. It must be said that Su Jingming exuded a powerful aura. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, clad in a black combat suit, he appeared both imposing and athletic, devoid of any hint of bulk. His resolute face, framed by striking black and white eyes, radiated clarity and intensity. He bore a formidable dark spear on his back, its sharp tip glinting ominously under the midday sun. As he entered, the powerful presence he emanated silenced the entire arena. Alas, my junior's appearance is indeed captivating. I wonder how many senior female students he will enchant once he showcases his prowess, mused Lu Ming, who had just settled into the back row of the audience. With such commendable physique and talent, he would undoubtedly be the ideal romantic interest for the young ladies of the Magic City Academy of Abilities. Presently, signs of this were already apparent in the audience, where many young women were fixated on Su Jingming, some even extracting their phones to capture the moment. In the front row, Lei Zhou, as Su Jingming's rival, keenly sensed the shift in Su's aura. However, he reassured himself, I have my preparations in place. Scoring second in Jiangnan province indicates he is no fool. He believes victory is assured, especially after Su recently shattered records. Confident in his ability to challenge Su Jingming, he had also prepared a trump card. Su Jingming. Determining the victor based solely on scores is rather mundane. How about we add a wager? As Lei Zhou approached Su Jingming, he inquired, what wager do you propose? Your entire academic credits, Lei Zhou declared with an unmistakable glint of malice upon his otherwise handsome face. Naturally, I shall also contribute in equal value in academic credits and xia currency. The winner takes all. Very well, Su Jingming replied, unable to refuse the opportunity for a windfall. To avoid any dishonesty, let us transfer our credits to Teacher Zhou's account. Combat between abilities users is exceedingly perilous. A moment of carelessness can lead to severe injuries or even death. To prevent any fatalities on site, a teacher with healing abilities is always present in the arena. Today, the supervising teacher is Ms. Zhou Yun, a mid-tier 6th-level abilities user with B-grade healing powers, known as Healing Light. Even in battles between first-tier abilities users, she can bring them back from the brink. Moreover, Ms. Zhou Yun also serves as the referee for this match. Thus, Su Jingming transferred all his 370 academic credits to Ms. Zhou Yun, while Lei Zhou transferred 50 credits and an additional 2 million xia currency. The stakes of this wager, amounting to a staggering 7 million, are indeed audacious. Both sides appear formidable. A loss would be a significant blow for either party. A wager adds an exhilarating dimension to the encounter. The new students in the audience were taken aback by the magnitude of this bet. On one hand, as fresh entrants, 7 million is a substantial sum. On the other hand, with the crucial freshman competition looming in 2 months, losing such an amount would equate to forfeiting a considerable resource for cultivation, hindering one's progress significantly. Both parties, please proceed to the arena, Ms. Zhou Yun announced. Confirming the credit transfers, Su Jingming and Lei Zhou stepped onto the stage. The arena measured 30 meters by 30 meters, with Su Jingming and Lei Zhou standing 10 meters apart, facing each other. One wielded a spear, while the other held a sword. Before we begin, I must reiterate, should one party concede or lose consciousness, the other is prohibited from continuing the attack. Any violation will result in immediate termination of the match, and the offending party will face the school's harshest penalties. Do you understand? Ms. Zhou Yun emphasized, her expression grave. These two are the best and second best in Jiangnan province. While injuries are manageable, a death would spell disaster. Therefore, pursuing an opponent after a concession is strictly forbidden. Understood. Both Su Jingming and Lei Zhou nodded in unison. Good. Let us commence, Ms. Zhou Yun replied, initiating the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Lei Zhou, wielding his massive sword, let out a low roar, infernal flames. Boom. Flames, a chilling white, surged outward from Lei Zhou's center. Infernal flames, an A-grade elemental fire ability. Coupled with Lei Zhou's high-tier first-level strength, the unleashed infernal flames radiated terrifying heat. The surrounding air temperature soared dramatically. Audience members seated near the front felt as though they had been scorched by flames, quickly retreating to safer positions. Su Jingming, the honor you caused me to lose. I shall reclaim it all today. Flame slash. On the arena, the searing white flames surged towards Su Jingming as Lei Zhou stepped forward. Crossing over 9 meters to stand before him, he raised his right hand, the white sword enveloped in flames, and swung it down towards Su Jingming with a thunderous whoosh. Such a skilled combination of combat techniques, closing the distance before launching the strike. This must be a blend of a charge and flame slash. He executes it with remarkable finesse. Truly, the temperature of this A-grade fire is appallingly high. The multitude of new students in the audience held their breath, their eyes transfixed on the unfolding scene. The maneuver known as dash is a rather common sea-level combat technique, allowing one to sprint a considerable distance. However, to perform another combat technique immediately after, as Lei Zhou did, is something that many present could not achieve. It requires an extraordinarily high level of proficiency. This seemingly simple combination of moves was beyond the capability of 90% of those gathered. No wonder he ranked second in Jiangnan province. His foundation is exceptionally solid. Just as the newcomers marveled at Lei Zhou's seamless execution of combat techniques, Su Jingming on the arena also sprang into action. With a crackling sound, accompanied by the sharp noise of electric arcs, the blue-purple Xiao Divine Thunder began to swirl around Su Jingming. It resembled an eggshell, isolating the fierce hellfire from the outside. In the next moment, that dark, cold spear moved. Yet no one could discern how Su Jingming made his move. It was as if the scene before them blurred in an instant. Then came a resounding clash of metal, echoing throughout the venue. By the time the audience regained their senses, the black spear had already deflected the oncoming blade. Was it truly blocked? To casually counter a combat technique with a mere thrust? How could such power exist? Faced with this spectacle, the newcomers were left dumbfounded. It is vital to understand that combat techniques fuse the powers of abilities and blood energy. Typically, one would either evade such techniques or counter them with their own. However, Su Jingming took a different approach. He did not employ any combat technique at all. He merely used that spear to effortlessly parry Lei Zhou's flame slash. To put it more plainly, Su Jingming's ordinary attack had directly nullified his opponent's ultimate move. How could this be possible? Even Lei Zhou on the arena could scarcely believe it. Yet, the response he received was Su Jingming's calm and low voice. There is nothing impossible. You are simply too weak. In the next instant, a loud thud reverberated as Lei Zhou's body bent into a C shape, struck by an overwhelming force. The raging hellfire lost control under the intense pain, vanishing abruptly, while he himself was sent flying like a cannonball. He only came to a halt upon crashing into the metallic cable at the edge of the arena, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless puppet, bloodied and battered. Meanwhile, Su Jingming, surrounded by the blue-purple Xiao Divine Thunder, slowly retracted his spear. What had just transpired was merely a swift flick of his spear. The speed of his attack was so rapid that Lei Zhou could not react in time, resulting in his being sent hurtling away. As Lei Zhou lay on the ground, the audience was left in stunned silence. Had Su Jingming really only launched 2 attacks throughout this encounter? And yet, the battle concluded just like that? What had happened to the promised fierce showdown? Wasn't Lei Zhou supposed to be stronger than Su Jingming? Instead, it seemed he had been instantly defeated. How outrageous. Refund? What? No refunds. Very well, my apologies for the disturbance. Chapter 55, A Perfect Execution of Combat Techniques. Defeat. Initially, everyone assumed that Lei Zhou was slightly stronger than Su Jingming. Even if not by much, they believed it would at least be a fair fight. But what transpired? In merely a few seconds after the battle commenced, Lei Zhou had his technique countered and was then sent flying. This was a complete and utter domination, and it was one-sided. Lei Zhou had hardly any chance to retaliate. Was Lei Zhou weak? Certainly not. He possessed an A-level hellfire ability, combined with proficient combat techniques. The majority of new students present would struggle to withstand such a combination. Moreover, they were confident that Lei Zhou had other, even more powerful techniques up his sleeve. But were they of any use? Clearly not. Su Jingming, as his adversary, had merely unleashed a burst of lightning abilities, followed by 2 swift thrusts that resulted in an instant kill. He hadn't even resorted to any combat techniques. In an instant, all the new students in the audience simultaneously thought of a single phrase: unfathomable. Among them, the provincial champions from other regions gazed at the tall figure on the arena, all bearing expressions of gravity and trepidation. They realized that even if they were to take Lei Zhou's place, the outcome would likely be the same. This was utterly disheartening. Even my junior couldn't force out 1/10 of his strength. Lu Ming, seated at the back of the audience, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. To challenge Su Jingming with such strength was akin to courting death. On the arena, teacher Zhou Yun, acting as the referee, looked on in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Su Jingming's strength would surpass Lei Zhou's by such a margin. As she prepared to declare Su Jingming the victor, Lei Zhou, lying at the edge of the arena, weakly interjected, "Teacher, I do not concede. The match is not over." He then retrieved a blood-red pill from his pocket. "A blood fury pill? Are you out of your mind?" Zhou Yun's expression changed, and she quickly admonished him. "This is merely a match, not a life-or-death struggle. In the wilderness, one can find various rare herbs and plants, which can be used to concoct numerous potions. The blood fury pill is a type of elixir employed by abilities users to boost their power dramatically. However, the side effects are severe. One may be bettered in for a month or two afterward. It's fine. I will bear the consequences myself." The blood fury pill was Lei Zhou's trump card intended for Su Jingming. It was not to be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. However, Su Jingming's strength had exceeded all expectations, leaving him with no choice but to gamble. "If I lose, I shall accept my fate." With a fierce roar, Lei Zhou swallowed the blood fury pill. While winning in such a manner could be deemed somewhat dishonorable, it was still preferable to defeat. In the next moment, under the influence of the pill, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from his body. The hellfire surged forth, now magnified several times stronger than before, enveloping a radius of 5 to 6 meters in a sea of white flames. Hey, are we allowed to use pills in this match? Isn't that a clear violation of the rules?" Observing Lei Zhou's resurgence, his roommate Lu Wentao could no longer remain seated and quickly stood to voice his protest. This action prompted numerous new students to echo their concerns. Indeed, can one use pills during a match? Does relying on external assistance still constitute a fair competition? Lei Zhou's actions should result in an immediate disqualification. While the newcomers yearned for a more thrilling battle, they were equally averse to the act of consuming pills. Of course, most of those supporting Su Jingming were female, including Qi Dongxia, Song Qiuyun's roommate. This isn't an official tournament, since there were no established rules prior to the match. Taking pills falls within permissible limits. Zhou Yun, standing in the arena, shook her head. If Su Jingming had pills, he could utilize them as well. In practical combat, there are generally few constraints on rules. Who could have anticipated that Lei Zhou had actually prepared the blood fury pill? Typically reserved for when enhancers are fighting for their lives, it appears to be of a rather high grade, temporarily elevating Lei Zhou's prowess to that of a lower-tier second-stage enhancer. This spells trouble for Su Jingming. After carefully sensing the aura emanating from Lei Zhou, Zhou Yun couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief. As a higher-tier first-stage enhancer, Lei Zhou's actual combat strength was already equivalent to that of a second stage. Now, bolstered by the blood fury pill, he had forcefully ascended to the second stage, likely enhancing his overall capabilities to that of a higher-tier second stage. With such formidable power, even Su Jingming, who had just displayed vigorous strength, would find it challenging to contend. However, to her surprise, Su Jingming on the arena exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he gripped his spear with fervor and enthusiasm for battle. His fighting spirit seemed to have intensified, indicating a remarkably positive mindset, which Zhou Yun silently acknowledged. Little did she realize, Su Jingming's state of mind was not merely good, it could be described as elated. Finally, it was no longer a case of an adult overpowering a child. The corners of Su Jingming's mouth turned upwards in a slight smile. Seemingly attuned to his master's emotions, the surrounding purple cloud thunder became animated, crackling with electric arcs. The sound of thunderous electricity resonated repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood less than a meter away from Lei Zhou. Lightning Flash, a Class A movement technique, allowing one to surge forward in any direction for a considerable distance. With Su Jingming's current strength at the mid-tier first stage, he could dash as far as 20 meters. Closing in on Lei Zhou from over 10 meters away was effortless. What astonishing speed! Lei Zhou's pupils contracted, and he instinctively raised his blade to strike, while Su Jingming retaliated with his spear. This time, Lei Zhou finally discerned Su Jingming's movements. Yet, merely seeing the actions was futile. He was powerless to change his tactics. He could only watch helplessly as Su Jingming's spear bore down upon him. "I refuse to believe that even with the blood fury pill, I cannot surpass you." Gritting his teeth, Lei Zhou opted to exert more force. However, he soon regretted it. As the spear collided with the blade, a thunderous metallic crash echoed, magnified several times over. A tremendous impact surged from the blade, forcing his hand to shatter. Blood gushing forth, he was knocked back 3 or 4 steps. What manner of monster are you? After regaining his footing, Lei Zhou gazed at Su Jingming in shock. This was his power after consuming the Blood Fury pill, a surge of 3 or 4 times his original strength. In a contest of strength, he still could not best Su Jingming. Even more despairing was the fact that his enhanced infernal fire could not penetrate Su Jingming's thunderous defenses. Thus, in terms of both physical strength and abilities, Lei Zhou was utterly defeated. I cannot confront him head-on. A glimmer of determination crossed Lei Zhou's eyes as he decisively retreated to a distance of over 10 meters. He then unleashed his ranged attack, Fireball Barrage. The infernal fire surrounding him coalesced into basketball-sized fireballs, relentlessly hurling towards Su Jingming. As an offensive Class B fire technique, each fireball would explode upon hitting the enemy, causing severe burns or even turning them to ashes. Yet, for Su Jingming, shielded by the purple cloud thunder, the explosions posed no threat whatsoever. In fact, the shockwaves from the detonations merely slowed his movements. This is troublesome. The shockwaves from the fireball barrage prevent me from closing in on Lei Zhou. No wonder the power of his fire abilities is so exaggerated after consuming the Blood Fury pill. Fortunately, Su Jingming only needed to withstand this wave of assault until the effects of the pill waned. The new students in the audience were all riveted by the unfolding spectacle. The bad news was that Su Jingming, a warrior with shorter legs, was being kited by a mage. The good news was that the mage posed no threat and could not sustain the onslaught for long. Once the effects wore off, it would be Su Jingming's turn to counterattack. It was evident that Lei Zhou on the stage was aware of this, his anxiety palpable as he desperately commanded the infernal fire, attempting to generate more fireballs to breach Su Jingming's thunderous defense. However, his opponent stood firm like an unyielding rock in a raging stream. Damn it, what tier is Su Jingming's lightning ability? It's utterly monstrous. Lei Zhou cursed inwardly. Logically, under the effects of the Blood Fury pill, his tier had temporarily elevated from a higher tier first stage to a lower tier second stage. The power of the Class A infernal fire had been significantly amplified. There was no way he couldn't even breach the defensive barrier of a mid-tier first stage enhancer. Yet, there was still over 10 minutes remaining before the effects wore off. There was still hope. Lei Zhou was not one to easily concede defeat. He quickly steadied his nerves and prepared to devise another strategy. At that moment, Su Jingming's deep voice suddenly resonated. Thunder Spear. Just ahead. Under the pressure of the fireball barrage, Su Jingming's left hand grasped at the void. Accompanied by a piercing thunderclap, a blue-purple thunder spear coalesced. He then hurled it with great force. The thunder spear zipped through the air with astonishing speed, closing in on Lei Zhou within 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Not good. He has ranged attack capabilities too. Lei Zhou hastily sidestepped. Uffed. The thunder spear grazed his side, tearing through his battle attire and leaving a charred wound, blood gushing forth. The purple cloud thunder infused within the wound spread ominously. As an S-class ability, even a trace could inflict tremendous damage. Consequently, the agonizing sensation akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his flesh nearly caused Lei Zhou to faint. But the ordeal was far from over, as Su Jingming's low voice resounded once more. Thunder Prison. Sizzle. Su Jingming pointed his spear, and with a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds' cries, an endless torrent of blue-purple lightning cascaded down upon Lei Zhou, enveloping him within a thunderous prison. A restraining technique. Lei Zhou's expression darkened. Restrictive techniques are notoriously difficult to break through. Even if one attempts to force their way out, the cost is often dire. Gazing at the surrounding menacing thunder, Lei Zhou realized that should he choose to break free, the consequences would be catastrophic for him. Thus, he resolved to mimic Su Jingming and withdrew all of his infernal fire, forming a tangible white flame barrier around himself. Humph. I'll see just how long your thunder prison can last. Lei Zhou scoffed, confident that Su Jingming could not breach his fiery defenses. Just then, Su Jingming made his move. In a flash of lightning, he traversed the distance of over 10 meters, appearing before Lei Zhou. The flame barrier seemed formidable. However, I wonder if it can withstand my assault. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes, the obsidian spear in his hand entwined with blue-purple lightning. Chain lightning spear. The dark spear transformed into a phantom, striking out in rapid succession. Thunder crackled. Yet the flame barrier, which Lei Zhou had high hopes for, was pierced in an instant. How is it possible? Accompanied by Lei Zhou's terrified cry, the sharp tip of the spear, entwined with terrifying thunder, rapidly enlarged within his pupils. I will die? If struck, it would surely be fatal. At that moment, Lei Zhou's survival instinct surged to its utmost limit. I concede. I surrender. Hiss. The spear tip, glowing red like a branding iron and wrapped in blue-purple lightning, halted mere centimeters from his brow. Just as he thought he had narrowly escaped disaster, the spear suddenly shifted, aiming directly at his right shoulder. Thud. A gaping wound was inflicted upon his shoulder, shattering his scapula. The intense pain nearly caused Lei Zhou to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, across from him, Su Jingming withdrew the spear, his resolute and rugged visage remaining calm and composed. The entirety of the combat seemed to stretch on. Yet from the moment Su Jingming retaliated with the thunder spear to the ultimate suppression, it transpired in merely 4 or 5 seconds. By the time the onlookers registered the events, Lei Zhou had already conceded. The victor of this match is Su Jingming. Zhou Yun noted Su Jingming's actions, but refrained from further comments, promptly declaring the winner of the bout. Meanwhile, in the audience, the newly awakened students erupted in fervent discussions about Su Jingming's nearly flawless execution of combat techniques. Chapter 56. Club Invitations. Dormitory Socials. Overwhelming Dominance. In a mere 4 or 5 seconds, he unleashed 4 different combat techniques in succession. It was simply extraordinary. Moreover, the transitions between the techniques were remarkably seamless. The Blood Rage pill had forcibly elevated Lei Zhou's level to the second-tier lower rank, and everyone had initially assumed he could turn the tide. However, it was still a one-sided defeat at the hands of Su Jingming. The most terrifying aspect was Su Jingming's impeccable timing in releasing his techniques. When still, he was as calm as still water. When he moved, it was like a thunderous storm. The series of techniques left Lei Zhou utterly defenseless, swiftly concluding the battle. Most importantly, he astonishingly halted the techniques mid-flow. This was the most frightening part. After releasing the techniques, halting them is notoriously difficult. Even if one forces a stop, they risk backlash from their own energy. Yet, Su Jingming paused as if it were a trivial matter, not a hint of disarray in his breath. This left some students in awe. Speaking of which, the power of Su Jingming's techniques appeared quite formidable. They all seemed to be B-class techniques. It is possible. Their might was so overwhelming that Lei Zhou's flame barrier collapsed in less than a second. 4 B-class techniques. Impressive. My highest level technique is merely C-class. Indeed, Su Jingming's 4 lightning-based techniques imparted a sense of ferocity entirely distinct from low-tier techniques. At the back of the audience, Lu Ming, who overheard the freshmen's discussions, was stunned. While others might be oblivious to the levels of these techniques, as a senior brother, he certainly knew better. The Thunder Spear, Sequential Thunder Spear, Thunder Prison, and Thunder Flash, these were all A-class techniques. 4 A-class techniques. Junior brother, you truly dared to choose them. Lu Ming couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. As Su Jingming Sr., he too had received a list of techniques upon becoming Yang Xintian's disciple. Yet ultimately, he had only selected 1 A-class technique, Thunder Flash, while opting for B-class and C-class for the rest. It wasn't that he didn't wish to choose higher-tier techniques. Rather, the higher the level, the greater the difficulty in learning, and the longer the duration required. Naturally, he wouldn't select too many high-tier techniques, as that would impede the pace of his own strength enhancement. Yet, Su Jingming not only chose A-class techniques, but also selected 4 in one go. What is more absurd is that he had mastered them all. How could I, who took over 4 months just to learn Thunder Flash, not feel pressured? Lu Ming shook his head, letting out a sigh. With such an outstanding junior, this senior brother feels an overwhelming weight of pressure. Su Jingming, I concede this match with genuine admiration. The academic credits and Xia coins are yours, and I will ensure timely payment to your aunt as well. On the arena, Lei Zhou finally recovered from the excruciating pain. After casting a deep look at Su Jingming, he clutched his shoulder in agony and turned to leave the stage. Defeated. This time, he had been utterly vanquished. Moreover, it could be deemed a complete loss. Unable to prevail in his normal state, even under the enhancement of the Blood Rage pill, he still could not overcome. Everything that had transpired had instilled within him a profound sense of defeat. Additionally, with his right scapula shattered, he would need to incur significant expenses to seek treatment from a healing ability user. Furthermore, after more than 10 minutes, once the effects of the Blood Rage pill wore off, he would instantly lose all strength. The subsequent 2 months would require him to rest in bed. A single misstep leads to multiple setbacks. For the newly admitted students at the Magic City Ability University, this period is the golden opportunity for enhancing their strength. 2 months without training would render him nearly half ineffective. Even if he could barely catch up afterward, he would not be able to join the top tier among the newcomers. To catch up to Su Jingming would be akin to chasing a mirage. But does he regret it? Lei Zhou felt no remorse. Before consuming the Blood Rage pill, he had already prepared himself to bear any consequences. He simply had not anticipated that Su Jingming's strength would be so extraordinarily formidable. Congratulations, Su Jingming, on your victory. The referee, Zhou Yun, smiled gently. She then transferred all academic credits and Xia coins into Su Jingming's account, including Lei Zhou's 50 credits and 2 million Xia coins. Consequently, Su Jingming's student account now held 422 credits, while his bank account boasted 42 million Xia coins. Betting truly brings in money swiftly. Su Jingming shook his head. With the battle concluded, his feud with Lei Zhou had reached a resolution. Observing the other's demeanor, it was clear he had been genuinely intimidated. Hence, he should not seek trouble again. With a casual motion, Su Jingming slung the spear onto his back and leaped down from the arena. Thud! Su Jingming's weight alone was 120 kilograms, coupled with the 210-kilogram obsidian spear, totaling a staggering 330 kilograms. Descending from over a meter high, it was akin to dropping a massive iron block, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This prompted his roommate, Lu Wentao, who was approaching from the audience, to involuntarily raise an eyebrow. Brother Ming, just how heavy is that spear? It seems quite substantial. 210 kilograms, Su Jingming replied nonchalantly. 210 kilograms. Lu Wentao's eyes widened. He himself weighed only 65 kilograms. That spear was equivalent to 3 of him. Goodness, no wonder Lei Zhou dared not confront you head-on. A 200-plus kilogram impact would be unbearable for anyone. Lu Wentao exclaimed in astonishment. By his estimation, not just Lei Zhou, even the top achievers from other provinces would likely hesitate to directly face such a strike. Su Jingming, are you interested in joining a club? Suddenly, a girl appeared before Su Jingming, smiling warmly. She was attractive and tall. Beneath her black skirt, her legs were long and elegantly rounded, exuding an almost luminous whiteness. Unlike the typical college student, her makeup was remarkably sophisticated, presenting her more like a formidable elite in the professional world. Who are you? Su Jingming inquired, puzzled, as he did not recognize her. I am Su Man, the vice president of the Spirit Fox Society. Su Man replied with a captivating smile, handing him a business card that bore her name, title, and the society she represented. Your performance in the earlier battle was truly spectacular. Our Spirit Fox Society is in dire need of fresh talent like you. Su Man candidly stated her intentions. Our society ranks among the top within the school. The president is a third-tier ability user, and besides organizing experience-sharing sessions, we also periodically venture into the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts, enhancing our practical combat skills. Moreover, we distribute resources on a monthly basis. In summary, joining our society comes with numerous benefits. Would you be interested? Su Man articulated the advantages of their society in a single breath, her gaze fixed expectantly on Su Jingming. This scene did not go unnoticed by a few students nearby. Spirit Fox Society. I recall they are an elite group. Indeed, that's them. I saw their recruitment announcement on the school forum not long ago. However, don't they only accept second-tier ability users? Why would they approach Su Jingming? Haha, do you think Su Jingming's current strength being second-tier is really significant? Well, that is a valid point. Wow, the Spirit Fox Society, how enviable. As an esteemed institution, Magic City Ability University naturally boasted a plethora of societies. Unlike the mundane electronic or Go clubs of regular cultural schools, the societies at Magic City Ability University require no special skills for entry. As long as one is an ability user, they are welcome to join. Of course, some societies have set recruitment thresholds, such as a minimum of mid-tier first level or upper-tier first level. Those with recruitment criteria above second tier are referred to as elite societies. These societies, comprised of powerful members, provide excellent experiences, whether through exchanging training insights or hunting fierce beasts together. The Spirit Fox Society, as an elite group, is a coveted aspiration for many freshmen. But due to their inability to meet the level requirements, they often lack even the qualifications for an interview. The fact that the vice president of the Spirit Fox Society directly invited Su Jingming only fueled their envy. Spirit Fox Society. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. He did not harbor any aversion to joining a society. He simply needed to understand more about what the Spirit Fox Society entailed. Su Man, your society has broken protocol. At that moment, his senior Lu Ming approached with a furrowed brow. President Lu, I didn't expect to see you here. My apologies for the intrusion. Su Man's expression shifted slightly, and with a hasty apology, she gracefully departed. Senior, what is going on? Su Jingming asked, somewhat perplexed. It's nothing. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Societies typically recruit new members only after the freshman competition. This is a long-standing rule among the various societies, though some individuals tend to act outside of it. I see, Su Jingming replied, realization dawning. The society likely established this rule to assess student strengths post-competition before recruiting. Of course, I understand their position. After all, you are quite exceptional, Junior. Lu Ming clapped a hand on Su Jingming's shoulder. All right, the match has concluded. I must return to the dormitory. Farewell, Senior. Su Jingming nodded, and Lu Ming waved before turning to leave. Lu Ming, a peak third-tier ability user, wielded the A-grade lightning ability known as True Thunder. He was also the vice president of the elite Ashen Society. This senior Lu Ming exuded even more charisma in person than in his school photographs. Observing Lu Ming's retreating figure, Lu Wentao, known for his encyclopedic knowledge, could not help but express his admiration. Magic City Ability University has approximately 4,000 students, though the majority are first and second-tier ability users, with fewer than 200 attaining third-tier strength. As for the rarer fourth tier, while they exist, they seldom remain at the university. After reflecting on this, Lu Wentao turned to Su Jingming. By the way, Mingo, have you ever been to the center of Magic City? I haven't. T. Su Jingming shook his head. For the past few days, he had dedicated all his time to training, not even stepping outside the school, let alone visiting the city center. Perfect. I haven't been either. How about we explore the city center tonight? All right. Su Jingming pondered briefly before nodding. He understood the importance of balance. After such an intense period of training, it was indeed time to unwind. Additionally, he was quite intrigued by one of the most prosperous cities in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, it would be rather dull with just the two of us. I could post on the school forum to see if anyone else wants to join. It would be even better if we could have some girls along. Lu Wentao enthusiastically suggested, following Su Jingming while eagerly operating his phone. Soon, a post titled, "Anyone want to join us for a stroll in the Magic City Center tonight?" appeared on the student forum of Magic City Ability University, detailing their identities and plans for the evening. Kaidongxia, look, Su Jingming and the others are heading to the Magic City Center tonight and are looking for companions. As the audience began to rise and exit, Qi Dongxia, who had been scrolling on her phone, suddenly came across Lu Wentao's post. Her face brightened with excitement. "Qian, let us go together. It'll be a dormitory gathering." Su Jingming, huh? Observing the tall figure nearing the exit, Song Qiyun, who usually had little interest in such gatherings, contemplated for a moment before nodding. All right. Meanwhile, after leaving the training building, Su Jingming received a phone call from his aunt, Su Qingwan. "Xiaoming, is everything going well in Magic City?" "Yes, quite well." "Haha, that is good to hear. By the way, I forgot to mention during our last call that your cousin Tang Qi has been accepted by the school over there in Magic City." The joy in his aunt's voice was palpable. "Oh, which school?" "Linjiang Ability University. It seems it's not too far from your Magic City Ability University." "Linjiang Ability University?" "Indeed, it's south quite close." Su Jingming smiled. The University City of Magic City hosts 5 ability universities, with Linjiang being one of them, holding a respectable national ranking around 100. When will Qi Jie come to enroll? Official enrollment is on September 1st. She wants to arrive early but hasn't decided on a specific day yet. All right, let her inform me once she decides, and I'll pick her up at the station. After chatting for a while longer, Su Jingming hung up the phone. Teacher Yang Jintian had not been at school recently, so he didn't visit the teacher's villa. Instead, he entered the second-floor training room with his long spear and commenced his self-training. On the other side, seated on the sofa on the first floor, Lu Wentao found himself in a state of both elation and vexation. The joy stemmed from the plethora of comments beneath his post, with numerous individuals expressing a desire to join him. However, the dilemma lay in the overwhelming number of respondents, leaving him uncertain about whom to select. Oh, it seems that Qi Dongxia is a roommate of Song Qiuyun, Isn't. Suddenly, Lu Wentao's gaze fell upon a familiar name in the comments, causing his eyes to brighten. In that case, let us invite Qi Dongxia and her companions. Yet, for individuals felt rather sparse. A couple more would enhance the liveliness of the gathering. Thus, he thought it best to randomly select another dormitory to leave a message. Chapter 57, Advancement Again. The ability points are depleted. Crackling sounds echoed through the training room on the second floor of the villa, where flashes of lightning flickered unpredictably. Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the ground, clad merely in shorts, his eyes gently closed, accompanied by the rumbling thunder. Countless tiny arcs of lightning danced across the surface of his skin. The areas where the lightning coursed, his chest, abdomen, thighs, and calves, were slightly reddened, imbued with an extraordinary resilience. This was the practice method of the S-rank body refinement technique, the indomitable thunder body. By employing a unique technique, he channeled the electric powers into his physique to enhance its strength. Of course, only a body that had established the foundation of the indomitable body could undergo such training. Otherwise, it would be akin to self-harm. "Brother Ming, it's almost time. Let us prepare to set off," came Lu Wentao's voice from downstairs. Su Jingming abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of electricity seemingly passing through them. "They have arrived." Responding affirmatively, Su Jingming retracted the swirling purple lightning. He stood up, quickly took a shower, donned a t-shirt and long pants, and then descended the stairs. At 6:41 p.m., outside the gates of the Magical City Ability University, which is centrally located amidst other institutions within the university town, the grand entrance of the university drew the attention of passing students from nearby schools. However, what set this moment apart from the past was the involuntary attraction some female students felt towards a young man standing nearby. This young man, tall and slender, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuded a distinctly unique charisma merely by standing there. Yet, many girls, intimidated by his formidable presence, dared only to glance from a distance, reluctant to approach him for his contact information. This individual was none other than Su Jingming. Beside him stood his roommate, Lu Wentao, equally present. The school gate served as the designated meeting point, with plans to depart promptly at 7. Before long, 2 of the 4 individuals Lu Wentao had arranged to meet had already arrived. They were a pair of strikingly similar twin sisters. Both possessed delicate oval faces, with one sporting pigtails while the other had a single ponytail. Their heights were also comparable, around 162 centimeters, and their attire leaned towards a cute style. Lu Wentao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his casual selection would result in such a fortunate choice of beautiful companions. The twins spotted Su Jingming and Lu Wentao from a distance, waving as they approached with brisk steps. "Hello, I'm the elder sister, Li Wanting." The sister with the single ponytail greeted warmly. The younger sister, with pigtails, giggled and chimed in, "I'm the younger sister, Li Wanyue." The younger sister's charming smile revealed a small, adorable canine tooth. "Lu Wentao, Su Jingming." The 2 boys replied with smiles during their introductions. Meanwhile, Li Wanting and Li Wanyue instinctively directed their attention towards Su Jingming. After all, they had come specifically to meet him. Although they had glimpsed Su Jingming on the platform during the midday event, the distance had prevented them from observing him closely. Now up close, they found his aura even more captivating than it had appeared on stage. The sisters exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise reflected on each other's faces. Of course, being students at Magical City Ability University, they were not starry-eyed fangirls. Their participation in this gathering was not solely to indulge their admiration. Primarily, they sought to forge a connection with Su Jingming. Following the midday battle, it was evident to any discerning observer that Su Jingming's prowess was on an entirely different level compared to other new students. His future prospects were undeniably limitless. With such an opportunity to establish a connection, they were determined not to let it slip away. In truth, most of the girls who commented on the post shared this sentiment. Naturally, if an opportunity for further development with Su Jingming arose, they would be more than willing. Li Wanting and Li Wanyue were both cheerful and open-hearted, and upon their arrival, they quickly engaged Su Jingming and Lu Wentao in conversation. Through their discussions, Su Jingming learned that both sisters possessed the same B-rank supportive healing ability, Healing Holy Water. This ability could mend various injuries, and their powers could even combine to achieve the effect of A-rank abilities. So, if you ever wish to form an adventure team for the wilderness area, consider us sisters as your first choice. The elder sister, Li Wanting, said with a sweet smile. As supportive ability users, while they possessed some combat capability, their strength was not particularly high. Thus, if they ever aimed to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness, they would undoubtedly need to rely on their teammates. Having a formidable ally like Su Jingming was undoubtedly the most dependable option. Their intention was not to leave a profound impression on Su Jingming. They merely hoped that when he required supportive ability users in the future, he would think of them first. "All right," Su Jingming replied with an amiable nod. The wilderness area, rife with peril, also harbored immense wealth. For instance, the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, as well as rare flora that only thrived in the wilderness. Many students at Magical City Ability University opted to form ability user teams, entering the wilderness area during their free time to hunt beasts, earn money, and accumulate credits. The composition of these ability user teams was crucial, much like roles in an online game. Warriors, mages, and healers were essential. Only with such a diverse lineup could the team ensure a higher survival rate in the wilderness. Although Su Jingming had no immediate plans to form an ability user team, making friends with those possessing supportive abilities was certainly beneficial. The more friends one had, the more pathways opened up. Just as he contemplated this, Lu Wentao glanced ahead, his eyes lighting up. "Brother Ming, the last 2 have arrived." Su Jingming instinctively turned his gaze forward and saw 2 girls walking out from the school gate. These were 2 young women of similar height. The girl on the left had an elegant figure and a charming appearance, dressed in a floral dress that accentuated her long, straight legs, exuding a vibrant health. While the girl on the left was already quite beautiful, the one on the right was even more striking. Before him stood a young woman whose eyes sparkled with the clarity of a newborn, complemented by a delicate nose and cherry-like lips, rendering her visage irresistibly charming. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly tied up with a crimson ribbon, exposing her alabaster neck. Dressed in a simple ensemble of a standard women's t-shirt paired with light blue jeans, her figure was nonetheless strikingly curvaceous, with a proud and ample bosom. Her long legs, encased in the snug denim, showcased a voluptuous silhouette. This juxtaposition of youthful innocence and mature allure conjured an image of a charming young lady with an air of sophistication. This enchanting girl was none other than Song Qiuyun, whom he had encountered previously. "Good evening, everyone. I'm Qi Dongxia, your invited guest." Qi Dongxiao greeted with a radiant smile as she approached. I'm her roommate, Song Qiuyun, the latter chimed in. Nice to meet you. I'm Su Jingming. He introduced himself with a smile. Su, we might not be strangers after all, Song Qiuyun said, her large, clear eyes blinking playfully. The hint of mischief that danced across her lovely face reminded Su Jingming of their shared glance at the freshman assembly. Indeed, their meeting could not be considered a first encounter. All right, everyone has arrived. Let us set off, Lu Wentao announced, eager to commence their outing. Minggu, you take Song Qiuyun and her friend, while I'll accompany Li Wanting. With all six gathered, Lu promptly organized them into two groups to take separate taxis toward the heart of the bustling metropolis. The main urban area of the city boasted 5 districts: Huangpu, Suwei, Chongning, Yangpu, and Jing'an. The university district, where they were headed, lay within Jing'an. When distinguishing between urban and suburban areas, one could argue that all 5 districts constituted the city center, teeming with vibrancy. However, the destination they sought was none other than the illustrious Huaihai Commercial Street, the most opulent shopping avenue in the metropolis. This locale ranked among the nation's premier commercial hubs, offering an array of luxury goods as well as various equipment and elixirs required by those with supernatural abilities. The Magic City's Supernatural University was conveniently located not far from Huaihai Commercial Street. The taxi ride was a mere half-hour, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the bustling shopping thoroughfare. Before Su Jingming lay the vibrant expanse of Huaihai Commercial Street. It was now 7:30 in the evening, and the twilight sky had begun to darken. Yet, the street was alive with dazzling holographic projections and throngs of people bustling about. The atmosphere was electric. As Su Jingming perused the shops, he recognized several familiar names: Hengyuan Equipment, Lingxi Pharmaceuticals, Lu Wentao, Song Qiuyun, and Qi Dongxia, all first-time visitors, gazed in awe at the splendor surrounding them. While the sisters Li Wanting appeared less impressed, seemingly accustomed to such sights. I've been here before. There's also a food street nearby. Shall we grab a bite first? Li Wanting suggested. Sure. Sounds good. As young adults aged 18 and 19, they had little interest in a formal meal. Thus, when Li Wanting proposed a visit to the food street, everyone readily agreed. After indulging in an assortment of snacks for over an hour, the group returned to the commercial street to continue their exploration. It was undeniable that the offerings in the city center of Magic City far surpassed those in Jiangqing. The Hengyuan Equipment Group, known for its black crystal rifles, provided an astonishing variety of battle suits and weapon models, a stark contrast to the meager selection available in Jiangqing. Here in Magic City, one could find an extensive range of options, including various specialized models of the black crystal rifle, which left Su Jingming quite tempted. However, having recently upgraded his equipment, he resisted the urge to make a purchase. In contrast, Song Qiuyun exhibited no such hesitation. Upon spotting a stunning battle suit, she purchased it with the ease of acquiring ordinary clothing, amassing 3 sets of battle gear in a mere half-hour, amounting to several million in expenses. Su Jingming couldn't help but marvel at the revelation that beneath her seemingly simple exterior lay a girl of considerable wealth. The camaraderie among the young friends blossomed rapidly as they spent over 4 hours wandering Huaihai Commercial Street, engaging in laughter and conversation. It wasn't until after 11 o'clock that they hailed a taxi to return to the university. Upon entering the student dormitory area, the group first bid farewell to the sisters Li Wanting before escorting Qi Dongxia and Song Qiuyun to their dormitory entrance. We arrived at the dorm. Goodbye. By the way, we had a wonderful time today. Thank you, Song Qiuyun said with a beaming smile as she waved goodbye to Su Jingming. She was not one to frequently socialize with males, for her A-grade ability, Dawn of Light, granted her acute perception. Consequently, she could sense the fervent desires harbored by each boy who gazed upon her. However, Su Jingming was an exception. While she could perceive his gaze, it was devoid of any ulterior motives, merely reflecting an appreciation for beauty. This unexpected realization sparked a flicker of affection within her. Goodbye, Su Jingming replied, also waving cheerfully. As he watched Song Qiuyun sway gracefully alongside Qi Dongxia into the dormitory, he finally returned with Lu Wentao to their own quarters. Oh, it feels quite refreshing to go out for a stroll, Lu Wentao declared, plopping down onto the sofa. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. Indeed, the hours of relaxation had uplifted his spirits. Yet, after tonight, it was time to resume his diligent training, he silently resolved. As Su Jingming mused, ever since that day spent exploring the bustling city center with Song Qiuyun, his life had reverted to a monotonous routine of dormitory, classroom, and cafeteria. Each day was consumed by relentless training or the journey to and from it. Despite Lu Wentao's seemingly carefree demeanor, his admission to the Magic City Supernatural University was a testament to his strength and potential. During this period, he too had been engaged in rigorous training and cultivation. though he made sure to indulge in leisure every few days. As he would often say, a balance of work and play is essential for longevity. 15 days later, on July 16th at 9 in the evening, Su Jingming found himself in the training room on the second floor of the villa. He opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming level, mid-stage 1 ability. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S. Physique. 460 Vitality Mentality. 351 Spirit Skills. Marksmanship, Advanced. Fist Fighting, Beginner. Thunder Spear, Beginner. A-Class Chain Thunder Gun, Beginner. Thunder Flash, Beginner. Thunder Prison, Beginner. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced. Body Refinement. Indestructible Thunder Body, First Layer. Ability Points. 1048, almost there. I can level up again, he noted with anticipation. Nearly half a month has elapsed since Su Jingming ascended to the first tier mid-level. Although he can still advance rapidly, the speed of his progression is no longer as conspicuous. Hence, it is time to allocate points. A thought crossed Su Jingming's mind, and he instinctively clicked the plus sign next to his level. Ability points, 456. From first tier mid-level to first tier upper level. Boom. In an instant, Su Jingming's aura surged dramatically. His level has finally reached the forefront of the new students. Clenching his fist, he could feel the vigorous blood coursing through his veins, significantly more potent than before. In the next moment, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, the purple celestial thunder, shimmering in blue-violet light, was summoned, enveloping Su Jingming. The power of the purple celestial thunder had also increased. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction and subsequently opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming level, first tier upper level ability. Purple celestial thunder, S. Physique. 520 Vitality Mentality. 421 Hex Skills. Marksmanship, Advanced. Fist Techniques, Beginner. Thunder Spear, Beginner. A-Class Chain Thunder Spear, Beginner. Lightning Flash, Beginner. Thunder Hell, Beginner. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced. Body Refinement. Indestructible Thunder Body, First Level. Ability Points, 592 upon advancing to the first tier upper level. Both of his fundamental attributes increased by approximately 60 points. Moreover, Su Jingming noticed that the plus sign next to his level had disappeared. It appeared that the remaining ability points were insufficient to elevate him to the second tier. Rubbing his chin, Su Jingming concluded that it was time to venture into the wilderness zone to hunt ferocious beasts and replenish his ability points. However, before that, he decided to exhaust his ability points to maximize his strength. Su Jingming's gaze flickered, and he once again chose to allocate points. Ability points, 354. Indestructible Thunder Body, first level to second level. As the only S-class combat technique he currently mastered, the Indestructible Thunder Body was naturally the first skill to enhance after leveling up. The ability points required for upgrading an S-class combat technique are undeniably substantial. Nevertheless, it is entirely worthwhile. When Su Jingming upgraded the Indestructible Thunder Body to the second level, he felt a thunderous resonance within him. His bone density increased once more, and his muscles became even more taut. Exhaling a breath of impure air, Su Jingming recognized that having broken through to the second level of the Indestructible Thunder Body brought him closer to the third level. The Indestructible Thunder Body comprises 13 levels. As an S-class body refinement combat technique, it is far more than a mere enhancement of physical attributes. Every 3 levels of the Indestructible Thunder Body grant a unique ability. Upon reaching the third level, one can unlock the special state of Thunder Extreme. Thunder Extreme is somewhat akin to the Thunder Cell activation he employed during the Martial Arts College entrance examination, yet it is an enhanced version. Once activated, it significantly boosts movement speed, firing speed, and the power of punches and kicks across the board. Thunder Extreme, how exhilarating it promises to be. Su Jingming glanced at his system panel again. After upgrading the Indestructible Thunder Body, he had 242 ability points left. He then expended 178 ability points to elevate the Chain Thunder Spear from beginner to intermediate. According to Su Jingming's estimation, an upgrade to intermediate should require 200 ability points. However, due to his ongoing training, he only needed to spend 178 ability points to achieve the upgrade. Consequently, only 62 ability points remained on his system panel. With this, Su Jingming's ability points were nearly depleted. Tomorrow, he would inform his instructor and then prepare to head to the wilderness zone, he silently resolved. Chapter 58, Practical Training. Second Tier Invincible. Life at the Magic City Ability University is leisurely and comfortable. Aside from various rankings and the training rooms, it bears little resemblance to universities from his previous life. Nevertheless, Su Jingming relentlessly strives to enhance his strength. The reason is quite simple. Ever since his arrival in this world, he has been plagued by a sense of impending crisis. He fears that one day, when ferocious beasts invade the city, he will lack the strength to resist. Although there are ability users tasked with ensuring the safety of citizens, Su Jingming is not accustomed to entrusting his life to others. He must take charge of his own destiny, just as in his previous life. When no one believed in a child from an orphanage, assuming he would drop out of school after completing compulsory education, he proved them wrong by graduating high school, gaining admission to university, successfully pursuing a master's degree, and ultimately achieving a doctorate. All of this was accomplished through Su Jingming's steadfast determination and perseverance. Even in this new world, he remains unchanged. His heart is resolute and unwavering. This is the motivation that drives him to train diligently every day. The following day, at 7:30 in the morning, Su Jingming, already having trained for over an hour in the training room, donned his combat attire and equipped his black obsidian gun as he descended to the first floor. Today marks his practical training session with Senior Lu Ming, and he must be fully armed. Brother Ming, good morning, greeted Lu Wentao, who had just emerged from his bedroom, still somewhat bleary-eyed. He had grown accustomed to Su Jingming's routine. To Lu Wentao, Su Jingming resembled a hermit, devoted solely to training. No, it would be more accurate to say he was akin to a robot programmed for relentless training. Of course, Lu Wentao held great admiration for this. 8 hours of training was already his limit. If he were to train as Su Jingming did from dawn till dusk, he would undoubtedly struggle. For the new students, this period leading up to the official start of classes is entirely unregulated, allowing them to do as they please. In contrast, during his previous university days, most would sleep in until they felt like waking up before beginning their day. However, at the Magic City Ability University, it is different. Despite the early hour, many new students can already be seen walking along the pathways outside the dormitory. Some, like Su Jingming, are fully equipped. It remains uncertain whether they are heading to the wilderness zone or engaging in practical training. As he made his way toward the dormitory exit, Su Jingming spotted the familiar silhouette of Song Qiuyun emerging from Villa number 12. Ever since their visit to the city center together, they had exchanged contact information and occasionally chatted through messaging apps. Sometimes, they would even encounter each other like this in the early morning outside the dormitory. After all, Su Jingming's villa is number 32, and to reach the exit, he must pass by Villa number 12, where Song Qiuyun resides. Good morning, Su Jingming greeted briefly. Observing Song Qiuyun's attire, he curiously inquired, "Are you participating in practical training today as well?" Since the new student orientation, awareness of the exclusive tutor system had prompted many new students to become proactive, seeking mentorship. However, most of them faced failure. However, a small number of individuals have successfully found mentors and acquired their own dedicated teachers. Song Qiuyun is one such individual. As the top scholar of Sichuan province, her strength and potential are beyond doubt. Her exclusive mentor is the dean of the Element Academy, a 7th-tier female instructor who wields an A-grade natural light ability. This is precisely why, like Su Jingming, Song Qiuyun also goes to the teacher's villa daily for training. In the past, she typically wore loose training attire, but today, she donned battle gear, equipped with a long sword. Unlike the men's battle suits, the women's attire is tailored for agility, fitting closely to the body. Encased in the form-fitting silver-white outfit, Song Qiuyun's voluptuous and graceful figure is laid bare. Upon encountering Su Jingming, she greeted him with a sweet smile and said, "Today, a senior sister is coming over, so we'll have a chance to try out some real combat training. However, I must admit, I lack confidence." The teachers' villas are all located in the same direction, and as they conversed, Song Qiuyun and Su Jingming walked together toward the exit, one tall and ruggedly handsome, the other petite and charming. Their presence together drew the attention of passers-by. "By the way, Su Jingming, how about we arrange a sparring session when you have some free time?" Song Qiuyun suddenly suggested during their walk. In truth, she had been quite curious about why Su Jingming exuded a fierce aura akin to that of a ferocious beast. However, she suspected it might pertain to his privacy, which is why she refrained from asking directly. Yet, if they were to battle, perhaps she could uncover some clues. "Sure," Su Jingming replied nonchalantly, though he suspected that any potential sparring would likely occur after he returned from the wilderness zone. After walking to the teacher's villa area, the two parted ways to head to their respective villas. "Senior brother, I've arrived." Upon entering the villa, Su Jingming was surprised to find not only his senior brother, Lu Ming, but also teacher Yang Zhentian present. Dressed in a loose training robe, teacher Yang sat leisurely on the sofa. "Teacher," Su Jingming respectfully called out. As a 7th-tier ability user, Yang Zhentian had his own training regimen. Typically, he trained alone in the mornings and came to teach Su Jingming about marksmanship and ability application in the afternoons. He hadn't anticipated seeing him so early today. Yang Zhentian nodded slightly, smiling as he said, "I heard that you two were conducting real combat training today, so I made a point to come and take a look." His gaze towards Su Jingming revealed unhidden satisfaction. He had been closely observing Su Jingming's progress, noting his punctuality in arriving for training without a single instance of tardiness or early departure. Even when he and Lu Ming were absent, Su Jingming remained diligent. With an S-grade ability combined with such dedicated training, how could success elude him? Yang Jintian felt a wave of emotions welling up. Even in his youth, he had never exerted himself as diligently as Su Jingming. Moreover, Yang Jintian was exceedingly pleased with Su Jingming's training progress. It was worth noting that when Su Jingming first arrived, he was merely an awakener. Yet, a month later, he had already ascended to a mid-tier first-level ability user. Such a rapid advancement in rank was nothing short of remarkable. Just as he was contemplating this, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Su Jingming's aura has grown stronger. After careful observation, Yang Jintian exclaimed in astonishment, "You've broken through to the upper tier of the first level?" "I was just about to inform you, teacher, that I broke through last night to the upper tier of the first level," Su Jingming nodded. "Additionally, my Thunder Immortal body has also reached the second stage." These two pieces of news fell like bombs, leaving even the usually composed Yang Jintian momentarily stunned. A rank breakthrough and a body refinement breakthrough. Each of these achievements was immensely challenging. Yet, hearing them from Su Jingming's lips made it seem as effortless as drinking water. "I knew it. Junior brother is a complete prodigy," Lu Ming, who was beside teacher Yang, said with a wry smile. When he transitioned from a mid-tier first level to an upper-tier first level, it had taken him over half a year. After becoming a disciple of Yang Jintian and establishing the foundation for the immortal body, it took him a full year to advance to the second stage of the Thunder Immortal body. Yet now, after merely a month of apprenticeship, Su Jingming had accomplished all of this. "Excellent. Wonderful." Yang Jintian, having recovered, joyfully patted Su Jingming on the shoulder. The rapid improvement of his disciple's strength brought him immense joy. With a real combat training session planned for today, he was eager to witness the extent of Su Jingming's newfound power. Yang Jintian led Su Jingming and Lu Ming to the villa's backyard, which served as an open-air combat training ground. The area was quite spacious, spanning over 500 square meters. The ground appeared to be made of alloy, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the morning sun. This outdoor training arena is constructed from A-grade alloy. Feel free to unleash your full strength here, Yang Jintian said with a smile. "Don't hold back, Su Jingming. You can unleash your complete power. With me here, you won't be harmed." "Understood," Su Jingming nodded. This was his first time battling against senior brother Lu Ming, and he naturally intended to give it his all. Of course, since this was a real combat training session, Lu Ming would also restrain his own strength. Otherwise, with his peak third-tier power, unleashing his lightning abilities would leave Su Jingming unable to even touch him before being defeated. "Junior brother, I'll suppress my strength to the lower tier of the second level for this match," Lu Ming declared with a hearty voice. As a senior brother in his fourth year, he had 3 more years of practical training experience than Su Jingming. Logically, for this combat training, he should suppress his strength to match Su Jingming's upper-tier first level. However, Lu Ming was acutely aware that if he did so, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Moreover, it would not yield the desired effect of practical training, which is why he opted to suppress his strength to the lower tier of the second level. Yang Jintian clearly understood this and did not intervene. Thus, Su Jingming and Lu Ming each took hold of their long spears and positioned themselves in the center of the training ground. "Ready? 3, 2, 1, begin." The moment Yang Jintian's voice fell, a flash of lightning erupted, and the two simultaneously vanished from their original spots. Thunder Flash. This A-grade lightning combat technique was executed in unison by the two brothers. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the black and azure spears clashed at the center of the training ground, showcasing an evenly matched confrontation. What formidable strength! Although he had mentally prepared himself, Lu Ming was still taken aback by Su Jingming's power. The opposing strength was surprisingly on par with his own, if not slightly superior. In contrast to Lu Ming's astonishment, Su Jingming felt an exhilarating battle spirit igniting within him. Since mastering the Thunder Immortal body, he had yet to encounter an opponent whose strength was even remotely comparable to his own. Even after consuming the blood explosion pill, Leizhou dared not confront him head-on. However, at long last, he had found an opponent worthy of his utmost efforts. The chain lightning spear. Su Jingming decisively altered his tactics. Wielding his spear imbued with blue-violet lightning, transforming it into a shadowy apparition that pierced forward with remarkable speed. Lu Ming, fully aware of the potency of this A-grade combat technique, refrained from a direct confrontation and swiftly evaded to the side. Yet, in the next moment, another voice resonated, "Thunder Prison." The blue-violet lightning morphed into a prison that enveloped Lu Ming within. Immediately after, another lightning spear soared toward him. Truly, he was offered no respite whatsoever. However, I am not the novice Leizhou. True thunder of the Jade Pivot. Crackle. An endless torrent of majestic white lightning surged forth from Lu Ming's body, enveloping him entirely as he broke free from the thunder prison while deftly avoiding the lightning spear. Now it is my turn. Lu Ming brandished his spear, enveloped in the A-grade lightning ability, True Thunder of the Jade Pivot. With a carefree smile, he charged forth, engaging Su Jingming in combat. After more than 20 minutes of relentless combat techniques, Su Jingming's Purple Sky Divine Thunder was finally exhausted. Clang. Following yet another clash of spears, Su Jingming staggered to a halt at a distance. Nearly at his limit, he felt utterly fatigued and gasped, "Senior brother, it appears I have lost." Sizzle. Lu Ming flashed before Su Jingming, the tempestuous True Thunder of the Jade Pivot retracting into his body. He shook his head and replied, "I merely benefited from my ability. It is not a loss on your part." Although he had suppressed his strength to the second-tier lower rank, he was, after all, a peak third-tier ability user. The depth of his abilities was far beyond that of Su Jingming, a first-tier upper rank. Indeed, what a splendid battle!" Yang Jintian exclaimed, applauding as he approached. To be honest, Su Jingming's performance had exceeded his expectations. He initially believed Lu Ming would triumph, only to witness a closely matched contest. Lu Ming sheathed his spear and patted Su Jingming's shoulder, grinning as he inquired, "Do you realize the level of your strength just now?" "What level?" Su Jingming, recovering slightly, asked curiously. "Second-tier invincibility," Lu Ming remarked, his gaze sharpening. It is essential to note that being accepted as a disciple by Yang Jintian signifies his own formidable prowess as a paragon of talent, even when suppressing his strength to the second-tier lower rank. His extensive combat experience and techniques instilled confidence in his ability to sweep aside any ability user below the third tier. Yet, Su Jingming had matched him blow for blow. Was this not what second-tier invincibility entailed? Second-tier invincibility, Su Jingming mused, nodding thoughtfully. At last, he had acquired an accurate assessment of his overall strength. As for those above the third tier, that realm belonged to an entirely different world. Being merely a first-tier upper rank, it was entirely reasonable for him to be unable to reach that level. All right, the practical training is concluded. Let's all head inside to rest for a while. Yang Jintian beckoned everyone back to the living room. As he settled down, Uncle Fu approached with a platter of freshly cut fruits. "This is the clear spirit fruit I procured recently. It alleviates fatigue and is perfect for consumption after training. The extraordinary fruit, akin to rare flowers and herbs, contained unique properties." Upon hearing this, Su Jingming casually picked up a piece. The clear spirit fruit resembled a cantaloupe. Upon biting into it, a refreshing fragrance wafted forth. After finishing a piece, Su Jingming felt significantly rejuvenated from the weariness of battle. "At my teacher's place, I always manage to acquire some delightful items. It seems I shall have to visit here daily," he joked with a smile. "Excellent. As long as you come, I will prepare the extraordinary fruit for you every day." Yang Jintian laughed heartily. For him, a 7th-tier upper ability user, these fruits were hardly a concern. Following this, Su Jingming engaged in casual conversation with his teacher and senior brother before finally broaching the subject. "Teacher, I will be leaving school for a while, and I may not be able to come to the villa for training. What is it? Is something amiss at home?" Yang Jintian inquired, his brow furrowing. No, nothing is wrong at home." Su Jingming quickly shook his head, then said earnestly, "Teacher, I am planning to venture into the Wild Zone." Chapter 59, The Magical Equipment Department. Dark Cloud Gale Spear. Into the Wild Zone? Yang Jintian's brow furrowed further. The so-called Wild Zone lies beyond the protective reach of the human military. Such areas are often ravaged by ferocious beasts. Furthermore, unlike the strict classification of beast tiers in the martial arts entrance examination, one might encounter a 5th-tier beast shortly after entering the Wild Zone, only to be devoured on the spot. The unpredictability and danger are immense. "How long do you intend to stay?" "I'll return before the new student competition." "That long?" Yang Jintian's eyelids twitched. It was only mid-July, and the new student competition would not occur until early September. This meant Su Jingming intended to remain in the Wild Zone for a month and a half. The dangers inherent in such a decision were self-evident. Yang Jintian considered advising against it, but, upon seeing the determination in Su Jingming's eyes, refrained from doing so. "Very well. If that is your wish, then go." Yang Jintian sighed, but added a caution. "Remember, if the situation seems unfavorable, flee immediately. With lightning flash. As long as you do not encounter a 4th-tier beast, your life should remain safe. The rise of every strong individual is forged through trials of blood and fire. Crises of life and death serve as the most effective catalysts for becoming a formidable force." Although he felt Su Jingming could benefit from additional training at school, he would not obstruct his decision now that Su Jingming had expressed his intent to leave. "Thank you, teacher." Su Jingming exhaled in relief. His greatest fear had been a refusal from his teacher, but fortunately, Yang Jintian was quite understanding. Of course, even if the teacher had disagreed, he would still venture forth. After all, the ability points were the core of the Deep Blue system and the key to his rapid enhancement in strength. By the way, which wild zone do you plan to explore? Yang Jintian inquired further. The wild zone near Yuanshui City, Su Jingming replied. Yuanshui City is relatively manageable. Yang Jintian nodded slightly. Yuanshui City is adjacent to Magic City and is a city of decent economic development. Moreover, the highest beast tier in the Yuanshui Wild Zone is only 4th or 5th, making it comparatively less perilous. Before you head into the Wild Zone, let me impart some experience to you. Both Yang Jintian and Lu Ming were seasoned ability users who had navigated the Wild Zone, rich in experience. Under their guidance, Su Jingming, who had never ventured into the Wild Zone, gained considerable knowledge. After over an hour of discussion, Su Jingming bid farewell to his teacher and senior brother respectfully before departing. Teacher, since our junior brother is heading to the Wild Zone, I may need to return to the guild in a few days, Lu Ming remarked, watching Su Jingming's figure fade from view. Is it urgent? Yang Jintian furrowed his brow. The situation in the southwest is dire. The beast tide has breached several prefecture-level cities. The guild has been short-staffed and has urged me multiple times, Lu Ming explained slowly. The southwest. Yang Jintian pondered deeply. In the present day, although humanity and the ferocious beasts generally maintain a fragile equilibrium, localized skirmishes erupt annually. Lu Ming, even before graduating, had chosen to join an adventurers guild as a preparatory member, frequently participating in the guild's campaigns. Now, as the guild urgently required combat strength, Lu Ming, being a peak Tier 3 preparatory member, naturally fell within the recruitment scope. Go ahead, Yang Jintian instructed solemnly. This time, you will be acting alongside the guild and the combat group. If you encounter high-tier ferocious beasts, evade them as much as possible. High-tier ferocious beasts will be dealt with by high-tier supernatural beings. Yang Jintian's voice bore the weight of concern, for he had a total of 32 disciples. Yet nearly half had perished at the hands of ferocious beasts. He certainly did not wish for Lu Ming to meet a similar fate. Rest assured, teacher, this is not my first time participating in such a scale of warfare. Moreover, I've heard that this time, the 8th-tier Grandmaster Wang Linyang is personally leading the team. Dealing with a group of ferocious beasts that are only Tier 7 should pose no problem, Lu Ming assured, dismissively waving his hand as he shouldered his weapon and strode out of the villa. On the other side, after leaving the villa, Su Jingming dialed his aunt Su Qingwan's number. Aunt, are you busy? Not at all. I'm out shopping with your sister Qi. What is up? Aunt, I will be participating in a special training organized by the school for a while. My phone will be turned off. So don't worry if you can't reach me. Is that so? All right, I understand, she replied. By the way, Su, the wilderness area lacks signal stations, making communication difficult. Thus, Su Jingming had called in advance to inform his aunt. Naturally, he could not disclose the full truth to her, as he did not want her to worry. Additionally, his cousin Tang Qi had also called recently, expressing a desire to stay in Jiangchang a bit longer and report back normally when school resumed in September. As for the debt owed by Lei Zhou to Su Qingwan's family, it had been settled over 10 days ago. With time still on his side, Su Jingming prepared the remaining items, intending to set off for Yuanshui City that afternoon. After hanging up, he glanced at the time on his phone. It was still not yet 10:30 in the morning. Based on the survival guide he had previously researched for the wilderness area and the wisdom imparted by Teacher Yang and his senior brother, he knew the essentials for venturing into the wilderness: supplies and equipment. Acquiring supplies was straightforward. He merely needed to purchase a tactical backpack, along with fresh water and energy bars. As for equipment, the E-grade gear he currently possessed was barely adequate for school, but for the dangerous wilderness, superior quality was paramount. Having recently advanced, his physical capabilities had significantly improved, making it an opportune moment to upgrade his gear. Purchasing equipment could be done through the school's official website, but deliveries wouldn't arrive until the next day. Since he planned to depart that afternoon, he resolved to visit the equipment department at the Modu Supernatural University directly. He had heard that the department housed an impressive array of goods, and this was the perfect opportunity to explore. Exiting the faculty villa area, Su Jingming waited by the roadside. Modu Supernatural University sprawled across a vast expanse of 40,000 acres. Taking a leisurely stroll would likely consume an entire day without completing the campus tour. Therefore, the school provided a dedicated campus bus service. The equipment department was located in the southwest of the campus, a considerable distance from the faculty villas, making the bus a convenient choice. Ding dong. The Modu equipment department has arrived. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, Su Jingming disembarked the bus. Before him stood a magnificent building towering over 20 stories high. The structure was exquisitely decorated, with its exterior clad in expensive floor-to-ceiling glass. On the side of the building, 5 grand characters declared, Modu Equipment Department. Downstairs, numerous delivery personnel donned the university's work uniforms, busily loading various packaged weapons and gear onto vehicles. These items were destined to reach students today. Of course, these delivery personnel were no ordinary individuals, possessing abilities around the first-tier lower to middle levels. Otherwise, they could not lift the heavy weaponry, often exceeding 100 kilograms. Goodness! Even the equipment department is constructed so lavishly. Su Jingming marveled as he entered the building. Hello, student. May I assist you in selecting equipment today? A cheerful female staff member greeted him as soon as he stepped inside. It must be said, Modu Supernatural University excelled in service, no matter where one went. The staff always greeted with a warm smile. I would like to explore long-range weaponry, Su Jingming deliberated. Both weapons and combat attire were necessary, but the weaponry was undoubtedly of greater importance. Would you prefer a standardized long gun, or something more personalized? Let us begin with the personalized long guns. He replied after a moment's consideration. The standardized long guns, mass-produced with fixed designs, like the black spear he currently bore, contrasted with personalized long guns crafted by weapon masters, each unique in its own right. The former's advantage lay in its consistent design across models, ensuring that even with equipment upgrades, only the alloy grade changed without significant alterations. The drawback, however, was that a fixed design might not suit everyone. The latter offered a choice based on the user's handling preferences, but came at a steeper price. Previously, Su Jingming had always relied on standardized weapons. Now, as he prepared to venture into the perilous wilderness, he sought a weapon that truly suited him. Very well. Please follow me. The staff member guided Su Jingming to the 13th floor of the building. With a soft ding, the elevator doors opened to reveal a grand hall. Inside, towering transparent display cases stood, each housing long guns of varying styles, some heavy, others light and agile. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled as he noticed a particularly striking dark spear exceeding 3 meters in length. As an enthusiast of long-range weaponry, he felt as though he had stepped into paradise. Greetings, I am Zhou Hai, the administrator for long-range weaponry on this floor. How may I assist you? A middle-aged man in a suit approached him warmly, while the staff member discreetly stepped back. I am in search of a long gun that is heavy yet delivers rapid firing speed, Su Jingming articulated. The combination of weight and firing speed was a condition that standardized long guns could not fulfill. However, he believed he could find the weapon he desired here. Indeed, the administrator pondered for a moment before leading Su Jingming to a specific display case. The only weapon that meets both of your criteria is this, the Dark Cloud Swift Spear. Chapter 60, Accepting the Mission. Departure. Through the transparent glass, Su Jingming gazed at the long spear elegantly displayed on a plush cushion. The shaft exhibited an enigmatic dark golden hue, adorned with delicate patterns reminiscent of wispy clouds in pale gold. The spear tip, a gleaming platinum, was flanked by 2 menacing blood grooves on either side. One can vividly imagine that once the spear pierces the body, these 4 blood slots will possess lethal destructive power. The Dark Cloud Swiftwind Spear, measuring an impressive 2 meters and 19 centimeters in length, is crafted from a remarkably resilient D-grade alloy, while its tip is forged from a considerably tougher C-grade alloy. The entire weapon weighs an astounding 260 kilograms, and the spear shaft is imbued with wind-based abilities by a specialized esper. When wielding the spear, this wind-based power can somewhat accelerate the speed of its thrust. Zhou Hai, while introducing the weapon, harbored little hope that Su Jingming would purchase it. After all, most users of spear-type weapons seek a lightning-fast thrusting speed. For first and second-tier espers, a weight of 70 to 100 kilograms is already sufficient. The 260 kilogram weight is typically suited for third-tier espers, whose equipment is at least of C-grade quality. Thus, this D-grade spear appears to them as something of a mere trifle. The lower-tier espers cannot utilize it, while the higher-tier espers disdain it. It is precisely due to this awkward predicament that the spear has remained displayed here for over a year since its creation. One cannot help but wonder what the weapon master was thinking. Was crafting such a spear not a pure financial loss? Esper's enchantment is a highly sophisticated technique that allows an esper's abilities to be permanently affixed to a piece of equipment. For instance, a spatial ring utilizes this enchantment to secure the space manipulation abilities of its wielder. Each application of this technique incurs substantial costs, which explains the exorbitant price of this spear, far exceeding that of a typical D-grade weapon. With this in mind, Zhou Hai glanced at Su Jingming, a mere first-tier esper. Surely, the weight of this spear would startle him, and it is doubtful he could afford such a sum of credits. Perhaps it would be best to show him other, lighter options. Zhou Hai silently shook his head. Can I give this spear a try? Certainly. I will fetch you a lighter one. Zhou Hai instinctively began to present another spear, but suddenly paused, slightly taken aback. Are you certain you wish to test this? It weighs a hefty 260 kilograms. That's all right. I am in need of a spear with significant weight. Su Jingming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He hoped this spear would bring him some unexpected delight. On the 13th floor, there is a designated room for customers to test weapons. Through the transparent glass, one can observe a young man surrounded by swirling blue and purple lightning, skillfully wielding a spear. The black spear, entwined with lightning, transformed into a series of purple-black phantoms, resembling a dragon roaring within the confines of the room. What an exquisite display of spear techniques. This skill must surely be advanced. One cannot help but wonder which senior is demonstrating such a formidable lightning technique. The speed of his thrusts is astonishing. He is likely a third-tier senior. Aside from Su Jingming, numerous students had gathered on the 13th floor to observe the weapons. All were users of spears, and upon witnessing Su Jingming's technique, they could not help but express their admiration. Some who were familiar with Zhou Hai even jested. Which spear is that senior wielding? It appears quite powerful. The Dark Cloud Swift Wind Spear, Zhou Hai replied. The questioner was momentarily taken aback. Would a third-tier esper even consider such a spear? None among the third tier would find it appealing, but a first tier might. The individual in there is merely a first-tier esper? The questioner remarked, bewildered. Surely you jest. A first tier could wield such a heavy spear? A first tier could possess advanced spear techniques? Indeed, he is a first-tier esper, Zhou Hai stated with a smirk. Disregarding the customer's astonishment, and cheerfully approached Su Jingming as he exited the testing room. How does the spear feel, Su? Not too shabby, Su Jingming nodded. Though it is slightly heavier than I'd prefer, it remains manageable. Upon breaking through to the second level of the indomitable thunder body, his vitality surged considerably. He estimated that he could easily wield a 300-kilogram spear. However, the 260-kilogram Dark Cloud Swift Wind Spear was still quite satisfactory, particularly due to the enhancement of the wind-based abilities. Both the thrust and retraction speeds surpassed those of his current obsidian spear. Furthermore, the D-grade alloy likely facilitated a smoother transmission of his S-grade ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, through this spear. That is excellent news. Zhou Hai beamed, rubbing his hands in excitement. Although the equipment belongs to the Magic City Esper University, aside from the foundational research funds distributed annually, the equipment department must operate on a self-sustaining basis. The costs associated with equipment development are monumental, and at times, the whimsical ideas of weapon masters can burn through tens of millions in funding. While this spear's value may not reach that level, it nonetheless represents a significant expenditure. The thought of it languishing unsold is quite vexing, yet at last, someone has shown interest. The Dark Cloud Swift Wind Spear is not overly expensive. Our official price is 600 credits, but I can offer you a discount of 20%, bringing it down to 480 credits. Zhou Hai hastily applied the discount, as if fearing Su Jingming might not afford the price. In reality, this figure was already close to the cost price. Given the several hundred kilograms of D-grade alloy required for its construction, could it possibly be a bit cheaper? Su Jingming inquired, blinking. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming departed the equipment department with the Dark Cloud Swift Wind Spear in hand. His student account held a mere 412 credits. While on the upper floor, he had tested several other spears, but either their weight was insufficient or their speed inadequate. The few that met both criteria were priced significantly higher than the Dark Cloud Swift Wind Spear. Consequently, he had no choice but to trade in his obsidian spear to the equipment department, which netted him an additional 100 credits. After spending 480 credits, he was left with only 32 credits. With 32 credits, acquiring a set of D-grade battle attire at the school was utterly impossible. However, he had over 7 million in his bank account, and he planned to purchase the remaining equipment outside. The purchasing power of 1 credit far exceeded that of 10,000 Xia coins, and moreover, the equipment produced by the Magic City Esper University is known for its superior quality. Realizing he had exhausted his credits, he decided not to leave the school immediately, but to return to the second floor of the student villa. Iva, please access the school's task system. Certainly. A holographic projection materialized in the air. Task 1. Collect 30 tiger bones from second-tier arm blade tigers. Reward, 60 credits. C-grade task. Task 2. Gather 30 specimens of cleansing spirit grass aged over 20 years. Reward, 43 credits. D-grade task. Task 3. Travel southwest to participate in a battle. Level requirement, mid-second tier or above. Reward, 600 credits. S-grade task. Task 4. Assist the Magic City Public Security Bureau in apprehending the third-tier fugitive Qianhang. Reward, 200 credits. A-grade task. Task 5. This is the task system of the school, where everyone can publish tasks or take on tasks to earn credits. The variety of tasks is extensive, ranging from gathering materials from ferocious beasts to collecting rare flowers and herbs. There are even large-scale combat missions and tasks involving the capture of fugitives. Naturally, Compared to the earlier tasks, the latter two are considerably more perilous. The entire task system is in a constant state of flux, with tasks being accepted and new ones being posted continuously. This exemplifies the training model of the Magical City Ability University. Su Jingming reflects with a sense of nostalgia. Different individuals experience entirely distinct journeys at the Magical City Ability University. Some attend classes and train regularly, leading a comfortable and leisurely life. However, others are engaged in a relentless pursuit of tasks, undergoing life and death trials while accumulating substantial credits. The former may enjoy a laid-back existence, but their rate of improvement is sluggish. The latter, though facing dangers, can swiftly convert credits into resources, significantly accelerating their advancement. It is no wonder that some assert that the university's most exceptional students are not found within its walls, but rather outside. Su Jingming shakes his head and begins to select tasks from the task panel. This time, he plans to stay in the wilderness area for over a month, making it an opportune moment to undertake tasks and replenish his credits. Ultimately, Su Jingming selects 3 B-level tasks and 1 A-level task from the task system. He then proceeds to an equipment shop outside the school, spending 1 million daxiao coins to purchase a set of D-level battle attire and combat boots. Once fully prepared, he boards the high-speed train at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, heading to Yuanshui City, adjacent to the Magical City. Chapter 61, Yuanshui Supply Base. The goddess Jiang Chuxian. Yuanshui City, decades ago, was an unremarkable prefecture-level city. However, ever since the outskirts were overtaken by ferocious beasts and transformed into a wilderness area, it has rapidly developed. Today, it has begun to take on the scale of a thriving metropolis. The reason for this rise is quite simple. The emergence of the wilderness area has attracted numerous ability users to hunt ferocious beasts and seek rare flowers and herbs. And what do ability users require that costs money? Weapons, battle attire, combat boots, and potions all necessitate the establishment of supporting facilities. It would be impractical for those emerging from the wilderness area with damaged battle attire to travel to the more developed magical city for repairs. Thus, a plethora of stores and equipment shops related to ability users have been constructed. Additionally, those ability users who return from hunting ferocious beasts, having earned substantial sums, often indulge in the city. This is how Yuanshui City has flourished. However, despite its development owing to the wilderness area, the city remains exceedingly vigilant of this ticking time bomb. A military force of over 10,000 is stationed just outside the wilderness area. Furthermore, to facilitate the resupply of ability users entering the wilderness area, a vast supply base has been established just beyond its borders. July 16th, 6 p.m. A train approaches from the distance, halting on the asphalt road in front of the Yuanshui supply base. With a clatter, the doors open, and over 10 individuals clad in battle attire, some wielding swords, others bearing shields, disembark, chatting amiably as they make their way toward the supply base. The majority carry swords. Yet one tall young man in a black battle outfit stands out, shouldering a mysterious dark golden spear. At last, Su Jingming arrives at the Yuanshui supply base. He exhales slowly, gazing at the imposing structure before him. The high-speed train journey from the magical city to Yuanshui City took a little over 2 hours. Yet the direct train to the supply base from Yuanshui Station consumed an additional 2 hours. If he plans to frequent this area, he might as well invest in a vehicle. The train is simply too slow, confirming that the building before him is indeed the Yuanshui supply base. Su Jingming strides confidently into the lobby on the first floor. The wilderness area is vast, with at least 1,000 ability users entering it daily. As the central hub for these users, the Yuanshui supply base is impressively constructed. The marble floors gleam brilliantly, and the crystal chandelier in the lobby radiates a warm glow akin to a small sun. Within the hall, male and female attendants bustle about, some offering tea, others presenting pastries, each adorned with youthful smiles, providing top-notch service to the resting ability users seated on the lounge sofas. It is summer, and the citizens of Yuanshui City are dressed quite lightly. The female attendants are no exception, donning short skirts that reveal their long, fair legs, captivating the attention of onlookers. Su Jingming cannot help but think of his high school buddy, Zhang Hao. Since arriving in the magical city, he has kept in touch with both Zhang Hao and Lu Jie from his high school days. "Sir, may I assist you with something?" A beautiful young attendant approaches Su Jingming, noticing his stationary posture. Of course, his strikingly handsome appearance also prompts her inquiry. "I wish to register as an adventurer. What steps must I take?" The wilderness area is not one can simply enter at will. Every first-time entrant must register as an adventurer and obtain a satellite communication wristwatch before being permitted entry. This ensures that, should one perish in the wilderness, a record exists. Fortunately, this registration is a one-time process and is applicable nationwide in wilderness areas. Register as an adventurer? Certainly, please follow me. Guided by the attendant, Su Jingming reaches the reception desk. Please provide your identification, fill out this form, and complete a basic strength verification. The receptionist hands him a form, and Su Jingming presents his identification in return. The information required on the form is minimal, consisting mainly of basic details such as name, age, school, and rank. Upon completing the rank section and noting that he attends the Magical City Ability University, the nearby attendant exhibits an envious expression. How wonderful, the Magical City Ability University. By the time you graduate, you'll undoubtedly be a third or even fourth-tier ability user. Being in close proximity to the Magical City, she is aware of this prestigious institution, ranked among the finest in the nation. In fact, many students from the Magical City Ability University come here for training. However, most wait until they reach at least second tier before venturing out, ensuring a higher level of safety. It is indeed rare to encounter someone like Su Jingming, a mere first-tier individual daring to enter the wilderness area. Based on his age, she surmises he is a newcomer just beginning his academic journey. Typically, those who enroll at such a level can expect to advance by 2 or 3 tiers upon graduation. Thank you for your kind words. Su Jingming smiles slightly. After completing the form, he is then led to the strength verification area. The process is straightforward. He merely needs to demonstrate a level of strength that corresponds with the information provided on the form. Su Jingming merely unleashed a slight surge of his supernatural abilities and immediately met the requirements. The production of the adventurer's credentials would require a bit more time. Thus, sir, you may wait on the sofa in the lobby for a while. Very well. Su Jingming nodded, ordered a chilled beverage, and selected an unoccupied seat to settle into. It must be said that the expenses at the supply base are indeed exorbitant. Merely a cup of ordinary iced drink costs over 100 daxia coins. Yet, it stands to reason, when supernatural beings venture into the wilderness, the materials they bring back from fearsome beasts and exotic flora can easily net them hundreds of thousands. This expense is trivial in comparison. Su Jingming shook his head. In Blue Star, there exists a stark dichotomy between supernatural beings and ordinary people. The income that an average individual cannot earn in a year can be acquired by a supernatural being in a single expedition into the wilderness. Of course, ordinary people are spared the peril of life, whereas supernatural beings are not. Once the adventurer's credentials are processed, he plans to procure some supplies, and by early morning tomorrow, he will be ready to enter the wilderness. Just as Su Jingming sipped his chilled drink and contemplated his next steps, a sudden commotion erupted in the lobby. It's Jiang Chuxian. The goddess has arrived. Truly, as a student from the prestigious Magic University, her aura radiates strength. Accompanied by murmurs of admiration, many patrons turned their gazes toward the entrance of the lobby. Jiang Chuxian. That name seems somewhat familiar. Su Jingming paused momentarily, instinctively glancing toward the doorway. Chapter 62. You dare to show yourself? At the entrance of the source water supply base, a group of 6 entered under the scrutiny of the crowd. Leading them was a tall young woman, approximately 18 or 19 years of age. Clad in a light azure combat suit, her form was accentuated by the fitted fabric, which perfectly delineated her curvaceous silhouette and alluring proportions. She possessed exquisite features, a delicate nose, long, lush eyelashes, and skin as flawless as snow. However, what left a lasting impression was her flowing hair, a cascade of white locks that fell to her waist, not the unhealthy, ashen white, but rather a silky, lustrous hue reminiscent of satin. Following her were several individuals, both men and women, some towering in stature and others exuding a fierce presence, resembling bodyguards. One of them bore a heavy camera over his shoulder, indicating that the goddess was likely heading to the wilderness for content creation once again. It must be noted that although her videos are produced in collaboration, their quality is undeniable. I watch each episode without fail. By the way, doesn't Jiang Chuxian have nearly 10 million fans online? Not just that, she has amassed nearly 15 million. If only I could have a girlfriend like Jiang Chuxian, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Sacrificing 20 years would be futile. She is a sophomore at the Magic University. Why would she ever look at someone like you? Dream on. In the lobby, numerous supernatural beings engaged in fervent discussions. It was at this moment that Su Jingming recalled that this was indeed the Jiang Chuxian whom Zhang Hao had lamented about before his departure from Jiang City, fervently requesting a signed photo. Since arriving in Magic City, Su Jingming had sporadically kept in touch with Zhang Hao over the phone. During their casual chats, Zhang Hao frequently mentioned her, which had become rather tiresome for Su Jingming, yet he had followed the matter out of curiosity. Regrettably, he had never encountered her during his time at school. Little did he expect to run into her upon entering the wilderness. Zhang Hao's taste was not misguided. To be fair, whether in his past life or this one, of all the women Su Jingming had encountered, only Song Chuyun could rival Jiang Chuxian. Of course, in terms of appearance, Both were equally stunning. Song Qiuyun exuded charm, while Jiang Chuxian radiated an icy beauty. However, in terms of physique, Su Jingming felt that Song Qiuyun had a slight edge. Thus, Jiang Chuxian and her entourage ascended the stairs under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The supply base is a comprehensive establishment that provides not only equipment sales and the procurement of materials from fearsome beasts and rare flora, but also accommodations on the higher floors. Akin to a hotel, most supernatural beings who do not return to the city opt to stay at this supply base. Sir, your adventurer's credentials are ready. Additionally, here is your satellite smartwatch, which contains a map of the wilderness. Shortly after Jiang Chushuan's group departed, a female attendant approached gracefully, handing Su Jingming a black card and a smartwatch. The black card served as his adventurer's proof, inscribed with his name, rank, and other basic information. Su Jingming tucked away the credentials and donned the smartwatch on his wrist. With a gentle tap on the screen, a map of the wilderness was projected forth, detailing the activity levels of fearsome beasts in each area and even indicating the danger levels. However, this was limited to the peripheral zones. The deeper regions remained shrouded in mystery. Naturally, even the marked areas were not entirely reliable, as fearsome beasts could vacate their territories at any moment to hunt. Nevertheless, having this information was better than none. It served as a useful reference. Thank you. Confirming that the smartwatch was functioning properly, Su Jingming expressed his gratitude politely and prepared to rise and leave, only to be halted by a voice. Hey, young brother, do you need any pills? Turning around, he encountered a lean middle-aged man, whose face bore a broad smile as he spoke. You must be entering the wilderness for the first time, right? You can't venture into the wilderness without pills. I have a variety of them. Would you like to take a look? The prices are negotiable. Pills. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Indeed, pills are essential preparations for entering the wilderness. Whether for healing or detoxification, they can prove invaluable in critical moments. What are your prices for these pills? Su Jingming inquired with genuine interest. First-tier healing pills are 20,000 each, while first-tier detoxification pills are 150,000 each. The second-tier ones are slightly more expensive, but still reasonable at 40,000 and 30,000, respectively. The middle-aged man, sensing a potential sale, eagerly elaborated. Oh, that doesn't sound too pricey, Su Jingming remarked, though his gaze had turned somewhat frigid. Pills are categorized from first to ninth tier, with higher tiers yielding stronger effects. However, even first-tier pills are typically quite costly, generally ranging from 30 to 40,000 each. Yet, this man's prices were nearly half that. Coupled with his clandestine demeanor, Su Jingming could almost guarantee that this was a con artist peddling counterfeit pills. Moreover, he likely had considerable experience, as he was specifically targeting novice adventurers who had just registered and were less knowledgeable. Rest assured, the pills I offer are renowned for being both affordable and effective, the middle-aged man assured, thumping his chest confidently. However, he was met with Su Jingming's sardonic expression. You genuinely believe I would trust that a healing pill priced at 20,000 would possess any genuine efficacy? Huh. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, his previously cheerful demeanor evaporating. Did you see through it already? And what do you think? Su Jingming replied coolly. Very well. Excellent. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes, meticulously surveying Su Jingming from head to toe, his aura gradually emanating a sense of menace. A mere first-tier upper echelon dares to toy with me? Before Su Jingming could utter a word, a sharp voice pierced through from the side. Zhao Chunlin, are you peddling fake medicine again? This exclamation came from a group of four, one of whom was a young woman in her 20s, clad in dark battle attire and wielding a black long sword. Her brows were fiercely arched, and she rushed forward, positioning herself protectively behind Su Jingming. Is it you? Upon seeing her, Zhao Chunlin's brows furrowed involuntarily. The woman was named Wang Qian, someone he had previously deceived. In the ensuing time, as Wang Qian had advanced in rank, he had refrained from troubling her, never anticipating she would come to the aid of a newcomer today. Had it been anyone else, Zhao Chunlin would not have been so easily deterred. However, with Wang Qian backed by her team, engaging in conflict would prove troublesome. Thus, he could only huff dismissively. Consider yourself lucky this time, having someone to assist you. But you best not leave the supply base in the coming days. Otherwise, you shall regret it. After casting a significant glance at Su Jingming and delivering his ominous warning, Zhao Chunlin turned to depart. TSK. Being targeted by Zhao Chunlin is a dire predicament for this newcomer. Why provoke him of all people? It is rumored that he recently advanced to a second-tier middle echelon, and this first-tier upper echelon fellow is likely to meet a grim fate. The commotion had drawn the attention of other ability users in the hall. Within this water supply base, second-tier middle echelon ability users were already considered formidable combatants. Su Jingming, daring to confront Zhao Chunlin despite being merely a first-tier upper echelon. naturally became an object of sympathy. You clashed with Zhao Chunlin just now. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Wang Qian, who was shielding Su Jingming, immediately furrowed her brow. Without waiting for Su Jingming to respond, she continued, well, since you've crossed paths with him, it would be wise for you to stay within the supply base for the time being. Fighting is prohibited here. He cannot do anything to you. Thank you for the warning. Although Su Jingming was not overly concerned about Zhao Chunlin's threat, he appreciated Wang Qian's intervention against the deceitful practices and her considerate advice. It was a trivial matter. I was once fooled by him, so I simply wished to prevent others from falling victim as well. Wang Qian waved her hand dismissively. Then he continues to swindle without consequence? Su Jingming's brow knitted in concern. Huh. Zhao Chunlin has connections in the black market. Who dares to confront him? Wang Qian scoffed, revealing that he not only had ties to the black market, but also to the higher-ups of the supply base. Otherwise, how could he have operated his schemes here for years? Xiao Qian, we should return to our room, called one of her teammates. Wang Qian acknowledged and, before departing, reminded Su Jingming once more, remember, do not leave the supply base during this time. What a compassionate young woman. Watching Wang Qian and her teammates gradually fade from view, Su Jingming nodded appreciatively. There aren't many good people in this world. Those who have endured hardships often do not offer others an umbrella, but instead tear theirs apart. Just like earlier, he was certain there were others in the hall who had been deceived by Zhao Chunlin before. Yet, when Zhao Chunlin approached him, not a single one of them had spoken up, and some might have even relished in his misfortune. Only Wang Qian had not only spoken out, but had also shielded him like a protective hen. Her character reminded him of his high school class monitor, Lin Qingyuan, both possessing a similar kindness and gentleness. Su Jingming silently mused about this. As for Zhao Chunlin, he had never taken him seriously. After all, whether a second-tier middle echelon could withstand the force of his shot was still questionable. Subsequently, Su Jingming procured a tactical backpack and enough supplies for over a month's worth of fresh water and energy bars through official channels at the supply base. He also acquired 10 first-tier healing pills, 10 first-tier antidotes, and 1 second-tier blood-boosting pill. The tactical backpack and supplies were quite affordable, totaling less than 100,000. But the pills had cost him 900,000. Of course, it was worth it, especially the second-tier blood-boosting pill valued at 300,000, a truly life-saving artifact. Having secured all his supplies, Su Jingming spent the night in a room at the supply base. The following morning, he emerged fully equipped from the base. However, as he set foot on the plaza before the supply base, a familiar voice rang out from not far ahead. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come out.